Chapter 1. The Cat and Mouse Game Reality Show. In the year 2021, within a parallel universe, the reality show Cat and Mouse Game is fervently casting for participants. The Cat Hunters, a team comprised of the nation's foremost criminal investigation experts and adept capture specialists, will conduct the most authentic and exhilarating capture performances, continuously monitored by holographic surveillance, targeting high-intellect criminals selected from prisons nationwide. Cat and Mouse Game has been held 6 times to date, each season igniting nationwide discussions and dominating trending topics across various websites. It has played a significant and positive role in promoting legal awareness and combating criminal activities. However, as the novelty of the show wanes and viewers grow desensitized, despite remaining a focal point of public attention, its ratings have begun to decline. In an effort to reverse the program's downturn, the show's planning team is engaged in intense discussions regarding casting. The members of the Cat Hunters have no authority to intervene, as selections are made directly by the security office. The current challenge lies in how to choose the mice. If they're too easily captured, the excitement diminishes. Similar to the last season, where a few self-proclaimed master thieves were brought on, only for the police investigations to reveal no challenge, which would surely drive viewers away. The production team has racked their brains, proposing several candidates. High IQ, financial criminals, elusive hackers lurking in the shadows, death row inmates responsible for sensational cases of dismemberment. Yet, the chief director Fong Dagong remains unsatisfied with these options. Merely having high intelligence or relying on gruesome criminal antics is insufficient to satiate the increasingly discerning tastes of the audience. A combination of both is necessary to spark renewed interest. Moreover, in previous seasons, the Cat Hunters secured victories with little suspense. Viewers, having become accustomed to this predictability, inevitably lose their engagement. This time, he aims to select a group capable of posing true challenges to the Cat Hunters. At that moment, a fitting candidate flashes through Fong Dagong's mind. Could it be necessary to seek him out? Director Fong, whom are you referring to? The team members turned their attention to Fong Dagong. With a grave expression, Fong Dagong stated, "Do you recall the globally sensational case from 10 years ago?" Upon hearing this, the staff exchanged astonished glances, each manifesting disbelief. That was a madman. Yangqing Prison, Cell 309. Rather than a prison cell, it resembles a lavish suite. A plush, king-size bed, a luxurious bathtub, a sandalwood bookshelf, mahogany furniture, and an Yixing teapot set. All the amenities one could desire. In the far corner, there is even a small kitchen for grilling steaks, a treadmill for exercise, and a recreational snooker table. Creak. The door swung open. Zhou Zhulong, the leader of the security office, accompanied by Warden Zhang Tong, entered this opulent chamber. There, a young man, standing at 1.75 meters with striking features and defined angles, was casually chewing on a cigarette while engrossed in a game of billiards. Had he not been clad in prison attire, one might not suspect him to be a convict. "Lin Xie, someone wishes to see you." The young man remained unfazed, focused intently on his shot. "Xiao Zhang, I've told you countless times, I detest being disturbed while playing billiards." The words slipped from Lin Xie's thin, indifferent lips. "The person requesting to see you is Zhou, the team leader from the security office. Do not presume that just because you've cracked numerous major cases while in prison and rewritten the criminal psychology textbooks, you can act with impunity." Zhang Tong's expression darkened, his voice laden with displeasure and anger. He detested being called Xiao Zhang by someone 2 decades his junior. Most importantly, the individual before him was the leader of the security office, someone not easily trifled with. In the face of Warden Zhang Tong's outburst, Lin Xie remained unmoved, merely uttering 2 words. "Wait." Then, with a deft stroke, the white ball collided with the red, sending it into the corner pocket. The force was impeccable, and the white ball's position was nothing short of perfect. A slight smile crept across Lin Xie's lips as the entity within his left eye began to harmonize more seamlessly with his being. "What is your attitude?" Zhang Tong was on the verge of exploding, but at that moment, Zhou Zhulong intervened, calmly stating, "Since we're here, I can afford to wait a few more minutes." He then settled onto a nearby sofa, glancing at the bookshelf beside the billiard table, which was lined with texts on psychology, behavioral studies, criminality, fraud, and law. Every book bore the marks of extensive perusal. You've read quite a few of these books, haven't you? They're practically falling apart, Zhou Zhulong remarked casually. I've read them about 10 times each. When I'm free, I often peruse dozens daily, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, still fixated on his game. Zhang Tong huffed in irritation, cursing Lin Xie's back. With that attitude, you'll never step foot outside this prison. Lin Xie, however, wore an indifferent expression. It's rather comfortable here. It's quiet, and no one bothers me. Just then, Zhou Zhulong interjected. I can offer you a chance to overturn the verdict of that case from 10 years ago, to clear your name. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. The cigarette in his mouth trembled slightly. He then set down his cue and approached Zhou Zhulong, his demeanor shifting subtly as he donned a harmless smile and extended his right hand. Team Leader Zhou, may I inquire what case you wish for me to assist you with? Zhou Zhulong shook Lin Xie's hand. We do not require you to solve a case. We merely wish to. However, just as he began to explain, Lin Xie interrupted. Don't speak yet, let me guess. Recently, your security office has been secretly planning the 7th season of the reality show Cat and Mouse Game, which is currently in the casting phase. Surely, you cannot be suggesting I participate in such a trivial program? Lin Xie shook his head with a disappointed smile. He had anticipated a challenging case, only to find it was this instead. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Zhulong could not help but applaud. Lin Xie, you truly live up to your reputation as one of the most elusive criminals in Huaxia. You're extraordinarily clever. I merely spoke a single sentence, and you discern my intention. Indeed, the chief director of Cat and Mouse Game, Feng Dagong, has personally requested you to join this season's group of mice, and our planning team agrees that you are a suitable candidate. If you can lead the mice to an unprecedented victory over the cat hunters in this season of Cat and Mouse Game, not only will we assist you in re-examining the case from 10 years ago, offering you a chance to clear your name, but we will also award your team a substantial prize of 50 million. Lin Xie inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling a cloud of haze. Money is inconsequential. I can easily earn 50 million. What matters most is that I must be exonerated for that case from 10 years ago. Chapter 2. Members of Cat and Mouse. The intellect of pursuit and escape. The fiery collision of reason and logic. The intricate game of strategy and counter-strategy. What captivating encounters shall unfold? Welcome to the most electrifying reality show on the globe. We are live from the 7th episode of the Cat and Mouse Game. The host, Mr. Hua, speaks rapidly into the camera, brimming with enthusiasm. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the security office for their unwavering support of the Cat and Mouse Game. Upholding the law and adhering to one's principles, while maintaining a reverence for legal statutes, constitutes the fundamental baseline for every citizen. We also express our appreciation to the exclusive sponsor, Tomato Novels, where one can indulge in genres such as fantasy, urban tales, suspense, and the realm of the second dimension. Furthermore, we acknowledge the esteemed technical guidance provided by Li Erbuha, who advocates for fraud prevention and awareness. Do check out his work, Going Awry. Allow me to introduce the participants of the 7th episode of Cat and Mouse. First to take the stage is the cat hunting team. The champion of the Huaxia Criminal Police Competition, the ultimate infiltrator, and one of the nation's top 10 outstanding youths, Yu Zue. Next, we have the brilliant young detective and second on the global detective rankings, the charming Qin Feng, who boasts an unparalleled case-solving record. Joining them is Zhao Xingjun, the head of the Yangcheng Anti-Fraud Center, renowned as the fraud nemesis and a veteran detective. Then we have the strongest tracker of Huaxia, the elite special forces soldier known as Blue Chasing Wind. Lastly, the most formidable female sniper, a doctor of criminal psychology, a logical genius, and the national champion in women's mixed martial arts, the goddess of the internet, Su Cece. As the Cat and Mouse Game just commenced, it has already ignited fervent discussions across the internet. Major live streaming platforms such as CatTooth, FishTease, Penguin, Douyin, and Wintermelon are simultaneously broadcasting the excitement. Traditional television channels, including Mango TV, Zhejiang TV, Modu TV, and Kyoto TV, have also acquired the broadcasting rights and are airing edited versions. At this moment, as the program begins, the popularity surges on various live streaming platforms, with comments flooding the screen. Wow, the members of the cat hunting team are formidable. Yu Zue, Qin Feng, Su Cece, These are all powerful idols with exceptional skills and millions of followers. Zhao Xingjun and Blue Chasing Wind are seasoned national experts with extensive case experience and numerous accolades. The production team has invested great effort in inviting them to participate, but one wonders about the caliber of the mouse team. They surely must not be underestimated. This promises to be thrilling. I eagerly anticipate the performance of my goddess, Su Cixi. Su Cixi, please dazzle me with your brilliance. I adore you. Qin Feng is the most handsome. Nonsense. Yu Zue's charmingly robed demeanor is the true epitome of attractiveness. With such a robust cat hunting team, do the mouse team members stand a chance? I suspect this 7th episode may lack suspense compared to the 6th. How dull. The mouse team has never won. What use is the cat hunting team's strength? We want to witness the mouse outsmarting the cat. Now, please allow me to introduce the members of the mouse team. Representing the Flying Thief Gang in the Huaxiao region, the ingenious thief Zhou Dong, who was imprisoned for stealing a staggering 1 billion yuan from a bank. In an intriguing narrative, we encounter a myriad of enigmatic figures: the enigmatic old ghost, the master of disguise, the resilient scholar who has navigated the complexities of life, and the astute Bai Jingxian. He has eluded the relentless pursuit of American SWAT, British Interpol, and the Hong Kong Flying Tiger team for 2 decades, ultimately falling into the hands of the most formidable law enforcement in China, the celebrated fugitive Su Luos. Alongside him, we find the beguiling and cunning Fong Bingbing, a siren of the criminal underworld, both alluring and lethal, embodying the essence of the Black Widow. As for the final character, the mouse of this episode of Cat and Mouse Game, he stands as the most formidable, cunning criminal genius among the mouse group. Who, pray tell, is he? After the break, we shall reveal all. This program is personally curated and produced by AQB, to whom we extend our heartfelt gratitude for their unwavering support of Cat and Mouse Game. Upholding the law and behaving with integrity is the fundamental baseline for every citizen. We also express our appreciation to our exclusive sponsor, Tomato Novel, where one can indulge in various genres such as fantasy, urban tales, and suspense. Acknowledgements are due to Li Erbu, the author of Walking the Unconventional Path, for providing high-level technical guidance in recognizing and preventing deception. At this moment, the barrage of comments across major live streaming platforms is fervent and relentless. What do you mean by the Huaxiao representative of the Flying Thief Gang? They're just thieves. Some viewers criticize, suggesting that it would be more authentic to invite the author of Stealing Glava Zhou rather than the aging Bai Jingxian, whose frailty is likened to that of a coffin's lid. Others argue that the mouse group should not be underestimated, especially with Su Luos among them, a fugitive who has evaded capture by elite global law enforcement for 2 decades. Su Luos alone is worth watching, they contend, while others champion Fong Bingbing, recalling her audacious exploits beneath the watchful eye of the law, escaping the clutches of imprisonment. Yet, skepticism arises. If she has evaded imprisonment, why is she participating in Cat and Mouse Game when the mouse group consists entirely of prisoners? The comments flood the screen, reflecting a spectrum of opinions, some optimistic, others disappointed, each audience member bringing their unique palette to this discourse. Controversy, after all, ignites the fervor of discussion, propelling the topic to new heights. As the commercial break concludes, the host, Hua Gu, addresses the camera with rapid fervor. Now, I shall unveil the final character making an entrance. However, just then, an urgent directive from director Feng Dagong crackles through the earpiece. AQB has issued a directive, due to the significant implications of Lin Xie's case from a decade ago. Refrain from disclosing his identity to prevent exploitation by malicious individuals. Simply state his name. Momentarily taken aback, Hua Gu swiftly adapts. He is an ordinary citizen, much like each of us. Lin Xie. The revelation sends shockwaves through the live streaming platforms, erupting in disbelief. What nonsense is this? The climactic figure of the mouse group is merely an ordinary citizen? This must be a jest. Find an ordinary citizen to participate in the mouse team? What a farce. It is utterly devoid of merit. Abandon it. I shall turn my attention to extreme provocation. I wager 100 soft currencies that Lin Xie will be captured by the cat hunters within a day. Lin Xie, begone. Depart. Leave. 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 The various live streaming platforms resound with scorn, demanding Lin Xie's exit. The program's ratings plummeted dramatically. Brother Hua discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling helpless in the face of the declining viewership. The AQB regulations forbade the revelation of Lin Xie's identity. What could he possibly do? Meanwhile, the chief director, Feng Dagong, remained remarkably composed, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth as he proclaimed, "Remain calm. The tide will turn. Once the games commence, they shall witness Lin Xie's prowess, and the ratings will surely recover." Chapter 3. The game begins now. Let us elucidate the rules of this episode of Cat and Mouse Game. This installment is divided into 3 distinct phases. The first phase centers on deception. The second phase revolves around a bloodbath, and the third phase is dedicated to redemption. The mouse team must complete designated tasks within the stipulated time to advance to the next phase. The cat hunters may only act once the mouse team triggers the alarm. Should the entire mouse team be captured within the allotted time, the cat hunters shall emerge victorious, concluding the game. Conversely, if the cat hunters fail to apprehend all members of the mouse team within the designated time frame, the mouse team shall claim victory. Host Brother Hua passionately recited the game rules at breakneck speed. Now, the game begins. Welcome to the Cat and Mouse Game. Dear little mice, are you prepared? The scene shifted to a 360-degree, all-seeing holographic camera, capturing close-ups of each member of the mouse team. The Flying Thief, Zhou Dong. The Obscure Old Ghost, by Jing Xian. The Escape Artist, Su Luos. The Fox with a Beautiful Face, Feng Bingbing. And the Ordinary Citizen, Lin Xie. In the Cat and Mouse Game studio, Brother Hua commenced the introduction of the rules for the first phase. Phase 1. Deception. The mouse team must execute 4 distinct types of scams targeting an individual, a store, a small group, and a large crowd within 30 days, with the total profit from all scams amounting to no less than 10 million. The cat hunters may only initiate their capture once the mouse team triggers the victim S or the public S alarm mechanism. Should the alarm mechanism remain untriggered within 7 days, the cat hunters may commence their actions from the 7th day onward. In recent years, scams have proliferated alarmingly in our country, leaving countless citizens devastated, their families torn apart by deception. Such fraudulent activities pose a grave threat to our national economic development and social stability. Consequently, the Chinese police have invested substantial resources in recent years to undertake numerous operations such as Swordnet, Sharpblade, and Sweep Fraud to rigorously combat these criminal activities. The first phase of the Cat and Mouse Game is dedicated to honoring every anti-fraud officer. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the vigilant escort of armed special police forces, 5 individuals, Zhou Dong, by Jing Xian, Su Luosi, Feng Bingbing, and Lin Xie, were airlifted to the bustling center of Wanda Plaza in Yang City. Each of them was equipped with high-tech wireless remote-controlled smart shackles on their hands and feet. To prevent these criminal masterminds from committing heinous acts or resorting to violence during the show, the production team had, prior to the commencement of the reality program, enlisted the finest cardiologists from Huaxia to perform a painless, minimally invasive procedure on each participant, implanting a remote heartbeat control device within their hearts. Should these miscreants dare to misbehave, a mere press of a button from the production team could halt their heartbeats, resulting in instantaneous demise. Have you all reviewed the game rules on the plane? Safety Officer Zhou Jihong stood beneath the helicopter, his expression grave as he addressed the 5 notoriously dangerous criminals. The intention behind Cat and Mouse was noble. This program served a significant role in promoting legal awareness among the populace. However, stringent safety measures were imperative, as he could not bear the responsibility for any unforeseen incidents during the show. He sternly declared, first, no killing. Second, no harm shall come to vulnerable groups, such as the elderly, children, and pregnant women. These 2 red lines must not be crossed. Do you understand? Yet the 5 members of the mouse group treated his warnings with disdain. They appeared unfazed, engaged in trivial pursuits. Some were picking at their nails, while others dug at their ears. Are you even listening to me? Zhou Jihong's face darkened as he reprimanded them. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Enough, enough, by Jing Xian, known for his cunning, slightly hunched his back and dragged his shackles towards Zhou Jihong, wearing an innocuous smile. Officer Zhou, please don't be angry. The youngsters are simply thoughtless. If you frighten them too much, how will the game continue? Su Luosi, the escape artist, scoffed with a cold smile. It was never meant to be playable, after all. The police cannot afford to lose. They deliberately thrust a liability upon us. His disdainful gaze fell upon Lin Xie, whom he referred to as the liability. Even with such a burden, I, Su Luosi, can still elude capture before you law enforcers. My reputation as an escape artist is not unfounded. Lin Xie remained impassive, showing no reaction to the derision aimed at him. Only the weak concern themselves with the mockery of others. Fang Bingbing chimed in. It's entirely understandable that you can't afford to lose. If the cat hunting team were to falter, it would be utterly humiliating. We, the shackled mice, are fated to lose this game. Were it not for the prospect of reducing my sentence, I wouldn't bother joining you in this charade. Before her incarceration, Fang Bingbing, known as the fox with the jade face, was also referred to as Master Fang on the streets, commanding immense respect. She thrived in the entertainment industry and had orchestrated numerous audacious crimes within the underworld. Alas, her misdeeds could not remain concealed forever, ultimately leading to her imprisonment. The reason for participating in cat and mouse game is due to a promise made by the safety office, stating that if she performs well, they would petition the supervisory committee to reduce her sentence by 5 to 8 years. The notorious thief, Zhou Dong, impatiently remarked, "Oh dear, we've waited long enough. Shall we not commence? Enough chatter, let us unlock and enter the game. I trust my fans are eagerly anticipating my magic performance." Zhou Zhulong cast a serious glance at the 5 mice before issuing a command. Unlock. The shackles affixed to the wrists and ankles of the 5 members of the mouse team swiftly opened and fell to the ground under remote control. Remember, Lin Xie is the core of your team, Zhou Zhulong declared before turning and boarding the helicopter. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing surprise. The other 4 mice glanced at Lin Xie, questioning how an ordinary citizen could be deemed the core of the mouse team by Zhou Zhulong himself. Lin Xie also felt a twinge of surprise. Zhou Zhulong had deliberately concealed his identity from the production team, while simultaneously affirming his central role. This cunning fox. He truly knows how to dig a pit. Right from the outset, he has incited animosity towards Lin Xie, creating internal discord within the mouse team before any action has even begun. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle. They say that being an officer is all about integrity. But when it comes to playing subtle psychological games, it is indeed a bloodless form of murder. As anticipated, just as the helicopter took off, the escape artist, Su Luosi, approached Lin Xie with an air of arrogance and disdain. "Are you certain you wish to be the core of this team?" Lin Xie smiled slightly, calm as still water. "Indeed. Do you have any objections?" "Kid, you don't have such a big mouth. It's best not to bite off more than you can chew, lest you choke." Su Luosi sneered, his words laced with veiled threats. Yet, Lin Xie remained unfazed, responding coolly, "It seems you have quite the opinion of me. If I don't reveal my abilities, you won't be convinced." Chapter 4. Starting off by undermining teammates, it wasn't just Su Luosi, Zhou Dong, by Jingxian, and Fang Bingbing also harbored reservations about Lin Xie. An ordinary citizen had no right to partake in cat and mouse game, let alone to be the core of their team. Nevertheless, they were all cautious and discreet, withholding their opinions until they could ascertain Lin Xie's true capabilities. After all, there must be some rationale behind his participation in this game. They were keen to observe what skills Lin Xie possessed. At that moment, Lin Xie turned to the infamous thief, Zhou Dong, and said, "Mr. Zhou, I would like to borrow the wallet you just lifted from Zhou Zhulong." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong was taken aback, yet he quickly feigned ignorance, chuckling as he denied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. How could I dare to touch Officer Zhou's belongings? I fear I cannot provide you with the wallet you seek." Lin Xie then pulled a black wallet from his own pocket, waving it before Zhou Dong's eyes. "I merely wanted to inform you. I did not seek your permission." Zhou Dong's mouth dropped open in utter bewilderment. He hastily reached into his pocket, only to discover that the wallet he had placed there had been replaced by a folded rulebook of cat and mouse. How had he managed to pilfer the wallet from Zhou Zhiliang, only to have it swapped out by Lin Xie without his realization? It was astonishing that he had remained oblivious until now. "How did you accomplish this?" Zhou Dong blurted out, his expression one of incredulity. As a master thief with exceptional skills, he prided himself on his caution, believing that few could manage to steal from him. Yet, Lin Xie had effortlessly taken the wallet he had just acquired from Zhou Zhiliang, a monumental humiliation for a thief of his caliber. Lin Xie smiled slightly and pointed to his head, suggesting, "Perhaps you should ponder it here? With your intellect, I trust you could figure it out after a few days and nights." With that, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Tossing over his shoulder, "Su Luosi, come with me into Wanda Mall. The other 3 can wait outside. Today, I shall demonstrate who the true master is." Watching Lin Xie's retreating figure, Zhou Dong's lips twitched in irritation. Do you believe I could incapacitate you with a pair of nunchaku? The game has just begun. And you dare to perform such a stunt right under my nose, disregarding my reputation as a master thief? Bai Jingxian furrowed his brow, his expression growing serious as he murmured to himself. It seems this young man possesses some talent. He then turned to Zhou Dong and Fang Bingbing, saying, let us follow him and see what unfolds. Meanwhile, the live streaming rooms across various platforms were buzzing with excitement. It appeared that Lin Xie had some genuine prowess, managing to snatch something from Zhou Dong. Impressive indeed. This ordinary citizen was anything but ordinary. TCH, Zhou Dong simply let his guard down. Otherwise, how could Lin Xie have stolen from him? A question arose about how Zhou Dong had managed to lift the wallet from Officer Zhou. Petty theft cannot triumph over the cat hunting team. Lin Xie's abilities are insufficient to qualify him as the core of the team. On the other side, aboard a helicopter, a crew member was engrossed in watching the cat and mouse live stream on his phone, a devoted fan of the show. Observing Zhou Zhiliang's wallet swinging in Lin Xie's hand, he looked up at Zhou Zhiliang with a peculiar expression. Cautiously, he warned, Officer Zhou, haven't you noticed something missing? Zhou Zhiliang was deep in thought about the show's security when the reminder startled him. What have I lost? He replied, quickly checking his pocket, and then realized, damn. Where's my wallet? Lin Xie, wallet in hand, entered Wanda Mall. Su Luosi, with a disdainful expression, followed Lin Xie to the entrance of a high-end formal wear store. Eager to see what tricks Lin Xie would pull, the store exuded an air of luxury, and the formal attire within was likely quite expensive, with prices starting in the thousands. Lin Xie paused before the store, turning to face Su Luosi, handing the wallet of Zhou Zilong back to him. You hold on to it. Stay outside and do not accompany me in. Watch as I deftly execute a deception without a scratch. Is it truly unnecessary for me to enter with you? Su Luosi's eyes darted with perplexity. What on earth does this young man intend to accomplish? As a master of evasion, he had spent 20 years on the run, his vigilance heightened far beyond that of the average person. Lin Xie smiled faintly. If you wish to enter with me, it is permissible. However, should the plan unravel, do not hold me accountable for your involvement. I merely suggested you remain outside to observe, as a means of delineating our boundaries. If I succeed, it shall have no bearing on you. After a moment's contemplation, Su Luosi found merit in Lin Xie's words. Yet, he remained curious. Why entrust the wallet to me? Lin Xie smiled. For I wish to illustrate how I can orchestrate a scheme worth tens of thousands without spending a single cent, and exit unscathed. Of course, if you prefer not to hold on to the wallet, you may return it to me. With the wallet in hand, even should I encounter failure, I can still resolve matters financially. As he reached out for the wallet, Su Luosi simply placed it into his own pocket and crossed his arms defiantly. I am eager to witness if you truly possess such capability. Su Luosi, a cunning and treacherous old fox, devised a plan. Regardless of the tricks Lin Xie employed or the intricate setups he concocted, the moment he succeeded, he would promptly alert the store personnel, thereby exposing Lin Xie's ruse. This would trigger the alarm system, inciting the cat hunting team to apprehend Lin Xie. Utilizing the cat hunters, he aimed to eliminate the deadweight within their rat group. Only he, Su Luosi, could assume the mantle of leader for the team. Lin Xie cast a knowing glance at Su Luosi, his mind as clear as day. Su Luosi was filled with malice, and the peculiar presence in his left eye allowed him to see through everything. Yet, he kept his insights to himself. If Su Luosi sought to ensnare him, Lin Xie too harbored intentions of ensnaring Su Luosi. Without tempering Su Luosi's arrogance, he could never hope to command this team. Thus, he offered a harmless smile. Stand at the entrance and observe closely. I shall earn your respect and admiration. With that, he turned and stepped into the formal wear store. Chapter 5. The Opening Gambit to Deceive a Teammate. 2. Welcome. Upon entering the prestigious formal wear store, Lin Xie was greeted by a charming saleswoman. Sir, what type of attire are you looking for? Lin Xie replied with a slight smile. I require a formal suit suitable for an official meeting. Could you recommend any exquisite styles? The saleswoman promptly presented a suit, stating, if you are attending formal events, I suggest considering this Giorgio Armani piece. It is an internationally renowned brand, featuring exceptional quality, which is perfect for a young and handsome gentleman like yourself. It will not only accentuate your elegance, but also bestow upon you a formidable presence. Lin Xie gently touched his left eye with 2 fingers and remarked, Giorgio Armani is indeed a remarkable brand. their essay saying, "Isn't there? A man in the city ought to possess at least one Armani suit in his lifetime." He expressed his fondness for the brand's understated elegance in design. Most importantly, the designer's preference for soft textures lends a unique verticality to the suits, providing an excellent enhancement for a slender man like himself. Furthermore, the price range of $50,000 to $60,000 is in line with his psychological budget. Upon hearing these words, the salesperson's eyes lit up, regarding him with newfound respect. "So, sir, you are indeed quite knowledgeable." Lin Xie humbly smiled. "I wouldn't say I'm a professional. I merely dabbled in the suit business for a few years before transitioning to the internet industry, retaining some basic understanding of suits." "You are far too modest." The attractive saleswoman felt a sense of camaraderie with someone who understood the intricacies of her trade. Those selling high-end suits often dread encountering customers who lack appreciation for the craftsmanship and quality behind the price tags. However, with a fellow connoisseur, a few words suffice, avoiding unnecessary debate over costs. As anticipated, Lin Xie then asked, "May I try on this Armani?" "Of course. The fitting room is just inside." The saleswoman promptly retrieved the suit and handed it to Lin Xie. "Thank you." He took the suit and entered the fitting room. Outside, Su Luosi watched the scene unfold, puzzled by Lin Xie's intentions. What was this young man up to? Before long, Lin Xie emerged from the fitting room, now clad in the Armani ensemble, exuding a striking charm and presence. He glanced down at his feet and murmured, "A pair of leather shoes would make it perfect." He then turned to the saleswoman and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have any leather shoes for sale?" The saleswoman shook her head. "I'm afraid we do not sell shoes here." It was quite normal for a clothing boutique to lack footwear. In fact, Lin Xie had already noticed the absence of shoes upon entering. His question was clearly rhetorical. He continued, "Then might you direct me to where I can find leather shoes?" The saleswoman promptly provided accurate information. "There's a shoe store directly across the street, sir. You can purchase from there." "Thank you," Lin Xie replied courteously. "May I wear this suit while I select shoes across the street? Wearing formal attire will help me find the perfect match." The saleswoman considered this. The shoe store was merely a few meters away, easily visible. Lin Xie would undoubtedly return swiftly. Moreover, having previously worked in the suit industry and now engaged in internet business, he emanated the refined demeanor of a successful individual. Such a person would have no need to jeopardize himself over a suit worth several tens of thousands. Moreover, is there not a companion of his outside the entrance? If Lin Xie were to flee, it would suffice to settle matters with his associate. With this thought, the enchanting saleswoman displayed an elegant and gracious smile. "Sir, you may confidently wear this formal attire to the shoe store across the street. After you have selected your shoes, you may return to settle the payment." "Thank you for your trust." Lin Xie expressed his gratitude and then turned to exit. Upon reaching the door, he offered a smile to Su Luos, who had been observing the situation intently. "I shall just pop over to the shoe store and return." Su Luos nodded back with a smile. "Go on. I shall wait for you." Yet inwardly, he mused, "Do not think I am unaware of your ploy. When you attempt to flee, I shall shout that you are a fraud. Huh. Even the Buddha will not be able to save you then." Little did Su Luos realize that it would indeed be he who could not be saved. Lin Xie strode confidently into the shoe store across the street and began to feign the selection of leather shoes. After a short while, he inquired of the salesperson, "Excuse me, do you have a restroom?" His question was rhetorical, for he had already discreetly surveyed the shoe store before entering the mall. He was aware that there was indeed a restroom within the store, and behind it lay a passage that provided an escape route. The salesperson replied, "Yes, there is. Enter through the back door, and turn left to find the restroom." Lin Xie smiled, "Thank you." He then removed his leather shoes and donned his own. Yet he did not immediately head to the restroom. Instead, he patiently awaited the opportune moment. At that moment, a customer fortuitously entered the formal wear store, and the beautiful saleswoman rushed to greet them, momentarily neglecting Lin Xie. Seizing the opportunity, he stood up, waved to Su Luos, and with a mischievous grin said, "Goodbye." Having uttered those words, he turned and made his way to the back door of the shoe store. Observing this, Su Luos also smiled, thinking, is he finally attempting to escape? This time I shall not let him slip away." He promptly shouted towards the formal wear store, "Hey, that person in your formal attire just ran away." All the sales staff, including the manager, froze upon hearing this. They quickly looked toward the shoe store, and indeed, the individual had vanished without a trace. A smirk crept across Su Luos's face. Lin Xie, with such a petty trick, You think you can outsmart me? You are sorely mistaken. However, the next scene unfolded in a manner that Su Luos could never have anticipated. The manager of the formal wear store immediately dispatched someone to pursue Lin Xie. Concurrently, he addressed Su Luos, stating, "You must remain here. If your friend is not retrieved, you will be responsible for the cost of that formal attire." Upon hearing this, Su Luos's demeanor darkened. "We are not even friends. I kindly alerted you that he fled, and now you expect me to foot the bill? This is absurd." The manager, however, wore a stern expression. "Who is joking with you? That suit is worth 58,000 yuan. I have no time for jest. You claim not to be his friend, yet I just witnessed you accepting his wallet. Moreover, as he departed, you exchanged jovial words with him, responding with a smile. Is this not the essence of friendship? Whom do you think you are deceiving?" Soros was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. It was at that moment he comprehended why Lin Xie had handed him Zhou Zhilong's wallet before entering the shop. It appeared that everything was an elaborate ruse. He had fallen into the trap, completely oblivious to it. The manager of the formal wear store dispatched individuals to pursue Lin Xie for nearly half an hour, only to return empty-handed, having failed to apprehend him. Lin Xie seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding their search within the mall. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, Director Feng Dagong intentionally concealed the footage of Lin Xie's hiding place to build suspense. Lin Xie's disappearance sparked fervent discussions in the live chat. Lin Xie is incredible. So many cannot catch him. Where could he be? Surely he has escaped the mall. I suspect he is hiding in some corner of the mall. I want to apologize to Lin Xie. He is truly remarkable, managing to outsmart even Soros. Betraying his teammates isn't ideal. How foolish, without Soros. Their team stands no chance of success. Such underhanded tactics. The youth today lack honor and virtue. Those who had ventured to track Lin Xie returned to the formal wear store dejectedly to report to the manager. The manager, Chunin, upon learning of Lin Xie's escape, could only demand compensation from Soros. "Since your friend has fled, you shall cover the cost of this formal attire, amounting to 58,000. Are you out of your mind?" Soros retorted, his irritation palpable. "I have stated repeatedly that I am not his friend, nor have I even set foot in your store. Why should I bear this cost?" Nevertheless, Chunin was resolute in his demand for payment. After all, 58,000 was a substantial sum for him, a mere employee living on a salary. "You refuse to pay, is that so? Very well, we shall involve the police. Let them arbitrate," Chunin declared, not believing that Soros had no connection to Lin Xie. He had personally witnessed Lin Xie entrusting his wallet to Soros, and the two had shared light-hearted banter as Lin Xie departed. When Chunin mentioned calling the police, Soros was immediately flustered, for invoking the authorities would trigger the cat hunting operation. At that juncture, the cat hunting team would surely target him. This Lin Xie had truly ensnared him in a dire predicament. Soros seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. In that moment, to avoid activating the cat hunting mechanism, he had no choice but to concede, hastily stating, "No, I will pay." Soros swiftly retrieved Zhou Zhilong's wallet. Having just been released from prison, he had no money to his name. Fortunately, Lin Xie had left him Zhou Zhilong's wallet as a lifeline. However, upon opening the wallet, he discovered it contained not a single cent, only a note that read, "Looking for money? There is none." Following that sentence, a cheeky little emoticon was attached. Soros was immediately taken aback with fury. This note must have been slipped into his wallet by Lin Xie while he was distracted. Yet, he could not comprehend how Lin Xie managed to write and insert a note when they had been together the entire time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. During their helicopter ride to Wanda Plaza, Lin Xie had borrowed a ballpoint pen from Zhou Zhilong, claiming he needed it to record Zhou's important speech. In hindsight, it was clear that he had no intention of documenting anything significant. He had evidently penned this note at that very moment. This meant that even while on the helicopter, Lin Xie had already begun plotting to trick him, Soros. That scoundrel. Infuriated by the unfolding events, Soros felt as if his lungs might burst. In a desperate bid, he pleaded, "There's no money in my wallet. Please give me a moment. I'll help you capture that scoundrel and ensure he faces the consequences he deserves." As he spoke, his face radiated menace. He truly loathed Lin Xie and was genuinely willing to assist the formal wear store in apprehending him. However, Manager Chen coldly retorted, "What reason do we have to trust you? If you flee and don't return, we would incur significant losses." The beautiful saleswoman who had attended to Lin Xie chimed in, I believe we should contact the police. Once they arrive, they will provide us with justice. Sir, are you friends with the gentleman who just purchased the suit? The police will ascertain the truth. And if you are indeed uninvolved, we will not only absolve you of any compensation, but will also formally apologize. Manager Chen found her reasoning sound. Thus, he instructed, Xiaomei, please call the police now. Soros, however, shouted, don't call the police. Manager Chen coldly responded, are you out of your mind? You think you can dictate whether or not we report this? Call the police. Ignore him. Xiaomei nodded and dialed 110. Witnessing the insistence of the store staff to involve the authorities, Soros was instantly engulfed in rage, since the cat hunt operation was bound to be triggered anyway. He might as well retaliate. He swiftly launched an attack, mercilessly assaulting the entire store's members. Within 3 minutes, around 10 men and women were sprawled on the floor, bruised and groaning in pain. Soros tore off a formal outfit from the store and donned it himself. With a grim expression, he stepped outside, where he encountered manager Chunin, writhing on the ground. Still unsatisfied, he stomped on Chen's face and cursed, damn it, I told you not to call the police. Yet you insisted. You are truly asking for it. Spit. He expectorated a thick glob of phlegm onto Chen's face and hurriedly departed. However, just as he exited the store, he spotted several police officers approaching with batons in hand. Soros locked eyes with the officers and, in an instant, was filled with dread, turning on his heel and fleeing. He cursed inwardly, damn. The police are too quick. The officers, meanwhile, shouted in unison, don't run. He hurriedly chased after them. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner not far from the formalwear shop, Bai Jingxian, Zhou Dong, and Fang Bingbing were taken aback by the scene before them. They could clearly see that no one inside the store had called the police. How had these officers arrived? As the trio pondered this mystery, Lin Xie, elegantly clad in a tailored suit, approached them with a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, no need to speculate. It was I who reported the incident. Upon hearing his voice, the three turned in surprise to see Lin Xie sporting an innocuous smile, resembling a courteous gentleman. It turned out that Lin Xie had not fled. He had been hiding in the restroom at the back of the shoe store. He deliberately opened the back door near the restroom to divert the attention of the pursuers and then, seizing the opportunity when the restroom was unoccupied, quietly slipped into the women's lavatory. Who would have imagined that a grown man would conceal himself in the ladies' room? Consequently, when the pursuers saw the back door ajar and casually checked the men's restroom, finding it empty, they assumed Lin Xie had escaped through the back and hurriedly gave chase. Meanwhile, Lin Xie spent his time in the women's restroom smoking 3 cigarettes, perusing a fashion magazine from the shoe store, and examining the bank card and ID left in Zhou Zhulong's wallet, only emerging once his legs had grown numb. At which point he also placed a call to the police. As Lin Xie returned with an air of nonchalance, Fang Bingbing wore a displeased expression. Zhou Dong was visibly irritated, and even Bai Jingxian was rendered speechless. Lin Xie truly exhibited a duplicitous nature, reporting his own teammate. Just as the three were about to chastise Lin Xie for his betrayal, he preemptively explained, I understand what you wish to say, but there is no need for such fuss. I possess 2 reasons that will make you reconsider my actions. First, although I inadvertently triggered the cat hunting operation on the first day, this maneuver was not in vain. In fact, it has proven quite profitable. We have successfully executed 2 schemes targeting 1 individual and 1 store. Fang Bingbing, frowning, challenged him. How have you completed 2 schemes? You merely deceived a formalwear shop into providing you with a suit. Lin Xie, smiling, countered what? Do you not consider our good teammate Su Luosi as a person? Though he may resemble a pig, he still possesses human attributes. This statement left Fang Bingbing momentarily speechless. Indeed, Su Luosi was a person. Moreover, the production team had not stipulated that one could not deceive their own teammates. In the course of deceiving the formalwear shop, Lin Xie had inadvertently ensnared Su Luosi as well. Thus, it could be concluded that Lin Xie's actions had indeed accomplished 2 schemes simultaneously. With this realization, the 3 teammates felt somewhat mollified. Completing 2 schemes on the very first day would undoubtedly benefit their efforts in fulfilling the initial phase of their mission, alleviating much of their burden. Nonetheless, Bai Jingxian still voiced his concerns. Young man, regardless of the circumstances, Su Luosi is still our teammate. It seems rather inappropriate to treat him this way right from the start, does it not? Lin Xie, with a mischievous smile, declared that this was precisely the second reason he wished to articulate. What is so undesirable about leading Su Luos into a trap? After all, Isn't Su Luo's renowned as an expert in evasion? Thus, it is imperative that he be allowed to flee. My actions merely enable him to showcase his unique talents. This is known as leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Do you comprehend? Moreover, by orchestrating this, he can divert the attention of the hunting cats, granting us additional time and creating a more favorable environment to execute the remaining 2 plans. Chapter 7. Officer Zhao. We have been waiting for you at the Tianhe Public Security Bureau in Yangcheng. Members of the cat hunting team gathered, exuding an air of leisure. I observed that we could enjoy a well-deserved respite over the next few days. Yu Zue reclined with his legs crossed, embodying a carefree demeanor as he remarked that as long as the mouse team wasn't composed of fools, they likely would not trigger the alarm system easily. We would probably not have any assignments until a week later. Qin Feng concurred, stating that by normal logical reasoning, this was indeed the case. Individuals tend to choose to pursue benefits while avoiding harm, and the mouse team would likely exercise caution, refraining from hastily activating the alarm. This young prodigy of the detective world, with a perfect case-solving record, was not only handsome but also exceptionally intelligent, with the sole flaw of being somewhat tongue-tied in casual conversation, only articulating fluently during the analysis of cases. At that moment, the internet sensation Su Cici suggested, "Shall we go out and unwind? It's rather dull waiting here." However, just then, the phone on the table rang. The fraud-fighting expert Zhao Jingjun promptly answered, "Hello. This is the Tianhe Public Security Bureau. A case has occurred at Wanda Plaza. A prestigious formal wear store has been defrauded of a suit valued at 58,000. The scammer has already fled. May I ask for your name, sir? We need to record the name of the complainant." A calm voice responded from the other end. Lin Xie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingjun was left utterly bewildered. "You are Lin Xie from the mouse team?" However, the caller had already hung up, leaving him with no further explanation. The other 4 members of the cat hunting team noticed Zhao Jingjun's astonishment and quickly perked up. "Officer Zhao, what is the matter?" inquired Lan Juefeng, the hunting dog. Zhao Jingjun furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Someone has reported a case, triggering the cat hunting operation. The complainant claims to be Lin Xie, and there is indeed a member of the mouse team with that name. To think it is Lin Xie?" Yu Zue chuckled. "Could he be an undercover sent by the production team? With our formidable cat hunting team, do we really need an undercover? The production team is truly overreaching." However, Zhao Jingjun shook his head, stating, "It cannot be an undercover. If it were, the production team would surely have informed us before the game commenced." Qin Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought, pondering, could it perhaps be a ploy to disrupt our focus? Rather than allowing others to report and trigger the cat hunting operation, it would be far more prudent to take the initiative ourselves. This way, we can maintain control over the timing and location of our actions. If they report to the authorities first, our movements will inevitably fall within their sphere of influence. Qin Feng began to deduce, his speech flowing seamlessly, free from any stammering. The prodigious young genius of the detective realm certainly lived up to his reputation, articulating his analysis with impeccable logic and clarity. Even Su Cici, a brilliant young woman known for her logical prowess, nodded in agreement. "I concur with Qin Feng's observations. The pressing question now is whether we should act according to the time and place provided by the informant." Zhao Jingjun contemplated for a moment before arriving at a decision. "Yes, it is better to investigate than to remain here waiting indefinitely. Moreover, should they dare to reveal themselves, even if it is a ruse, we possess the capability to capture them by following the trail they leave behind." Yu Zue immediately suggested, "Let us contact the nearest police station to the crime scene and request that they dispatch officers to the site. This course of action would enable us to secure the scene in the shortest possible time, potentially yielding unexpected discoveries." The others expressed their agreement. Thus, they promptly notified the police station closest to Wanda Plaza, urging them to head to the scene immediately, while they themselves hastened to arrive. In the game Cat and Mouse, the rules strive to reflect reality as closely as possible. In real-life police investigations, officers can coordinate with the nearest precinct or station to enhance operational efficiency. Therefore, the cat hunting team's decision to call the police station near Wanda Plaza to send personnel to the site was entirely in accordance with the game's rules. The local police quickly dispatched officers to the scene. Upon entering the mall, they spotted Su Luosi emerging from a high-end suit store, with a crowd in disarray behind him. They were taken aback and immediately launched a vigorous pursuit. As an adept fugitive, Su Luosi was not one to surrender easily. Without a word, he fled. Despite the efforts of a dozen officers chasing him through the mall, they were unable to apprehend him, and he managed to escape into a nearby chaotic urban village. The chase became increasingly complex. At this moment, Zhao Xingjun, Yu Zue, Qin Feng, Lan Juefeng, Su Sisi, and the other members of the cat hunting team finally arrived in their police vehicle. Entering the high-end suit store, Zhao Xingjun proceeded with the standard investigative protocol, questioning witnesses about the incident, reviewing surveillance footage, and gathering evidence. He instructed Lan Juefeng and Yu Zue to assist the officers in pursuit of the fraudster, while Qin Feng and Su Sisi remained to aid him in the on-site investigation. Upon accessing the surveillance records of the suit store, they were taken aback to discover that the two con artists who had deceived the store were none other than Lin Xie and Su Luosi. And the individual who reported the crime was indeed Lin Xie from the mouse team. Had Lin Xie's reasoning faltered, leading him to report his own crime? This perplexing turn of events left them utterly bewildered. Su Sisi furrowed her brows, placing her hands across her chest, utterly perplexed by Lin Xie's actions. Qin Feng analyzed the situation, presenting two possibilities. First, they might be attempting to mislead us. Lin Xie could have escaped and gone missing before our police arrived, with our only lead being Su Luos. Su Luos is an adept fugitive, and the mouse group could exploit his skills to distract us. The second possibility is that Lin Xie had a conflict with Su Luos, orchestrating a trap to implicate Su Luos, deliberately leaving him to deal with the aftermath alone. Zhao Xingjun nodded in agreement, finding Qin Feng's analysis quite reasonable, adding, "At present, the first possibility seems more likely." At that moment, Su Sisi interjected with her own perspective. What if there is a third possibility? What if the Su Luos and Lin Xie seen in the surveillance footage are merely hired goons impersonating them? Could the mouse group be trying to divert our attention and mislead our investigation? Let us not forget, there is a master of disguise in the mouse group, by Jingxian. Impossible. Qin Feng firmly rejected the idea, reasoning, ordinary disguise techniques do not aim for significant alterations in appearance. A simple human skin mask or a face mask would suffice. However, to achieve a targeted disguise resembling a specific individual, one would require a specially crafted human skin mask, which takes considerable time to produce. Given that the game has only just commenced, it is implausible for them to accomplish such a feat moreover, in such a short span. It would be challenging for them to find two willing accomplices. With Qin Feng's argument, Su Sisi found it reasonable. While she possessed her own deductive skills, she still felt a few steps behind in the presence of the detective prodigy. Just then, Zhao Xingjun's phone rang. It was a call from the police team tasked with pursuing Su Luos, informing him that Su Luos had fled to a nearby urban village named Huangguan Village. The police were currently working to seal off the entire area. However, due to the village's size and complexity, despite Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng having sent reinforcements, they still required additional manpower, prompting Zhao Xingjun to dispatch more officers. As the head of the anti-fraud center, Zhao Xingjun specialized in combating fraud, so he took charge of the first phase of this cat and mouse game, with the other 4 members assisting his efforts. Upon receiving the call, he promptly addressed all the officers on site, including Qin Feng and Su Sisi, stating, "I will handle the investigation here alone. Everyone else, proceed to Huangguan Village to assist in apprehending Su Luos." At this point, Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Should we review all the surveillance footage from the entire mall? Perhaps we could uncover additional clues." The mouse group comprises more than just Su Luos, by Jingxian, Fang Bingbing, and Zhou Dong have yet to make an appearance, and Lin Xie, the complainant, has also vanished. I have a strong feeling that they have some ulterior motive behind this elaborate charade. Zhao Xingjun shared the same perplexity, pondering the mouse group's intentions for causing such a commotion on the very first day. Thus, it was proposed, "Very well, Qin Feng. Your keen eyesight allows you to review the surveillance footage at 20 times speed. You shall proceed to the monitoring room of this mall to scrutinize the records. Su Sisi, take the remainder of the team and hasten to Huangguan Village to assist in cornering Su Luosi. Opportunities are fleeting. We must not allow Su Luosi to escape." Among the rat gang, Su Luosi possesses the greatest capacity for evasion. If we can capture him today, apprehending the other 4 members will assuredly become a far simpler task. Upon hearing this, both Qin Feng and Su Sisi recognized the wisdom in the strategy and immediately set about their tasks. Zhao Xingjun believed that with so many officers converging on Huangguan Village, Su Luosi would undoubtedly find himself trapped. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's investigation into the surveillance footage would enable him to swiftly uncover the truth. After gathering evidence and completing his statement at the upscale clothing store, he hurried to Huangwan village to oversee the scene. However, he could hardly anticipate that as he exited the doors of Wanda Plaza, a van would suddenly speed towards him. As the door swung open, a rope was flung out with lightning speed, ensnaring him much like a rural thief capturing a dog, and he was forcibly pulled inside the vehicle. The van sped away without a hint of braking. Inside, Lin Xie gripped Zhao Jingjuan's shoulder, a grin revealing a row of bright white teeth. "Officer Zhao, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 8. The Rat Catches the Cat. Causing a sensation 66,666. 666,666. 666,666. Incredible. At this moment, on various live streaming platforms such as Douyu and Penguin, the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse Game erupted, flooded with the number 666. The audience was left in stunned disbelief. No one had anticipated that the Rat Group would take the initiative, using Su Luosi as bait to set a trap on the very first day, dispersing the cat hunting group members, and ultimately capturing Zhao Jingjun, a professional anti-fraud officer. This had never occurred in the previous 6 episodes of Cat and Mouse Game. Previously, the Rat Group was solely focused on fleeing. They had never considered actively attacking the members of the cat hunting group. This unprecedented event had turned the tables. The rats had become cats, and the cats had become rats. The roles had been reversed. It was truly an eye-opener. However, many viewers were skeptical of Lin Xie's actions. This is playing with fire. It is a path to self-destruction. To dare to capture a police officer elevates this matter beyond mere fraud to a far graver level. According to legal provisions, the cat hunting group could summon the anti-terrorism unit or SWAT team, armed to the teeth. I predict they will be wiped out within a week. A week? You overestimate the Rat Group. I wager they will be caught within 3 days. Meanwhile, within the van, Zhao Jingjun, ensnared by Lin Xie's rope, wore a face of sheer astonishment. It was at this moment he comprehended Lin Xie's true intention behind calling the police to ensnare Su Luosi. It was all a ruse to capture him. However, after the initial shock, he was consumed with fury. "Who gave you the right to lay hands on me? Release me at once. This does not adhere to the rules of the game." Lin Xie chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Officer Zhao, remain calm. Anger will only reveal your incompetence." He then posed a rhetorical question. "In the rulebook of Cat and Mouse, which I have perused no fewer than 20 times, it seems there is no stipulation that prohibits our mouse team from moving against your cat team. Is there?" Zhao Jingjun, however, erupted in anger. "This first phase is centered around the theme of fraud, not kidnapping. You cannot play it this way," Lin Xie retorted, "precisely because it revolves around the theme of fraud. We have targeted you, an expert in anti-fraud." At this revelation, Zhao Jingjun was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that Lin Xie was not to be trifled with. He was the only anti-fraud specialist within the cat team. If, on the very first day of the game, the cat team were to lose his invaluable expertise, the task of investigating fraud cases would undoubtedly suffer, relying solely on amateurs like Qin Feng, Wan Juefeng, Su Sisi, who lacked anti-fraud experience. The cat team, bereft of their anti-fraud professional, might even be misled and manipulated by the mouse team using various sophisticated fraud techniques, unaware that they were being controlled like puppets. Having grasped this, Zhao Jingjuan's expression turned grave as he cast a glance at the 4 mice in the vehicle and inquired, "Whose idea was this?" Zhou Dong, who was driving, quickly distanced himself. "Not me. Don't look at me like that. I'm only responsible for stealing and driving the car." Fang Bingbing chimed in, "Don't blame me either. If I had that kind of wit, I wouldn't have ended up in prison years ago." Ultimately, Zhao Jingjun's gaze settled on Bai Jingxian, seated in the front passenger seat. "Old Bai, was this your idea?" Bai Jingxian let out a chuckle, intending to deny it. However, at that moment, Lin Xie interjected, "Indeed, it was old Bai's scheme." Bai Jingxuan's lips twitched slightly, cursing internally, "This is your doing, don't smear this on me." Nevertheless, he perceived that Lin Xie had deeper intentions behind his words, so he refrained from exposing the lie on the spot. Zhao Jingjun, upon hearing this, let out a knowing laugh. "I knew it was you. Among the 5 in the mouse team, you are the most adept at scheming. How do you intend to handle me now? Surely, you do not plan to silence me permanently?" Bai Jingxian shrugged and looked at Lin Xie. "Lin Xie, you should tell him how to proceed." Internally, Bai Jingxian lamented. God knows how to handle this hot potato. Lin Xie, having brought Zhao Xingjun back, was expected to address the matter. Lin Xie flashed a toothy grin at Zhao Xingjun. Rest assured, Officer Zhao, we have no intention of silencing you. After all, each of our hearts is equipped with a remote heartbeat control device. Our lives are firmly in your hands. Hence, you can be assured that every member of our mouse team will adhere strictly to the rules of the game. As for how we will proceed with you, guess. At this point, a sinister and cunning smile spread across Lin Xie's face, causing Zhao Xingjun to freeze momentarily, his pupils narrowing. Then, a black cloth bag was abruptly thrown over his head. At that moment, in the production team, the chief director, Feng Dagong, was nearly beside himself with rage. This is utter nonsense. How could Lin Xie capture Zhao Xingjun? It's a case of a mouse catching a cat, which is utterly beyond acceptable bounds. At this juncture, the young planner, Ouyang Xiaoqian, timidly interjected, Director Feng, it seems Lin Xie isn't entirely wrong. The game rules do not explicitly state that mice cannot catch cats. More importantly, our viewership ratings are soaring. Upon hearing this, Feng Dagong's anger began to dissipate somewhat. As the esteemed chief director of the 7th episode of Cat and Mouse, he bore the heavy responsibility of reviving the show's declining viewership. Since the ratings were now climbing, he found it easier to temper his disdain for Lin Xie. However, the situation of a mouse capturing a cat was unprecedented, especially one as significant as Zhao Xingjun, the head of the anti-fraud center, which could have serious repercussions. Whether the game should continue was no longer solely his decision. He needed to consult with the safety office for their perspective. To Feng Dagong's surprise, when he called to consult the safety office, the team leader, Zhou Zhilong, not only refrained from expressing any disapproval, but rather cheerfully responded, "Why not continue? The game has become quite captivating. Let it proceed. Besides, it's not impossible for fraudsters to capture anti-fraud police in reality. Our elaborate planning for this reality show is precisely to simulate various scenarios of criminal behavior and devise targeted strategies." With Zhou Zhilong's words, Feng Dagong felt a sense of relief and asked, "So, you mean we shouldn't stop Lin Xie, but rather allow him to operate freely?" Zhou Zhilong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. As long as it adheres to the game rules, he can do as he pleases. My wallet was also swiped by their mouse team, and I have accepted the reality of that." With Zhou Zhilong's reassurance, Feng Dagong immediately revitalized his focus, intent on enhancing the effects of cat and mouse. He promptly guided the camera crew, shifting the shot from Lin Xie and his companion's van to the brilliant young detective, Qin Feng. Qin Feng was intently watching over 20 surveillance screens in the monitoring room of Wanda Plaza, urging the monitoring personnel to play back the footage at an accelerated pace. 5 times speed, 8 times speed, 10 times speed, 20 times speed. The multitude of surveillance feeds spun rapidly, creating a dizzying spectacle. "Can you even see anything?" one of the monitoring staff muttered, somewhat exasperated. He felt as though Qin Feng was merely toying around. If he weren't carrying police credentials, he would have already ejected this stuttering young man from the room. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in the monitoring room astounded. Qin Feng swiftly reviewed all the surveillance records and proclaimed, "Screen 1, 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Screen 5, 4 minutes and 56 seconds. On the 8th screen, the time read 7 minutes and 42 seconds. The 12th screen displayed 12 minutes and 54 seconds. The staff swiftly controlled the surveillance footage, freezing it on the scene described by Qin Feng. Upon inspection, each screen revealed an image of Lin Xie. Although these images appeared chaotic and disordered in various locations, to the brilliant young detective Qin Feng, they were imbued with logic. After a mere 3 seconds of contemplation, his eyes widened in alarm. "This is bad. Their target is Officer Zhao." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he dashed out of the monitoring room, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of staff in utter confusion. Meanwhile, the live streams across major platforms had erupted in a frenzy due to the tense atmosphere. "Qin Feng is incredible. Watching the video at 20 times speed, how I wish I possessed such a talent. It's an essential skill for watching domestic dramas. How did Qin Feng manage to unravel Lin Xie's sinister plot? How could he comprehend everything with just a glance at the surveillance footage? This exemplifies the distinction between a genius detective and an ordinary viewer like you." Zhao Xingjun had already been taken away. Whatever he did would be too late. As Qin Feng hurriedly made his way to a luxury formal wear store, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Xingjun's number. "Hello. The number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later." Upon hearing this message, Qin Feng felt an increasing sense of unease. He quickly returned to the formal wear store and shouted to the staff, "Where has Officer Zhao gone?" Manager Chun and promptly approached, "Young man, Officer Zhao just collected evidence here and then left." Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically. "This is bad." He immediately inquired, "Which exit did he take?" Chen thought for a moment and responded honestly, "It should be the east exit. However, I'm not entirely certain. This mall has many exits, and the east exit is the closest to this store, so I assumed." "Wait, where did he go?" Chen looked up to find that Qin Feng had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly perplexed. Qin Feng rushed out of the east exit, scanning the area but finding no sign of Zhao Xingjun. Without hesitation, he swiftly returned to the monitoring room of Wanda Plaza and shouted to the surveillance personnel, "Immediately pull up the footage from the east exit from 10 minutes ago until now." The staff in the monitoring room, confused and surprised by Qin Feng's frantic return, complied with his request and quickly retrieved the footage from the east exit taken 10 minutes prior. As Qin Feng reviewed the footage, he was taken aback by what he discovered. The surveillance camera had clearly recorded that just 5 minutes ago, Zhao Xingjun had exited Wanda Plaza alone from the east square. The moment he stepped outside, a speeding silver van suddenly hurled a rope around him, pulling him into the vehicle, which then sped away. In a fit of frustration, Qin Feng pressed the pause button on the surveillance footage, enlarging the image in an attempt to discern the license plate number of the van. However, this only intensified his vexation. The license plate of the van was obscured by a piece of paper, upon which was inscribed a phrase, "You cannot see me." Upon seeing this, Qin Feng was immediately enveloped in frustration. How cunning Lin Xie truly was. At that moment, the silver van had driven into a corner devoid of surveillance cameras. Zhou Dong exited the vehicle to tear down the paper covering the license plate, while also changing a tire before returning to the driver's seat. As he drove, he cast a peculiar glance at Lin Xie through the rearview mirror. "Brother, isn't it unwise to provoke the cat hunting team like this?" Lin Xie, however, merely smirked. "What is wrong with that?" Psychology has long since demonstrated that anger can cloud one's judgment, even leading to the loss of the most basic rationality. If a mere piece of paper can incite Qin Feng to check the surveillance footage, then it is indeed worth it. Fang Bingbing, filled with curiosity, asked, "How can you be so certain that Qin Feng will check the surveillance?" Lin Xie grinned. "Take a moment to ponder with your astute mind. I am confident you will uncover the reasoning." Fang Bingbing rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Humph, what an attitude." Yet it was Bai Jingxian who patiently elaborated. Intelligent individuals, when confronted with a dilemma, often devise several strategies internally, subsequently selecting the most optimal solution. Officer Zhao, facing the ruse of the high-end boutique, would likely conclude that the majority should pursue Su Luo's, while a select few should review the surveillance footage, leaving him to manage the scene. Capturing Su Luo's is paramount, for he is the most formidable member of our rat team. Apprehending him would severely cripple our efforts. The best choice for reviewing the footage is undoubtedly Qin Feng, this detective prodigy. He then glanced back at Zhao Xingjun, whose face was obscured by a black hood. "Officer Zhao, do you concur with my analysis?" Zhao Xingjun chuckled dryly. "Bai Jingxian, you are indeed a wily fox. It seems you have completely discerned how I intend to handle this case. But have you guessed that your strongest member, Su Luo's, will find escape impossible this time? On the very first day of the game, you have already lost a key player. What will you use to compete against us, the cat hunting team? Even if you manage to win by chance in the scam phase, the subsequent stages will be insurmountable without Su Luo's assistance." Bai Jingxian forced a bitter smile. He had anticipated this outcome long ago, yet Lin Xie had not consulted him. He had launched into this scheme from the outset. What could he have done? Had he foreseen Lin Xie's plans, he would have unequivocally intervened to prevent such recklessness. Alas, it was far too late for regrets. However, Lin Xie then wore a knowing smile. "Officer Zhao, you need not fret for us. With you in our grasp, we possess 100 ways to compel the cat hunting team to release Su Luo's. And the next move we are about to execute is something you could never anticipate." Chapter 10. The Pursuit of Su Luo's Huangguan Village. The police have cordoned off all entrances and exits. Every individual entering or exiting this urban village must undergo identity verification. Yu Zue, along with his team, is tasked with conducting a meticulous search within the village. Su Sisi oversees the operation at the village's main entrance. This is an arduous undertaking, as such dilapidated and crowded urban villages are rife with blind spots. The village harbors filth and disorder, with narrow pathways weaving chaotically between crumbling buildings. Capturing a fugitive like Su Luosi in such an environment proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the police are well-trained professionals, aided by several keen-nosed tracking dogs. With every exit blocked, Su Luosi is likely to find himself truly trapped. Meanwhile, atop one of the derelict buildings, a pair of shadowy eyes discreetly observes the situation below. Damn, Su Luosi mutters under his breath, filled with frustration. If it weren't for Lin Xie's betrayal, he would not have fallen to such depths. Freshly released from prison, he lacks resources, money, and, most importantly, he is not well acquainted with the terrain of Huangwan village. In light of this predicament, a foreboding sense of dread washes over him. Could it be that this master of evasion would be the first to fall prey to the cat team? Such an outcome would be utterly humiliating. Just as these thoughts swirl in his mind, the sudden barking of a hunting dog erupts from below. Lin Xie immediately looks up in the direction of the commotion and catches a glimpse of a shadow darting across the rooftop 7 stories high. With his acute sense of smell, Lin Xie quickly deduces the situation and shouts, "To the rooftop!" He leads the charge, searching for the nearest staircase to ascend, but alas, all the doors to the nearby buildings are locked. Without hesitation, he transforms into a makeshift spider, scaling the drainpipe with his bare hands. In a matter of moments, he reaches the rooftop. Upon arrival, he spots Su Luosi leaping like a flea among the closely packed buildings. He swiftly communicates via his earpiece. Su Luosi is on the rooftop, heading east, and then pursues him. Meanwhile, Su Cece, coordinating the operation, hears Lin Xuefeng's report and instructs Yu Zue to block the eastern exit. At that moment, Qin Feng rushes over, breathless. Su Cece. No. This is bad. He gasps, his speech increasingly stammering. What's wrong? Su Cece furrows her brow, noticing the absence of Officer Zhao Xingjun. Where is Officer Zhao? Qin Feng quickly replies. Zhao Xingjun has been captured by the rat team. What? Su Cece's expression shifts dramatically, disbelief etched across her face. How dare they capture Officer Zhao? This blatantly violates the rules of the cat and mouse game. Qin Feng let out a bitter smile, stating, I have perused the rules of the game, and there is no stipulation that prohibits a mouse from capturing a cat. Su Cece hastily responded, there is no time to lose. We must immediately withdraw some police forces from Huangwan village. You shall lead them to rescue Officer Zhao. Qin Feng began to analyze the situation, realizing that retrieving Officer Zhao would not be a simple task. His tongue, which had previously stumbled, now flowed with clarity. It was evident that their adversaries had come well prepared, with a meticulously crafted strategy, clear objectives, and precise calculations. They had used Su Luosi as bait to divert our attention, allowing them to seize the oldest and least physically capable Officer Zhao, who was crucial to our investigation. It was akin to striking at our vulnerable point. I had reviewed the surveillance footage from Wanda Plaza. They had obscured the license plate of their vehicle when abducting Officer Zhao. Pursuing them would likely consume considerable time. It might be more prudent to focus our efforts on capturing Su Luosi and using him as leverage to negotiate for Officer Zhao's release. Su Cece appeared disheartened, pondering. If we resort to exchanging hostages, does that not render our efforts today futile? Moreover, we are still uncertain whether we can apprehend Su Luosi. However, Qin Feng countered, it will not be in vain. We can discreetly implant a tracking device on Su Luosi, allowing us to trace the movements of the mouse group. Now, provide me with the topographical map of the urban village and inform me of Su Luosi's approximate location. I will orchestrate our efforts to corner him swiftly in a dead end, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Su Cece promptly presented the map of the urban village, stating, Brother Chasing Wind has just relayed information that Su Luosi has fled eastward, and Yu Zue is currently leading a team to encircle him. Additionally, we have dispatched personnel to block all 12 entrances in the north, south, east, and west directions of the village. Su Luosi should have no means of evading this encirclement. After glancing at the map a few times, Qin Feng remarked, this won't suffice. The village is too vast. With only the teams of Chasing Wind and Yu Zue in pursuit, it will be quite challenging to capture Su Luosi. Are there any additional personnel available? None. Su Cece sighed in resignation. We have depleted many resources in blocking the exits. She then inquired, should we redeploy forces from other areas? Qin Feng shook his head, no? That won't be necessary. The effort to capture Su Luosi has already consumed too many resources, which would only serve to highlight our incompetence. Now, follow my instructions. Withdraw the police from all the entrances and leave 2 officers stationed at the 3rd exit in the northeast direction. Su Cixi was taken aback. This may allow Su Luosi to escape. Yet Qin Feng, brimming with confidence, replied with a knowing smile, "It will not. I am certain I can guide him along the route I anticipate. Do not let him flee." On the rooftops of the urban village, Yu Zue and his team closed in. Upon seeing this, Su Luosi swiftly darted in another direction. He fled southward, only to discover that the exit was deserted. The officers who had once guarded it had inexplicably vanished. Elation spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Ha! Truly, fortune favors me." As soon as he took a couple of steps, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Something was amiss. Those officers could not possibly have withdrawn without cause. Could this be a trap? With that thought, Su Luos took a sharp breath. Damn! Fortunately, I am clever. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to those insipid officers. He promptly turned and fled in a different direction. Meanwhile, behind him, Lin Feng, Yu Zue, and dozens of officers were pursuing him with fervor. However, atop the rooftop, Su Luos held a distinct advantage. As an adept escape artist and parkour enthusiast, he could nimbly leap between the buildings with ease. Although the police force was numerous, most of the officers hesitated to jump across gaps wider than 2 meters. Many, upon glancing down to see the dizzying height of 7 or 8 stories, were stricken with terror, retreating in fright. Only Lin Feng, a special forces soldier, and Yu Zue, a capable detective, dared to continue the chase. Just as they were closing in on Su Luos, he leaped across a gap of over 3 meters to the adjacent building, suddenly halting his flight. He turned to face the relentless Lin Feng, flashed a devilish smile, and then delivered a powerful kick. "Watch out!" Yu Zue shouted, but it was too late. In midair, before Lin Feng could touch down, Su Luos's kick struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling downwards into the corridor below. Yu Zue's expression turned to one of alarm as he looked down, seeing Lin Feng sprawled precariously across a tangle of wires, which, like a net, had cushioned his fall, allowing him to narrowly escape death. He exhaled a sigh of relief. What a close call. Lin Feng was equally shaken, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could hardly fathom that Su Luos had audaciously kicked him off the building. That was attempted murder. Had it not been for the dense web of wires between the buildings, he would surely be dead by now. Filled with rage, he gritted his teeth and shouted to Yu Zue, "Forget about me. Hurry and pursue. We must capture that scoundrel." Chapter 11. The master of escape is the first to be caught after kicking Lin Feng away. Su Luos continued to sprint forward. He soon reached the western edge of Huangguan village, discovering several exits, all of which were deserted by the police. How peculiar. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that something was amiss. These unguarded exits surely harbored traps. Thus, he dared not approach and chose instead to retreat towards the northeast. Upon running in that direction, he found that most exits were also unmonitored, save for the 3rd one, which had 2 officers stationed. Su Luos paused momentarily. Then, a cold smile crept across his face. How could he not see through the cunning schemes of the cat hunting team? On the surface, the seemingly unguarded entrances must have long been set with various ambushes, while those that appeared to be monitored were clearly just a facade. The exit under police surveillance should be the weakest link within the ironclad trap of the cat hunting team, making it the optimal location for Su Luosi to escape. With merely 2 officers present, Su Luosi hardly regarded them as a threat. At that moment, Yin Zue had already caught up from behind, leaving Su Luosi with little time to flee from the confines of Huangguan village. Thus, he resolutely charged toward the northeastern 3rd exit. However, as soon as he emerged, a net suddenly descended, and a throng of 30 or so police officers surged forward, capturing him without delay. At that instant, Su Luosi was utterly bewildered. How was this so different from his expectations? Just then, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Su Luosi, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon seeing Qin Feng, realization dawned upon Su Luosi. He had unwittingly leapt into the trap meticulously designed for him. Following Qin Feng was Su Cixi, who now regarded Qin Feng with newfound admiration. "Qin Feng, this tactic of yours is truly remarkable. How did you know that by placing 2 officers here, Su Luosi would flee in this direction?" Qin Feng explained fluently. Su Luosi is a master of escape, with a heightened sense of awareness. If all guards at other exits were suddenly withdrawn, he would surely perceive something amiss and suspect a trap. Leaving 2 officers at this exit would make him think it was merely a bluff, presenting the best opportunity for a breakthrough. I anticipated his anticipation, which is why he willingly walked into our trap. It's that simple. Su Cece immediately raised her thumb in admiration, her expression one of a captivated admirer. Impressive. Qin Feng approached the captured Su Luosi and inquired, Su Luosi, do you concede? Su Luosi, filled with ire, was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Yet he had to acknowledge, you do possess a certain cunning. However, my capture this time is not due to your prowess, but merely because I had a pig teammate who sabotaged me right from the start. Qin Feng was taken aback by this revelation, then chuckled. It seems Lin Xie, in his quest to make this scenario convincingly realistic, didn't even consult you. Are you not aware that his purpose in doing so was to use you as bait to divert our attention, while he targeted Officer Zhao, a professional in anti-fraud? Moreover, he has already succeeded. Officer Zhao has fallen into their hands. Su Luosi was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. If that were true, he would have to re-evaluate Lin Xie, this ordinary citizen. However, he quickly retorted with a bitter laugh, that Lin Xie can only resort to petty tricks. Sacrificing me at the onset means that the rat team will never achieve final victory. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. I think the same. I believe Lin Xie, being so intelligent, cannot be oblivious to your significance within the team. Unless, of course, he harbors ulterior motives. Soros wore a disgruntled expression, as if questioning his very purpose. What could it possibly be, one might wonder. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation. Lin Xie's antics, inflicting harm upon enemies while suffering self-inflicted losses, were hardly the wisest course of action. What could be the rationale behind his behavior? Just then, Lan Juefeng approached at a brisk pace, visibly enraged. Without uttering a word, he delivered a solid punch to Soros's face. Damn it, I nearly met my demise just now. Qin Feng, interrupted by Lan Juefeng's outburst, quickly intervened, urging, Officer Lan, exercise restraint. Blood trickled from Soros's nose, and though pain flickered across his face, he soon responded with a mocking grin. Lan Juefeng, why the fury? If it weren't for the wires below, you wouldn't be standing here now. Lan Juefeng, incensed by Soros's demeanor, retorted, had it not been for those wires, I would be dead. This is nothing short of attempted murder. A serious breach of the rules of cat and mouse. Soros, however, countered with cunning. I merely noticed the numerous wires below, knowing you wouldn't perish from a fall, which emboldened me to give you that kick. Besides, you appear to be quite unharmed, don't you? If you had indeed died, I would simply have compensated you with my life. Lan Juefeng was nearly apoplectic. Had Qin Feng not restrained him, he would have pummeled Soros into a pulp. All right. Officer Lan, calm yourself. Qin Feng interjected, seeking to mediate. Now that we have Soros in our grasp, we must act swiftly to apprehend the remaining members of the mouse group who are still at large. He leaned closer to Lan Juefeng, lowering his voice. I understand your frustrations, but this is a live broadcast. There are unseen cameras capturing every moment. If you were to assault Soros now, it could tarnish the police's image in the eyes of the viewers. Upon hearing this, Lan Juefeng begrudgingly suppressed his anger, letting out a cold huff, refraining from further aggression towards Soros. At this moment, Su Cece inquired, what shall we do next? Qin Feng turned to Soros, asking, Soros, do you have any means of contacting other members of the mouse group? If so, reach out to them immediately. We intend to use you as leverage to negotiate for Officer Zhao's release. This is your sole opportunity for freedom. Qin Feng presumed that there must be clandestine communication channels among the mouse group. However, to his surprise, Soros, his face contorted with anger, declared, I have none. I just disembarked from a helicopter, and Lin Xie immediately set me up. We hadn't even exchanged words. How could I possibly have any contact information? Yu Zue interjected with a scornful shout. Who do you think you're fooling? Spill the truth, or you'll regret it. Yet, Qin Feng sighed, saying, Yu Zue, your intimidation tactics are futile. I can see that Soros is not lying. Su Cece furrowed her brow, asking, what should we do now? After a moment of thought, Qin Feng promptly responded, we must examine the surveillance footage along the route from the East Gate exit of Wanda Plaza, tracking a silver van that obscured its license plates. The van that obscured its license plate could not possibly remain on the road for long, lest it attract the attention of traffic police. I surmised they would halt in some nearby surveillance blind spot and subsequently remove the obstruction. Chapter 12. You are playing with fire, yet I find it rather appealing. The cat hunting team spent over an hour reviewing the surveillance footage from the exit of the Wanda Plaza's East Gate. Indeed, the silver van that had concealed its license plate followed the path Qin Feng had surmised, traveling a short distance along Education Road before turning onto Dongshan's Second Road. Coincidentally, a segment of Dongshan's Second Road, approximately 50 meters long, was devoid of any surveillance cameras, rendering it a blind spot. Not long after the silver van entered this blind spot, approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, the footage revealed a vehicle with the license plate number UJQ-1265 exiting. Su Cixi, upon seeing this, immediately expressed her delight. The van that abducted Officer Zhao must be this UJ license plate van. However, Lan Zhufeng remarked, "There is no time to waste. Let us hasten to track this vehicle." Yet, a slight furrow appeared on Qin Feng's handsome brow. Wait a moment. Both Lan Zhufeng and Su Cixi, along with Yu Zue, were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his sudden pause. "What is it, Qin Feng?" Su Cixi inquired. Qin Feng pressed the pause button on the surveillance footage and stated, "This is not the van that abducted Officer Zhao." At this revelation, Su Cixi and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Yu Zue questioned, "How can you be certain that it is not the same van?" Qin Feng promptly magnified the footage. Observe. The van with the UJ license plate that emerged from the blind spot has a tire tread that is relatively deep and distinct, whereas the van that entered the blind spot displays a shallower and more indistinct tread. This implies that the tires of the van that exited are newer, while those of the van that entered are older. I suspect that the van emerging from the blind spot is merely a decoy intended to divert our attention. If we pursue this UJ van, it is likely that Lin Xie and the members of the rat team have already found alternate means of escape through the blind spot. I have examined the map, and there are numerous abandoned houses awaiting demolition in the vicinity of this blind spot. If they manage to navigate through these dilapidated structures with Officer Zhao on a bike, they could easily evade our pursuit. Of course, this is merely conjecture, and it does not exclude the possibility that the UJ vehicle is carrying members of the rat team along with Officer Zhao. Therefore, we must split our forces, one group to pursue the UJ van, and the other to investigate Dongshan's Second Road on the ground. Upon hearing Qin Feng's proposal, Su Cixi, Lan Zhufeng, and Yu Zue all nodded in agreement. After all, given Lin Xie's cunning nature, it is indeed challenging to predict the manner in which he might evade capture. The most prudent course of action is to divide our efforts and tackle the situation from both angles, leaving no stone unturned. Thus, they immediately organized their tasks. Su Cixi was assigned to track the UJ van, while Qin Feng, Yu Zue, and Lan Zhufeng proceeded to conduct an on-site investigation of Dongshan's Second Road. The reason Qin Feng opted for this deployment, assigning the majority of his personnel to conduct on-site investigations, was due to his suspicion that Lin Xie and the other members of the rat group were likely to escape through the surveillance blind spots along Dongshan's Second Road. However, what Qin Feng did not anticipate was that, at that very moment, a van with the license plate number UJ was speeding northward. Zhou Dong, who was responsible for driving, expressed his confusion. "Lin Xie, the tires are perfectly fine. Why do you suddenly want me to change to a spare tire?" Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, "It's simple. I aim to obfuscate and delay the efficiency of the cat hunting group." Fang Bingbing rolled her eyes and remarked, "It's just a spare tire. Most people wouldn't even notice. I believe that as soon as we exit the surveillance blind spot, the cat hunting group will catch up with us directly." Lin Xie countered, "The cat hunting group is not comprised of ordinary individuals. Their observational skills far surpass those of the average person, perhaps by dozens or even hundreds of times, particularly that Qin Feng." With a smile, he turned to Zhao Xingjun, who was wearing a hood, and said, "Am I right, Officer Zhao?" Zhao Xingjun chuckled dryly, acknowledging that Qin Feng was meticulous and cautious, even if misled. He would never abandon the pursuit of their van. Lin Xie replied, "I never intended for them to give up the chase. If they were to stop pursuing, this game would lose its excitement. What I am doing merely buys us some time for strategic positioning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingjun felt a jolt of unease. He sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Even the other members of the rat group were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lin Xie's intentions. What scheme was he concocting? Bai Jingxian, seated in the passenger seat, adopted a serious expression and said, "Lin Xie, I understand your penchant for mischief, but you must exercise caution, otherwise, we risk losing the entire rat group, which would be a grave loss." Lin Xie flashed a grin, reassuringly responding, "Rest easy, Bai Leoi. This tactic will surely meet your approval, but I require your cooperation in the performance." He leaned closer to Bai Jingxuan's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lin Xie, you are playing with fire." Yet, in the next instant, the old man's face broke into a cunning smile, and he changed his tone, saying, "Heh, but I do enjoy this kind of play." Zhou Dong and Fang Bingbing exchanged glances, bewildered. "Hey, what exactly is your plan?" Meanwhile, Qin Feng, Wan Juefeng, and Yu Zue, 3 members of the cat hunting group, arrived at Dongshan's second road with 20 to 30 police officers, launching a comprehensive search. The results, however, were far beyond Qin Feng's expectations. They scoured every nook and cranny but found no trace of Lin Xie and his companions. Finally, after questioning dozens of local residents, they obtained a useful lead from a middle-aged man who owned a wonton shop. "I saw a van stop near my shop. I was quite curious because the tires were fine, yet the driver changed the rear tire to a spare. The van's license plate number seemed to be UJQ 1265. Indeed. At that moment, a person emerged from the van and entered my Xiangji wonton shop to enjoy a bowl of wonton noodles. He inadvertently left his wallet behind, and I had intended to return it to him upon his return." Qin Feng promptly exclaimed, "Show me the wallet." The middle-aged man quickly produced the wallet. As soon as Qin Feng took hold of it, he recognized it as Zhao Jingjuan's wallet. However, upon opening it, he was met with an unexpected sight. There was no money, nor any identification belonging to Zhao Jingjuan. Instead, it contained the identification card and work credentials of Zhou Zhilong, the leader of the security team. Additionally, a slip of paper was nestled within. Unfolding the note revealed the message, "Add me on WeChat. Exchange Su Luos for Zhao Jingjuan. My WeChat ID is 132XXX7678. Do not call. I will not answer, as I am aware that phone calls can be tracked. I will only discuss Lin Xie on WeChat." Chapter 13. Adding WeChat friends. Lin Xie, why did you have Liu Miao add you on WeChat? Fang Bingbing inquired, puzzled. Chatting on WeChat can also be tracked. Lin Xie smiled knowingly. "I am fully aware that WeChat conversations can be monitored. In truth, even without calling or chatting on WeChat, the Liu Miao team could still trace us, considering the multitude of surveillance cameras capturing violations on the streets. As for why I wanted him to add me on WeChat." Lin Xie handed her the new phone he had just purchased on Dongshan's second road, saying, "Take a look at my WeChat, and you will understand the reason." Fang Bingbing, perplexed, opened Lin Xie's WeChat and was immediately taken aback. "Did you not just activate this WeChat? How do you have so many friend requests? There are already hundreds of pending confirmations." The number was still increasing. A slight smile graced Lin Xie's lips. "The note I wrote for the Liu Miao team has likely been captured and broadcasted live by the Sky Eye surveillance cameras. Given the popularity of the show cat and mouse game, it is only natural that many of my fans would wish to connect with me." However, Fang Bingbing rolled her eyes. "Yet, from what I see, many of the friend request messages are quite derogatory towards you. Let me read a few. You're a burden to your teammates. Hurry and save Su Luos. Fool, without Su Luos, you win nothing. You're a garbage with an IQ of 250. What nonsense is this? Lin Xie, I extend my greetings to your entire family. Did your ancestral grave get disturbed by Su Luos? Right from the start, you've hindered Su Luos. Lin Xie, I wish you a son with no rectum." Fang Bingbing chuckled as she casually read a few of the messages, unable to suppress her amusement. "Huh, stupid, right? They're all here to insult you." Lin Xie, however, remained unfazed, calm as still water. Let them hurl their insults. It's challenging to explain things to those who operate on a different intellectual plane. By the way, do I not have any fans? Fang Bingbing glanced over. Indeed. There were some of Lin Xie's fans, yet she feigned ignorance. "I hardly see any of your fans. I've only noticed those of Zhou Dong." One individual even mentioned in their additional message, "Please help me get Zhou Dong's signed photo. Thank you." As Zhou Dong drove, a smug expression crossed his face upon hearing those words. "Oh, how delightful. I never imagined that after spending so long in prison, I would still have fans thinking of me. Ah, I do have admirers, haha." Fang Bingbing noticed a friend request accompanied by a message. "Could you send my regards to Fang Bingbing?" Her heart swelled with joy, and she promptly approved the friend request. The sender immediately followed up with a message. "Brother Lin, send me a few revealing photos of Fang Bingbing, and I'll support you with 5,000 yuan to help you succeed in cat and mouse." Fang Bingbing's expression darkened, and she retorted, "Get lost. Lin Xie noticed her displeasure and chuckled. It seems someone has angered the illustrious Miss Fong in my WeChat. Without waiting for her consent, he snatched the phone from her. Upon reading the message, he burst into laughter. What a lucrative deal. 5,000 yuan for a few photos. It won't harm you in any significant way. Fong Bingbing's face flushed with anger. What nonsense is this? If you want to send photos, send your own. Lin Xie, however, disregarded her and pondered aloud. I wonder if the production team is currently broadcasting our scene. If so, I might as well do a little advertising. Dear viewers, you don't need 5,000. Or even 3,000. Just 99 will suffice to acquire Fong Bingbing's photos. Friends, add me on WeChat and say the code Bingbing is beautiful, and then we shall trade. Hearing this, Fong Bingbing was infuriated, her chest heaving with rage. Lin Xie, are you courting death? Meanwhile, the various live streaming platforms erupted in excitement. 6,666. I want Master Fong's beautiful photos. The eggs are ready. Hurry and add me as a friend. Brother Lin, I'm here. Stop cursing Brother Lin. He is a good person. Of course, there were detractors as well. 99 for Fong Bingbing's photos. What a savvy businessman. Why not just search online for free? Yet, despite such remarks, the enthusiasm of certain netizens could not be quelled. Countless users began adding Lin Xie on WeChat. Notifications flooded in as he manually sifted through friend requests, rejecting the critics while accepting those from fans and seasoned users requesting Fong Bingbing's photos. In no time, his friend count soared to over 4,000, nearing 5,000. Bai Jingxian observed this with incredulity. Why are you adding so many WeChat friends? Are you really going to give them Fong Bingbing's photos? Lin Xie flashed a grin. Though he refrained from revealing his ulterior motives, casually replying, if I have the chance to capture exquisite photos of Miss Fong, I would be more than happy to share them with my fans. You're asking for trouble. Fong Bingbing, infuriated, clenched her teeth and, unable to restrain herself, swung a slap at him. Lin Xie, quick on his feet, tilted his head just in time, resulting in Fong Bingbing's slap landing squarely on Zhao Xingjun's head, who was wearing a hood. Ah! Zhao Xingjun let out a piercing scream. Lin Xie immediately remarked, Officer Zhao, it has nothing to do with me. It was Miss Fong who struck you. Enraged, Zhao Xingjun declared, once the game concludes, I shall ensure you both receive your due punishment. At that moment, a friend request captured Lin Xie's attention. It was from Qin Feng. I am Qin Feng. I agree to the exchange. Lin Xie chose to disregard Zhao Xingjun, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he anticipated the unfolding drama. Chapter 14. Negotiation. As soon as Lin Xie accepted Qin Feng's WeChat request, Qin Feng wasted no time and sent a straightforward message. Time and place for the exchange. Lin Xie, without beating around the bush, promptly replied, Nansha Passenger Port Subway entrance. See you at 8 tonight. Upon receiving the message, Qin Feng expressed his displeasure, sending several messages filled with skepticism. Who do you think you're fooling? You clearly went north. Why should we head south? Lin Xie chuckled softly and sent a voice message. It seems you have tracked our location. Just come to us directly. Why should I provide the time and place? When you arrive, I will return Officer Zhao to you. After hearing Lin Xie's arrogant words, Su Cixi, Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and the other members of the cat hunting team were infuriated. Damn, Lin Xie is unbearably arrogant. We must capture him and make him pay dearly. Only Qin Feng remained composed, displaying regret as he sighed. I was careless. Lin Xie just baited me. Upon hearing this, the three members of the cat hunting team were momentarily taken aback. Lan Juefeng, confused, asked, baited? What do you mean? Qin Feng explained. Lin Xie now knows we VE pinpointed their location via highway surveillance, and he will undoubtedly take countermeasures. Just as he predicted at that moment. The traffic bureau in northern Guangdong, assisting with the investigation, called Su Cixi. Officer Su, the vehicle with license plate UJ suddenly exited the highway, then entered a national road, and subsequently transitioned onto a rural road. There are no cameras on that rural road, and we cannot track them further. Su Cixi, astonished, responded. What? Tell me the exact stretch of the rural road. From Gaoging Town to Yuan Town, specifically on Rural Road 172. Su Cixi quickly typed on her keyboard to find the precise location of that road. Soon, she identified it and pointed at the map, addressing Qin Feng, Yu Zue, and Lan Juefeng. The traffic bureau just informed me that Lin Xie and his group have entered this stretch of rural road, evading the traffic department's surveillance. Lan Juefeng, frustrated, questioned, what should we do now? Yuzue promptly suggested, "We must chase after them immediately. We cannot allow them to escape." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and analyzed. This rural road connects Gaogang Town and Yuan Town, with no forks. We should contact the police stations in both towns for assistance in sealing off the entrances and exits along the road. Then, we can rush to the scene to pursue and apprehend them. However, there is a significant challenge. Su Sisi inquired, "What challenge?" Qin Feng remarked, "I just glanced at the map. The 172 rural highway traverses a total of 32 villages, and flanking the road are numerous hilly terrains and rugged, concealed mountain paths. If they randomly select a village or a mountain path to evade capture, uncovering their whereabouts will necessitate an exhaustive search. Such an endeavor would deplete considerable human resources and time, and might not even guarantee their apprehension. They could abandon their vehicle and trek over the mountains. Should they indeed choose to forsake their car and flee over the hills, our attempts to block the roads would be futile. However, we cannot refrain from instructing the local police to seal off the roads, for we cannot ascertain whether they might escape directly via the highway." The other members of the cat hunting team found Qin Feng's reasoning compelling, leaving them in a quandary. If surrounding and capturing them might not yield results, what course of action should they pursue? Su Sisi furrowed her brows and inquired. Qin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before proclaiming, "Yuzue, Lin Xie, you two must immediately head to the 172 rural highway with your team. I will take charge of negotiating with Lin Xie on WeChat to extract any useful information. Additionally, CC, please contact the Network Technology Department and have the technicians locate Lin Xie via WeChat. As soon as we obtain his location, inform Yuzue and Lin Xie to intercept him. Our ability to capture the cunning Lin Xie and his associates hinges critically on this WeChat positioning." Su Sisi promptly perked up, "Understood. I will reach out to the Network Technology Department immediately." After assigning the tasks, the members of the cat hunting team sprang into action. Yuzue and Lin Xie hastily journeyed northward to the 172 rural highway, while Su Sisi swiftly contacted the Network Technology Department. As for Qin Feng, he notified the local police in Gaogang Town and Yuan Town to assist in the case, then resumed negotiations with Lin Xie on WeChat. "Lin Xie, we sincerely wish to negotiate the return of Officer Zhao. We hope you will refrain from playing tricks, as your rodent team cannot possibly venture far without Su Luo's." Upon receiving Qin Feng's voice message, Lin Xie could not help but chuckle. "If we don't engage in tricks, what is the point of this cat and mouse game? The essence lies in the strategy." He then dialed Qin Feng's WeChat voice call. Qin Feng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Xie to initiate a voice call. Such a move would make it much easier to pinpoint his location. Qin Feng, bewildered, could not fathom why Lin Xie would undertake such a foolish action, but quickly answered. "Hello, Lin Xie, do you still wish to negotiate for a swap?" Straying from logical reasoning and analysis, Qin Feng found himself stammering once more. To the uninformed, it might seem he was overly nervous in the presence of Lin Xie. From the other end, Lin Xie's voice emerged. I am very eager to negotiate. However, your cat hunting team lacks sincerity." Qin Feng's expression darkened. He despised it when others mocked him by mimicking his stutter. However, he remained unperturbed, for he understood that Lin Xie was clearly being deliberate. Anger is the quickest path to losing one's composure. Particularly during critical moments, it is imperative to maintain one's equanimity. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Instead of becoming enraged, he grew even more composed. "If you seek sincerity, I am willing to oblige. What conditions do you propose? Speak freely." Lin Xie's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Since you have put it this way, I shall not hold back. My condition is..." The sound of Lin Xie's laughter resonated from the phone, leaving Qin Feng feeling distinctly uncomfortable. This rascal was likely concocting yet another scheme. Qin Feng's inner vigilance heightened. "What exactly is your condition? Speak swiftly." Lin Xie ceased his laughter. "I shall present you with two choices. The first, perform a striptease in front of an audience, allowing the devoted fans of cat and mouse game to indulge in the spectacle." Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted. "Choose one. Choose one. Choose one." The screen was inundated with requests for option one. Many infatuated female fans fervently typed, "Qin Feng, hurry and choose one. And he loves you." Lin Xie is utterly lacking in decorum. "But I must admit, I adore this. Hurry up, Qin Feng. The snacks and drinks are ready." Qin Feng, however, wore a grim expression, utterly speechless. "Are you serious? Lin Xie shrugged nonchalantly. I assure you, I am entirely serious. After all, this show has garnered me a considerable following. And I must give back to my fans, particularly the female ones who are eagerly anticipating your alluring performance. Qin Feng felt an urge to curse, yet he restrained himself, understanding that this was a live broadcast, and he could not afford to tarnish his image. Thus, he coldly inquired, what is the second choice? It was evident that Lin Xie, while ostensibly offering him two options, had left him with no real choice at all, no matter the circumstances. He would never stoop to performing such a humiliating dance. Lin Xie continued, the second option is quite simple. You must immediately call Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and the others, instructing them to withdraw from the mountainous regions of northern Guangdong and stand by near the Nansha passenger port. Then, you will personally bring Su Luos to me for the exchange of hostages. At this proclamation, Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know that Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng went to northern Guangdong to track you? He quickly pressed, Lin Xie. You didn't watch the live stream of Cat and Mouse game, did you? That would be against the rules. Indeed. Both the Cat and Mouse teams in Cat and Mouse game were explicitly forbidden from watching the live stream. Such an action would reveal crucial information about hiding locations, action plans, and the number of participants, effectively amounting to cheating. Nevertheless, Lin Xie rolled his eyes in response. Please, if I were to violate the rules, would the director be oblivious? There is a rule in Cat and Mouse game. Anyone who breaches the rules will result in the immediate termination of the game, declaring the opposing side victorious. The game continues, indicating that I have not breached any rules. Do you understand? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired in a low tone. How do you know that Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng have taken people to pursue you in northern Guangdong? Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. I merely guessed. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence should be able to deduce it easily. Your negotiation with me now is merely a stalling tactic, allowing the capable pursuers, Lan Juefeng and Yu Zue, to track me down while Su CC coordinates with other departments to locate me. This is evidently your optimal response to the current situation. If I am not mistaken, you will also coordinate with the local public security bureau or police station to encircle us, correct? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Internally, he cursed Lin Xie for being so astute, managing to decipher all his plans. Truly remarkable. Lin Xie continued. I surmise that you never intended to exchange hostages. The idea of hostage exchange is merely a strategy to buy time. Your true objective is undoubtedly to capture us all in one fell swoop during the exchange. Unlike reality, where police would fear for the hostage's safety in such a scenario, in this cat and mouse game, you need not concern yourselves with such matters. The rules dictate that our group of mice can never harm the members of your cat hunting team. If you can apprehend us all at once without worrying about Officer Zhao's safety, why would you foolishly consider a hostage exchange, Officer Qin? Am I correct? Qin Feng's countenance darkened, leaving him speechless. It was evident that Lin Xie had seen through his strategy. After a moment of silence, he let out a cold laugh. It seems you have deduced everything. In that case, I shall cease this charade. I have already dispatched police from the precincts of Gaogang Town and Yuan Town to seal off the entrances and exits of County Road 172. Furthermore, Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng have rushed over with dozens of officers to commence their search operation. Lin Xie, if you can perceive the gravity of the situation, I advise you to release Officer Zhao promptly. With him in tow, your escape will be hindered, as his age renders him slow and lacking in stamina. The best choice for your group of mice would be to abandon Officer Zhao and flee into the mountains. Qin Feng's analysis held merit, prompting Lin Xie to fall into silence. Observing Lin Xie's lack of response, Qin Feng knew he had struck a nerve and pressed on. By the way, your Group S by Jingxian is even older than Officer Zhao, and his mobility is even more compromised. Lin Xie, have you considered abandoning him as well? With that, a profound smile spread across Qin Feng's face. Meanwhile, the live stream of the cat and mouse game was inundated with messages, all praising Qin Feng. Truly impressive. He is indeed a genius detective. It appears that everything has been seen through long ago. He has always been in control of the situation. Now, it remains to be seen how Lin Xie will choose. If he opts to flee over the mountains, he must abandon Zhao Jingjun and Bai Jingxian. Should he choose not to escape in that manner, he will undoubtedly be ensnared by the cat hunting team. Alas, the game is over. Lin Xie is foolish for having ventured onto the rural road. Had he not entered the rural path and instead taken the national highway or expressway, he would have faced pursuit, Yet there would have been numerous escape routes, preventing him from being so swiftly cornered with no way out. However, at this moment, Lin Xie provided an unexpected response that astonished all spectators. Qin Feng, have you considered that since I have anticipated your strategic deployment, I would lack countermeasures? Do you think I would stand like a mere log, waiting for you to capture me? My countermeasures will undoubtedly astound your cat hunting team. Chapter 16. The bet. What are your countermeasures? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Lin Xie, however, refrained from answering, offering only a meaningful smile. How about we place a bet? A bet on what? Qin Feng's thoughts darkened, sensing the complexity of the situation. Lin Xie's calm demeanor suggested he might possess an even better plan to help their mouse team escape. Impossible. Once they entered the 172 rural road, their optimal solution was to flee over the mountains. Qin Feng frowned, his mind conjuring the topographical map of the 172 rural road area. There was only one road connecting the two small towns, and with the entrances between them now sealed, there was no escape other than to traverse the mountains. As Qin Feng pondered deeply, Lin Xie's playful voice came through the phone. If you can find us on the stretch of rural road between Gaogang Town and Yuan Town, we won't flee. We'll surrender directly. If you cannot, then I want you to. Ha. What do you want from me? Qin Feng replied sternly. Lin Xie's lewd laughter was truly off-putting. Surely, he wasn't considering some outrageous idea again. As expected, Lin Xie declared, perform a striptease. The fans were eagerly anticipating your splendid performance. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly spat blood. Do you enjoy making me dance that indecent dance so much? Lin Xie chuckled. Not at all. I have no interest in you. But I know the fans of Cat and Mouse game would surely be very interested, especially the female fans. Qin Feng was both furious and incensed. Lin Xie was utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I accept your bet. You mentioned finding you between Gaogang Town and Yuan Town, but you never specified capturing you. Merely finding you counts as my victory. Lin Xie casually replied. As long as you find me, it counts as your win. Regardless, you will never locate me in that area. Qin Feng, however, sneered. Lin Xie, I admit you are clever, but you possess a significant flaw, your excessive arrogance. It appears that you have spent an extensive period in confinement, rendering you somewhat daft. In this era of advanced technology, although our game restricts the use of surveillance cameras, we still possess the capability to deploy drones and utilize life detectors. Even if you retreat into the depths of the mountains or hide within subterranean caves, we shall undoubtedly uncover your whereabouts. This time, escape shall be beyond your grasp. Lin Xie chuckled. Oh, is that so? I shall await your arrival. The various streaming platforms of Cat and Mouse game were ablaze with an array of comments, reflecting the heightened excitement. This reality show had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of popularity across major live streaming platforms. It was evident that the intellectual duel between the Mouse team and the Cat team had completely captivated the audience. Particularly, the confrontation between Lin Xie and Qin Feng had piqued anticipation to a great extent. However, there were also numerous viewers expressing disappointment. Is Lin Xie foolish? He is surrounded, yet still dares to act so arrogantly. He should reflect on his circumstances. How can he afford to wager with Qin Feng? This fellow seems to think he is clever, but he is leading the Mouse team to disaster. Lin Xie, go away. In a moment, countless voices echoed in condemnation of Lin Xie. Meanwhile, in the director's office of Cat and Mouse game, Director Feng Dugong, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was orchestrating the photographers controlling the surveillance cameras to capture various close-up shots of the Cat team and Mouse team. As the program reached its climax, viewership soared, filling Feng Dugong with immense joy. Inviting Lin Xie to join the Mouse team had indeed proven to be an astute decision. At that moment, the planner, Ouyang Xiaoqian, approached timidly and inquired, Director Feng, if Qin Feng loses, will he really be made to perform that kind of dance? Feng Dugong replied nonchalantly. That depends on his own choice. If he honors his promise, then let him dance. Hasn't team leader Zhou from the safety office already stated that as long as game rules are not violated, the Cat team and Mouse team have the freedom to act? Ouyang Xiaoqian smiled awkwardly. However, that kind of scene is somewhat inappropriate for children. Returning to Cat and Mouse game, Lin Xie was seated in a dilapidated small room, accompanied by Jingxian, Zhou Dong, Fang Bingbing, and the masked officer Zhao Xingjun. Fang Bingbing furrowed her brows, expressing concern. Are we truly not going to be caught by the Cat team? Zhou Dong concurred. This situation is rather precarious. Zhao Jingjun smirked with confidence. Hee. This time, your defeat is assured. Even Bai Jingxian chuckled dryly. Lin Xie, you are playing with fire again. Lin Xie grinned. Master Bai, do you not also enjoy playing with fire? Bai Jingxian shrugged. I am indifferent. Regardless of the outcome, I shall return to prison once this game concludes. I am merely here to unwind. Noticing the uncertainty among his companions, Lin Xie reassured them. Do not worry. I assure you, this time we will undoubtedly navigate through the perilous period with ease. Fang Bingbing wrinkled her little nose, questioning. What do you have to guarantee that? Lin Xie, with a mischievous grin, replied, I shall guarantee it with my own people. If we lose, I shall compensate you with my flesh. Fang Bingbing's face immediately flushed, and she rolled her eyes in disdain, retorting, Get lost. How can you be so shameless? Lin Xie chuckled, unabashedly accepting the compliment. Thank you for the praise. Shamelessness is, after all, an incredibly practical virtue. Fang Bingbing's lips twitched in exasperation, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Feng anxiously awaited news from Lan Juefeng and Yu Zue. Additionally, Su Sisi had sought assistance from the network technology team, and they would soon be able to trace Lin Xie's WeChat location. This time, Lin Xie would surely find it impossible to escape. However, Qin Feng could not fathom why Lin Xie, fully aware of his precarious situation, remained so composed. Even having the audacity to wager with him. Despite his confusion, he chose not to dwell on it, for the answers would soon reveal themselves. Sure enough, at that moment, his phone rang. It was Lan Juefeng calling. They had results. Qin Feng quickly answered the call. Yet, the news relayed by Lan Juefeng left Qin Feng utterly astonished. Qin Feng, we have tracked down the silver van with the license plate UJ, but we have found no trace of the rat group. What? How is that possible? Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, hardly daring to trust his ears. The rat group and Officer Zhao could not simply vanish into thin air. Lan Juefeng explained the situation candidly. It turned out that the silver van had been driven back from Yangcheng by a local villager. Remarkably, throughout the journey from Yangcheng to the village, there had been only that villager in the vehicle. The police meticulously examined the surveillance footage along the route and discovered that Lin Xie and the other members of the rat group, as well as Officer Zhao, were indeed not in the van. The driver had always been that villager. They had been so focused on the van's license plate that they overlooked the changes in the occupants. It was a grave oversight. Upon further questioning of the villager, they learned the truth. It turned out that this villager, lured by a bargain, had encountered someone in Yangcheng on Dongshan's second road, who offered him a car and even sweetened the deal with an additional 2,000 yuan to drive it back to his rural hometown. Though he suspected such a windfall might be too good to be true, he could not resist the temptation of the free money and took the risk. After all, if something went awry, he could simply return the vehicle, incurring no loss. Thus, he drove the van all the way north to his rural abode. Upon learning this truth, Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Damn it, this entire pursuit was a futile endeavor. What infuriated him further was that their cat hunting team had been played for fools by Lin Xie. Qin Feng was now filled with questions. How could he, along with Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng, have conducted a thorough search on Dongshan's second road without detecting any signs of Lin Xie and his companions' escape? They did not leave in the van, nor did they pass by the dilapidated houses near Dongshan's second road, which are on the brink of demolition. So how did they manage to escape? The only plausible explanation is that Lin Xie and his companions had the farmer drive the van away, only to immediately switch to a new vehicle thereafter. However, what perplexed Qin Feng was that the surveillance blind spot on Dongshan's second road spanned merely about 50 meters, not an extensive distance. During the inspection, no one in the vicinity reported a stolen vehicle. If someone had indeed lost their car and encountered the police, they would surely have spoken the truth. The owner of the wonton shop merely informed them that Lin Xie and his group had changed the van's tires before departing, without mentioning that they had swapped it for a new one. Upon reflecting further, Qin Feng suddenly realized the nuances in the shop owner's demeanor and micro-expressions during his statements. The wonton shop owner had lied. Moreover, this deceit was a blend of truth and falsehood, rendering it quite misleading. It is likely that Lin Xie had bribed him to recite the lines provided by Lin Xie. Otherwise, he could not have concocted such a sophisticated lie on his own. The absence of any stolen vehicle reports indicates that the car Lin Xie and his group switched to was very likely the wonton shop owner's. The rat group and the wonton shop owner must have engaged in a covert transaction. Only this could elucidate the series of events. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still could not comprehend why the wonton shop owner would consent to such a deal with Lin Xie. Logically speaking, Lin Xie and his companions had just been released from prison and could not offer much, so the wonton shop owner should not have benefited significantly from the transaction. Yet, Lin Xie not only managed to execute this improbable exchange, but also compelled the wonton shop owner to willingly assist them in fabricating lies. What sort of enchantment had Lin Xie employed on the wonton shop owner? Qin Feng found himself utterly baffled by this. However, what he urgently needed to resolve was, where had Lin Xie and his companions gone? Fortunately, Qin Feng had retained a backup plan by sending Su Cece to coordinate with the Network Technology Department to track Lin Xie's WeChat for location. Just then, Su Cece called. Qin Feng, we have pinpointed Lin Xie's WeChat location. Her sweet voice carried a tone of surprise and confusion, but unexpectedly. The location indicated that Lin Xie was not near the 172 Country Road. Qin Feng remarked, well, this is to be expected. If the location were there, that would indeed be strange. Moments ago, Lin Xie had informed me that the silver van had been driven back by an old farmer, with no members of the rat group aboard, nor was Officer Zhao in that vehicle. We were misled by Lin Xie's cunning ruse. What? Su Cece gasped. Does that mean we have gone to great lengths to seal off the 172 Country Road, only to end up empty-handed? A wry smile crossed Qin Feng's lips. Not only have we come up empty, but we have also been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Xie. Our ability to locate them now hinges entirely on your WeChat positioning. What is the specific location of the tracking? Su Cece bit her lip. Uncertain if the WeChat location pointed to the same place where Lin Xie and his companions were situated. The indicated location was hard to accept. With a complicated tone, she remarked, the positioning provided by the Network Technology Department indicates it's near the Nansha passenger port. I wonder if there has been any mistake. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly choked on his own blood. During negotiations with Lin Xie, Lin had explicitly instructed him to go to the Nansha passenger port for a hostage exchange. Yet, Qin Feng had never truly believed Lin Xie's words, convinced that he was merely attempting to mislead them, leading the cat hunting team astray. To his astonishment, Lin Xie had spoken the truth. Those wretched mice had indeed slipped away to the Nansha passenger port. At that moment, Qin Feng realized a crucial point. The truth can indeed be the most lethal weapon cloaked in deceit. His preconceived notion had led him to believe that Lin Xie would never easily reveal his location, rendering him unable to trust Lin Xie's honesty. Moreover, Lin's mention of the Nansha passenger port had only solidified Qin Feng's misguided belief that Lin and his group had retreated to the mountainous regions of northern Guangdong. It was evident that Lin Xie had anticipated Qin Feng's deductions and had manipulated both him and the entire cat hunting team with ease. Furious, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. The usually rational and composed man found himself seething. Lin Xie's maneuver was a profound humiliation. He promptly instructed Su Cece, continue to have the Network Technology Department track Lin Xie's WeChat location. If there are any changes, inform me immediately. After hanging up, he sent a message to Lin Xie, ordering the withdrawal of all officers to hasten to the Nansha passenger port. Simultaneously, he called the local police at the port, requesting assistance to encircle Lin Xie. Upon learning that the request came from the cat hunting team of the renowned reality show Cat and Mouse Game, the local police, eager to avoid embarrassment before a global audience, sprang into action with unparalleled urgency. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng took the initiative to dial Lin Xie's WeChat voice call. Lin Xie, you have genuinely surprised me. Allowing you to escape this time was our oversight. On the other end, Lin Xie's playful laughter echoed. I told you I wasn't there. Why didn't you believe the words of an honest, law-abiding citizen? A wager is a wager. Hurry and perform a striptease. This is a gift for the female fans of Cat and Mouse Game. Don't try to back out. Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly exploding with rage. How could Lin Xie suggest such a thing? However, he quickly realized that he needed to stall Lin Xie to give the local police at the Nansha passenger port more time to close in. A striptease was, for now, the most effective means to delay Lin Xie. Gritting his teeth, he replied, fine, I accept the wager. Stripping is stripping. Chapter 18. The nosebleed has erupted. 666. Prepare the sunflower seed soda. Qin Feng hastily begins to undress. The 1998 and is ready with tissues to wipe the blood. The anticipation is palpable. Within the Douyin platform's live stream, the excitement has already reached a fever pitch. Countless female fans of the cat and mouse game are wide-eyed and filled with fervor, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's first reveal in the reality show. Various gifts, flowers, rockets, and planes are showering down in abundance. As a pivotal character in the show, Qin Feng, despite his embarrassment and reluctance, starts to remove his outer garment, just as the fans had wished. "Oh my, this is real. Oh my, oh my." The comments explode as viewers witness Qin Feng keeping his promise and genuinely preparing to strip. Soon, he removes his shirt, revealing a robust and fair physique, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and pronounced abdominal muscles. This sight has sent a throng of aunties, older sisters, and younger sisters into a frenzy, unable to contain themselves. Ozzle, ozzle, ozzle. With great reluctance, Qin Feng dances awkwardly for a while, but eventually can't continue. He turns to Lin Xie, saying, "I've finished dancing. Can we exchange hostages now?" However, before Lin Xie can respond, the viewers on various live platforms react with fierce protests. "Qin Feng, you are being dishonest. You haven't even taken off your pants. Strip your pants. Strip your pants." Fortunately, Qin Feng is unable to see the cat and mouse game livestream. Otherwise, the sight of countless requests to strip would fill him with immense shame. At this moment, Lin Xie replies, "So soon? I see you haven't taken off your pants yet." Qin Feng scoffs. "Heh, a striptease, by definition, only requires the removal of clothing, not necessarily pants. I've removed my shirt, which fulfills my promise." Lin Xie counters. "Such a half-hearted effort will upset the fans. No, you must dance again. Moreover, you need to video chat with me. I want to personally supervise your performance. You will do whatever I instruct. Otherwise, I might just have to resort to tearing up the ticket." Tearing up the ticket? Qin Feng's heart sinks, his face a mask of shock. "Lin Xie, don't go too far. Tearing up tickets violates the game rules. The director's team might just cause your heart to give out instantly. Don't forget you have a remote heart control device within you." Yet, Lin Xie remains unfazed, casually replying, "I know. That's why I've thought long and hard and finally devised a splendid plan. Since I can't tear up the ticket physically for Officer Zhao, I shall do so psychologically. If you fail to provide the cat and mouse game fans with the benefits they desire, I will strip Officer Zhao bare, capturing videos and photos to disseminate across the internet. This psychological ticket tearing seems quite lethal for you upright individuals who care about reputation." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkens. If Zhao Xingjun were truly subjected to such torment by Lin Xie, it would indeed be a disgrace for their cat hunting team, an embarrassment that would echo through generations. Now, should he choose to perform a striptease, perhaps the production team would hastily apply a mosaic effect or even cut the live broadcast altogether, ensuring that such inappropriate material would not air. After all, content unsuitable for minors is strictly prohibited. However, if Lin Xie were to strip Zhao Xingjun and disseminate the video across the internet, that would be beyond the control of the production team. Furthermore, he must delay Lin Xie to grant the police at the Nansha passenger port more time to make their arrests. Engaging in a video call with Lin Xie would allow him to observe the surroundings and deduce the precise location of his hideout, thereby providing valuable information for the operation. With this in mind, Qin Feng let out a long sigh and declared, "All right, let us start the video and resume the dance." He promptly connected with Lin Xie via WeChat video call. Meanwhile, viewers across major live streaming platforms were on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating the main event. Lin Xie's act of generosity had garnered him countless admirers. "Thank you, Lin Xie. I misjudged you before. I apologize. I admit I was wrong to criticize you." However, there were also serious-minded viewers who failed to grasp the spirit of entertainment, vehemently condemning Lin Xie. Lin Xie's twisted sense of humor is utterly repulsive, absolutely dreadful. He deserves to be banned from the internet. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's striptease was indeed something to look forward to. As the WeChat video call connected, Qin Feng sought to glimpse Lin Xie's surroundings, only to find that it was pitch dark on the other side, with nothing visible. Save for Lin Xie's voice. "No need to look. I've covered the camera with a piece of paper. I can see you, but you cannot see me. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intention of checking my environment to ascertain my exact location. I won't let you succeed." Qin Feng felt a sharp pang of frustration. He had long recognized Lin Xie's cunning, but had not anticipated he would be so astute, completely deciphering his thoughts. It was as if Lin Xie was a worm in his belly. Just as Qin Feng was seething, Lin Xie urged, "All right, you can start dancing now. Wave your left hand, twist your waist, strike a delicate pose. and then remove your belt. Qin Feng's face flushed with shame, his neck turned crimson, and he felt utterly awkward. While following Lin Xie's instructions for the dance moves, he seethed internally, vowing, "Damn it, Lin Xie. When I catch you, I will make you pay 100-fold. Meanwhile, on platforms like Douyu, Douyin, Cat Tooth, and Wintermelon, the cat and mouse game live broadcast had reached a fever pitch. Each platform's cat and mouse game room was buzzing with energy. The barrage of comments flew in from all directions. 6,666. Qin Feng dances so enchantingly. An ant from 99 can't take it anymore. Nosebleed alert. Nosebleed alert. Nosebleed alert. Quick, take off your pants. Quick, take off your pants. Quick, take off your pants. Chapter 19. Post-incident interview at the crime scene. The screen was filled with a flurry of excitement, as viewers eagerly anticipated the moment when Qin Feng would cross the line. Just then, the live broadcast abruptly shifted, revealing the bespectacled host, Hua Gu, who greeted the audience with a warm smile. Ahem. Due to the upcoming content being somewhat unsuitable for younger viewers, our production team has decided to temporarily switch the signal. Now, we present the post-incident interview from the scene of Cat and Mouse. What intriguing anecdotes await us? How does the victim feel after being deceived by the mouse group? After a brief advertisement, the charming Miss Ouyang Xiaoqian was invited to conduct an engaging interview. With a grand gesture, Hua Gu transitioned the camera. This segment was meticulously planned and overseen by the Huaxia Security Office. We extend our gratitude to the Huaxia Security Office for their unwavering support of Cat and Mouse. Upholding the law and respecting it is the fundamental principle for every citizen. We also thank the exclusive sponsor, Tomato Novel, for providing a plethora of genres including fantasy, urban tales, and suspense, all available for free. Special appreciation goes to the author of Going Off the Beaten Path, Li Erbu, for offering high-level technical guidance on fraud prevention. Please pay attention to Going Off the Beaten Path. The abrupt cut to the broadcast triggered widespread discontent among viewers. What on earth? How frustrating. Utter garbage. I'm speechless. I've prepared tissues, and this is what you show me? Hua Gu, get lost. Production team, I want to express my disdain towards your ancestors. Return Qin Feng to us. Abandon this nonsense. I'm switching from fan to critic. If you can't handle it, don't play. What does cutting off the signal mean? The production team lacks integrity, resorting to deceitful tactics against me, a 20-year-old ant. Is this acceptable? It certainly is not. I advised the production team to drink rat poison. As the advertisement concluded, the live stream transitioned to the post-incident interview segment. Standing at the entrance of a high-end formal wear store in Wanda Plaza was the tall and graceful Ouyang Xiaoqian, microphone in hand, addressing the camera. Hello everyone. I'm Ouyang Xiaoqian. I will be your host for this post-incident interview concerning Cat and Mouse. Our dedicated fans will recall that the Mouse Group's first deceitful scheme took place right here at this Andre formal wear store behind me. Now, I will venture inside to interview those involved and discover their thoughts at the time. How could they be deceived by Lin Xie into purchasing a designer suit worth 58,000 yuan? As Ouyang Xiaoqian entered, she encountered the beautiful saleswoman who had previously attended to Lin Xie. Hello, miss. I am Ouyang Xiaoqian, the host for the post-incident interview of Cat and Mouse. May I ask you a few questions? Have you followed Cat and Mouse before? The saleswoman replied, I've seen some edited videos online, but I haven't followed the live broadcasts. Ouyang Xiaoqian. So, when Lin Xie and Su Luosi, the members of the Mouse Group, appeared here, you were unaware of their identities as participants of Cat and Mouse game? The beautiful saleswoman chuckled softly, thinking to herself that such a question lacked depth. Had I known they were members of the Mouse Group, I would have been on guard and would never have allowed them to succeed. Thus, with a polite smile, she replied, I had no idea. If I had known, I would have gladly gifted each of them a tailored suit. Ouyang Xiaoqian, but you are merely a salesperson in this store. With your salary, could you truly afford such generosity? The corners of the beautiful saleswoman's mouth twitched in irritation. Ouyang Xiaoqian's probing inquiry left her at a loss for words. Noticing the saleswoman's silence, Ouyang Xiaoqian quickly softened her tone. Thank you, our lovely lady, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to participate in my interview. Next, we shall speak with the manager of this establishment and gather his thoughts. The scene shifted to reveal Chonen, the manager of the high-end suit store, who greeted everyone with a bright smile. Hello, viewers of Cat and Mouse game. How are you all? Ouyang Xiaoqian inquired. Manager Chen, you seem quite cheerful. Aren't you at all disheartened that Lin Xie tricked you into a suit valued at 58,000? Chunin, disheartened? Absolutely. I was infuriated. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. That scoundrel Lin Xie treated all of us staff at the formal wear store like mere jesters. And he even had Su Luosi deliver a beating. Look, I still have a bruise at the corner of my eye. Ouyang Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, then why are you still smiling? Chunin replied, I must smile. Upon discovering that the person who deceived us was a member of the globally popular reality show Cat and Mouse game, I was elated. I harbor no resentment towards Lin Xie. In fact, I am grateful to him. Grateful for the publicity he brought to our Andre formal wear store. Look, we have so many customers now. Our foot traffic has increased exponentially. Today's sales figures have surpassed those of the past 2 months combined. The scene shifted again, revealing the store bustling with numerous customers, some coming to purchase Lin Xie's suit, others to take photos, and many influencers seeking to ride the wave of popularity. Ouyang Xiaoqian found herself at a loss for words. Chunin then asked, are there any further questions? If not, I must begin my live broadcast. My followers on Douyin are eagerly awaiting my detailed account of being tricked by Lin Xie. Ouyang Xiaoqian's mouth twitched, and she replied, no further questions. Let's leave it at that. The camera shifted once more, and Ouyang Xiaoqian arrived at the Xiangji Wonton shop. Hello, boss. I am Ouyang Xiaoqian, a field reporter for Cat and Mouse game. Do you have a moment for an interview? The Wonton shop owner responded, of course. Feel free to ask whatever you like. At that moment, several police officers approached and swiftly placed handcuffs on him. Ouyang Xiaoqian inquired, boss, are you aware that lying to the police and shielding the criminal Lin Xie constitutes a violation of the law? According to legal provisions, one must face appropriate penalties for such actions. The wonton shop owner, handcuffed, displayed an unperturbed demeanor, even breaking into a simple smile as he replied, I am aware. But isn't this merely a game show? Do not take it too seriously. Besides, Lin Xie has compensated me. How much did he give you? 2,000. Such a meager sum, and you're aiding him? Doesn't that seem rather unwise? Ouyang Xiaoqian expressed her disdain. The wonton shop owner countered, initially, I had no intention of helping him lie, but he promised to make me an internet celebrity, just like my compatriot Chiega Lawa from Guangxi. I pondered my situation. My wonton shop has been struggling this year, and with several children to support at home, I decided to take the plunge. Though it may lead to a few days in detention, what can one do? The pursuit of livelihood is arduous. Ouyang Xiaoqian further queried, why did you trust Lin Xie's words? If he deceives you and you fail to become a celebrity, wouldn't that mean losing everything? He replied, he may deceive me. Yet I have no alternative. I must take a chance. Perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. Ouyang Xiaoqian pressed on. Now tell me about the vehicle. Why did you give your small truck to Lin Xie? The wonton shop owner explained. He traded his van for mine. My truck has been in use for nearly a decade, while his van is still quite new. I deemed the exchange worthwhile, so I went ahead. That van was driven home by my wife's brother. Ouyang Xiaoqian concluded, so, you are indeed guilty of breaking the law, not only shielding a criminal, but also assisting him in evading justice. The wonton shop owner admitted, yes, I confess. Ouyang Xiaoqian asked, do you have anything else to say? Perhaps a warning to the audience about the perils of crime? The wonton shop owner, with a serious expression, proclaimed, dear viewers, please do not emulate my actions. Do not engage in criminal activities or harbor criminals. As he raised his hands to display the handcuffs, he continued, do you see this? This is the consequence of shielding a criminal. Lastly, and most importantly, please follow my Douyin account. Search for Xiangji Wonton Shop to stay updated. I share my daily life and amusing tales with Lin Xie and other members of the rat group. Ouyang Xiaoqian quickly covered the wonton shop owner's mouth, exclaiming, enough. Take him away. The police promptly escorted the wonton shop owner, who struggled against their grasp, stretching his neck towards the camera and shouting, be sure to follow me. Xiangji Wonton Shop. Everyone is welcome to enjoy wontons at my shop. Follow my Douyin account for an 80% discount. Ouyang Xiaoqian sighed deeply, exhaling in exasperation, another advertising ghost. Chapter 20. 500 yuan for sale in bulk. The post-incident interview session has concluded. Welcome back to the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse Game. I am your host, Hua Gu. As the scene shifted, it returned to the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse Game. The host spoke rapidly, proclaiming, I believe none of you wish to miss a single moment of this live stream, so I shall refrain from further ado and present the talent. The scene transitioned again, revealing Qin Feng, blushing and bashful, struggling to fasten his buttons while muttering angrily, "Lin Xie, just you wait. I will ensure that you, the shameless scoundrel, are apprehended. Justice will be served through the law." Lin Xie chuckled slyly. "Well, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Should you lose again, I will make you perform a pole dance." Qin Feng, exasperated, found Lin Xie's audacity intolerable. Yet, even more audacity was yet to come. With a slight smirk, Lin Xie, wearing an innocent smile, addressed the audience of Cat and Mouse Game. "Dear viewers, you must be able to see my current view. A fan just informed me via WeChat that the live broadcast was abruptly cut off, and you missed out on Qin's charming dance moves. But fret not. I anticipated this, as the content was somewhat inappropriate for younger audiences, and the production team would certainly omit that segment. However, during our video call, I recorded the screen. If you wish to view it, quickly add me on WeChat, and for the modest sum of 500 yuan, I will send you the entire package." As Lin Xie made this declaration, he had yet to terminate the call with Qin Feng. Upon hearing those words, Qin Feng nearly choked in disbelief. "Lin Xie, do not act recklessly." It was then that he suddenly comprehended why Lin Xie had insisted on a video call. The rascal had already intended to record his striptease and distribute it to the fans of Cat and Mouse Game. Lin Xie grinned mischievously. "I am not being reckless. As the saying goes, one cannot feast alone. Such a delightful benefit must be shared with the fans, especially those lovely female admirers of yours, Qin. Can you bear to deny them? I certainly cannot, for they are so kind and beautiful, and I am soft-hearted and compassionate. So, hurry up and add me on WeChat." Exclusive photos of Qin Feng, the only collection online, all for just 500 yuan. Moreover, I am only selling 500 sets. Those who act quickly will be rewarded. At this moment, the Cat and Mouse Game live broadcast, which had experienced a slight dip in popularity due to the earlier interruption for an interview, surged back to life due to Lin Xie's antics. Countless female fans of Qin Feng began to fervently add Lin Xie on WeChat. "Hurry and add me. I must secure Qin Feng's private video. Qin Feng, I adore you. I am your devoted fan, and I cannot bear to see you harmed by others. Yet I am still eager to watch your striptease video. What should I do? Qin Feng, I will vehemently denounce Lin Xie on your behalf, but first, I must add him to obtain the video for further examination." Lin Xie had already amassed several thousand friends on his WeChat account, and now, with an overwhelming influx, he reached the 5,000 friend limit, necessitating the creation of an additional account. Fortunately, he had been prepared. During his time on Dongshan's second road, he had purchased several mobile phone cards. Registering a new WeChat account was, therefore, a trivial task. As soon as Lin Xie announced his second account, a steady stream of requests poured in. The speed was astonishing. Within moments, there were thousands of friend verification messages. Observing this, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile, his heart brimming with joy. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. Yet, after a brief moment of dismay, his demeanor shifted abruptly, his face clouding over as a sinister smile crept onto his lips. It's over. Lin Xie, everything has come to an end." Qin Feng's utterance left everyone perplexed. Viewers of the live broadcast flooded the comment section with confusion. What's going on? Is he in shock? Is it really over? Has Qin Feng lost his mind? Lin Xie, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, wore a dismissive smile. "Over? Is it really?" Qin Feng sneered coldly. "Lin Xie, my earlier agreement to perform a striptease was merely a ruse to buy time. During this interval, I instructed Su Cici to consult the network technology department to pinpoint your WeChat location. Your whereabouts have long been locked down. Moreover, I have already coordinated with the police near Nansha Passenger Port to initiate a capture operation against you. The team leader just informed me that they have completely surrounded your location. You cannot escape." At this revelation, the viewers gasped in astonishment. Oh my! Lin Xie has really messed up. He was careless and didn't evade. Qin Feng is ruthless, sacrificing his appearance to distract Lin Xie while deploying the police for a surprise attack on this seasoned driver. "Lin Xie, hold on. You still haven't sent me that striptease video. I've already paid for it, so hurry up and send it." In addition, numerous viewers began to commend Qin Feng. Qin Feng is impressive. Truly a genius detective. He had this planned all along, luring Lin Xie into his trap. "I've always found Lin Xie insufferable. Let's get him arrested." However, at that moment, Lin Xie suddenly smiled knowingly. "Qin Feng, do you truly believe such a rudimentary delaying tactic can ensnare me?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. What do you mean by that? Lin Xie chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Goodbye. With that, he ended the video call. Qin Feng promptly sent a WeChat message to Su Cici, seeking confirmation on whether Lin Xie's WeChat location remained unchanged. Su Cici promptly responded, "We have been tracking Lin Xie's WeChat location, and he has not moved at all." Upon receiving this information, Qin Feng felt a quiet sigh of relief within him. He had been concerned that Lin Xie, during their video call, had deliberately covered the phone's camera with a piece of paper in an attempt to escape. Now that Su Cici confirmed the WeChat location remained unchanged, he could relax. He immediately sent a message to the arrest team. Proceed with the capture at once. However, less than a minute later, the arrest team at Nansha Passenger Port returned with a message that left Qin Feng utterly astonished. Officer Qin, there's no one here. We come up empty. Qin Feng froze. Disbelief etched across his face. What? What do you mean? Chapter 21. Whether to let go or not? I am indifferent. 666. 666. 666. Seeing Lin Xie once again evade Qin Feng's meticulously planned capture, chat rooms across various live streaming platforms erupted with exclamations of 666. Everyone was flabbergasted. How did Lin Xie escape? The WeChat location had remained unchanged. The police's network technology department, filled with experts, could not have miscalculated the positioning. Had he simply vanished into thin air? Could it be that Lin Xie had the power of invisibility or flight? Countless devoted fans of cat and mouse game began to speculate on how Lin Xie managed to elude capture. Even Qin Feng found himself perplexed. How had Lin Xie disappeared? He could only repeatedly confirm with the arrest team. Are you absolutely certain you have searched thoroughly? No corner left unchecked? Did you find any basements or secret passages? However, the team leader of the arrest squad replied to Qin Feng. This location is merely a dilapidated two-story building. We have meticulously searched every nook and cranny. There are no oversights. Furthermore, we can confirm there are no basements or hidden tunnels. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Not only he, but all the netizens were equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Lin Xie truly possessed the ability to vanish? Just then, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he was taken aback to discover that Lin Xie had initiated a WeChat voice call. Qin Feng hurriedly answered the call, eager to hear what Lin Xie had to say. Hee. Lin Xie's mischievous laughter echoed through the phone. You naive child, how can you be so gullible? When I said I was at Nansha Passenger Port, you actually believed me? Qin Feng's lips twitched in irritation. Lin Xie, don't get too cocky. One day, I will catch you. Lin Xie, however, scoffed dismissively. How can you catch me when you don't even understand the situation regarding my WeChat location? Qin Feng felt his pride wounded. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xie's words, a sudden realization dawned upon him. You must have employed some means or technology to manipulate your WeChat location. That's why we have pinpointed you near Nansha Passenger Port, yet cannot find your presence. After departing from Dongshan's second road, you misguided us into wandering aimlessly along the rural road 172 in northern Guangdong for several hours, affording ample time to engage in this charade. Lin Xie, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. It seems you are not entirely foolish. You possess some semblance of intellect. However, when compared to Zhao Xingjun, particularly in the realm of investigating fraudulent activities, you still fall considerably short. Had he, a specialist in anti-fraud, been present, he would have anticipated my ruse immediately, rather than realizing it belatedly. After all, for those who perpetrate scams, possessing virtual positioning devices is a standard practice. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. It was evident that Lin Xie was correct. With the guidance of Zhao Xingjun, they would undoubtedly find themselves in a much easier position against Lin Xie and his crew. Regrettably, Zhao Xingjun had been captured by Lin Xie right from the outset. It now appeared that the cat hunting team was more adversely affected by the absence of Zhao Xingjun than the mouse team was by the loss of Su Luosi. Lin Xie's initial move to sacrifice a piece seemed thoughtless, yet it had indeed struck at the very heart of their cat hunting team. They now found themselves in a passive state, utterly bewildered by Lin Xie's maneuvers. With this in mind, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration, yet he was powerless to change the situation. Ultimately, he released a long, resigned sigh. He had acquiesced. Very well, Lin Xie, let us abandon our tricks. Let us sincerely exchange hostages. Name a location, and I shall promptly bring Su Luosi to you alone. I will return Su Luosi in exchange for Officer Zhao. Surely, this arrangement is acceptable? Lin Xie chuckled. Had you stated this sooner, we wouldn't have found ourselves ensnared in this predicament, nor would you have performed such flamboyant stripteases. However, I must express my gratitude for your obstinacy. Had it not been for your stubbornness and attempts at trickery, I would not have acquired your private striptease video. I have already sold several hundred copies of that video, raising considerable funds for my schemes. Qin Feng's lips twitched in irritation. The mere mention of the striptease sent him into a rage. Yet, in this moment, he could only suppress the anger boiling within him. For fury would not resolve their predicament. Without further ado, let us swiftly determine a location for the hostage exchange. However, Lin Xie remained unfazed, stating, I cannot divulge my true address. The moment I reveal myself, your cat hunting team would undoubtedly spare no effort to capture me. For you must realize by now that I am the individual within the mouse team who requires the most protection. Thus, while I am open to a hostage exchange, I will not foolishly expose myself for a face-to-face meeting. My proposal is this. You shall immediately release Su Luosi and provide him with a phone to add me on WeChat. Once he escapes your control, I shall naturally return Zhao Xingjun to you. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, was incensed. If we release Su Luosi and you renege on returning Officer Zhao, would we not be the ultimate fools? Lin Xie, indifferent, merely shook his head and sighed. Since you lack even the most fundamental trust in me, there is little point in continuing this negotiation. Whether you choose to proceed or not is of no consequence to me. After all, Su Luosi is merely a simple-minded brute, and his presence or absence will hardly impact our group of mice. Very well, let us conclude matters for now. When you have contemplated your decision thoroughly, do reach out to me again. Farewell. With that, he ended the voice call. Qin Feng was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly taken aback by Lin Xie's apparent indifference towards his teammate, Su Luosi. The nonchalant demeanor truly caught Qin Feng off guard. Most troubling was that Lin Xie's apathy was not an act. He genuinely believed that whether Su Luosi was there or not made no difference whatsoever. Hey, don't hang up just yet. Hello? Hello? Come on. Qin Feng still wished to negotiate with Lin Xie in hopes of securing a more favorable outcome for the cat-catching team. However, the voice call had already been terminated. Unwilling to concede, he hastily dialed again, only to find that Lin Xie had blocked him. Qin Feng was on the verge of exploding. Damn. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Must you be so arrogant? Frustration washed over him as Lin Xie had effectively presented him with a dilemma. Should he truly agree to release Su Luosi first? How could that possibly be acceptable? Qin Feng gritted his teeth in vexation. He understood that even if he released Su Luosi, there was no guarantee that Lin Xie would reciprocate by releasing Zhao Xingjun. One could not expect someone as cunning as Lin Xie to uphold his promises. Thus, he resolved not to release him and decided to seek alternative means to deal with Lin Xie, regardless of the circumstances. He could not allow Lin Xie to succeed so easily. Then it struck him. Hadn't Lin Xie mentioned using a virtual positioning transmitter? Although he had no idea how Lin Xie had obtained such an illicit device in such a short time, nor where he had installed it, he was acutely aware of one thing. If he could locate that virtual positioning transmitter, it might lead him to discover Lin Xie and the other members of the mouse group. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng sprang into action. He immediately called the capture team, instructing them to search every nook and cranny of the building to see if they could uncover any suspicious electronic devices. He then contacted Su Cece, requesting her to bring along a network technology expert and rush to Nansha passenger port. If they were to find the virtual positioning transmitter, it would undoubtedly require decryption, making the presence of a network expert at the scene all the more crucial. Meanwhile, he himself hurried to the Nansha passenger port to conduct an on-site investigation. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng wore a grim expression, silently gritting his teeth. Lin Xie. The net of heaven is vast and wide, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Do not revel in your current situation. Even if you refuse to return Officer Zhao to me, I will surely capture you. At that moment, on the other side, on a street 10 kilometers away from Nansha passenger port, with a swift motion, Zhou Dong effortlessly opened the door of a delivery van and took his place in the driver's seat, promptly starting the engine with a sigh. I am, after all, the prominent representative of the flying thief gang in the Huaxiao region. In the past, when I intervened, it was always for deals worth millions or even tens of millions. And now you expect me to engage in the petty business of car theft? I must warn you, this is the final time. I will not assist you in stealing vehicles again. I have my principles and boundaries. Lin Xie, settling into the passenger seat and fastening his seatbelt, replied indifferently, "Talent. Spare us the chatter. Let us get moving. After this car, there are still 3, 4, or even 6 more to steal." Zhou Dong's lips twitched in exasperation. It was as if Lin Xie truly regarded him as a mere tool for petty theft. At that moment, Fang Bingbing, seated in the back, raised her eyebrows slightly. "Lin Xie, considering our journey thus far, you've already had Zhou Dong steal 4 cars. Do we really need to switch vehicles so frequently?" Lin Xie merely chuckled. "Why not ask old Master Bai if he finds it necessary?" Fang Bingbing pushed Zhao Jingjun, who was clad in a hood, to the back and turned to Bai Jingxian. "Old Master Bai, do you think it's necessary?" Bai Jingxian chuckled. "One must tread carefully. I believe that being overly cautious is never excessive. The current situation is vastly different from the past. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the roads now capturing traffic violations. To diminish the tracking efficiency of the cat hunting team, frequently changing vehicles is evidently a wise strategy." Fang Bingbing pouted. "This constant switching is quite exhausting. Why don't we just find a place to hide?" Lin Xie then inquired. "Have you ever played chicken dinner?" Fang Bingbing looked puzzled. "I played it for a while." "Why do you suddenly ask?" Lin Xie explained. "Those who lie low in the grass are often the first to be eliminated. Skilled players continuously move, adapting their positions rather than clinging to one spot." Fang Bingbing rolled her eyes. "I heard you've been in prison for 10 years. You could play games in there?" Lin Xie smiled. "Not only could I play games, but I could also play billiards, grill steaks, and even assist the police in solving cases that had stumped several criminal investigation teams." "Enough of your boasting," Fang Bingbing retorted, rolling her eyes even higher. Having spent only a year in prison, she knew all too well the restrictions on activities. Even reading required strict approval. She found it hard to believe Lin Xie's claims. Lin Xie merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate, nor did he intend for Fang Bingbing to believe him. At that juncture, Zhou Dong queried, "Are we truly going to keep fleeing like this? Continuously changing cars might help us evade the cat hunting team. But let us not forget that we still have 2 schemes left incomplete and need to amass a total of 10 million from our cons otherwise. Even if we manage to endure for a month, according to the game rules, it will still count as our defeat." However, Lin Xie remained confident and composed. "Rest assured, with Officer Zhao in our hands, the remaining 2 schemes can be executed with ease. As for the 10 million, it is not a daunting task." After speaking, he cast a significant glance back at Zhao Jingjun. With his head covered and his eyes obscured, Zhao Jingjun felt a sudden unease in his heart. "Lin Xie, what do you intend to do with me?" Lin Xie grinned mischievously. "Guess." Bai Jingxian, seeing Lin Xie's cheerful demeanor, understood immediately and rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Is it finally my turn to make an appearance?" Meanwhile, in the cat hunting team, when Qin Feng arrived at the Nansha passenger port, Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng had already made their way from the rural roads of northern Guangdong. They were currently engaged in a search operation alongside a local police task force. After meticulously searching a dilapidated building, they finally discovered a wireless electronic device sealed within a U-shaped pipe in a toilet. This device, no larger than a piece of chocolate, was cleverly concealed within the plumbing. Likely the virtual positioning transmitter installed by Lin Xie. As Su Cece and the network technology expert had yet to arrive, there were no specialists on site. And Qin Feng was hesitant to tamper with the device for fear of losing vital data, which could sever their tracking leads. They could only wait for Su Cece and the expert to arrive to decipher the device. During the waiting period, Qin Feng decided to review the nearby surveillance footage. The mouse group would undoubtedly require personnel to install this virtual positioning transmitter. If the surveillance could capture their figures, it would provide an additional lead. However, to Qin Feng's astonishment, upon swiftly reviewing the surveillance footage within a 500-meter radius, he found that the individual who installed the device was not a member of the mouse group, but rather an unfamiliar man. Based on the clues provided by the surveillance, the police located the man in an electronic repair shop. Qin Feng was elated. Finally, there was a lead. He thought to himself that if he followed this trail, he would surely uncover the whereabouts of the mouse group. However, after a round of questioning, the owner of the electronic repair shop provided an answer that Qin Feng had never anticipated. "I admit that I placed this device in the toilet of that dilapidated house, but I have no idea who instructed me to do so. I was repairing a phone when suddenly a van sped by and tossed me a package. I was bewildered, and upon opening it, I found a small device and a note stating that if I installed it in the toilet of that broken house, I would receive 10,000 yuan. I found myself hesitating over whether to undertake this task when suddenly, a notification chimed on WeChat, revealing a transfer of 5,000 yuan. With a note indicating that this was merely a deposit, promising an additional 5,000 upon successful completion. I deemed it feasible, as it did not appear to be illegal, and the other party seemed genuinely earnest. Thus, I proceeded to follow the instructions inscribed on the note. Listening to the proprietor of the electronics repair shop, Qin Feng was left speechless. How could you so readily assist an unidentified individual in such matters? What if, perchance, this contraption is a time bomb? Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences? The shop owner merely shrugged nonchalantly, chuckling lightly. Sir, I specialize in electronics repair and possess a modicum of expertise. This does not resemble a bomb at all. It appears more akin to a locator or a surveillance device. I surmise that the individual intends to monitor a mistress caught in the act, which is why I agreed to install it. I have always been inclined to lend a helping hand, especially against such unseemly affairs. Qin Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. The electronics repair shop owner, clearly motivated by monetary gain, had the audacity to present his actions under such a noble pretext. It was truly astonishing. Had the situation followed proper protocol, Qin Feng would have ensured the owner was taken to the police station to face appropriate consequences. However, with time of the essence, any delay might allow the mouse group to escape. Therefore, Qin Feng refrained from engaging in further debate with the shop owner. He promptly instructed his team to investigate the WeChat account that had facilitated the transfer to the owner, confirming whether it belonged to Lin Xie or other members of the mouse group. Meanwhile, he sought to retrieve surveillance footage from the vicinity to identify the van that had delivered the package to the electronics shop. Before long, the investigation revealed the WeChat account's details, confirming that the account holder was Fang Bingbing. Qin Feng swiftly uncovered the van's information as well, noting its license plate number, OR2167. The surveillance footage identified the driver as none other than Zhou Dong, a member of the mouse group. Armed with this lead, Qin Feng acted decisively. He immediately contacted the traffic police department in Nansha district to request monitoring of the van with the license plate YID OR2167. The traffic police department responded with remarkable efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, they reported back, "We have located AR2167. The van is currently parked in front of the Zhongxing bookstore on Education Road." Stopped. Qin Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. Education Road is situated in the city center. The mouse group could not possibly linger in such a conspicuous location. Retrieve the surveillance footage from that area to ascertain whether they have switched vehicles. Soon, the traffic police department provided another update. "Officer Qin, your instincts are impeccable. They indeed changed to another vehicle. The new license plate number is the AV36G. Qin Feng immediately commanded, "Track YID AV36G. The traffic police, following his directive, began tracking the new vehicle, only to discover that the mouse group had switched cars once again after a brief pursuit. As the pursuit continued, it became evident that the members of the rodent group had switched vehicles, eluding capture with remarkable agility. They had changed cars 7 or 8 times, and astonishingly, Zhou Dong could transform another's vehicle into his own in less than 3 seconds. Most troubling was their apparent lack of intent to cease their escape. They continued to flee and switch vehicles at an impressive pace. Their route was a convoluted maze, utterly devoid of any discernible pattern, rendering it nearly impossible to predict their movements. Inwardly cursing, Qin Feng lamented, "Damn, I never anticipated that Zhou Dong, playing the role of a petty thief, could create such significant hindrance to our capture efforts." His brow furrowed as he contemplated that this relentless pursuit was not a viable strategy. The process of retrieving surveillance footage necessitated extensive coordination and collaboration, and no matter how efficient, it could never match the speed at which the rodent group was changing vehicles. They would always remain one step ahead. Continuing down this path of pursuit would only lead to being led by the nose by the rodent group. Moreover, surveillance cameras could not cover every stretch of road, granting the rodent group ample space to maneuver in blind spots. If they persisted in chasing vehicles alone, they might find themselves outsmarted once again, as had happened previously with the Guangdong J-plate van. The focus should shift to pursuing the individuals themselves, rather than their vehicles. With this realization, Qin Feng promptly instructed the traffic police department to assist in coordinating efforts. He requested that photographs of each member of the rodent group be distributed to the staff at every toll station in the Nansha area. The toll workers were to be vigilant, intercepting any vehicles upon sighting members of the rodent group. This strategy, however, required considerable effort, much to the displeasure of the traffic police department. Their leader even erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell? It's merely a reality show, not a manhunt for Zhang Ziqiang. Must we create such a spectacle?" Yet, despite the grumbling, the reality show was a global sensation, captivating hundreds of millions of viewers. And with the endorsement of the Huaxia Security Office, the traffic police leadership could only swallow their grievances and maintain a courteous facade while assisting with the task. Qin Feng believed that by surrounding the toll stations, the rodent group would surely find themselves cornered. However, the outcome proved to be unexpectedly disappointing. Although the traffic police had disseminated the images of each member to the staff at every toll station, instructing them to be vigilant and report any suspicious individuals, over an hour had passed without a sighting of Lin Xie and his companions. Faced with this predicament, Qin Feng could only sigh. Realizing that the rodent group had likely anticipated their move to block the toll stations and had deliberately chosen free routes to evade capture. Upon reviewing the escape routes taken by the rodent group, he confirmed this suspicion. They had flawlessly circumvented all toll stations. Now, in this dire situation, Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. The blockade of toll stations had proved ineffective, and the monitoring efforts would inevitably lag behind due to the group's incessant vehicle changes, leading them further astray from capturing those cunning rodents. What could possibly be done? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a ray of hope emerged. Su Cixi called, announcing that the network technology experts had successfully decrypted the virtual location transmitter. Chapter 24. The Eye of the Storm. Qin Feng, a network technology expert, has successfully deciphered the virtual positioning transmitter. This device is astonishingly a completely novel assembly, with an intricately sophisticated internal structure. Had it not been for our experts' exceptional technical prowess, we might have found it impossible to unravel its mysteries. An assembly? Qin Feng's countenance reflected a flicker of astonishment and surprise. At this moment, he finally grasped why Lin Xie was able to procure such illicit equipment in such a short span of time. If his assumptions were correct, this device must have been assembled by Lin Xie himself from purchased components. This fellow possesses such advanced skills, indeed deserving of admiration. Su Cixi continued. The expert also mentioned that after deciphering the virtual positioning transmitter, he managed to develop a reverse tracking function, thus pinpointing Lin Xie's actual location. At that moment, the positioning indicated that Lin Xie was situated beneath the Nansha Second Bridge, and his position was no longer in motion. Previously, Lin Xie had blocked Qin Feng on WeChat and had used the virtual positioning transmitter to mislead their cat-hunting team, preventing them from continuing their tracking. Now, Su Cixi's delivery of such promising news was akin to a timely blessing. However, Qin Feng did not exhibit much joy. Rather, his brow furrowed with concern. Lin Xie had consistently changed vehicles and remained in constant motion, evidently engaging in guerrilla tactics against them. Why had he suddenly come to a halt? Irregularities often herald underlying issues. Nevertheless, Qin Feng resolved to dispatch personnel to inspect the area beneath the Nansha Second Bridge. He promptly instructed Yu Zue to take a dozen or so officers and hastily make their way there. Freeze. Police. Upon arriving at the base of the Nansha Second Bridge, Yu Zue forcefully kicked open the door of a dilapidated iron shed. Inside, however, there was not a soul to be found. Only a solitary mobile phone remained. The screen was illuminated, playing a video on a continuous loop. In the video, Zhao Jingjun, stripped of his clothing, twisted and struggled, his face a portrait of despair. It was indeed a sight most distressing. Below the video, a caption read, "If Su Luo's is not released by midnight tonight, I shall exact a mental toll on Zhao Jingjun." I wonder what kind of uproar would ensue should this video be disseminated across the internet. Hee. At the conclusion of the video, a new phone number was provided, annotated to indicate that this number would only be available for a single contact by the cat-hunting team. Once used, Lin Xie would discard it. Yu Zue, upon viewing the video, was incensed and shouted, "Those wretched rats cannot be far. Search for them." Consequently, the officers began to disperse and search the vicinity. Yet the outcome left Yu Zue greatly disheartened. No clues were uncovered. He returned empty-handed, presenting the mobile phone to Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng gazed at the video of Officer Zhao, writhing like an eel, and could not help but lament. Lin Xie and his associates possess formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. Whatever actions we undertake, They seem to anticipate us a step ahead. Su Cece furrowed her brows. Would they truly have to acquiesce to their demands and release Su Luos? Lin Xie spoke solemnly. How can our cat hunting team easily bow to the mouse team? If we truly concede, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of millions on the internet? Qin Feng concurred with Lin Xuefeng's sentiments. In truth, the ridicule was secondary. The primary concern was that yielding would only embolden the mouse team, allowing them to become increasingly audacious and aggressive. However, an unexpected event compelled him to consider direct concession. The traffic police called, revealing that they had finally tracked down the constantly fleeing vehicles of the mouse team. Yet, the outcome was surprising. The car contained only a strange man. The traffic police expressed their confusion regarding the matter, although the mouse team had continuously changed vehicles. Each transition had been captured by our surveillance cameras, and the 4 members of the mouse team, along with Officer Zhao, had not departed at any point. Yet, upon our arrival, they found no sign of them. Qin Feng bitterly smiled. No need to guess. They must have exited the vehicle in some surveillance blind spot along the way. As for that unfamiliar man, he was likely coerced by Lin Xie into becoming his accomplice. I even suspect that the phone found under the Nansha Second Bridge was delivered there by Lin Xie. Yu Zue was left utterly speechless. The car had been lost. The people had vanished, and the tracking and positioning capabilities of the network technology department had become ineffective. What should they do now? The 4 members of the cat hunting team were at a complete loss. It was evident that they had encountered a bottleneck. The most alarming aspect was that if, at this moment, the 4 mice scattered and fled in different directions out of Yangcheng, even escaping the Guangdong region, their capture efforts would become exceedingly difficult. If such a scenario unfolded, it would merely be a matter of time before the mouse team triumphed in the first phase of the fraud theme. Qin Feng did not wish to witness such an outcome. He initially planned to apprehend the mouse team all at once in the first phase. After participating in this reality show, he still needed to rush to Donghai Island for a detective activity, filming Chinatown Scandal 3. He did not want to squander excessive time here. Thus, he began to ponder whether there were alternative methods to resolve the current predicament, allowing him to capture the mouse team within a month. Thoughts raced through his mind. With his exceptional intelligence and superior logical reasoning, he swiftly unraveled the tangled clues and situation. 2 minutes later, his eyes widened, his expression grave. It seems there is no choice but to employ this tactic. Su Cece looked at him with eager anticipation. Qin Feng, what do you have in mind? Yu Zue and Lin Xuefeng also wore expressions of expectation. Qin Feng promptly declared, release Su Luosi immediately. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the 3 faces. They had hoped for a clever strategy from Qin Feng, only to discover that it entailed conceding to the mouse team. If we release Su Luosi, there is no guarantee that the mouse team will honor their promise to free Officer Zhao. Yu Zue's expression was one of incredulity. It was clear that he disapproved of releasing Su Luosi. Lin Xuefeng added, we can consider releasing him, but the mouse team must first return Officer Zhao. Qin Feng, however, remarked, the mouse group would never consider releasing Officer Zhao. To be precise, they never intended to free him at all. Previously, I had negotiated with Lin Xie, and his demeanor suggested he was indifferent to Su Luosi's fate. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals fell into a deeper silence. If you are already aware that they will not release Officer Zhao, why then would they let Su Luosi go? Qin Feng's gaze grew profound, as if he were strategizing a grand game. Because I intend to make Su Luosi our eyes and ears. He will be pivotal in our endeavor to dismantle the mouse group. Furthermore, once Su Luosi is liberated, I possess the means to ensure the mouse group honors their commitment and returns Officer Zhao to us. Chapter 25. Are you certain you wish to gamble your life on this? With a creak, the dark prison cell's rusted iron door swung open. There sat Su Luosi, bound to a cold iron chair, his hands and feet shackled. This master of evasion had now become a lamb trapped within a cage, utterly unable to escape. Su Cece strode in, her posture regal and her expression frosty, her eyes gleaming with arrogance. Su Luosi, do you wish to regain your freedom? Su Luosi narrowed his eyes slightly, aware that the cat hunting team would not release him without cause. He braced himself, curious about the tricks this imposing figure intended to play. Su Cece continued coldly, we can release you and promise not to apprehend you during the first phase of the fraud operation. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Su Luosi inquired, his tone grave. First, we require a tracking device to be implanted in you. Second, you will be used as leverage to exchange for Officer Zhao. Third, And most crucially, you must assist us in capturing Lin Xie. A chilling smile crossed Su Luoxi's face upon hearing these demands. First, regarding the tracking device, I fear I have no right to protest. Second, whether or not Zhao Xingjun is released is not within my power to decide. Third, rest assured, if you set me free, even without your prompting, I will personally deliver Lin Xie to you, to repay the treachery he inflicted upon me from the outset. Upon hearing this, Su Cici's icy demeanor softened slightly at the corners of her mouth. Since you have expressed yourself so candidly, I wish us a fruitful collaboration. She then clapped her hands, and a doctor clad in a white coat, accompanied by several medical personnel, entered. This may sting a bit, so we will administer anesthesia first. The doctor promptly extracted a syringe and injected Su Luoxi's arm. Moments later, he felt dizzy and succumbed to slumber. The medical team swiftly removed his shackles and laid him upon the table, stripping away his clothing and turning him over. A sharp scalpel made a delicate incision along Su Luoxi's back, and a tiny tracking device, no larger than a mung bean, was inserted beneath his skin before the incision was swiftly sutured. The procedure concluded expeditiously. At that moment, Qin Feng entered the room. "What's wrong?" Su Cici inquired. "Everything has been executed according to your instructions," she promptly replied. "The doctor has performed a minimally invasive procedure on Su Luoxi's back, implanting a tracker." Qin Feng nodded slightly. "Excellent." However, Su Cici furrowed her brow. "Qin Feng, I fail to comprehend why you insisted I inform Su Luoxi about the tracker being implanted in his body." Qin Feng elucidated, "Because if you do not disclose it, he will inevitably surmise it." Su Cici pursed her lips, contemplating that this would eliminate any chance of him guessing, and he might remove our tracker immediately upon leaving. She could not acquiesce to Qin Feng's approach. Yet, he remarked, "There exists a form of misdirection known as revealing the correct answer." At 11:30 at night, Su Luoxi awoke from anesthesia. His mind was hazy, yet his thoughts remained lucid. Internally, he cursed vehemently. What the hell? Just a minuscule tracker insertion, and they subjected me to general anesthesia? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he realized the situation might not be as straightforward as he assumed. At that moment, Qin Feng and Su Cici entered. Qin Feng announced, Su, you are free to leave now." Su Cici added, "Upon your departure, do not forget the promise you made to us." Su Luoxi rose, donned his coat, and stretched. "Rest assured, I will personally deliver Lin Xie to you. However, before I go, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Su Cici's expression soured, fearing Su Luoxi might raise his demands unexpectedly. As anticipated, Su Luoxi smiled and extended his hand. "Give me 10,000 yuan." Su Cici's face darkened immediately. "It is a privilege for us to let you go, and you dare to ask for money?" Yet, Qin Feng interjected, "Let him have it. He currently lacks even the fare to meet Lin Xie. Without funds, how can he assist us in capturing Lin Xie?" Su Cici shot a cold glare at Su Luoxi, but ultimately handed him the 10,000 yuan. Su Luoxi pocketed the money and grinned at Qin Feng. "You are indeed reasonable. Farewell." With that, he departed with an air of authority. Watching Su Luoxi's retreating figure, Su Cici furrowed her brow further. "Qin Feng, do you genuinely expect him to assist us in capturing Lin Xie?" Qin Feng's demeanor turned grave. "I never rely on others for pivotal tasks." Su Cici's frown deepened. "Then you still..." Qin Feng waved his hand, silencing her further inquiries. "I have my own plans." He then retrieved his phone and dialed the new number Lin Xie left at Nansha Second Bridge. "Lin Xie, we have released Su Luoxi. I implore you to uphold your promise and return Officer Zhao to us." On the other end, Lin Xie's mocking laughter echoed. "You truly let him go?" Qin Feng's expression remained serious. "Indeed, he is truly free now. I believe it will not be long before Su Luoxi reaches out to you." Lin Xie's laughter grew more exuberant. "Excellent, very good." At this moment, Lin Xie's laughter took on a profound significance. "Qin Feng, I must say, how obedient you are. When I asked you to release someone, you actually did. Shall I prompt you to call me father, and you might just comply?" Qin Feng immediately felt a jolt, his brow furrowing into a deep frown, his expression darkening. "Lin Xie, what do you mean by that?" Lin Xie, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "My meaning is quite clear. I am currently playing the role of a deceiver. Would you truly place your faith in the words of a liar? You are rather naive." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly exploded with anger, but found himself unable to refute it. Indeed, how could one easily trust a deceiver? However, he had a backup plan. He could compel Lin Xie to return Zhao Jingjun without fail. After a moment of anger, a confident smirk unexpectedly appeared on his otherwise glum face. I anticipated that you, shameless scoundrel, would resort to such tricks. Therefore, I have already prepared a countermeasure. Lin Xie, should you refuse to release the hostage, I shall not hesitate to escalate this situation to a hostage crisis. According to the rules of the game, should any member of your rat group engage in actions endangering public safety, our cat hunters group is authorized to remotely deactivate your heartbeat control device, resulting in your instant demise. Lin Xie, are you truly willing to gamble your life on a game of deceit with me? Chapter 26. Are you afraid? Have you given in? Qin Feng's words indeed bore a lethal weight. Lin Xie's heart sank, his expression darkening. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If I recall correctly, the remote control for the heartbeat monitor is exclusively held by the Safety Office and the Directorate. Your cat hunters group lacks the authority to access it. Qin Feng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, and simply stated in a grave tone, if you don't believe me, you are welcome to test it. Lin Xie smiled. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Then there's nothing more to discuss. I could hang up. And you could hang up as well. The difference is, I would hang up the phone, while you would hang up your life. I must remind you, I do not necessarily need the remote control to manipulate your heartbeat monitor. Lin Xie's eyes flickered with a sudden seriousness. He recalled a recent news story about a young man abroad who, using exceptional hacking skills, infiltrated a pacemaker's computer system, allowing him to control its electronic switch remotely. Could it be that the cat hunters group possessed such a talent? Such occurrences are indeed rare, yet it is better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks, especially when one's life is at stake. Qin Feng remained silent, having said all he needed to say. He now awaited Lin Xie's response. The two sides remained at an impasse, each probing the other, engaged in a psychological game of chess. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps a few seconds, or even a minute. Ultimately, Lin Xie relented. He suddenly burst into laughter. Officer Qin, I was just joking with you. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Since you have released Soros, I will release Zhao Jingjun as well. Keeping him around only hinders progress. Qin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. I was merely jesting with you. In truth, I have no ability to control the heart rate monitor. Lin Xie laughed softly. I would not believe you, you cunning old man. Qin Feng responded with a chuckle. If you don't believe me, there's little I can do. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Where is Officer Zhao? Lin Xie replied. He is in room 503 of the Tiandu Hotel. After hanging up the phone with Lin Xie, Qin Feng promptly instructed Lan Juefeng to take his team to the Tiandu Hotel. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was enjoying barbecue at an open-air stall, accompanied only by Zhou Dong. Fang Bingbing and Bai Jingxian had already parted ways with them, and the program did not capture their whereabouts, leaving the audience in suspense. Zhou Dong, biting into a lamb kidney, furrowed his brow and asked, Lin Xie, do you truly believe Qin Feng can manipulate the device monitoring our heartbeats? Lin Xie replied coolly, that is impossible. If Qin Feng could indeed control the heart rate monitor, we would have already emerged victorious. Do you know why? Why? Zhou Dong inquired, puzzled. Because that would constitute cheating. Zhou Dong shrugged. The production team has always favored the cat hunting team, so it is not unusual for them to receive preferential treatment. Lin Xie countered. Even if the production team wished to give the cat hunting team an advantage, the security office would never permit it. The show Cat and Mouse is not only a reality program, but also an experimental ground for the National Security Office to explore the essence of crime. Thus, the fairness of the competition between the cat and mouse is of utmost importance. I can guarantee with utmost certainty that Qin Feng's claims about the remote heart rate control device are merely bluster. If it were someone else, they might indeed be intimidated, as life is singular and no one would jest with their own existence. However, he cannot intimidate me. Zhou Dong rolled his eyes in mockery. Yet you seemed quite frightened just now, easily agreeing to release Zhao Jingjun. Lin Xie's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident and profound smile. Releasing Zhao Jingjun back to the cat hunting team was, in fact, a part of my plan. I was contemplating how to return him discreetly, and unexpectedly, Qin Feng's timely intervention allowed me to go with the flow, feigning intimidation so that the cat hunting team could revel for a moment. Zhou Dong remained skeptical, muttering, You certainly appeared genuinely frightened. Do not try to cover it up. Just admit that you were scared. Lin Xie smiled dismissively. If you truly believe that, I have no further comments. Zhou Dong, rendered speechless, grew increasingly curious about Lin Xie's scheme. By the way, how exactly will you execute that plan? Lin Xie deliberately withheld information, revealing it now would spoil the intrigue. Ultimately, it will leave you astounded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Juefeng and his team swiftly arrived at the Tiandu Hotel. As the door to room 503 creaked open, a chilling sight awaited within. A figure was bound tightly to a chair, their head obscured by a black hood, rendering their features unrecognizable. In a swift motion, Lan Juefeng yanked the hood away, revealing none other than Zhao Xingjun. A wad of cloth filled his mouth, muffling his attempts to speak into a series of incoherent sounds. Qin Feng, Officer Zhao is here. Lin Xie did not deceive us. Lan Juefeng reported the situation to Qin Feng without delay. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. At last, Zhao Xingjun had been rescued. Yet, a nagging sense of unease lingered in his heart. An inexplicable intuition that something was amiss. Perhaps it was the unervingly smooth process of Zhao Xingjun's rescue that felt out of the ordinary. This time, Lin Xie had not employed any trickery, which was decidedly peculiar. Did you manage to capture any members of the rat group? Zhao Xingjun inquired hastily as soon as the cloth was removed from his mouth. Lan Juefeng's expression turned awkward. No, not a single one. In our effort to save you, we even let Su Luosi go. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingjun sighed in regret. Alas, this is all my fault. I am useless. I was captured by the rat group right from the start. I have let everyone down. Officer Zhao, please do not speak like that. Lan Juefeng quickly reassured him. Your extensive experience in combating fraud is invaluable. If we are to defeat the rat group, we need your expertise. This is precisely why we were willing to exchange Su Luosi for your release. Zhao Xingjun was visibly moved. Thank you for your trust. His demeanor then shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, rest assured, I will personally ensure the rat group is apprehended. This is not only for the victory of our team, but also to restore my own honor. Chapter 27. Bai Jingxian is the leader of the rat group? Once freed, Zhao Xingjun promptly returned to the cat hunting group headquarters alongside Lan Juefeng. It was now 2 a.m, and the officers who had accompanied them were visibly weary. Yet, Zhao Xingjun remained invigorated. He quickly convened an impromptu meeting with Qin Feng, Yu Zue, Su Cixi, and the other 3 members of the cat hunting group. At the conference table, Zhao Xingjun's expression was grave as he addressed them. I sincerely apologize for having been a burden during this time. From now on, I will dedicate myself fully to rectify my shortcomings and swiftly apprehend every member of the rat group. The immediate concern is that we must first identify the leader of the rat group. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. By striking the serpent at its vital point, we can achieve the most effective outcome. The other 4 members of the cat hunting group nodded in agreement. Zhao Xingjun continued. During my captivity, I was kept blindfolded by the rat group, and they ensured I could not overhear their strategies. Thus, I am not fully aware of the current situation. Please, share with me what has transpired. Su Cixi stifled a yawn, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, and was understandably fatigued. With a lackluster demeanor, she reported to Officer Zhao Xingjun, during your absence, we have been subjected to relentless mockery by the mouse group. Their ability to deceive and evade detection is truly remarkable. Initially, they led us on a wild goose chase in the northern Guangdong region, and later, near the Nansha passenger port, they manipulated us with a virtual positioning device, leaving us in a bewildered state. After considerable effort, we managed to enlist the help of a network technology expert who assisted us in deciphering that virtual positioning apparatus and tracing their actual location. However, they continually switched vehicles and evaded us, leading us around like a dog on a leash. It is quite embarrassing to recount. Su Cixi sighed, covering her forehead. Lan Juefeng's expression turned grave. Their ability to mislead us to the northern Guangdong region was due to their exceptional psychological warfare tactics. And our momentary negligence played a role as well. Yu Zue added, the fact that the virtual positioning device was hastily assembled by them came as a great surprise, indicating that there is a highly skilled hardware technician among the mouse group. The identity of this technical expert remains a mystery. Could it be Fang Bingbing, Bai Jingxian, Zhou Dong, or perhaps Lin Xie? At this juncture, Qin Feng remarked, the other 4 members of the mouse group, Fang Bingbing, Bai Jingxian, Zhou Dong, and even Su Luos, had their detailed identities disclosed by the production team prior to the initiation of cat and mouse game. Only Lin Xie remains an exception. as the production team merely referred to him as an ordinary citizen. However, it appears that this ordinary citizen is far from ordinary. If my conjecture is correct, the virtual positioning device was indeed assembled by Lin Xie. Furthermore, this series of pranks targeting our cat hunting group was likely orchestrated solely by him. Therefore, I believe Lin Xie is the current leader of the mouse group. Su Cixi, Yu Zue, and Lan Juefeng nodded in agreement, all convinced that Lin Xie was the head of the mouse group. However, Zhao Xingjun held a differing opinion. If that is the case, Lin Xie should not be underestimated. But have you considered that Bai Jingxian, with his unconventional expertise, is actually the most adept at crafting schemes within the mouse group? This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Zhao Xingjun continued, I am not entirely aware of how the mouse group deceived you, but I do know that Bai Jingxian devised a brilliant strategy right from the start, unexpectedly capturing me. This revelation caused the cat hunting members to display expressions of surprise. Is it not the handiwork of Lin Xie? Even Qin Feng furrowed his brow, having always believed it was Lin Xie who had orchestrated the plan. He had contemplated Bai Jingxian, but found it uncharacteristic for an older individual to sacrifice Su Luos so early in the game. Typically, with age comes a tendency to act more cautiously and conservatively. The initial capture of Zhao Xingjun was excessively audacious, emanating a sense of risk-taking and thrill. Nonetheless, Zhao Xingjun shook his head and asserted, I can assure you it was not Lin Xie's doing. I inquired with them, and Bai Jingxian explicitly admitted to orchestrating the scheme. Therefore, the true leader of the mouse group should be Bai Jingxian. Firstly, it is due to his remarkable intelligence. And secondly, his extensive experience. Only the cunning and shrewd Bai Jingxian could command the respect and obedience of all members within the mouse group. As for Lin Xie, it is undeniable that he possesses considerable intellect. However, his experience pales in comparison to that of Bai Jingxian. How could he ensure the allegiance of the others in the mouse group, compelling them to follow his directives? Yu Zue slowly nodded, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Xingjun's argument. Yet, Su Cixi furrowed her brows, still perplexed. However, several subsequent events were evidently orchestrated by Lin Xie himself. He has consistently represented the mouse group in our negotiations. Zhao Xingjun countered, that is merely a facade. Lin Xie is the superficial executor. It is Bai Jingxian who pulls the strings from behind the scenes. Lin Xie must have acted upon Bai Jingxuan's instructions when engaging with you. This was precisely where Bai Jingxuan's astuteness lay. By remaining in the shadows and avoiding direct communication with you, how could you possibly discern his true intentions? With Zhao Xingjun's explanation, the group found his reasoning increasingly persuasive. It turned out that Bai Jingxian was the true mastermind, while they had mistakenly regarded Lin Xie as their primary adversary, crafting strategies aimed at him. Their approach to resolving issues had inadvertently aligned with Lin Xie's methodology, leading them astray under the mouse group's guidance. Yet, Qin Feng maintained an impassive demeanor, neither affirming nor denying the assertions. He remained convinced that the series of events did not align with Bai Jingxuan's typical modus operandi. Furthermore, he felt that the current Zhao Xingjun exhibited a departure from his previous style of operation. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to observe Zhao Xingjun's every action and subtle expression. Zhao Xingjun continued, thus, moving forward, we should target Bai Jingxian rather than Lin Xie. Capturing Bai Jingxian will undoubtedly lead to the collapse of the mouse group. Moreover, Bai Jingxian, being the least physically capable among them, should be easier to apprehend once located. At this juncture, Yu Zue interjected, Officer Zhao, I concur with your perspective. Yet, the pressing issue is that the mouse group has evaded our pursuit. If Bai Jingxian continues to remain in hiding, our efforts to apprehend him will be futile. Zhao Xingjun's brow furrowed as he nodded slowly, recognizing the complexity of the predicament. Suddenly, Qin Feng, who had previously remained silent, spoke up. While we may have lost track of Bai Jingxian and the other members of the mouse group, we successfully implanted a tracking device on Su Luosi. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingjun's expression shifted from concern to elation. Qin Feng, you have done well. With the tracking device in place, our next steps will be straightforward. We need only monitor Su Luosi. Once he reunites with the mouse group, we can promptly execute our plan to apprehend Bai Jingxian first, followed by the others. At that moment, however, Qin Feng interjected, Officer Zhao, your strategy is sound. However, while we were able to install a tracking device on Su Luosi, the mouse group could just as easily have done the same to you. Have you not sensed anything unusual about yourself? Or perhaps you are aware of it, but have chosen not to disclose it to us. Chapter 28. Sometimes, inaction can prove to be more lethal. As Qin Feng uttered these words, Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and Su Cixi exhibited subtle expressions of astonishment, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why was Qin Feng suddenly directing his suspicions at Zhao Xingjun? In an instant, the atmosphere within the conference room shifted, becoming markedly tense. Zhao Xingjun's expression darkened. Qin Feng, are you questioning me? Indeed, Qin Feng harbored doubts, and those doubts had lingered for quite some time. The moment Zhao Xingjun entered the conference room, Qin Feng had detected something amiss. However, he refrained from voicing his suspicions outright, recognizing that open confrontation would yield no benefits for anyone involved. Instead, he forced a smile, saying, "Please, do not misunderstand. I merely feel that the process of rescuing you this time was remarkably smooth, so smooth that it raises some eyebrows." Zhao Xingjun let out a cold laugh. "I understand your insinuation. The records indicate that Bai Jingxian is not only a master of the unconventional, but also an expert in disguise. Are you suggesting that I am merely a facade created by him?" Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and Su Cixi suddenly comprehended Qin Feng's line of reasoning. Nevertheless, it was indeed a point of concern. If the mouse group had orchestrated a ruse, placing Bai Jingxian and Zhao Xingjun instead to infiltrate their cat hunting group and manipulate them. Envisioning a mouse leading a pack of cats to hunt down other mice was chillingly unsettling. Fortunately, Qin Feng had raised his doubts in a timely manner. Noticing that Qin Feng remained silent, Zhao Xingjun continued, "If you wish to ascertain my true identity as Zhao Xingjun, it is quite simple. You may pinch my face. The genuine skin and the counterfeit will inevitably yield different sensations. A mere pinch will reveal the truth. Go ahead." Zhao Xingjun boldly extended his face toward Qin Feng, inviting him to verify his authenticity. He was confident and unashamed, unafraid of scrutiny. However, Qin Feng hesitated to comply, as directly pinching Zhao Xingjun's face would be exceedingly rude and intrusive. Should the man before him indeed be the genuine Zhao Xingjun, such an act might sow discord, potentially leading to internal conflicts. This would be detrimental to the unity of their cat hunting group. With a chuckle, Qin Feng replied, "Since Officer Zhao is so forthright, I am certain there is no deception. However, I still recommend a thorough examination of your entire body. There might be a tracking device covertly implanted by the mouse group." Zhao Xingjun laughed lightly. "Thank you for the reminder. This definitely requires a thorough check." He turned to Yu Zue, commanding, "You should fetch the detection device immediately." "Understood." Yu Zue promptly turned and dashed out. Zhao Xingjun then addressed Qin Feng, "I recognize that your suspicions have arisen, and you will not easily dismiss them. If I do not prove my innocence, even if you verbally express your trust, you will secretly remain on guard." As Zhao Xingjun turned to Su Cixi, his gaze was resolute and grave. "Officer Su, please pinch my cheek to ascertain my authenticity." Su Cixi was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile and waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. We are all colleagues. Why create such a confrontational atmosphere?" However, Zhao Xingjun insisted with unwavering conviction, "Such matters can be trivial or significant. Should issues arise, they must be addressed immediately to foster unity." Given his assertive stance, Su Cixi conceded, "Very well, I shall pinch your cheek, but do not hold it against me for being overly familiar." She then extended her slender fingers and gently pinched Zhao Xingjun's cheek, which revealed no peculiarities. "It seems genuine," she remarked. Yet, Zhao Xingjun urged, "Pinch harder. Is that appropriate?" Su Cixi's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Xingjun retorted, "If I ask you to pinch, then do so." Gritting her teeth, she pinched him firmly. "Ouch!" Zhao Xingjun exclaimed, a faint red mark appearing on his face. "I asked you to pinch harder, not to inflict pain." Su Cixi quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Officer Zhao. I misjudged the intensity." Qin Feng observed the redness on Zhao Xingjun's face, his mind reeling in astonishment. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was this indeed the real Zhao Xingjun? Had the mouse team so readily returned him? Confusion clouded his thoughts. Why did everything deviate from his expectations? Yet, confronted with the reality, he had no choice but to believe. "Officer Zhao, I apologize for my suspicions. I was in error. I regret having offended you." Qin Feng hastily expressed his contrition. Although Zhao Xingjun felt displeased at being questioned publicly by Qin Feng, he maintained a facade of magnanimity. He chuckled lightly, "No worries. I appreciate your caution. If I were indeed impersonated by Bai Jingxian and you harbored no doubts, our cat team would be at the mercy of the mouse team, perhaps even becoming a laughingstock among the online audience. At that moment, Yu Zue entered, carrying the testing device. Officer Zhao, the equipment you requested has arrived. Zhao Xingjun promptly spread his arms and legs, declaring, conduct a thorough examination of my entire being to ascertain whether I am concealing any electronic devices. Yu Zue complied, meticulously scanning Zhao Xingjun with the detector. After several thorough checks, no anomalies were found. This outcome once again astounded Qin Feng. The mouse team had not secretly installed any tracking devices or listening devices on Zhao Xingjun. They had simply released him without taking any precautions? How utterly peculiar. This was not characteristic of the mouse team, nor of Lin Xie. What could their intentions be? Merely to create chaos? Qin Feng found himself utterly perplexed. Concurrently, his suspicions regarding Zhao Xingjun intensified rather than diminished. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the open-air barbecue stall, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong had already been seated for an hour or two. Together, they indulged in countless skewers of grilled delicacies, reveling in the feast. Lin Xie let out a prolonged burp. At that moment, Zhou Dong inquired, is it truly wise to so easily return Zhao Xingjun to the cat hunting team? After all, we finally caught such a big fish. We should at least have implanted a tracker or a listening device on him. Letting him go so easily feels like a waste. Lin Xie, with a toothpick in his mouth and a slight smirk, replied, you don't understand. Sometimes, doing nothing can be the most lethal and destructive action. Zhou Dong, taken aback, displayed a perplexed expression. What? Are you serious? Without further explanation, Lin Xie casually draped his arm around Zhou Dong's neck and said, let us go. We have an essential exploratory task ahead, one that holds significant reference value for our forthcoming strategies. Zhou Dong, utterly bewildered, responded, at this late hour. Past 2 in the morning, what work could possibly await us? Lin Xie grinned mischievously. You'll find out when we arrive. Observing Lin Xie's dog-like grin, Zhou Dong's eyes darted. This doesn't seem simple. Chapter 29. Is this what you refer to as a task of great reference value? Lin Xie led Zhou Dong to a location. Upon arrival, Zhou Dong looked up to find a dazzling neon-lit skyscraper with the words Heaven on Earth Footbath City emblazoned before him. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning behind Lin Xie's earlier words. Lin Xie smiled slightly. Indeed, this is where our work lies ahead. Let us go. It's my treat. Zhou Dong nearly spewed his soda, utterly speechless. However, this task, while lacking in benefits and potentially challenging to advance, could still be accomplished with skillful techniques. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. With that thought, Zhou Dong eagerly rolled up his sleeves, a lewd grin breaking across his face as he followed Lin Xie inside. The clock had already crossed 2:30 in the morning. The popularity of the live broadcast of cat and mouse game on various platforms had significantly dwindled, as most viewers had succumbed to sleep, leaving the night broadcasts rather desolate. However, the scene at Heaven on Earth Footbath City, like a stone cast into a lake, stirred up ripples of excitement. What on earth is Lin Xie up to at this hour? Need I ask? Engaging in what every man aspires to do. Anticipation surged. It was 2:46 a.m., and one could only hope the director's team had retired for the night, fearing an abrupt signal cut or screen blackout. If that were to happen again, one might just dig up the director's ancestors. Lin Xie, number 38 at Heaven on Earth, is top-notch. Choose her. Such nonsense. The 19th is truly extraordinary. The 25th is affectionately referred to as the Little Shirling of Yangqing, and it's worth a try. Suddenly, a flurry of experienced patrons appeared in the live broadcast room, engaging in fervent discussions and critiques. The atmosphere was harmonious, characterized by mutual assistance, courteousness, and a spirit of camaraderie. Indeed, it was even more harmonious than a well-ordered society. As for the detractors, they had long since vanished. Everyone was exceedingly polite. Please share the link to the video of Xiaoming. I possess a rare edition of Yejia, who wishes to message me privately. I want it, boss. Please. May good fortune accompany you all your life. I have all the videos from Heaven on Earth, numbers 1 to 23, featuring my heartfelt performances, friends. If you wish to see, contact me. I want to see. 1. Welcome. At Heaven on Earth Footbath City. As Lin Xie and Zhou Dong entered the VIP room, a row of stunning young ladies lined up, eagerly awaiting their selection. Zhou Dong hesitated, torn between choosing Little Shirling or Little Xiaoming. Little Shirling coyly exclaimed, Zhou Dong, pick me. I'm your devoted fan. Little Xiaoming also playfully pleaded, "Choose me, Zhou Dong. I'm your loyal admirer." Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Zhou Dong awkwardly smiled, caught between two ardent fans, unable to make a decision. Eventually, he turned to Lin Xie for assistance. "Brother Lin, why don't you choose first?" The lovely ladies immediately turned their longing gazes toward Lin Xie, clamoring, "Lin Xie, pick me. I've been following cat and mouse game. You are my idol. Choose me. I'm free. I'll even pay you 1,000 to pick me." Seeing such fervent fans in this vibrant milieu, and even those willing to pay him, Lin Xie felt a surge of vanity and satisfaction. Wow, who would have thought that coming here for a foot bath would lead to meeting fans? Haha, it seems we have become celebrities. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Only children make choices. I'll take them all." This declaration sparked cheers from the ladies, who rushed to bestow kisses upon Lin Xie. Many attractive women began streaming live on Douyin, exclaiming, "Hello, Douyin friends. The two handsome stars of cat and mouse game, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong, are here at Heaven on Earth tonight. Wow, so exciting. They even picked me. I must apologize to last week's top fan, as I promised to only be with you this week, but that is no longer feasible. I'll make it up to you next week. Lin Xie is here. I have to serve him now." The subsequent events could not be broadcasted on Douyin, lest the account be suspended. See you in the private live broadcast room later. The password is well understood, and your follow is welcome. To the viewers of Cat and Mouse Game, if you can see this scene, feel free to follow me. My Douyin handle is Charming Little Kitty. Offline connections are available. Private messages will receive prompt replies. Lin Xie couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seems that sometimes fame is not a blessing. I merely wish to enjoy a foot bath, yet here I am, being broadcasted by these ladies. As the illustrious male protagonist of the 7th season of Cat and Mouse, does he still possess any semblance of shame? Even Zhou Dong feels an acute sense of embarrassment. However, in comparison to the diligent women who have transitioned from offline to online businesses, his current concern is a rather pressing question. Lin, do you truly possess that much wealth? Are you really capable of accommodating all these ladies at once? Lin Xie lit a cigarette for himself, exhaling plumes of smoke, his expression laden with melancholy. Faced with the live-streaming foot masseuses who displayed no regard for his feelings, engrossed in setting up their equipment, he found himself lacking the enthusiasm to respond to Zhou Dong's inquiry. Instead, he merely opened his WeChat wallet and presented it for Zhou Dong to see. Upon a fleeting glance, Zhou Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy cow! Over 500,000. When did you amass such a fortune? Lin Xie cast him a disdainful glance. Think a little harder. Don't be so preoccupied with petty theft. Don't think I'm unaware that you just surreptitiously groped the backside of number 25, little Zhiling. At this revelation, Zhou Dong chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xie chose to ignore him, cigarette in mouth, and stood up, addressing the beautiful ladies preparing for their online endeavors with impatience. All right, everyone, shut off your phones. Is it not shameful to stream like this and cause such a ruckus? However, number 18, Little Miming, approached with a flirtatious gaze and a cat-like stride. Smiling sweetly, "Handsome Lin, come on, what is there to be ashamed of? It's quite delightful." The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched in irritation. He yearned to escape. Yet, at that moment, he was besieged by several ladies. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe. Chapter 30, Late Night Broadcast Incident Beep. In the live streaming rooms of Cat and Mouse across various platforms, the audience had their tissues ready, eagerly awaiting Lin Xie and Zhou Dong to torment little Zhiling, to fondle little Miming, to overpower Yejia, and to engage in an epic battle of 300 rounds with the heavenly realm. Just then, the screen jolted, revealing the awkward smile of Hua Ge. Ahem. According to the production team's directive, we must pause the broadcast for a moment to air a few advertisements. The scene swiftly transitioned into commercial time. On the street, what should one do if they're distracted by beautiful women and collide with a telephone pole? In bed, after watching too many short videos on their phone, how can one alleviate the sense of emptiness? While working, if every time one looks up, they feel the goddess at the adjacent desk is stealing glances, what should one do? Bright eyes eye drops, you deserve to have them. Just one drop. Your vision will be crystal clear. Walk without colliding with telephone poles. Watch your phone without fatigue. Every day, when you lift your head, you can clearly see the goddess across from you, disdainfully judging and dismissing you. The goddess slams her hand on the table. Fatty Ming, I've tolerated you for long enough. What do you mean by constantly stealing glances at me? Fatty Ming trembled in shock, utterly stupefied. Suddenly, the goddess's expression shifted from anger to mirth as she produced a bottle of Bright Eyes eye drops. If you wish to look, use Bright Eyes eye drops. Gaze boldly and without worry. Since using Bright Eyes eye drops, there's no need to squint when observing beauties anymore. The scene transitioned again to the second advertisement. In this restless society, individuals are governed by their desires. Consequently, love has become absurd and laughably ridiculous. People often say that scoundrels are merely human, while sycophants are akin to dogs. After consuming chicken, humans are left with only bones, which they discard for the dogs. The dogs, far from being disdainful, find the remnants quite delectable. Yet the chicken, alas, feels that being devoured by a dog is simply beneath its dignity. Meanwhile, in the bustling live-streaming arenas of platforms like Douyin and Cat Tooth, chaos erupts. The screen is inundated with vitriolic comments, overwhelming the advertisements currently airing. Director, I curse your ancestors. Just as a captivating scene featuring Lin Xie appears, the camera abruptly shifts. Has there been no consideration for public decency? Is there no understanding of the joy of helping others? A fervent protest arises. Serious protest. Serious protest. Serious protest. 1. Withdraw. Which friend possesses the private live stream of Xiaomi? I humbly beseech you to share. United in supplication. United in plea. United in beseeching. In another realm. Within the director's office, Feng Dajing is soundly asleep when he is abruptly awakened by an urgent phone call. Irritated, he storms in, his forehead adorned with a multitude of dark lines. This Lin Xie, always throwing me off balance, engaging in such frivolous antics. It severely tarnishes the purity of cat and mouse game. If the broadcasting authority shuts down this program, I swear I will make him pay dearly. In the office, the staff responsible for the night broadcast were expressions of dismay. Already burdened by the trials of night shifts, they had hoped to pass the time idly, only to find themselves embroiled in Lin Xie's debacle, nearly causing a broadcasting catastrophe. Fortunately, the production team reacted swiftly, promptly inserting advertisements. Lin Xie's actions are enough to incite considerable ire. Ouyang Xiaoqian, feeling fatigued, timidly inquires, Director, should we not consider removing Lin Xie? Feng Dajing merely rolls his eyes in response. The entire focus of the program is now on the showdown between Lin Xie and Qin Feng. How am I to remove him? Ouyang Xiaoqian can only offer a hollow laugh, her expression one of resignation. Feng Dajing, clearly displeased, adopts a grave demeanor. Addressing the staff, he commands, keep your eyes peeled. We must not allow any broadcasting mishaps. Otherwise, we shall all face dire consequences. At that moment, a staff member raises a hand to speak. Director Feng, I have noticed a significant issue. What problem? Feng Dajing replies, his face stern. The employee states, I have observed numerous minor characters in our cat and mouse game using our platform to advertise. From the formal attire shop manager to the wonton shop owner. And now to the foot masseuses from heaven on earth. They shamelessly exploit our platform for promotion. Moreover, the results are surprisingly effective. I just checked the wonton shop owner's Douyin account, and he has amassed 100,000 followers. Ouyang Xiaoqian nods in agreement. This trend cannot be encouraged, or it will mislead our program. Furthermore, they have not compensated us for their advertisements. Feng Dajing, incensed, declares, then you all must keep a vigilant watch. Whoever advertises, immediately apply a mosaic. If such advertisements air during the program again, I shall deduct your salaries. Upon hearing the threat of salary deductions, the staff members can only respond with exasperation. Meanwhile, the individual who posed the question was filled with disdain. Gnashing their teeth in frustration, isn't it better to turn a blind eye to this foolishness? With this approach, everyone's workload is bound to increase. At that moment, another employee proposed, Director, why don't we insert some actors from our team into the show? We could cleverly utilize our own performers for promotional purposes. In doing so, we might even earn advertising fees from the businesses involved. Upon hearing this, Feng Dagong's eyes brightened. It was indeed a splendid idea. He then cast a curious glance at the employee. Young man, you are new here, aren't you? What is your name? I don't recall seeing you before. The staff member's face lit up with joy as he adjusted his black-framed glasses, excitedly responding, Director Feng, my name is Yang Cheng. I am a senior student majoring in performance at Yangqing University, and I just started my internship here yesterday. It's understandable that you don't recognize me. Very well. Yang Cheng, you have a promising mind. From now on, you shall assist me alongside Ouyang Xiaoqian, Feng Dagong declared. Yang Cheng's face radiated with delight. Thank you, Director. At this moment, Ouyang Xiaoqian timidly inquired, Director, how should we handle the incident at Tianshang Rinjian? Feng Dagong's expression turned serious as he pondered the matter before reaching a conclusion. That business was already illegal. Now that it has been made public, our production team must take a stand. Xiaoqian, once Lin Xie and Zhou Dong are out, you should immediately report to the police and have the vice squad shut down Tianshang Rinjian. Ouyang Xiaoqian was taken aback, exclaiming, But, Director, you visited that establishment just last week, and the owner, Prince Hui, is your friend. Wouldn't this be rather ungracious? Feng Dagong's lips twitched in irritation as he cursed inwardly. In front of so many staff, you expose my shortcomings? Where is my dignity as the director? Are you intentionally undermining me? With a scowl, he shouted angrily, I command you to do as I say. Why ask so many questions? Chapter 31. I simply came for a massage the following morning, in the live broadcast room of Cat and Mouse Game. The camera finally returned to Lin Xie and Zhou Dong. Lin Xie emerged from his room, stretching lazily, looking sprightly. Zhou Dong, from another VIP room, leaned against the wall, appearing weak and shaky. Lin Xie, surprised, remarked, Oh, Zhou, why do you look so listless? Did you engage in battle last night? Zhou Dong sighed helplessly, alas. Last night was a 1v7 situation. It was tougher than actual combat. It's all your fault, Lin. If you hadn't dragged me into this exploratory venture, I wouldn't be in such a feeble state. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. By the way, you also entertained 7 or 8 lovely ladies last night. How come you were so drained? Could it be that you are the legendary warrior of the kidneys? Lin Xie struggled to suppress his laughter, feigning innocence. I merely had those 7 or 8 lovely ladies give me a simple foot massage. He then provocatively asked, Did you perhaps make any excessive demands of them, Zhou? Zhou Dong was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. With an awkward chuckle, he remarked, Haha, Brother Lin, you truly have a knack for humor. Spending an entire night together without engaging in any activity. Do you think you are as steadfast as Lu Xiaohui? Lin Xie, however, replied with utmost seriousness. It was merely a massage. Have you forgotten that our every move is being broadcast live in Cat and Mouse, under the ever-watchful eye of the invisible surveillance cameras, monitoring us 24 hours a day with no blind spots? Do you dare to act inappropriately? Brother Zhou, you are indeed audacious. At that moment, Zhou Dong felt a jolt of realization. His mind buzzed with the implications. Wait a minute. Are you saying that our epic battle last night, which lasted 300 rounds, was broadcasted for all to see? If that is the case, how could I possibly show my face in public again? Noticing Zhou Dong's bewilderment, Lin Xie patted him on the shoulder and feigned ignorance. Surely, you did not make any inappropriate requests of the ladies, did you? Absolutely not. Haha, Zhou Dong replied. His face contorted with distress, a smile more painful than a frown. He soon became irritated. Did you not say yesterday that we would be exploring the depths of the matter? Lin Xie, with a sincere expression, retorted, I was referring to work. I never implied that you should delve into anything else with the ladies. Zhou Dong's lips twitched in disbelief. So, you truly brought me here last night purely for the sake of work? Lin Xie shrugged. If not for work, then what else could it be? Zhou Dong, unable to tolerate Lin Xie's hypocrisy any longer, exclaimed, I can't believe you. You deceitful rascal. First, you betrayed Soros, and now you are pulling the same stunt on me. He then raised his fist to strike Lin Xie. Lin Xie, sensing the impending trouble, swiftly made his escape, unable to contain his laughter as he fled. Haha, you fool. How dare you laugh? If you have the courage, then stop running. Zhou Dong, clutching his waist and feigning fatigue, pursued him. After a considerable effort, he finally caught up to Lin Xie. In a surprising turn of events, Lin Xie, now displaying a semblance of conscience, produced a bottle of beverage. You must be exhausted. Here, have a bottle of kidney treasure. Tonight, you shall be a warrior once more. Zhou Dong, still simmering with anger, shot Lin Xie a fierce glare. Snatching the kidney treasure from him, he gulped down a few swigs, feeling somewhat appeased. I suppose you have a shred of decency after all. Yet, he soon grew concerned. By the way, I made quite a few risque moves last night. Surely, they weren't broadcasted? Lin Xie handed him a cigarette, offering reassurance. I was merely joking to frighten you. Do not take it to heart. Rest assured, my brother, I can guarantee 1000% that it will not be aired. Just think, even a small scene of Qin Feng performing a striptease would be censored, let alone your sizable display. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Otherwise, I would truly be unable to face anyone. But then he paused. Wait. No. How do you know I am 18 centimeters? Lin Xie nonchalantly replied. You measured it yourself last night, remember? You even took a left turn. Zhou Dong's expression changed dramatically as he shrieked in disbelief. Lin Xie candidly stated, I have been following several young ladies' exclusive live streams, including those of Xiao Mimi. Although the cat and mouse game stream did not feature your appearance, the private sessions of Xiao Mimi, Xiao Zhiling, and Yi Jie are indeed broadcasting. I even sold the keys to these private live streams at an astonishingly low price of 10 yuan on my various WeChat accounts, earning tens of thousands in just one night. I will transfer half to you later. Let us split it 50-50. Zhou Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to internal injury. However, Lin Xie remained unfazed, continuing, these young women find it difficult to earn money. In this age of rapid information development, they must adopt an internet-oriented mindset, balancing both online and offline efforts. Failing to keep up with the trends would leave them in dire straits. Therefore, I assist them in attracting traffic, ensuring they can return home in style for the new year. Zhou Dong coughed up another mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing on the spot. Lin Xie, I will kill you. Just then, several police cars rushed by, startling them into hiding. Once the police vehicles had passed, Zhou Dong scratched his head in confusion. What are those police cars up to? Lin Xie shrugged. Who knows what they are doing? At least they are not here to apprehend us. The police cars had driven directly to the entrance of the heavenly world. The vice squad swiftly disembarked and surrounded the entire footbath city. Meanwhile, the Pearl River Morning News was broadcasting live. A sharply dressed female reporter stood at the entrance of Heavenly World, microphone in hand, addressing the camera. Good morning, dear viewers. Thanks to the invaluable assistance of the cat and mouse game reality show, the police have successfully dismantled a massive illegal trafficking ring. Without the fearless sacrifice of 2 members from the mouse group, who ventured into the lion's den last night for an undercover investigation, the police would never have located the solid evidence of transactions. Thank you, cat and mouse game. Thank you, Director Feng. Combating vice and drugs to foster a harmonious society is a shared responsibility. At that moment, behind the reporter, a middle-aged man in a suit, handcuffed, was escorted out by several officers. This man was the notorious boss of Heavenly World, Prince Hui. Struggling, he shouted at the camera, Feng Dagong, you will not have a good end. Just last week, I treated you, and now you report me. I curse you and your ancestors. The reporter appeared slightly embarrassed and coughed. This concludes our segment on Pearl River Live News. See you next time. The scene shifted back to Lin Xie and Zhou Dong. After finishing a bottle of kidney tonic, Zhou Dong appeared revitalized. Lin Xie, what shall we do next? Lin Xie inhaled a puff of smoke. We still have 2 schemes to execute, one targeting a small group and the other aimed at a larger population. The game rules define a small group as consisting of 20 to 100 individuals, while a large group refers to those exceeding 500. Having successfully evaded the pursuit of the cat hunters, our next course of action is to execute these 2 schemes. At this moment, Zhou Dong remarked, I have long harbored an idea that should be capable of deceiving over 20 individuals. Lin Xie, intrigued by this statement, responded with curiosity, oh, you, with your 18 centimeters left turn, can devise a plan? Pray, enlighten me. Chapter 32, The city's schemes run deep. We shall venture to the countryside. Zhou Dong promptly unveiled his concept. In addition to being a master thief, I am also an accomplished magician. Lin Xie chuckled. Is that so? I would never have guessed. Zhou Dong, with utmost seriousness, continued, we can establish a magic training course. The fees are quite reasonable, 998 for each participant, with a guarantee that within a month, they will master 5 essential magical techniques. Most importantly, upon completion, we will assist the students in securing professionally relevant employment. Should they fail to learn within a month, or if they do not receive job placement, a full refund will be issued. Such enticing terms, wouldn't you agree? Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is quite alluring. Anyone with even a modicum of interest in magic would likely be tempted. A smug smile crept onto Zhou Dong's face as he continued, my magic training course will undoubtedly attract numerous enrollees. Once the number of participants exceeds 20, we shall promptly abscond with the funds. Thus, a scam targeting a select few will be successfully executed. One cannot deny that Zhou Dong's idea possesses merit. Many similar scams have emerged in the marketplace. They are not only easy to implement, but also boast a high success rate. Examples include gym scams, long-term rental frauds, and beauty salon membership schemes, among others. The recent uproar surrounding the broken shell apartment incident also falls within this category. However, Lin Xie doused Zhou Dong's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. While it may be feasible for others to execute such a scheme, we would not find success. Zhou Dong, taken aback, retorted, "Why should others succeed while we cannot? Moreover, I possess genuine skills. My magic tricks are no less impressive than Lin Xien's." As he spoke, he demonstrated his prowess by producing a bill, tearing it to shreds, crumpling it into a ball, and then restoring it to its original form. Lin Xie responded, "Your magic tricks are commendable, yet success is not solely contingent upon skill. The crux of the matter lies in the audience." Zhou Dong vehemently disagreed with Lin Xie's perspective. The majority of magic's audience consists of young people. Young individuals represent the most lucrative and easily harvested crop. Consider P2P lending, Huabei, long-term rentals, and shared bicycles. Each one preys upon the youth. Moreover, those who are exploited remain blissfully unaware. Lin Xie shook his head in exasperation, sighing, "With your level of intellect, I am at a loss as to how to convey this to you. It seems that the efforts I made last night to introduce you to such fundamental concepts were in vain." Zhou Dong, with a furrowed brow, appeared quite displeased. He detests it when others insinuate that his intelligence is lacking. "What do you mean by that? What connection does our scheme have with the Tianshang Rin Jian foot-bathing city? Speaking of which, I have yet to settle last night's accounts with you." Lin Xie could only explain, "Let me put it this way. Your scheme targets the youth, and our cat and mouse game also appeals to the same demographic. Think carefully with your little brain. Given our current notoriety, even the foot bath attendants at Tianshang Rin Jian can recognize us instantly. Do you believe the young people on the streets would not know who we are? Your magic teaching training class might deceive 1 or 2 young individuals, but to swindle more than 20 is indeed a daunting task. You cannot guarantee that among the 20 students you recruit, there will not be a single viewer of cat and mouse game. If even one viewer appears, your plan will be doomed." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong was momentarily speechless. It was only then that he comprehended. "So, your visit to Tianshang Rin Jian last night was to gauge our recognition?" Lin Xie shrugged. "What else? I clearly stated that we were there to conduct a preliminary investigation that would be invaluable for our upcoming strategy. Yet you turned it into a tale of absurdity. And if the foot bath attendants live-streamed it, you have no one to blame but yourself." Zhou Dong's lips twitched in frustration, utterly unable to refute Lin Xie's statement. Lin Xie continued, "Do you think the reactions of those foot bath attendants lack significance? They are so busy with their work and yet are aware of cat and mouse game, able to recognize us as members of the mouse team. What about others? Initially, I intended to devise a scheme akin to your magic teaching training class, as such fundraising scams are quite easy to execute and often yield successful results. However, after observing the reactions of those foot bath attendants last night, I reconsidered my approach." Zhou Dong chuckled dryly, reluctantly admitting that Lin Xie was indeed astute. Conducting tests prior to setting up a scheme, he realized he had been somewhat short-sighted. How could he have overlooked the fact that Cat and Mouse Game is a globally popular reality show? They are now, in a sense, minor celebrities. Given the current recognition of the mouse team, it would indeed be challenging to orchestrate such a publicly visible scheme, especially one targeting a small group. However, to deceive others, one must first earn their trust. Now that everyone knows we are con artists, how do we execute the remaining 2 schemes? Zhou Dong found himself in a quandary, shaking his head in despair. Once a con artist's true identity is revealed, the art of deception becomes exceedingly difficult. Yet Lin Xie remained confident. "I have a strategy that could facilitate a scheme targeting a small group." Zhou Dong, intrigued, quickly pressed, "What is it? Do tell." Lin Xie replied, "Since we cannot deceive the audience of Cat and Mouse Game, let us instead target those who do not watch it. What demographic do you think is least likely to watch Cat and Mouse Game?" Zhou Dong pondered for a moment, and then his eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting the countryside?" Lin Xie nodded, affirming his thought. "Indeed, the city is rife with complexities. Let us venture into rural areas." Zhou Dong concurred, recognizing the merit in Lin Xie's strategy. Rural folk are often more gullible, particularly those residing in the remote foothills, where information is scarce. Once trust is established, it becomes effortlessly easy to manipulate them. This scenario is reminiscent of the illicit schemes of the 1980s and 1990s, where swindlers would deceive one locality and swiftly escape to another, enjoying a high success rate and minimal risk of capture. However, Zhou Dong still harbored some doubts and promptly inquired, "But how do we execute this scam targeting rural residents?" Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile. "Isn't there a nationwide population census underway? That presents an excellent entry point." Chapter 33. Preparations for the layout. Now that an entry point has been established, it is time to commence the groundwork. Preparation is paramount before initiating any layout. Although Lin Xie had released Zhao Xingjun, he still retained possession of Zhao's identification documents. Next, he intended to utilize Zhao's ID for certain purposes. He took Zhou Dong to a copy shop, where he first negotiated with the owner, offering 3,000 yuan for collaboration on a business venture. The shop owner, pleased with the arrangement, cheerfully agreed. Lin Xie then instructed the owner to replicate 2 identification cards based on Zhao Xingjun's credentials, one for Xie Lin, a member of the Anti-Fraud Center's second team, and another for Dong Zhou, a member of the third team. On the surface, these replicas bore a striking resemblance to Zhao's genuine document, the only distinction being that the authentic ID contained a chip, while the counterfeit did not, a detail that would likely elude the average person. Once the 2 IDs were crafted, Lin Xie requested the shop owner to produce a business card inscribed with the title of Zhao Xingjun, along with a telephone number. Naturally, this number could not belong to Zhao, but rather Zhou Dong's. The business card was elegantly designed, featuring the phrase 8 honors and 8 shames on the reverse, imparting an air of officialdom. Why did Lin Xie opt to create Zhao Xingjun's card instead of his own? The reasoning behind this choice would soon be revealed. After completing the business cards, Lin Xie swiftly extracted the seal from a document published on the official website of the Anti-Fraud Center in Yangqing. He then sought out a clandestine stamp-making establishment to procure a rubber stamp. With the counterfeit IDs, business cards, and rubber stamp in hand, one final task remained to complete the preparations for the layout. This last endeavor proved to be somewhat challenging, as Lin Xie needed to acquire a special type of ink. This particular ink, known as XX ink, appeared indistinguishable from ordinary ink at normal temperatures. However, when subjected to high heat, it evaporated completely, leaving no trace behind. In order to prevent anyone from purchasing this particular ink for dubious purposes, I shall refrain from disclosing its name. Lin Xie and Zhou Dong searched extensively near the copy shop, but could not locate this specialized ink, which is indeed quite elusive in physical stores. Fortunately, we live in an era dominated by the internet, where shopping platforms such as Taobao and Pinduoduo readily offer such items with a simple search. Lin Xie successfully found this extraordinary XX ink on Taobao. After selecting both the black and red variants, he communicated with the seller, requesting the items be sent via SF Express, with the delivery address listed as the copy shop. The next step was merely to await the arrival of these inks. While in anticipation, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong secured a room at a discreet hotel nearby that did not require identification registration for the night. The following day, the miraculous ink finally arrived. Upon receiving it, Lin Xie promptly instructed the copy shop owner to incorporate the black miraculous ink into the printer's cartridge for the purpose of printing a document he had composed the previous night, titled Non-Participation in Fraud Commitment Letter. The owner of the copy shop, being quite astute, recognized that Lin Xie had recently procured counterfeit identification and business cards, and suspected he was involved in something more significant. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "Incorporating this ink will ruin my entire printer." Lin Xie immediately discerned the underlying implication of the owner's words. The owner was essentially saying, "You need to pay more." Thus, Lin Xie swiftly replied, "How about I give you an additional 1,000 yuan? Let us see this through to the end." The owner, however, shook his head with a look of reluctance, stating, "You are engaging in these illicit activities. If the police were to pay us a visit, I might suffer consequences as well." The implication was clear. You need to pay more, or I will report you. Lin Xie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and immediately adopted a stern demeanor. This cunning businessman was evidently attempting to extort him. Nonetheless, Lin Xie found himself in a precarious situation. After all, he had already left incriminating evidence of his counterfeit documents at the copy shop. If he were to confront the owner, the threat of police involvement loomed large, jeopardizing the entire scheme before it even commenced. Thus, gritting his teeth, he said, "I can give you an additional 2,000. It cannot be more than that. If this doesn't work out, we will simply walk away." The owner, with a sly smile, replied, "To be a good person to the end, one must see it through. I suppose I shall reluctantly assist you." He then accepted the extra 2,000 yuan and proceeded to print 200 copies of the non-participation in fraud commitment letter. As Lin Xie received the 200 documents, he outwardly expressed gratitude to the owner for his generous assistance, but internally, he was cursing the owner's ancestors multiple times. Upon exiting the copy shop, Zhou Dong's face was filled with dissatisfaction. That owner lacks any business ethics, suddenly raising the price. Lin, you should not have given him that extra 2,000. Just look at how smug he is now. Lin Xie, with a sly smile, thought to himself, let him revel in his moment of pride. Soon enough, he will find himself in tears. Huh? Zhou Dong, momentarily taken aback, inquired, what do you mean by that? Lin Xie remained silent, simply retrieving a wallet from his pocket and tossing it into Zhou Dong's hands. Upon opening the wallet, Zhou Dong discovered over 2,000 yuan, along with an identification card and several bank cards. It was, astonishingly, the wallet of the copy shop owner. Zhou Dong exclaimed in disbelief. When did you manage to swipe the wallet of the copy shop owner? Here I am, the illustrious flying thief, completely oblivious to it. Are you attempting to usurp my livelihood? Must you show me such disdain? This is precisely the sort of task I ought to be handling. Lin Xie, utterly speechless at Zhou Dong's reaction, retorted, it was merely a casual grab. Must you make such a fuss? If you are so perturbed, then let all such trivial undertakings fall to you from now on. Meanwhile, inside the copy shop, the owner was gleefully counting his money, exclaiming, heh, an extra 2,000. How delightful. Quickly, he stashed it into his wallet, planning a night of indulgence. However, upon patting his pockets, he was suddenly struck with confusion. Huh? Where's my wallet? Oh no, where has my wallet gone? Losing money is one thing, but losing my identification and bank cards is a significant hassle. At this moment, various live streams were rife with commentary. Lin Xie's actions are utterly unscrupulous. Is it easy for the copy shop owner to run a small business? How cunning. Such a despicable act. Yet, I must admit, I find it amusing, haha. A serious protest. He has stolen Zhou Dong's opportunity, reducing him to a mere pawn. If I were Zhou Dong, I would retaliate fiercely. Alongside the critiques, many netizens speculated. Lin Xie's preparatory work for this scheme appears quite professional. I wonder how he plans to execute it next. Can he truly deceive more than 20 individuals at once? Intrigued, anticipating what comes next, observing quietly from the sidelines. Learning in secret. Chapter 34. The setup begins. Having completed the preliminary preparations for his scheme, it was time for Lin Xie to take action. He instructed Zhou Dong to steal a vehicle, and they drove northward. Their target was clear, a small village in Gaogang town, along the 172 rural highway. Lin Xie had chosen this location for his scheme, knowing full well that the cat hunting team would never suspect it. Previously, they had been misled by Lin Xie, wandering aimlessly near the 172 rural highway, ultimately accomplishing nothing. Who would have thought that Lin Xie would make a sudden return, strategically targeting a small group of individuals here? This unexpected maneuver, deviating from the norm, was indeed difficult to anticipate. So, how would Lin Xie orchestrate this scheme? Although it was aimed at the villagers, he refrained from entering the village directly. For even if one presented their identification, gaining the villagers' trust would be an uphill battle. To earn their confidence, one must first establish an authoritative presence. Without such credibility, it would be impossible to secure their trust, for the rural populace has grown quite astute in pursuing traditional tactics. They merely accept your complimentary stainless steel basin and depart. As for monetary exchange, identification requirements, or any form of barter, they are no longer easily deceived. This raises a pertinent question. How can one attain authoritative endorsement? Before addressing this, it is essential to clarify a fundamental issue. Who do the villagers in rural areas regard as the most authoritative figures? Undoubtedly, it is the village officials. In such rural settings, the authority of village officials surpasses that of any prominent individual, wealthy entrepreneur, or renowned celebrity. When village officials speak, the villagers attentively listen. In contrast, prominent figures, wealthy entrepreneurs, or celebrities may only captivate the attention of local residents momentarily, yet their words seldom penetrate the hearts of these rural folk. Lin Xie intends to enlist the village officials to provide him with the necessary authoritative endorsement. To ensure the village officials heed his directives, the most effective approach is to have the town officials advocate on his behalf. Thus, upon arriving in Gaogang town, he promptly accompanied Zhou Dong to the town government, seeking out the population census office responsible for demographic surveys. Upon reaching the office, Lin Xie immediately declared his identity. "Greetings, we are personnel from the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. I am Xie Lin, and this is my colleague, Dong Zhou." At that moment, the population census office housed only 2 staff members, a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 30s. Lin Xie promptly presented his identification to the middle-aged man, who was engrossed in a game of do di zhu at his desk. Zhou Dong followed suit, offering his identification as well. The middle-aged man scrutinized their credentials, noting that Xie Lin was a member of the 2nd team of the Anti-Fraud Center, while Dong Zhou belonged to the 3rd team. After thorough examination, he discerned no irregularities. He then raised his gaze to carefully assess Lin Xie and Zhou Dong, observing their demeanor, which appeared sincere and unthreatening. Consequently, he returned their identifications and stood to greet them. "Ah, so you are comrades from the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. Welcome, welcome." He extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xie and Zhou Dong, introducing himself. "I am Fan Zhijian, an old colleague from the Population Census Office. This is my colleague, Chen Fong, who has recently transferred from the county. May I inquire what brings you here?" he asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Could it be that unscrupulous fraudsters have audaciously targeted our Population Census Office personnel? Lin Xie chuckled lightly and quickly reassured him, "Not at all. You needn't worry. Fraudsters would hardly dare to target public officials. My colleague and I are here primarily to fulfill a task assigned to us by the Anti-Fraud Center." "What task?" Chen Fong inquired. Lin Xie elaborated. "In recent years, many unscrupulous fraudsters have repeatedly extended their malicious grasp towards our honest and kind rural uncles and aunts, resulting in devastation for these farmers, leaving them bereft of both family and fortune. In an effort to disseminate knowledge regarding fraud prevention and awareness throughout the rural areas, enhancing the vigilance of the rural populace, our Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center has resolved to seize the momentum of the ongoing population census. We shall dispatch anti-fraud specialists to accompany each township's population census teams, delving into every village and household to promote awareness of fraud prevention. To facilitate this endeavor, we have established a dedicated WeChat public account for anti-fraud purposes. Mr. Fan and Ms. Chun, you may wish to follow our public account, named Yangqing Anti-Fraud Service." With that, Lin Xie opened WeChat and presented the QR code for the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Service account, inviting them to scan it. Fan Zhijian took out his phone, scanned the code, and upon accessing the account's introduction, discovered it was a verified yellow V account, with the certification indicating government endorsement, specifically from the criminal police team of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. A review of the content revealed a plethora of anti-fraud promotions and news concerning the crackdown on scams, affirming the legitimacy of the public account. Consequently, Fan Zhijian's trust in Lin Xie and Zhou Dong as representatives of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center grew stronger. Little did he know, while the public account was indeed legitimate, the 2 individuals before him were, without a doubt, masterful deceivers. Lin Xie was leveraging the credibility of the Anti-Fraud Center's public account to bolster his own trustworthiness surreptitiously. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as Fan Zhijian, who had previously harbored doubts, now adopted a more courteous demeanor. "I am the head of the population census team in this town. Since you are here for fraud prevention, I will certainly cooperate with you to ensure the success of this initiative." However, at that moment, Chen Fong casually interjected, "It's rather surprising that you didn't notify us in advance about your arrival to conduct anti-fraud work." Upon hearing this, both Lin Xie and Zhou Dong were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. A sense of unease gripped Fan Zhijian as he suddenly recalled that government personnel typically have formal internal documents to facilitate cross-district work. Even in the absence of such documentation, a phone call would suffice as notification. It seemed quite unusual for these representatives of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center to arrive unannounced. Was there something amiss? The atmosphere shifted, becoming palpably tense. Zhou Dong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, fearing they might be exposed. Yet, Lin Xie maintained his composure, unruffled by the sudden turn of events. With a gracious smile, he offered an explanation. "Indeed, our lack of prior notice may seem presumptuous, and for that, I sincerely apologize. The reason for our abrupt visit stems from an urgent directive from our leadership, mandating us to complete anti-fraud initiatives across 12 townships in northern Guangdong within this month. Time is of the essence, compelling us to commence our work even before formal documentation could be issued. To be candid, undertaking this field investigation is a daunting task, often thankless, and not many are inclined to volunteer for such laborious duties. We are reluctant to engage in this task. Yet as newcomers with less than 2 months of experience, we must face it head-on. If you doubt our credibility, feel free to verify our identities on the official website of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. Chapter 35. Are you imposters? Lin Xie spoke with a tone of measured assertiveness, as if his words held undeniable truth. His speech carried a distinct air of persuasion. However, astute viewers had already begun to notice inconsistencies. Voicing their skepticism in the live chat, Lin Xie is digging his own grave. If Fan Zhijian and Chun Fong were to check the official site for their identities, they would be exposed on the spot. This situation seems doomed. A mission that begins with such faltering steps is bound to fail. Just when I expected Lin Xie to devise an intricate scheme, he has proven to be utterly disappointing. Indeed, his words came across as thoughtless. If it were me, I would never have mentioned the official website. The audience of Cat and Mouse Game buzzed with concern, their faith in Lin Xie's strategy waning. It was not only them. Even Zhou Dong felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. He silently prayed that Fan Zhijian and Qin Fong, swayed by Lin Xie's fervent conviction, would refrain from excessive scrutiny and avoid the official website. Yet, often, the more one wishes to avert a mishap, the more likely it is to occur. Fan Zhijian chuckled lightly. If that is the case, I shall log on to the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center's official website right now. It is prudent to verify such matters. After all, misunderstandings could lead to complications that benefit no one. I hope you do not mind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong's heart sank. This is it. We are likely to be exposed. Yet Lin Xie remained composed and unruffled, maintaining an air of calm. He smiled at Fan Zhijian. Feel free to check. We are neither villains nor fraudsters, so we do not mind. You can simply search for our information on the official website. Zhou Dong shot Lin Xie a look of exasperation, internally screaming, how can you remain so unfazed at this critical moment? We are on the verge of being uncovered. Where does your confidence stem from? Little did he know, Lin Xie's calm demeanor was the result of a well-prepared strategy. Encouraging Fan Zhijian and Chun Fong to verify their identities on the Anti-Fraud Center's official website was a calculated move, not a reckless one. Lin Xie understood that if he discouraged them from checking their identities now, they would inevitably investigate covertly later if any doubts arose. Rather than allowing them to probe in secret, it was far better to confront the issue openly, thereby retaining control of the situation. Most importantly, this approach would guide Fan Zhijian and Chun Fong's thought processes, leading them along a path of Lin Xie's choosing. As for how to lead them by the nose, at this moment, the previously forged business card of Zhao Jingjun would prove to be of paramount importance. Fan Zhijian logged into the official website of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center, seeking information about its personnel. To his surprise, he found no records of Xie Lin and Dong Zhou. There is no information about you. Fan Zhijian paused, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him. Even Qin Fong, who was observing nearby, cast an unusual glance towards Lin Xie and Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong, momentarily flustered, found himself at a loss for an explanation. Meanwhile, Lin Xie remained composed. Having anticipated this outcome, he feigned confusion and curiosity, exclaiming, no information about us. Surely not. Fan Zhijian's demeanor darkened. There truly is none. What is going on? Could it be that you are imposters? Lin Xie instantly adopted an innocent expression, protesting. How could we possibly be impersonators? We have no desire to undertake such a thankless job. Is there any need for us to masquerade? He continued. Perhaps it's because we have only been at the Anti-Fraud Center for less than 2 months and are still in our probationary period, which may explain why our personal details have not yet been recorded in the official system. Zhou Dong quickly chimed in. Yes, that must be it. Fan Zhijian remained noncommittal. Lin Xie had indeed mentioned their brief tenure at the Anti-Fraud Center, making this explanation somewhat plausible, as typically, one's information is only entered into the official system after the completion of the probationary period. However, Chun Fong remained skeptical. Your claims lack substantiation. How can we trust you? Perhaps we should wait for the formal notification before cooperating with you. Lin Xie countered. That won't do. The higher-ups are pressing us too hard. If we delay until the formal notification arrives, we surely won't meet our targets. He then proposed, I have another way to prove our identities. Fan Zhijian inquired. What method? Lin Xie replied, I can provide detailed information about our superior at the Anti-Fraud Center. His name is Zhao Jingjun. He stands at 178 centimeters tall, is 48 years old, and his employee number is 199700203. He resides in the Shiguan area of the Ueshio district in Yangqing. Check the name Zhao Jingjun and see if what I say is accurate. Skeptical yet intrigued, Fan Zhijian conducted a search. To his astonishment, he discovered that the leader of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center was indeed named Zhao Jingjun, with the employee number 199700203. And he lived precisely in the Shiguan area of the Ueshio district, aligning perfectly with Lin Xie's description. Thus, Fan Zhijian's belief in their claims was bolstered. Ordinary individuals have no access to such information about personnel within the system. Even fraudsters would struggle to acquire such detailed knowledge. Lin Xie's profound understanding suggested that he was likely a legitimate employee of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. Unbeknownst to them, however, this information had been gleaned from the work ID and identification card belonging to Zhao Jingjun. Lin Xie observed Fan Zhijian's skepticism and remarked, "I also happen to have a business card from our esteemed leader, which I retrieved from the office this morning. This card can further validate our identities." With that, he produced Zhao Jingjuan's business card and handed it to Fan Zhijian. Upon inspecting it, Fan Zhijian noted the title of director of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center inscribed on it, alongside a contact number. Turning it over, he saw the content concerning the 8 honors and 8 disgraces. This card was rather distinctive. It was uncommon for ordinary individuals to include such lofty principles. However, given Zhao Jingjuan's position within the establishment, the inclusion of such content only amplified its authenticity. Consequently, Fan Zhijian found himself more inclined to believe Lin Xie's assertions. Nonetheless, his trust had not yet reached its zenith, as the official website yielded no information regarding either of their identities, which still raised a modicum of suspicion. Noticing Fan Zhijian's lingering doubts, Lin Xie deployed his final gambit. Chapter 36, A Piece of Candy and a Club. Lin Xie suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, his displeasure evident as he coldly stated, "Do we truly appear to be swindlers? Enough is enough. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to contact Director Zhao. His personal number is on the card. Of course, if you believe this card is a forgery and the number unreliable, kindly return it to us. And you may verify through the official customer service number provided on the website." Fan Zhijian and Chun Fong were taken aback, never anticipating Lin Xie's sudden outburst. As they stood there in shock, Lin Xie seized the moment, letting out a disdainful snort. "Humph. I, Xie Lin, am a person of integrity and dignity as a civil servant. How dare you question me without bounds? Furthermore, Director Zhao's personal card is not something easily acquired by just anyone in this remote town. Given your attitude, do not blame me for being impolite." Regaining his composure, Fan Zhijian hastily attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Comrade Xie, what are you saying? We harbor no doubts about you. This is merely a matter of due diligence in our work. Since you not only possess detailed information about Director Zhao, but also his personal card, we certainly believe you. Even if an official notification has not been issued, it is of no consequence." Chun Fong chimed in with a smile, "It's no big deal. It's just about accompanying us to the countryside to promote anti-fraud knowledge. You can simply join us. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, we will head to Lixi village for a population census, and you too are welcome to accompany us." Seeing this, Lin Xie allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Feeling a sense of triumph within, success achieved. This is human nature. One cannot always present a friendly demeanor, or they will take advantage and become insatiable. It requires a balance of both reward and reprimand to ensure compliance. Indeed, with just a hint of anger, Lin Xie had compelled Fan Zhijian and Chun Fong to lower their guard and seek his favor. Lin Xie, recognizing the moment to withdraw gracefully, responded politely, "Since Mr. Fan has said so, we shall return to prepare some ongoing tasks. We will come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon and then proceed to the countryside with you." Fan Zhijian readily agreed. "Done. No problem. By the way, would you like to join me for lunch today? There is a renowned white-cut chicken restaurant here, famous for its free-range chickens raised on farms. I will treat you." However, Lin Xie politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Fan, but I must refuse the meal. The government has strictly prohibited public funds from being used for dining and entertainment. As public servants, we must lead by example and adhere to the law. Let's leave it at that for now. We will return to the hotel to make some preparations and see you at 2 o'clock. With that, he hurriedly left with Zhou Dong. Fan Zhijian, having been turned down for lunch, felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He could only watch Lin Xie and Zhou Dong depart. After all, They were from the Anti-Fraud Center of Yangqing. Although they were merely junior staff, their proximity to the power center warranted a modicum of respect. Once Lin Xie and Zhou Dong were gone, Chun Fong suddenly inquired, "Old Fan, do you really trust them so easily? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Fan Zhijin retorted, "What seems amiss?" Chun Fong pursed her lips, her brow furrowed. "We haven't received any official notice of their work, nor could we find their personal information on the official website. Isn't that suspicious?" Fan Zhijin countered. "Haven't they already explained? The absence of a formal notice is due to the urgency of their schedule, and the lack of information on the website means they are new employees who have yet to be registered. Just look at their innocent demeanor, claiming that the government forbids public funds for dining and entertainment. They are clearly naive newcomers to the system. Only those who have recently entered the bureaucracy would make such earnest declarations. They probably offended a superior without realizing it. Hence their assignment to this remote area for arduous tasks." While Chun Fong found some merit in Fan Zhijin's words, she still felt uneasy, plagued by worry. Observing her demeanor, Fan Zhijin continued to reassure her, "Do not harbor doubts. Even if they were engaged in anti-fraud propaganda right under our noses, what mischief could they possibly orchestrate? Their population census team consists of over a dozen individuals. We could easily assign 2 team members to closely observe Lin Xie and Zhou Dong. Even if they were fraudsters, they would not be able to carry out any wrongdoing." Yet, driven by a woman's intuition, she remained somewhat apprehensive. "Perhaps we should visit the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center's official website and find their contact number for confirmation?" Fan Zhijin dismissed the idea. Why go through the trouble of calling the official customer service? You know how inefficient they are. They could make you circle the globe 3.5 times just to answer a query. It would be far simpler to call the number on the business card that Xie Ling left us and inquire directly. In truth, the authenticity of the phone number left on that business card, purportedly belonging to Director Zhao, can be easily verified. Chun Fong inquired with curiosity, "Do you have a method?" Fan Zhijin replied, "I possess a phone card from Yangqing, and the recipient will undoubtedly remain unaware of the identity tied to this number. Therefore, I shall call using this card, feigning the role of a courier and inquiring where the package should be placed. This will allow me to ascertain the truth. If the individual mentions a specific location in Xiguan or refers to the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center, it is undoubtedly Director Zhao, as the official website lists his residence in Xiguan and his office at the Anti-Fraud Center. The package must be situated at one of these 2 addresses. Conversely, if they mention a different location, it is unequivocally a falsehood." Upon hearing this, Chun Fong found the plan rather ingenious. After all, in this day and age, who does not receive a few packages from time to time? Disguising oneself as a courier to probe the situation not only reduces the other party's vigilance, but also swiftly verifies the authenticity of the claim, making it a truly brilliant strategy. Thus, she promptly said, "What are we waiting for? Let us call and inquire right away." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xie had just exited the Gaoging town government with Zhou Dong, who appeared increasingly apprehensive. Will this not lead to our unraveling? If they happen to call the number listed on the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center's official website for verification, would we not be exposed on the spot? Lin Xie, however, remained confident and nonchalant, assuring him, "Rest assured, I can guarantee that Fan Zhijin will not call the official number." Zhou Dong, perplexed, asked, "What makes you so certain?" Lin Xie elaborated, "There are 3 reasons. First, the customer service number on the official website typically operates with low efficiency, requiring one to jump through countless hoops to receive a satisfactory answer. Thus, if a more effective solution presents itself, Fan Zhijin, with his impulsive nature, would undoubtedly avoid the official customer service line. Second, when I exhibited a hint of anger earlier, both Fan Zhijin and Chun Fong recoiled, revealing their underlying fear of offending us." Zhou Dong questioned, "Logically, new employees at the Anti-Fraud Center hold positions several levels below those seasoned bureaucrats. Why should they fear us?" Lin Xie smiled and replied, "They fear the possibility of us causing them trouble. We are merely junior employees from Yangqing, devoid of any vested interests. Yet for the ensuing days, we may be collaborating with them. If you were their superior wishing to ascertain their recent work performance, would you not seek our opinions?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong's heart sank as he suddenly comprehended the situation. He had previously been baffled as to why Fan Zhijin and Chun Fong had immediately cowered at Lin Xie's display of assertiveness. Now, the reason became crystal clear. Lin Xie continued, "If we were indeed employees of the Anti-Fraud Center in Yangqing, Any inquiries made through the official hotline would undoubtedly reveal our identities, as the center would promptly relay such information to us. Even if they chose not to, a cursory glance at the incoming call logs would suffice. Any reasonably astute individual would certainly be displeased by such covert investigations, and understandably, they would voice their discontent and seek to undermine the investigators. Fan Jijian and Chen Fong, seasoned veterans within the system, possess a far deeper understanding of interpersonal dynamics than the average person. Thus, it is inconceivable that they would be oblivious to these underlying interests. Zhou Dong nodded repeatedly, convinced by Lin Xie's astute analysis. Lin Xie then elaborated, thirdly, and most crucially, I have left behind a business card for Zhao Xingjun, effectively providing Fan Jijian and Chen Fong with an alternative avenue for investigation, one that is markedly more efficient than calling the official hotline. They need only dial the number on the card, and with a little probing, they can ascertain the authenticity of our identities. Considering these three reasons, I am confident that they will not resort to the official hotline. Should they desire a more thorough inquiry, they would undoubtedly opt to call the number on the card. No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Dong's phone began to ring. The contact information on the counterfeit business card was Zhou Dong's own number. He was momentarily taken aback, pulling out his phone to check. The call was originating from Yangcheng, and it was unlikely to be Fan Jijian. He wondered who it could be. Lin Xie, however, interjected, who said that a Yangcheng number cannot belong to Fan Jijian. Hand me your phone, I shall answer it. After taking the phone, Lin Xie cleared his throat, adopting a voice that was low and aged, resembling that of a middle-aged man. Hello, may I ask who this is? A strange voice responded from the other end. Hello, I am the courier. Your package has arrived. Would you like to come down and collect it, or should I leave it at the hive? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie recognized the voice immediately, despite its unfamiliarity. He understood that it was Fan Jijian calling. This number had never been used for any online purchases. The 2 bottles of magical ink he had ordered previously were purchased using Lin Xie's own mobile number, having never made any online transactions. And given that they had just been released from prison, where would the package come from? Thus, even though Fan Jijian had deliberately altered his voice, he could not conceal his true identity from Lin Xie's keen ears. What was Fan Jijian's purpose in masquerading as a courier? A moment's reflection made it clear. He sought to probe the identity of the individual behind that number, to determine whether it truly belonged to Zhao Xingjun. And what is the primary concern of a courier? Naturally, it is the address. With this realization, Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile, and he responded with ease. He countered, I apologize, but I have made several online purchases recently, and the delivery addresses have varied. May I ask if you are currently at my residence in Yueshio District, or at my workplace at the Anti-Fraud Center in Tianhe District? If it is at the West Side House, please kindly place it in the beehive at the entrance of the community. If it is over here in Tianhe District, please hold on. I shall descend to retrieve it immediately. Oh, I see. A voice on the other end of the line responded, I am at the West Side House, so I will place it in the beehive for you. Goodbye. Fan Jijian hung up the phone, exhaling deeply. He then turned to Chen Fong and said, the owner of this phone number is indeed Director Zhao of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. Chen Fong was taken aback. She had heard the conversation clearly. Before Fan Jijian even posed a question, the other party had confidently mentioned both the West Side House and the Anti-Fraud Center, which coincidentally were Zhao Xingjun's home and work addresses. The response was flawless and impeccable. So, does this mean that the owner of the number on the business card is truly Zhao Xingjun? Fan Jijian remarked, there is no room for doubt. It must be Zhao Xingjun. Xiaolin and Dong Zhou are indeed employees of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. Otherwise, they could not possibly possess Director Zhao's personal business card. After all, individuals of such high stature do not casually distribute their cards. However, Chen Fong still harbored some concerns. Do you think that business card might have been stolen from them? Fan Jijian frowned, clearly displeased. Why are you so suspicious? Chen Fong chuckled lightly. Old Fan, it's better to be safe than sorry. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Why don't we directly inquire with Director Zhao to confirm whether he indeed sent 2 employees to our area for anti-fraud education? Fan Jijian rolled his eyes. If you want to ask, go ahead. I wouldn't dare be so blunt. Chen Fong frowned slightly, and out of caution, she mustered her courage and dialed the number on the business card with her phone. Hello, is this Director Zhao Xingjun of the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center? Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? I am Chen Fong from the Population Census Group at the Gaogang Town Family Planning Office. Miss Chen, what can I do for you? I would like to inquire whether your anti-fraud center has dispatched 2 employees to our Gaogang town for anti-fraud education. Yes, came the calm, yet affirmative reply from the other end. One is named Xie Lin and the other Dong Zhou. Both are young individuals whom I sent to the countryside for some practical experience. Is it possible they have caused any trouble in your town? No. They have been performing excellently. I merely called to verify. After hanging up, Chen Fong breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer had any doubts. It appears they are indeed staff members of the anti-fraud center. Fan Zhijian rolled his eyes again. I told you there was nothing wrong with them. You really are overly cautious. Chen Fong let out a dry laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xie had just ended the call from Chen Fong, returning the phone to Dong Zhou. A triumphant smile spreading across his face. It worked. After this call from Chen Fong, our identities should no longer be questioned. Chapter 38. As a deceiver. Engaging in anti-fraud work in the village, having gained the trust of Fan Zhijian and Chen Fong, the authoritative endorsement from the Bureau was effectively secured. Yet, this merely represented a modest initial stride. The Bureau required a methodical approach, gradually unfolding its operations. A multitude of tasks remained ahead. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xie and Director Zhou returned punctually to the census group office. Fan Zhijian and Chen Fong had already gathered a dozen members of the census group, who awaited their arrival. As soon as Lin Xie and Director Zhou stepped in, the members approached them with cordiality, extending handshakes and greetings. Greetings. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our humble abode. It is indeed a privilege to collaborate with you. The young man is quite promising. Joining the anti-fraud center in Yangqing, his prospects are boundless. If our leaders inquire about the progress, please do speak favorably of us. Certainly, Lin Xie replied with a polite demeanor, a smile gracing his face. I humbly seek your guidance on work matters. Supporting younger colleagues is a duty. Feel free to ask us anything that perplexes you. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. After a round of pleasantries, the group set off. Their destination for the census was a village named Lin Xie Village, located in the northern region at the confluence of Gaogang Town and Yuan Town. The journey was lengthy, necessitating transportation. Fortunately, the town government had provided the census group with 2 vans. Although the vehicles were somewhat dilapidated, they were better than nothing. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Lin Xie Village. The group entered with a great sense of purpose, drawing the attention of the village dogs who barked incessantly. Fan Zhijian, familiar with the terrain, led them to the village chief's home to explain their purpose and seek his guidance. However, the village chief remarked that conducting the census at this hour would likely prove challenging, as it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Most villagers were either working in the fields or employed at nearby factories, leaving many homes tightly locked. For a more efficient census, it would be prudent to return around 7 or 8 in the evening when the workers had returned home. Fan Zhijian found the village chief's reasoning sound. Though he was uncertain of Lin Xie and Director Zhou's opinions, he worried that they might be displeased, considering the urgency of their anti-fraud initiative. To his relief, Lin Xie responded, since the village chief has suggested it, let us return in the evening. Hearing this, Fan Zhijian immediately felt a weight lift from his shoulders. As long as Lin Xie was agreeable, everything else would fall into place. With several hours remaining until evening, the group settled in the village chief's home, enjoying tea, conversing, and sharing lighthearted banter. The village chief had even taken the time to slaughter 2 roosters, preparing a savory braise to accompany their drinks. Finally, after a long wait, the clock struck 6. With everyone well-fed and feeling restless, it was time to commence their work. Thus, the village chief led the way, meticulously conducting a household census throughout the community. The task of surveying the rural population proved to be rather arduous, as the majority of those remaining in the countryside were elderly individuals in their 50s and 60s, making communication quite challenging. Additionally, there were quite a few children born in excess of the legal limits who lacked official registration. With a sense of responsibility, the census team endeavored to document these unregistered individuals and initiated the process of securing their household registrations. After all, the nation has now embraced a policy of open childbirth, and it is only natural that these matters be resolved for them. Lin Xie and Director Zhou followed closely behind the census team, simultaneously carrying out their mission to raise awareness about fraud prevention. Sir, have you ever been deceived by a scammer? What? A braid? I had mine cut off when Yuan Shikai came to power. No, I'm referring to con artists. Those who deceive people. Oh, the sound of firecrackers. Aren't they prohibited in the countryside now? I've never set off firecrackers. You should go after that old dog next door. He let off firecrackers during Qingming. Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Communicating with the elderly gentleman was indeed no easy feat, fortunately. The rural population was not comprised solely of older men. There were also quite a number of middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s, making interactions significantly simpler. Uncle, we are police officers from the Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center. We are accompanying the census team into the village to conduct fraud prevention work. Oh, hello, officer. What can I do to assist you? I will do my utmost to cooperate. In truth, we simply wish to remind you that online scams are rampant nowadays, and many target elderly individuals in rural areas. I noticed you were just watching Douyin videos, enjoying the sight of beautiful women. Please be cautious. Most of those so-called experts in beauties are actually fraudulent. If they ask you to invest or send money, do not believe them. In summary, anyone requesting online transfers is a scammer. Do you understand? The uncle promptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no. If that is the case, I was just scammed yesterday." By whom? Lin Xie inquired hastily. The uncle's face was filled with regret. Yesterday, my son asked me to transfer money via WeChat. That scoundrel dared to deceive his own father. Just wait until he returns for the new year. I will give him a piece of my mind. Lin Xie's lips twitched again, leaving him at a loss for words. Ahem, if it's your son, it may not exactly be a scam, but it's best to confirm with a phone call before transferring any funds. By the way, here is our Yangqing Anti-Fraud Center's official account. It contains a wealth of knowledge on fraud prevention. You can follow it and peruse the content at your leisure to help safeguard yourself against scams. Alright, how do I follow the official account? Just scan the QR code and click to follow. Lin Xie and Director Zhou accompanied the census team as they made their rounds. Finally, around 10 o'clock in the evening, they completed their thorough sweep of the entire Lin Xie village. At last, they could return home. During this time, they conducted themselves just like the other anti-fraud personnel. With a singular focus on disseminating knowledge about fraud prevention, there was no shadowy intent behind their actions. Members of the census team, including Fan Zhijian and Shen Fong, were utterly oblivious to any peculiarities regarding Lin Xie and Zhou Dong. Little did they know that the apparent sincerity displayed by Lin Xie and Zhou Dong was merely a facade, laying the groundwork for their subsequent deceitful endeavors. This initial step was primarily aimed at gaining the villagers' trust, with the ensuing actions being the crux of their scheme. Chapter 39. The Stainless Steel Basin. In the following days, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong accompanied the census team, visiting numerous villages. At each stop, they earnestly promoted fraud prevention awareness, appearing as genuine advocates against scams. The line between pretense and reality blurred. When one performs convincingly enough, they can deceive even the most discerning eyes. Following this series of actions, Fan Zhijian, Chen Fong, and several other government officials had come to firmly believe in the identities of Lin Xie and Zhou Dong, harboring no further suspicions. This was, after all, to be expected. For Lin Xie and Zhou Dong had devoted themselves entirely to the cause of fraud prevention and had engaged in no other activities. Such diligence could hardly provoke doubt. As 4 days swiftly passed, Lin Xie sensed that the moment was ripe to advance to the next phase of their plan. Thus, he sought an excuse to bid farewell to Fan Zhijian. Zhou Dong inquired, "What shall we do next?" A subtle smile graced Lin Xie's lips as he replied, "Next, we shall procure stainless steel basins." Zhou Dong, perplexed, pondered the purpose of acquiring such basins. Lin Xie merely chuckled, refraining from elaborating, leaving Zhou Dong in suspense. "Just do as I say, and you shall soon understand their significance." Before long, they arrived at the bustling commercial street in the county center, where they located a wholesale store for daily necessities. There, they purchased over 200 high-quality stainless steel basins in one fell swoop. Zhou Dong, still bewildered, loaded the basins into their van, unable to fathom Lin Xie's intentions. Once the 200 basins were stowed away, Lin Xie glanced at the time on his phone. It was 4:35 p.m. The hour had come. "Let us depart," he declared, and they promptly turned the van northward, returning to Gaogang town. However, this time, their destination was not the town government, but rather the village itself. Their first target was Lin Xie village. Upon arriving there, it was already past 6, approaching 7 in the evening, and darkness had settled in. The villagers who had been out working in the fields had all returned home. Lin Xie instructed Zhou Dong to carry the stainless steel basins as they made their way to the homes of the villagers they had previously visited. Good evening, sir. We are officers from the Fraud Prevention Center, and we visited with the census team a few days ago. Do you remember us? Lin Xie greeted an elderly man. The man looked up at Lin Xie and Zhou Dong, nodding vigorously. Of course, I remember. You, young man, spoke to me about fraud prevention. Rest assured, I shall never fall victim to such schemes. Others ask me to transfer money online, but I never comply, not even if it's my son. Lin Xie chuckled, observing. It seems that your awareness of fraud prevention has significantly improved, dear sir. Our purpose for this visit is primarily to have you sign a commitment letter pledging not to engage in scams. In exchange, you will receive a stainless steel basin at no cost. A commitment letter against scams? The elder looked perplexed. What is that? Lin Xie swiftly opened a document folder and presented the pre-printed commitment letter for the elder's perusal. He patiently elucidated. It's quite simple, really. It is merely a letter of commitment. Many individuals in rural areas are unaware of the perils of scams and might, for a trivial sum, sell their bank card, identification, and phone number to fraudsters, thereby unwittingly becoming accomplices. This letter is merely a pledge for you not to assist these criminals, nothing more. Oh, I see. In that case, I shall sign it now. I would never aid a scammer. He took the commitment letter, glancing at it. The document was composed of 2 pages. The first required his name, contact number, and bank account number. The second page required his signature and fingerprint. The elder furrowed his brow, asking, "Why do I need to provide my bank account number?" Lin Xie quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. Dear sir, you are to provide your bank account number, not your bank password. We know your account number, but not your password, which means we can only deposit money, not withdraw it. Hence, you can rest assured. We are police officers, and there is no need for deceit. We request your bank account number primarily because many illegal participants in scams use bank accounts for transactions. By providing your account number, we will have a record, making it clear whether or not you have participated in any scams." Once the commitment letter was completed, and his signature and fingerprint affixed, Lin Xie produced a prepared carrot stamp, dipped it in a vibrant red ink, and stamped the commitment letter. "Sir, this is the seal of our anti-fraud center. With this stamp, you have contributed to our efforts against scams. Here is your basin. Take good care of it." The elder, cradling the stainless steel basin, chuckled. "Officer, this basin is quite splendid. Sturdy and shiny. Far superior to the one I purchased previously." Lin Xie replied, "Indeed. The government has invested significantly to promote knowledge surrounding fraud prevention, ensuring that farmers like yourselves are not deceived out of your hard-earned money." The elder beamed with joy. "The current government is commendable, so considerate. Not only do we have Social Security, rural cooperative medical care, but they also take such good care of us." At that moment, Lin Xie added, "By the way, this commitment letter also requires a photograph of your identification to become effective. May I take a photograph of your identification card?" The uncle readily replied, "Of course." He promptly produced his ID and inquired, "How should I pose?" Lin Xie subtly curled his lips into a barely perceptible smile and, with polite friendliness, instructed, "Uncle, please hold your ID with both hands and stand against the wall. I will take the photo with my phone." Done. The uncle stood upright, holding his ID before the wall. Lin Xie captured images of both the front and back of the identification card. Afterward, he voluntarily provided a contact number, saying, "Uncle, this number is the direct line to our anti-fraud center. If you encounter a scammer or find yourself deceived, please call this number immediately. We will respond promptly to assist you in minimizing your losses." Additionally, there is a prevalent scam where fraudsters deposit money into your account. If you experience such a situation, do not use the untraceable funds without first consulting our anti-fraud center. Once you do, you will fall into the trap set by the scammers, who will use it as leverage to extort your hard-earned money. The uncle nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "I wouldn't dare use any suddenly deposited money. Thank you, officers, for your hard work. You truly are commendable servants of the people." Lin Xie smiled amiably, responding, "It's no trouble. This is our duty. As police officers, we must serve the people." Upon leaving the uncle's home, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong proceeded to visit others in the vicinity, employing the same method to have those under 60 sign a commitment not to participate in scams, while capturing photographs of them holding their IDs, followed by gifting them stainless steel basins. Those over 60 were exempted from receiving basins, as the rules prohibited targeting the elderly. Having previously visited with the census team, They had laid the groundwork and gained the villagers' deep trust. Thus, their operations proceeded with remarkable ease, encountering minimal obstacles or unforeseen circumstances. With little difficulty, they facilitated over 50 villagers in Lin Xie village to sign the commitment against participating in scams, capturing images of their IDs and recording their phone numbers. Had it not been for the numerous villagers using rural credit cooperatives passbooks without bank cards, Lin Xie could have secured even more commitments. In the subsequent 2 days, Lin Xie and Zhou Dong revisited several villages where they had previously conducted anti-fraud training. Using the same strategy, they gathered over 200 commitments from villagers against participating in scams, along with their ID photographs. With this step complete, the scam was set in motion. Chapter 40. Uncle. Do not panic. With more than 200 signed commitments from villagers, along with their ID photographs, Lin Xie was now prepared to execute a series of operations. He began by meticulously extracting the contact numbers and bank account details from the commitment forms, correlating them with the names of the signatories. Then let Zhou Dong scour the internet for various online lending platforms. These platforms should preferably be non-compliant, whether they are high-interest loans or predatory lending schemes. Gather them all. The more dubious, the better. Once a sufficient number of online lending platforms have been collected, Lin Xie will use the villagers' photographs of their identification cards, both front and back, contact numbers, and bank account details to apply for loans. Some platforms may even require the signing of a loan contract. Lin Xie anticipated this step and thus procured remarkable ink to print a non-fraud commitment letter. For those requiring a loan contract, he merely had to take the second page of the villager's signed commitment letter, process it, and with a high-temperature treatment, the miraculous ink would evaporate entirely, leaving only the villager's authentic signatures and fingerprints. He could then reprint the loan contract onto that paper. Those irregular online lending platforms typically have lenient review procedures. With the identification information, bank account numbers, signed loan contracts, and the borrower's contact numbers presented, success was all but assured. Moreover, he could use the same identification card to apply for loans across multiple platforms, repeating the operation tirelessly, relentlessly applying for loans. Before long, Lin Xie's phone rang incessantly with numerous calls. Hello, officer, this is Zhu Dazue from Lin Xie village. Do you remember me? A few days ago, you came here to educate us on fraud prevention and had tea at my home. I never expected that right after your visit, fraudsters would come knocking. This morning, there inexplicably appeared 10,000 yuan in my bank account. My phone notifications say I borrowed it from XX online lending platform. But I never borrowed any money. What on earth is happening? I'm so anxious. Lin Xie replied earnestly. Uncle, please don't panic. Are you absolutely certain you haven't taken out a loan? I am 100% sure. I'm not in urgent need of money. Why would I borrow? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know how to go about it. I can barely use WeChat. How could I possibly borrow from these online lenders? Lin Xie reassured him. In that case, it appears to be undoubtedly a fraud. I have indeed been targeted by scammers. What should I do, officer? How should I handle the money in my bank account? The uncle's tone was filled with desperation over the phone. After all, he was merely a simple farmer, having lived his life honestly and peacefully, never taking anything that did not belong to him, not even a thread or a needle. Now, with a sudden influx of a substantial sum in his bank account, acquired through fraudulent means, how could he not be alarmed? Lin Xie responded, rest assured, Uncle, our anti-fraud center will protect you from any harm inflicted by these scammers. For now, please transfer the money into an account of our anti-fraud center. We will trace the origins of this money to uncover the exact location of the fraudsters and apprehend them all. The elder man nodded vigorously, exclaiming, absolutely. I shall make a trip to the town immediately and transfer the funds to the account you mentioned. Thank you for your hard work, officer. Lin Xie smirked slightly, replying, it is no trouble at all. It is our duty. As police officers, we are here to serve the people. Meanwhile, in another location, the cat hunting team, Qin Feng, Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, Su Cixi, and Zhao Jingjun, sat in the office, their expressions clouded with worry. They had lost track of the mouse team for several days. During this time, they had gleaned no leads on Lin Xie, Zhou Dong, Fang Bingbing, or Bai Jingxian. They had been tracking Su Luosi, but to no avail. While they had followed him, it was of little use. They initially believed that once Su Luosi was released, he would reunite with the other members of the mouse team. However, much to their dismay, Su Luosi was running amok, failing to connect with Lin Xie and the others. How infuriating! Su Luosi is utterly untrustworthy. He promised to help us capture Lin Xie, yet here he is, wandering alone. Su Cece fumed, clenching her small fists, her chest heaving with frustration. Lin Xie, with a wry smile, remarked, relying on a criminal to assist us in capturing the mouse team was, to begin with, a rather ludicrous notion. Yuzue added, we can no longer depend on Su Luosi. We must seek out our own leads on Lin Xie and the other members of the mouse team. Nearly half a month has passed. If this continues, we are bound to lose this fraud case. At this juncture, Qin Feng interjected, I concur with Yuzue. However, I do not believe Su Luosi is untrustworthy. He is a petty individual, meticulous to a fault. He likely desires to find Lin Xie even more than we do. Thus, I tend to believe that Su Luosi is indeed willing to assist us. The reason he cannot locate the mouse team may well be that Lin Xie has abandoned the contact number he previously left. As the group shared their thoughts, only Zhao Xingjun remained silent. At that moment, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of suspicion flashing within them as he turned to Zhao Xingjun. Officer Zhao, what is your perspective? Qin Feng had been perplexed as to why Lin Xie had so readily released Zhao Xingjun. He felt there was something amiss, which led him to vigilantly monitor Zhao Xingjun's every move in addition to searching for Lin Xie and the other members of the mouse team. Yet, his efforts had yielded only disappointment. Zhao Xingjun exhibited no peculiar behavior. Aware of Qin Feng's wariness towards him, Zhao Xingjun had developed a sense of resentment but chose to maintain a facade for the greater good. When questioned by Qin Feng, he replied candidly, I believe the other members of the mouse team are likely under by Jingshuan's direction. As to their whereabouts and intentions, we can only speculate. For Bai Jingxian has always acted unpredictably. Similarly, Lin Xie's character is capricious and erratic. No sooner had Zhao Xingjun spoken than the sound of a notification chimed. His phone suddenly chimed, and he received a message. China Construction Bank. Dear customer, greetings. Your account 8629 received a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan from account Zhu Zue, last four digits 8,356, on December 11th at 10:12 a.m. Your account balance is now 24,109,925 yuan. Chapter 41. Surprised? Unexpected? Zhao Xingjun glanced at the message, momentarily taken aback. Who is this Zhu Zue? Why has he suddenly transferred a hefty sum to his bank account? To his recollection, he did not know anyone by that name. Could it be a mistake? Just as he was musing over this, another message arrived. Ding dong. China Construction Bank. Dear customer, greetings. Your account 8629 received a transfer of 2,000,000 yuan from account Lu Shui, last four digits 9,346, on December 11th at 10:13 a.m. Ding dong. China Construction Bank. Dear customer, greetings. Your account 8629 received a transfer of 3,000,000 yuan from account Zhao Xian, last four digits 2,237, on December 11th at 10:14 a.m. Ding dong. China Construction Bank. Dear customer, greetings. Your account 8629 received a transfer of 2,000,000 yuan from account Chunbai, last four digits 7,748, on December 11th at 10:14 a.m. The barrage of bank transfer notifications bombarded Zhao Xingjun's phone like a rapid-fire cannonade. Every few seconds, another message arrived. Moreover, each transfer commenced from a sum of at least 10,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xingjun had received 40 to 50 transfer notifications. His bank account total had surged from over 200,000 to more than 1,000,000 in an instant. This truly shocked Zhao Xingjun. Most importantly, there appeared to be no end to these transfers. They continued unabated. What on earth was happening? Zhao Xingjun could not help but scream in disbelief. His complexion changed dramatically, and he was beside himself with confusion. Qin Feng, Yuzue, Lin Xie, and Su Cece, for members of the cat hunting team, were startled by Zhao Xingjun's sudden outburst. Officer Zhao, what happened? The four quickly gathered around to investigate. Zhao Xingjun immediately displayed the text messages on his phone. My bank card has suddenly received numerous transfer notifications. Moreover, each transfer exceeds 10,000 yuan. The amounts are substantial. Su Cece furrowed her brow. Could it be a virus? Before Zhao Xingjun could respond, Qin Feng, who had only glanced at the message content, dismissed Su Cece's speculation. No, it's not a virus. Each message contains different names of the transfers, varying amounts, and distinct account numbers. Plus, the messages were sent from the official number of China Construction Bank, 95533. Therefore, it must be genuine transfers. Lin Xie pondered. If it's not a virus, then who is behind this? What trickery is at play? It is indeed astonishing that within such a brief span, a multitude of different accounts could transfer funds into Officer Zhao's bank account. Yu Zue chuckled derisively, remarking, "That person must truly be out of their mind. This is real money, after all." Instead of keeping it for themselves, they chose to send it to Officer Zhao. Do they regard this cash as mere toilet paper, discarding it at will? At that moment, Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he analyzed the situation. If my conjecture is accurate, this must be the handiwork of the Mouse Group. This brilliant detective began to engage in logical deduction, his speech transitioning from stammering to fluent articulation. It appears they have orchestrated a scam targeting a select group of individuals, using Officer Zhao's bank account as the recipient for this scheme. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingjun suddenly understood. When I was ensnared in the trap set by that old ghost by Jing Xian, Lin Xie relieved me of my wallet, which I have yet to recover. Inside that wallet were several thousand yuan in cash, my identification card, my anti-fraud center work badge, and multiple bank cards, including one from the construction bank. Su Cece stroked her pointed chin, her expression serious. If that's the case, it undoubtedly points to the Mouse Group's involvement. Yet, I still cannot fathom why they would utilize Officer Zhao's bank account for their financial transactions. Zhao Jingjun echoed her confusion. I too am perplexed. Though they possess my bank card, they remain unaware of its password. Once the money is deposited into my account, they cannot access it. The group shared looks of bewilderment, utterly unable to discern the motives behind the Mouse Group's actions. Given that they had executed a scam, wouldn't it be more advantageous for them to keep the money for themselves? Why transfer it to Zhao Jingjuan's account? It truly defies understanding. At this juncture, Qin Feng's expression darkened as he uttered a statement that left everyone astonished. What if they never intended to use this money at all? Upon hearing this, the other members of the cat hunting group were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words. Qin Feng elaborated. The Mouse Group differs fundamentally from genuine con artists. True swindlers are solely motivated by the pursuit of money. However, for the Mouse Group, financial gain is not their ultimate objective. It is merely a means to an end. Their true aim is to triumph over us, the cat hunting group. Furthermore, there exists another significant reason compelling them to transfer funds to Officer Zhao's bank account. While we cannot observe their every move, they remain under the unceasing surveillance of the heavenly eye cameras. This implies that even if they succeeded in acquiring the money, they would ultimately have to return it to its rightful owner once the game concludes. Given that this money cannot be utilized, what would be the most fitting purpose for it? Su Cece immediately responded, naturally, it would be most suitable for targeting us. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, transferring money into Officer Zhao's bank account serves as a tactic they are employing against us. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, Zhao Jingjuan's phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number was calling. The jarring ringtone startled everyone, making them alert. The moment Zhao Jingjun answered, a mocking laughter echoed from the other end. Officer Zhao. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? I hope this grand gift hasn't frightened you. Zhao Jingjun immediately froze and blurted out, Lin Xie. I know it's you. What do you want? Lin Xie chuckled even more mischievously. Oh, I don't want much. Just to borrow your bank account, Officer Zhao, to help us store some of money. Additionally, could you assist me in counting how much has been deposited into your account? Honestly, the influx of cash is so overwhelming that we can't keep track. Lin Xie's feigned distress caused Zhao Jingjuan's lips to twitch in irritation. Zhao Jingjun was at a loss for words, wishing he could slap Lin Xie. At that moment, Lin Xie added, Oh, I almost forgot to inform you about the cat hunting team. Our mouse team has nearly completed all our schemes, while your cat hunting team hasn't captured a single one of our mice. This is rather pathetic, don't you think? Perhaps I should share a clue with you? Chapter 42. From Black to Fan. Lin Xie's playful suggestion ignited a frenzy across all major live streaming platforms. 666. Lin Xie is so cool. This is a blatant provocation towards the cat hunting team, but I love it. The cat hunting team is utterly outmaneuvered. Just as there are admirers of Lin Xie, there are also detractors who find his audacity intolerable. What nonsense. This mad dog Lin dares to openly challenge the cat hunting team. He won't survive the night. He is a fool, unaware that the cat hunting team has signal trackers. Calling in will expose his location. Let him prance around for a while longer. It won TB long before he is crying. As expected, Zhao Xingjun immediately gestured to Su Cece to proceed with tracking the call. Su Cece understood perfectly and hurried to the adjacent office to activate the equipment and trace Lin Xie's phone number. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingjun wore a grave expression, doing his utmost to prolong the conversation with Lin Xie to prevent him from hanging up too quickly. Lin Xie, don't get too cocky. If it weren't for Bai Jingxian's strategizing behind you, you'd just be a reckless fool making a ruckus. Do you think you're capable? If you truly are, try relying on yourself instead of Bai Jingxian. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle, amused that Zhao Xingjun still believed everything was orchestrated by Bai Jingxian. However, since he wanted to think that way, so be it. Regardless, even if Lin Xie spoke the truth, Zhao Xingjun would never believe him. He then said, "Stop babbling. Just answer me this. Do you want the clues I have to offer?" Zhao Xingjun furrowed his brows, harboring a sense of caution within. What ploy was Lin Xie concocting this time? Regardless of his antics, the priority was to stall him as much as possible. Thus, he remarked, "Very well. Since you are so eager to assist us by providing clues, we are naturally most grateful." Zhao Xingjun was no fool. He understood that Lin Xie's offer of clues could stem from two potential motives. Either he intended to mislead them with false information, or he had some conditions to impose. Indeed, everything unfolded just as Zhao Xingjun had surmised. At that moment, Lin Xie spoke, "I can provide you with clues, and I assure you they are authentic, devoid of any deceit. However, you must agree to one condition." Zhao Xingjun maintained a stoic expression and inquired solemnly, "What is the condition?" He anticipated that Lin Xie would propose some outrageous demand to ensnare their cat hunting team. For instance, last time, he had absurdly asked Qin Feng to perform a striptease. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Xie's condition was utterly unforeseen by all. The cat hunting team, the production crew, and even the billions of viewers worldwide watching the reality show Cat and Mouse could not have anticipated this. Lin Xie calmly stated, "My condition is quite simple. All the money you have received in your bank accounts has been obtained from various illegal P2P lending platforms. These platforms, in their quest for usury, have exploited countless citizens' hard-earned money. Therefore, I require you to eradicate all these predatory lending platforms immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingjun was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. How could this nefarious criminal, Lin Xie, propose such a condition aimed at protecting the populace? When had this rogue developed such a strong sense of justice? Had he turned over a new leaf? In truth, it was not only Zhao Xingjun who was bewildered. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. What was Lin Xie doing? Was he not a rat? Did he truly deserve the title of a criminal? What criminal? Foolishness. He was merely an ordinary citizen, distinct from members of the notorious rat faction like Soros, Fang Bingbing, Bai Jingxian, and Zhou Dong. It was only then that countless viewers in the live stream regained their composure. The program's description labeled Lin Xie as an ordinary citizen. His previous actions had so closely resembled those of a villain that everyone had equated him with the heinous felons, even believing him to be worse than them. Suddenly, love blossomed. From a critic to a fan, adoration for Lin Xie surged. It turned out that all of Lin Xie's actions were aimed at gathering evidence against criminals, facilitating their capture by the police. A bane to evil, a charming rogue, truly impressive. Lin Xie, I was mistaken. I should not have called you Lin Mad Dog. You are my idol. In an instant, Lin Xie's popularity soared in the Cat and Mouse live stream, with the audience's admiration skyrocketing. Those who had previously supported him now adored him even more, while his detractors swiftly transformed into fans. Countless passers-by have fervently praised Lin Xie for his actions. In recent years, various predatory P2P lending platforms have proliferated, such as those targeting students, the elderly, and online loans, ensnaring innumerable young individuals in a web of excessive consumption and burdensome high-interest debt, which has led to immense suffering. Tragically, many young lives have succumbed to the relentless torment of exorbitant debt collection, ultimately resulting in fatal leaps from heights. Now, Lin Xie is utilizing the globally popular reality show Cat and Mouse game to unmask the vile facade of these predatory lending practices, exposing their heinous nature before the eyes of 7 billion people, leaving these parasitic vampires nowhere to hide. What awaits them is inevitable obliteration. Those victimized by these loans rally in support of Lin Xie, lamenting debts that ballooned from 20,000 to a staggering 300,000. The resentment towards high-interest loans is palpable. with daily harassment from collectors driving some to contemplate despairing actions. The call to resist high-interest loans, black market lending, and P2P schemes is a collective responsibility that everyone must share. Support Lin Xie. The police must act swiftly. A multitude of netizens fervently sent messages of support for Lin Xie's endeavors, demanding an urgent police response. The anticipation now rests on the reaction of the cat hunting squad. Noticing Zhao Zhengjun momentarily at a loss for words, Lin Xie smirked and inquired, "What is the matter? Officer Zhao, are you saying that you police are reluctant to eliminate such harms to the people?" This question struck at the very core of the matter, leaving Zhao Zhengjun with no room for rebuttal, as billions of cat and mouse game fans were watching his response. The cat hunting squad, representing the police, understood that an inappropriate reply could severely tarnish their image in the eyes of the public. This weight of responsibility was too great for any member of the cat hunting squad to bear. Zhao Zhengjun, not one to overlook such implications, took a deep breath and replied with utmost seriousness, "Lin Xie, as long as you provide sufficient evidence, we will not let any criminal escape justice." Lin Xie smiled, displaying satisfaction, and replied, "Excellent. The evidence you seek regarding the illegal activities of the lending platforms is neatly organized in a van near the market in Gaoging Town. With the license plate number UR250JB, you may retrieve it at your convenience." Zhao Zhengjun promptly responded, "Very well, I will dispatch someone immediately to collect it. Once we have the evidence, we will mobilize the police in Yangqing to apprehend those criminal loan sharks." Having secured Zhao Zhengjun's commitment, Lin Xie pressed further. "Now that I have fulfilled your request, might I expect you to provide me with leads in return?" Chapter 43. Have we fallen into a trap? Lin Xie's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile, as he remarked, "I have already provided you with the clues." Zhao Zhengjun was taken aback, suspecting Lin Xie was toying with him, and his displeasure was evident. "What do you mean by that, Lin Xie?" Lin Xie retorted, "Officer Zhao, have you really not thought to track the precise location of my phone number during our lengthy conversation?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Zhengjun was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with astonishment. Lin Xie had astonishingly anticipated that their cat hunting team would endeavor to track and locate him. At this juncture, Lin Xie nonchalantly remarked, "The specific location I have allowed you to trace is merely a clue I have provided. You cat hunting team ought to put in some effort. Should I give you a lead, and yet you fail to capture even a single hair from our mouse team, it would surely provoke laughter from billions worldwide." Such audacity in Lin Xie's words was undeniably extreme. Zhao Zhengjun's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Lin Xie, when the heavens rage with storms, those who act recklessly invite disaster. Your incessant provocations will only lead to your own demise." Yet Lin Xie remained unperturbed, taunting, "Then do hurry to extinguish me. I await your arrival with bated breath." Zhao Zhengjun's lips twitched in irritation. Just then, Su Cece rushed back, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "We've pinpointed the exact location. It's within the Daling Mountain Forest Park in Wan City." Zhao Zhengjun's face brightened instantly, a smile breaking across his lips as he spoke into the phone. "Lin Xie, I shall fulfill your wish." He promptly hung up and sprang into action. Turning to Su Cece, he instructed, "Cece, immediately head to the central market of Gaoging Town. Locate a van with the license plate number UR250JB. Gather evidence of illegal activities pertaining to online lending and submit it to the Yangqing Public Security Bureau for action against those illicit platforms." Su Cece responded eagerly, "Understood," before swiftly departing to carry out her task. He then addressed Yu Zue, Qin Feng, and Lan Juefeng. "You three, prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, we shall head to Wan City. This time, we must apprehend the entire mouse team." "Yes," Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng replied in unison. However, Qin Feng voiced a dissenting opinion. "Officer Zhao, let us not rush to Wan City just yet." At these words, Zhao Zhengjun's displeasure was palpable, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. Does this Qin Feng always have to oppose me? Does this young pup truly believe himself to be remarkable?" However, he refrained from voicing his frustrations and instead replied impatiently, "Officer Qin, if we do not seize this opportunity to catch the mouse team now, then when? We have already lost their trail for over half a month. And now that we have finally regained their clues, any hesitation may result in missing our chance. Are you suggesting we delay our pursuit of the mouse team?" Qin Feng quickly clarified, "Officer Zhao, you misunderstand my intent. We must indeed capture the mouse team. I am merely pondering why Lin Xie would deliberately call and expose his whereabouts. Could it be that he is truly so arrogant, intentionally leading us to him? What could his purpose be? There may be deeper implications at play. We must first understand Lin Xie's motives to avoid being led astray. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingjuan's brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. There was no denying that Qin Feng's words held a modicum of truth. Noticing Zhao Jingjuan's silence, Qin Feng continued his analysis. Moreover, the location derived from the tracking device may not necessarily reflect reality. After all, Lin Xie had previously utilized a virtual positioning transmitter near the Nansha passenger terminal to mislead their cat hunting team. No one could guarantee that the current positioning at the Dalingshan Forest Park in Guangqing was indeed the true location of Lin Xie and his fellow mouse team members. Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng nodded in agreement with Qin Feng's assessment. Qin Feng, your analysis is remarkably insightful. How could we have overlooked this detail? We nearly fell for Lin Xie's deception again. Zhao Jingjun, however, frowned and coldly remarked, "Then what do you propose Lin Xie's motive might be?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Expressing his frustration, Lin Xie's character is enigmatic. His actions are unpredictable and defy convention. To be honest, I truly cannot fathom his motives. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation. What could Lin Xie's intentions possibly be? At that moment, Zhao Jingjuan's phone rang once more. It was the police officer responsible for monitoring Su Luosi. "Hello, Officer Zhao. There has been a development with Su Luosi. He has made contact with Bai Jingxian and plans to meet tonight at the Xingyue Grand Hotel in Jiaomen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingjun was immediately elated. "Excellent. Continue monitoring. Report any unusual activity at the earliest opportunity." After ending the call, Zhao Jingjun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "There's movement on Su Luosi's side. He will meet Bai Jingxian tonight at the Xingyue Grand Hotel in Jiaomen. That old fox Bai Jingxian is finally about to surface." He then turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, stating, "Qin Feng, you were right. The positioning at Dalingshan in Guangqing is indeed suspect. It seems Lin Xie's intentions are quite clear. He is deliberately feeding us misleading clues to lead us to Guangqing, allowing his mouse team to rendezvous with Su Luosi in Jiaomen." Lan Juefeng remarked in astonishment. "Guangqing lies to the east of Yangcheng, while Jiangmen is situated to the west. What a clever feint." Yu Zue added, "The mouse team's tactic nearly succeeded. However, the heavens have a way of ensuring justice. They probably never anticipated that we would place a tracking device on Su Luosi." Yet, Qin Feng suddenly interjected, "They cannot be unaware that we have left a tracking device on Su Luosi. If they were ignorant of this, they should have already joined forces with Su Luosi instead of delaying until now." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Both Yu Zue and Lan Juefeng found merit in Qin Feng's words. Zhao Jingjun, however, was decidedly displeased. This young man always seemed to counter his points, which truly irked him. He could forego a search in Dalingshan, as that area might not be a trap, or it could merely harbor Lin Xie alone. Conversely, Jiangmen was the domain of Bai Jingxian, the ultimate mastermind of the mouse team. He would not miss any opportunity to capture Bai Jingxian. Zhao Jingjun firmly believed that apprehending Bai Jingxian, the brain behind the mouse team, would certainly facilitate the capture of other members with greater efficiency. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Qin Feng, what is your issue? Are you deliberately trying to oppose me? Now, Bai Jingxian has emerged. Shall we merely stand by and watch him slip away?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed tightly, confronted by the sharp exchanges with Zhao Jingjun, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he understood the true purpose behind Lin Xie's actions. This is bad. We have fallen into their trap. Chapter 44. Internal Disputes. This is bad. We have fallen into their trap. Qin Feng exclaimed, leaving Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and Zhao Jingjun utterly perplexed. The operation had yet to commence. So how could they already have been ensnared? In fact, it was not just they who were bewildered. Even the viewers in various live streams, Douyin, Douyu, Cattooth, and Donghua, were engulfed in confusion. What trickery has the mouse group employed? Why has the cat hunting group seemingly already been ensnared? An elementary school teacher expressed her inability to comprehend, pleading for an explanation from a knowledgeable individual. Some astute viewers began speculating. Could it be that the trap Qin Feng referred to traces back to the mouse group's release of Zhao Jingjun? Ever since Zhao Jingjuan's return, the dynamics within the cat hunting group had shifted. Qin Feng did not immediately elucidate the reason. Instead, he turned to Zhao Jingjun and offered a profound bow. "Officer Zhao, I must apologize. I have been overly suspicious, constantly on guard against you. I am truly sorry. I hope we can reconcile and unite to confront the mouse group. Qin Feng's speech faltered, yet his expression was marked by sincerity, revealing that his apology to Zhao Xingjun was heartfelt. Zhao Xingjun, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, but seemed to grasp the meaning behind Qin Feng's assertion of being trapped. After delivering his apology, Qin Feng proceeded to explain. Previously, the mouse group exchanged Officer Zhao for Su Luosi, without causing him any harm, effectively allowing him to leave unscathed. This realization ignited a torrent of doubt within me. I kept pondering how the cunning mouse group could let Officer Zhao go without ulterior motives. Surely, they must have a deeper purpose. Yet, I could find no clues, no signs, and this conundrum has plagued me. Consequently, I had been discreetly wary of Officer Zhao in recent days. Now, with the abrupt appearance of Lin Xie and other mouse group members, we have encountered immense divisions in our strategies, hampering our efforts and leading to my sudden enlightenment. It became clear that Lin Xie had refrained from harming Officer Zhao intentionally, guiding me to doubt him. The Western philosopher Duruthus once remarked, "Doubt is the sharpest of knives." Lin Xie's maneuver was indeed masterful. He sowed discord among us, creating fractures and igniting internal strife. It was a bloodless assassination, subtly dismantling our cat-hunting group. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Xingjun's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. In recent days, their cat-hunting team had been unable to unearth any clues from the mouse team. In truth, this predicament was somewhat attributable to the discord between him and Qin Feng, which had led to internal strife that severely hampered their efficiency. Many investigations that should have been initiated remained unrealized. It became clear that they had fallen into the mouse team's cunning trap. After coming to this understanding, Zhao Xingjun hastily apologized to Qin Feng, saying, "Officer Qin, I must admit my shortcomings. I was aware of your wariness towards me and, regrettably, harbored resentment, which clouded my judgment. During our discussions, many of my suggestions became tainted by a desire to oppose you rather than contribute meaningfully. We must unite internally, otherwise, we will undoubtedly fall prey to the mouse team." However, achieving unity proved to be no simple task. A single statement from Qin Feng left Zhao Xingjun in disagreement. "I believe our next course of action should focus on devising a detailed capture plan for Lin Xie, as I am convinced that this entire scheme is orchestrated by him." Zhao Xingjun immediately countered, "We should instead formulate a comprehensive capture plan for Bai Jingxian, as he is the mastermind behind the mouse team. I have been kidnapped by the mouse team and spent time in close proximity to them. I know precisely who their leader is and who their lackeys are. Officer Qin, you must heed my words." Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Internally, he berated Zhao Xingjun for his stubbornness. Could he truly be unaware that sometimes what one sees with their own eyes may not reflect the truth? From the onset of the game, various signs had unequivocally indicated that the true leader of the mouse team was Lin Xie. At this moment, a jolt of realization struck Qin Feng. Was it possible that there was an intentional effort to mislead Zhao Xingjun into firmly believing that Bai Jingxian was the leader of the mouse team, thus making him an unwitting pawn in Lin Xie's scheme? A sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Feng's lips. If this were the case, then Lin Xie was indeed a formidable adversary, capable of such intricate machinations. He pondered further. Tonight, Bai Jingxian was scheduled to meet Su Luosi at the Xingyue Grand Hotel in Jiaomen City, which was clearly a ruse orchestrated by the mouse team. This was a trap. Moreover, it was far more deceptive than the ordinary sort, for Lin Xie had cleverly deployed a smokescreen, leading everyone to believe that the mouse team was situated in Daling Mountain, Guangxing. The average person might assume that once the fog was lifted, the truth would emerge. Yet, who could fathom that behind the mist lay a deep pit? Thus, Qin Feng promptly remarked to Zhao Xingjun, "Officer Zhao, you must heed my counsel this time. The meeting between Bai Jingxian and Su Luosi at the Xingyue Hotel is evidently a trap." Zhao Xingjun, however, remained unconvinced. "While I can accept that the Daling Mountain Forest Park may be a trap, I cannot concur that the Xingyue Hotel is one as well. The mouse group and Soros have yet to converge, and it is evident that they are becoming increasingly anxious. This time, Lin Xie called us, deliberately requesting that we assist in locating his mobile signal. It is clear that he aims to create a diversion, drawing us to Dongguan, thereby allowing Bai Jingxian and Soros to successfully meet in Jiaomen. If we fail to seize this opportunity and remain passive while they unite, They will likely soon remove the tracker from Soros, at which point we will find ourselves utterly incapable of capturing even a single strand of the mouse group. Moreover, even if it is a trap with dozens of officers accompanying us, what could those few members of the mouse group possibly do against us? Therefore, we must not let this chance to apprehend by Jingxian slip away. Officer Qin, if you disagree with my perspective, I shall proceed on my own. Zhao Jingjun was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This left Qin Feng feeling powerless and somewhat despondent. He silently gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. How infuriating. I know it's a trap, yet I cannot intervene. Must I helplessly allow that scoundrel Lin Xie to succeed? He was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. With this thought, he quickly suppressed his feelings of defeat and steeled himself. Since Officer Zhao is so obstinately set in his ways, I fear I cannot deter him. Yu Zui Fenggu. You too shall accompany Officer Zhao to Jiangmen, ensuring his protection at all costs. I am still unclear about Lin Xie's intentions, but it is certain that if the mouse group's scheme targets our cat hunting group members, Officer Zhao is undoubtedly the primary objective, as it would be far easier to target him than anyone else. I entrust Officer Zhao's safety to both of you. I must attend to an urgent matter. With that, he promptly turned and dashed out. Qin Feng, where are you going? Yu Zui shouted after him. Qin Feng paused at the door, glancing back slightly. His eyes gleamed with a resolute intensity. I am going to capture Lin Xie. With that declaration, he swiftly departed, leaving Zhao Jingjun, Yu Zui, and Lan Juefeng in a state of bewilderment within the office. Did Qin Feng know where Lin Xie was? Chapter 45. Lin Xie's intentions. The sedan sped along the highway, with Qin Feng gripping the steering wheel, his expression grave. He was on his way to confront Lin Xie. If his suspicions were correct, Lin Xie was most likely lurking in some corner of Gaogang town, as it was the prime hunting ground for him. Qin Feng's only concern was that Su Cixi had already taken the initiative to head to Gaogang town. Should she arrive first, she could very well become a target in Lin Xie's trap. He hurriedly called Su Cixi. Cixi, where are you now? I'm currently en route to Gaogang town. Didn't Officer Zhao ask me to collect the criminal evidence regarding the illegal online lending platforms that Lin Xie gathered? Qin Feng quickly responded. Do not proceed to collect that information just yet. Wait for me to arrive, and we shall go together. It is highly likely that it is a trap. Trap? Su Cixi's heart sank at once, and she became alert. However, I found myself somewhat perplexed. Thus, I hastily inquired, what on earth is happening? Qin Feng elucidated. Lin Xie has disclosed 3 locations to us. The first being Gaogang town in the northern mountainous region of Guangdong. The second, Daling Mountain Forest Park in Dongguan City. And the third, the Xingyue Hotel in Jiangmen City. These 3 locations are situated to the north, east, and west of Yanqing, respectively, and are quite distant from one another. It is evident that this is a deliberate attempt to lead us to act separately. With only 5 members in the cat hunting group, it implies that regardless of how we allocate our actions, at least one location will inevitably have to be visited by a single individual. The most likely candidate for solitary action is to retrieve incriminating evidence against the illegal online lending platform in Gaogang town, as this matter will not significantly influence the course of the game. In contrast, capturing Lin Xie in Daling Mountain or apprehending by Jingxian at the Xingyue Hotel are of paramount importance. Logically, one would naturally prioritize those 2 locations while underestimating Gaogang town. Lin Xie has likely anticipated our reactions. Thus, he outwardly appears righteous, willingly providing us with evidence against the illegal lending platform to incite us to combat these criminals. Yet behind the scenes, he has already dug a deep pit in Gaogang town, awaiting our misstep. If you venture alone to collect that information, you will have fallen into Lin Xie's trap. Su Cixi's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Qin Feng's analysis was undoubtedly astute. It was highly plausible that Lin Xie had set an ambush in Gaogang town, waiting for her to plunge headfirst into it. This realization sent a chill down her spine. Thankfully, she had not yet reached Gaogang town. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to contend with that scoundrel Lin Xie. After all, he was incredibly cunning, employing devious schemes that rendered one defenseless. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm almost at Gaogang town now, Su Cixi exclaimed, a mix of shock and reproach directed at Qin Feng. She believed he should have clarified this when Zhao Jingjun assigned her the task, rather than waiting until now, when she had already traveled most of the distance, to unveil the truth. Wasn't this tantamount to making her journey in vain? Qin Feng chuckled wryly, explaining, I apologize. I only just comprehended this layer of truth myself. Lin Xie's setup is shrouded in a fog of deception, making it exceedingly confounding. Wait for me at the entrance of Gaogang Town. I am en route. Once we convene, we shall proceed together to Gaogang Town and enlist the local police to assist us in locating the van with the license plate number UR250JB. Only in this manner can we ensure absolute certainty. Su Cixi pouted. All right, then hurry. After hanging up, Qin Feng pressed down on the accelerator, speeding ahead. You are exceeding the speed limit. Please drive safely. The cold, robotic voice of the navigation system chimed in. Qin Feng grimaced, wishing to disregard that irritating navigation prompt. However, upon the realization that he was currently being broadcasted worldwide as a member of the cat hunting team, he felt compelled to uphold the dignity of the police force. Consequently, he prudently reduced his speed, adhered to traffic regulations, and patiently advanced. After a considerable duration, they finally arrived at the entrance of Gaogang Town. From a distance, he spotted a red BMW Mini parked by the roadside. Indeed, it was Su Cixi's vehicle. Qin Feng promptly navigated his car closer, honked the horn, and lowered the window. Cixi, I apologize for the wait. Su Cixi exhaled a sigh, responding that it had only been nearly 2 hours. Qin Feng smiled wryly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He quickly diverted the conversation, suggesting, well, let us hasten to Gaogang Town. All right. Thus, the two drove together towards the town. Before long, they arrived at the Gaogang Town police station, where they presented their identification and explained their purpose. Upon learning that they were not only genuine police officers, but also members of the cat hunting team from the program Cat and Mouse game, the station responded with immediate cooperation. After all, this was for a television show, and they could not afford to lose face. Consequently, they dispatched over 20 elite officers to assist in searching for the van with the license plate number R250JB in the town, with many hands making light work. And given that the town's central market was relatively small, they swiftly located the van. Lin Xie had not lied. The vehicle indeed contained a substantial amount of documentation, all serving as evidence of illegal online lending activities. Yet, as Qin Feng obtained this evidence, a frown creased his brow, and he found no joy in his discovery. Where were Lin Xie and the others? Why had they vanished? This was unexpected. They should have been lying in wait here. Could it be that I miscalculated? Su Cixi let out a long sigh, remarking, it seems you are overthinking things. They might have already gone to Dongguan. However, Qin Feng remained troubled, murmuring to himself, impossible. It cannot be. I must have overlooked some critical factors. Otherwise, I would not have misjudged. Observing his demeanor, Su Cixi felt a sense of helplessness and suggested, little detective genius, it is already lunchtime. Shall we find a restaurant to resolve our meal first? After dining, we can have the local police assist us in conducting a thorough search of the entire town. If Lin Xie is indeed here, he cannot possibly escape. Just then, Qin Feng's stomach grumbled, echoing his own hunger. All right, let us eat first, he conceded. The pair soon found a Sha County eatery on the street, entered, and ordered 2 quick meals, hastily consuming their food. Yet, after only a few bites, a figure suddenly flashed by outside the door. Su Cixi caught a glimpse and her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly rose, slamming the table, and darted outside like a flash of lightning, exclaiming, It's Lin Xie. Qin Feng was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not been attentive to the outside. Could it truly be Lin Xie? Or had Su Cixi misidentified him? If it was indeed Lin Xie, parading boldly past them, might this not be a trap? In a panic, he shouted to halt her. Su Cixi, come back. Be cautious of the trap. Regrettably, Su Cixi was utterly engrossed in her pursuit, oblivious to his words. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt helpless. He could only leave behind the money for their meal and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 46. Qin Feng. Welcome to the cage. Just as he exited the small eatery, Qin Feng spotted Su Cixi darting into a dilapidated alley nearby. Fearing that she might fall into a trap, he hastily pursued her, shouting, Su Cixi, stop chasing. Come back. However, it seems Su Cixi was deaf to his calls, relentlessly continuing her chase. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and pressed on. He could not disregard Su Cixi's safety, for she was at risk of being ambushed by Lin Xie. Upon entering the alley, he found Su Cixi standing before the entrance of a weathered and colorful house. She turned back and shouted excitedly, It's definitely Lin Xie. I saw him enter this building. With that, she rushed inside. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Feng. He called out, "Wait, don't go in." But it was too late. Su Sisi had already dashed inside, and he had no choice but to follow. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Feng dialed for assistance while chasing after Su Sisi, urgently requesting the police at Gaogang Station. "Captain He, bring your team to Building 13, Alley 6, on Gaogang Street immediately. Lin Xie and his gang may be here." Before long, he caught up with Su Sisi, who was now standing before the door on the 5th floor, panting and sweating, her complexion flushed from exertion but tinged with seriousness. "Lin Xie has entered this house." Qin Feng glanced at the rusted iron door, his brow furrowing slightly. What was the difference between entering this 5th-floor room and running into a dead end? Logically, someone as cunning as Lin Xie would not make such a foolish mistake. Could there be some sort of conspiracy at play? As he pondered this, Su Sisi, with her delicate hand, pushed the door open. Creaking, it swung ajar. Apparently, it had been left unlocked. "Let us see what's inside," she exclaimed, ready to enter. Qin Feng quickly grasped her hand, restraining her. "Don't go in. This is too suspicious. Be careful of possible ambushes." Yet Su Sisi dismissed his concerns with a smile. "Don't forget, I'm a Taekwondo master. I can handle Lin Xie in 5 seconds flat." With that, she shook off his grip and swiftly stepped inside, calling out, "Lin Xie, I know you're in here. If you're a man, come out." Qin Feng stood at the doorway, waiting for a few seconds. But silence enveloped the room. Thus, he too stepped inside. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he heard the unmistakable sound of the door closing behind him. A sudden sound jolted Qin Feng's senses, prompting him to turn around abruptly. To his astonishment, Lin Xie stood before the door behind them, leisurely applying a hefty padlock. Raising his gaze to meet Qin Feng's, he wore a sly smile and declared, "Qin Feng, welcome to my cage." Qin Feng was taken aback. His nerves taut as he scanned the room. Confirming that apart from Lin Xie, there were only himself and Su Sisi present, he managed to regain some composure. With a cold smile, he retorted, "The design of your cage truly surprises me. Unfortunately, your arrogance has led you to imprison yourself alongside us. In a 2-on-1 scenario, the odds appear to favor us." Lin Xie chuckled, countering, "Are you certain it is 2 against 1, rather than 1 against 2? At that moment, a chilling blade suddenly pressed against his neck from behind. Qin Feng's expression shifted drastically. He could no longer maintain his composure. For the individual wielding the knife was none other than his companion, Su Sisi. "Sisi, what are you doing?" he stammered. Su Sisi's lips curled into a bewitching smile as she replied, "Hee, I am not Su Sisi. Please call me Master Fong." Chapter 47, A Flaw in the Flawless? It was the voice of Fong Bingbing. As her words fell, she produced a pair of handcuffs, securing Qin Feng's hands behind his back, rendering him nearly powerless to escape. What is happening? Qin Feng was utterly astonished, his tongue stumbling over the words. "Why you are Fong Bingbing?" His eyes widened as he scrutinized Su Sisi's beautiful face. Still struggling to comprehend the reality before him, the resemblance was strikingly authentic. At such close proximity, even with Qin Feng's keen observational skills, he could detect no flaw. How could there exist such an impeccable disguise? Fong Bingbing, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "It is not surprising that you could not recognize me. After all, I was once a leading actress who won the Best Actress award. My acting skills are undoubtedly exceptional. By the way, I forgot to mention that I possess a unique skill, the ability to mimic the voices of other women. With my lifelike voice and vivid performance, coupled with Bai Jingshuan's extraordinary disguise techniques, not even you could discern the truth. I dare say, even the billions of viewers of Catch Me If You Can would remain oblivious if the director did not provide me with a shot." Faced with this sudden turn of events, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. This time he had lost. His gaze turned to Lin Xie, and he felt a genuine admiration swell within him. "Lin Xie, it is undeniable that you are among the most intelligent and cunning criminals I have ever encountered. It appears that this elaborate trap was set with me as the prey. Your cunning truly astonishes me. Yet, I fail to comprehend when you managed to ensnare Su Sisi. In theory, Su Sisi has always been with us, hardly ever leaving the cat hunting team, so you could not possibly have had the chance to strike." Lin Xie chuckled, retorting, "Are you suggesting that when Su Sisi sleeps, the esteemed gentlemen of the cat hunting team also share her bed?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could not help but smile wryly, suddenly realizing the truth. Indeed, Su Sisi was the sole woman in the cat hunting team. It was inconceivable that they would sleep in the same quarters. Moreover, Su Sisi was quite particular about her sleeping environment. Excessive noise, poor sound insulation, or inadequate conditions would prevent her from resting. Since the onset of the game, they had been tirelessly pursuing the mouse team, often lodging in various hotels for convenience. Yet, several times, Su Cece chose not to share accommodations with them due to the hotel's unsatisfactory conditions, opting instead for nearby establishments that offered a more suitable environment. This inadvertently granted the mouse team an opportunity. The cat hunting team had indeed been complacent. Qin Feng had also been negligent. He had focused solely on Zhao Xingjun. As a result, when Su Cece encountered difficulties, he had failed to detect any signs of trouble. This was precisely Lin Xie's brilliance. At that moment, Qin Feng finally understood why Lin Xie had refrained from taking any action against Zhao Xingjun, allowing him to return unscathed. It was not merely to provoke Qin Feng's suspicions and sow discord within the cat hunting team, but rather to divert attention, thereby creating an opportunity for the mouse team to target Su Cece. Lin Xie's strategy was truly inscrutable. However, Qin Feng's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he remarked, "Haha, Lin Xie, I concede that your scheme is indeed intricate. Yet, you have overlooked one crucial detail. You likely did not anticipate that before I entered here, I had already contacted Captain He. The police station in Gaogang Town is not far from here, and if I am not mistaken, he has already dispatched officers to this location. In less than 3 minutes, this place will be surrounded by the police. Lin Xie, you cannot escape." As soon as Qin Feng's words echoed, the sound of police sirens blared from below. The police had arrived. Chapter 48. Next. A greater performance. The shrill wail of the sirens pierced the air, jolting Lin Xie and Fang Bingbing's nerves. Their expressions darkened, turning grave. Noticing that Lin Xie and Fang Bingbing were no longer able to smile, Qin Feng displayed a triumphant grin. "Ahaha, Lin Xie, you should never have set this trap on the 5th floor. It seems your cunning ploy has backfired. Not only did you fail to ensnare me, but you have ensnared yourselves instead. Unless you and Fang Bingbing can transform into actual mice and scurry through the drainage pipes, there is no escape for you." Qin Feng had sensed something amiss and had taken precautions, which now turned out to be the pivotal element of the reversal. Captain He had already arrived with his team downstairs. He wanted to see what tricks Lin Xie could still conjure. "Lin Xie, what now?" Fang Bingbing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her composure beginning to falter. Yet Lin Xie remained calm and unruffled. "This is a trivial matter. Why panic?" He leisurely took out a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and lit it. After inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke, he smiled and said, "Qin Feng, did you think I would fail to foresee this situation? If I dared to set a trap for you on the 5th floor, rest assured I possess a means to ensure those officers downstairs comply and refrain from searching this place." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a jolt in his heart. Disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible. You couldn't have predicted such intricate details." Lin Xie chuckled. "Why is it impossible? Isn't this the sort of situation one could easily deduce with a modicum of intellect?" Qin Feng's lips twitched in irritation as he scoffed. "Huh? A stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. I am eager to see how you will manage when Captain He storms into this room with his crew." Fang Bingbing, upon hearing this, grew even more anxious. Yet Lin Xie remained unfazed. Taking another drag from his cigarette and slowly releasing the smoke, he remarked, "Have you considered that setting this trap required extensive groundwork, particularly when gathering evidence against those illegal online lending platforms, which necessitated considerable manpower and resources? Such an endeavor cannot be accomplished single-handedly. If it cannot be done alone, then where are the others?" With these words, another jolt surged through Qin Feng, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Could it be that Lin Xie had indeed anticipated this predicament and devised a counter-strategy? This was inconceivable. Clenching his teeth, Qin Feng refused to accept this reality. At that moment, Lin Xie, cigarette in mouth, approached Qin Feng, wrapping an arm around his neck and guiding him to the window. Come, let me show you what an artistic arrangement looks like." As Qin Feng was brought to the window and glanced down, his countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his features. Several police cars were parked below, and Captain He was descending from his vehicle with a dozen officers, preparing to enter the dilapidated building. Just then, a man suddenly sprinted out from not far away, his appearance strikingly identical to Qin Feng's. Another instance of disguise. At that moment, Qin Feng was utterly stunned. Not only him, but even Fang Bingbing wore a look of incredulity. She recalled that Bai Jingxian had only altered her appearance, not anyone else's. How could there be another Qin Feng? Could it be that Lin Xie also possessed the art of disguise? Just as Qin Feng was about to shout and alert Captain He, a large piece of tape suddenly adhered to his mouth, silencing him completely. All that escaped were muffled sounds. Lin Xie's lips curled into a smirk. I knew you would want to shout at this thrilling scene. Fortunately, I had prepared the tape in advance. As the conversation unfolded, tape was tightly wrapped around Qin Feng's mouth 3 times. He could only gaze in despair at the unfolding scene, yearning to scream, yet unable to produce a sound. Below, the imposter Qin Feng approached Captain He, greeting him in a hoarse voice. Captain He, alas, I was a step too late. That scoundrel Lin Xie has escaped. Su Cici had just begun searching this building, unaware if there were any clues above. Cici, how is it up there? The false Qin Feng shouted up towards the building. Lin Xie immediately exchanged a glance with Fang Bingbing, who was impersonating Su Cici. Understanding the cue, she stepped to the window, poked her head out, and declared, I have meticulously searched this building. There is no one inside. Captain He scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what was wrong. Officer Qin, what happened to your throat? Why does it suddenly sound so hoarse? The false Qin Feng coughed lightly and explained, I had too much chili at lunch, and my throat has been burning ever since. He continued, also, I got some grease on my clothes while eating, so I changed into a new set. By the way, the clothing at Gaogang Street Market is incredibly affordable. Captain He chose not to pursue the matter further. He hadn't even realized that the outfit Qin Feng was wearing differed from what he had on when they first met that morning. Although he sensed something was off about this Qin Feng, he dared not question it directly. After all, a living person stood before him, bearing an identical visage. How could it be a fake? Unless, of course, this world possessed the legendary art of disguise. But could that truly be the case? This was the real world, not a martial arts novel. He had lived for many years and had never witnessed genuine disguise techniques. Thus, he dismissed his doubts and inquired, Officer Qin, what should we do next? Qin Feng replied, take your team and continue searching ahead. See if the rat group is hiding in another corner. Captain He responded, all right. I will lead the search now. I will not overlook any suspicious locations. With that, he waved his hand, leading his team forward to search. On the 5th floor, Qin Feng, with his mouth sealed by tape, watched helplessly as Captain He and the dozen officers departed, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He could only emit muffled sounds of distress, but it was to no avail. Lin Xie, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle, stop your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. He then produced a black hood and placed it over Qin Feng's head. Instantly, Qin Feng was plunged into darkness, unable to see a glimmer of light. He could hear the conversation between Lin Xie and Fang Bingbing. Lin Xie, what shall we do next? Naturally, we are about to stage something even grander. Chapter 49. Has every scheme been completed? Incredible. Who would have thought? Lin Xie is truly remarkable. The cat hunting team is finished. Qin Feng has been captured. The theme of the first phase of the scam appears to be a foregone conclusion, with the mouse team seemingly securing victory. My admiration for Lin Xie knows no bounds. I am truly captivated by his brilliance. The arrest of Qin Feng has sent shockwaves through the live streaming rooms of the cat and mouse game, igniting a fervor among viewers. The excitement is palpable, and several smaller streaming platforms have been overwhelmed by the surging traffic, leading to server crashes and login failures. Only larger platforms such as Douyin and Cat Tooth managed to withstand the influx. In light of this dramatic twist in the narrative, the popularity of the cat and mouse game reality show has soared to unprecedented heights, accumulating a staggering total heat of over 10 billion. Notably, 7 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo revolve around this very game. NO1 The dramatic turn in the cat and mouse game. NO2 Lin Xie is incredible. NO3 Qin Feng's arrest. NO5 What does Lin Xie mean by playing a bigger game? NO6 Can Qin Feng still film Chinatown Scam 3 in the EC Islands? NO8 Who is impersonating Qin Feng? NO10 Can the cat hunters still achieve victory? Following the uproar in the live streaming room, countless fans of the mouse team are in a frenzy of celebration. While some staunch supporters of the cat hunters remain in denial, defiantly clashing with mouse team fans. The game is not over yet. Don't celebrate too soon, you wretched mice. The cat hunters will surely turn the tide. Indeed, evil can never triumph over justice, just as monsters can never defeat Ultraman. With Qin Feng captured, there is still Zhao Jingjun, a specialist in anti-fraud. There is still ample time. He will undoubtedly lead the cat hunters to vanquish you criminals. Cat hunters, rise. Cat hunters, rise. Cat hunters, rise. Countless devoted young fans of the cat hunters, filled with a sense of justice, eagerly await a miracle. Even though they are acutely aware of the slim chances of such an occurrence. Yet, they remain undeterred. Just as our beloved police officers never abandon the legitimate rights of any citizen. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of Cat and Mouse Game, a red BMW Mini and a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class are seen gracefully cruising out of Gao Gang Town, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The red BMW Mini originally belonged to Su Cece, while the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class was Qin Feng's vehicle. However, the individuals now driving these cars, Su Cece and Qin Feng, are mere imposters. Su Cece is being impersonated by Feng Bingbing, while Qin Feng is masquerading as Zhou Dong. Inside the red BMW Mini, Feng Bingbing grips the steering wheel, driving with a sense of dissatisfaction, muttering to herself, "This car is utterly dreadful. It's so unwieldy. Nothing compares to the luxurious ride that Lord Hong gifted me back in the day." Meanwhile, in the black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Zhou Dong rips off his genuine leather mask, revealing an expression of displeasure. "Lin, I was having such a great time. Why do you want me to remove the mask?" In the back seat, Lin Xie sat alongside the genuine Qin Feng, who was clad in a hood. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Xie cast an exasperated glance at Zhou Dong. "How can you still speak? With your painfully awkward acting, you could only deceive someone like Captain He, a mere town cop. Now, let me take on the role of Qin Feng, while you return to your more suitable character as the petty thief Zhou." Zhou Dong chuckled awkwardly, feeling unjustly accused. "But I performed quite well, didn't I? Just don't make me steal cars again. Stealing cars is utterly impossible for me, now and forever." At that moment, Qin Feng beside them let out muffled sounds. Lin Xie swiftly removed the black hood from his head and tore off the tape binding his mouth. "Now, my talented friend, do you have anything to say?" Qin Feng's lips were red from the tape's harsh grip, trembling from pain. After regaining his breath, he inquired, "I wish to know, what grand scheme do you intend to execute next?" Lin Xie smiled knowingly. "Do you truly wish to know?" Qin Feng chuckled nervously. As a competent detective, one must harbor curiosity towards the unknown. "Naturally, I am eager to learn about your forthcoming plans." Lin Xie flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. "If I were to say that I would release you next, would you believe it?" At these words, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his face a mask of astonishment. He couldn't fathom the idea that after capturing him, Lin Xie would let him go. Who would believe that? Yet, Lin Xie spoke with an air of sincerity. "Whether you believe it or not, I will certainly release you. Otherwise, this game would be dreadfully dull." Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Xie merely smiled, contemplated deeply. Qin Feng's brows knitted together in confusion as he pondered, ultimately stating, "If I recall correctly, your mouse group still has one last scheme targeting a large number of individuals that remains unfinished. With just over 10 days left until the first phase of the game concludes, do you truly intend to forego that plan in favor of this futile entanglement with our cat hunting group? If so, you are surely misplacing your priorities. And failure is inevitable." Concealing his own thoughts, Qin Feng considered that if he could extract the final plan of the mouse group from Lin Xie, even if he couldn't escape, he could still relay the information to the other members of the cat hunting group. According to the game rules, the mouse group must complete all 4 schemes within the time limit to claim victory. Conversely, the cat hunting group, even if they failed to capture anyone, could still secure a final triumph by thwarting their schemes. Given the current circumstances, since they could not apprehend the mouse group, they could aim for a secondary victory by simply preventing the completion of the 4th scheme, thus still achieving ultimate success. Thus, he intended to deliberately lead Lin Xie into conversation, extracting the deployment plan of the 4th scheme. Qin Feng's calculations were astoundingly exquisite. However, Lin Xie uttered a statement that completely took him by surprise. "To be honest, we have already completed the 4th scheme." "What?" Qin Feng was utterly astonished. "You have finished all 4 schemes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the game rules, if you truly completed the 4 schemes, the production team would certainly inform our cat hunting team. Yet, we have received no such notification." Lin Xie, with a playful smile, responded, "What if I managed to conceal this final scheme from the eyes of the production team?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart sank. His mouth slightly agape. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Did Lin Xie truly complete the fourth scheme? If so, how did he achieve it? Chapter 50. Now it's the mouse's turn to catch the cat at the Cat and Mouse game production team. All members were intently observing the footage transmitted by the Sky Eye camera. Upon hearing Lin Xie's claim of having completed all schemes, everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Ouyang Xiaoqian inquired, "Director, when did Lin Xie complete the last scheme?" Director Feng Dagong was equally baffled, completely at a loss. He finally concluded, "I believe he is merely boasting." Yang Cheng concurred, "Director Feng, you are right. Lin Xie is full of fabrications. Not a single word he says is true. He may have orchestrated several small schemes, the largest being that scam involving 200 individuals with online loans. If he truly accomplished a grand scheme involving over 500 people, how could we possibly remain unaware? Moreover, he has yet to swindle a total of 10 million. Other staff members of the production team nodded in agreement with Yang Cheng's assertions. With the Sky Eye camera monitoring 24 hours a day, it would be impossible for them to conceal Lin Xie's actions from the production team. At this moment, Yang Cheng added, "By the way, Director Feng, I have arranged for the planning department to prepare several scripts and have invited a dozen professional actors. When shall we start inserting advertisements?" This idea of dispatching live actors to insert commercials during the broadcast was entirely proposed by Yang Cheng. This tactic had brought substantial profits to their production team, with countless advertisers vying for bids. After several days of competitive bidding, several affluent sponsors emerged, signing exorbitant advertising contracts. As a result, Yang Cheng, a recent graduate intern, gained significant favor with Feng Dagong. Feng Dagong, pleased with Yang Cheng's suggestion, nodded in approval and said, "Xiaoyang, you have done well. However, we must be cautious with the insertion of women and advertisements. Otherwise, we risk backlash. For instance, when we inserted the advertisement for going off track at the beginning of the show, it felt somewhat awkward and insincere, attracting a plethora of criticism. We need to adapt to the circumstances, handling matters delicately, and wait for a suitable scene to arise in the storyline before allowing the actors to take the stage. Thus, seamless integration is achieved, leaving no trace. The scene shifts back to the live broadcast room. Qin Feng remains utterly perplexed. "Lin Xie, I cannot believe you have executed the final ruse. Deceiving over 500 individuals is no trivial feat." Lin Xie nonchalantly pulls out a cigarette, lights it, and replies, "If you choose not to believe, so be it. The truth lies before you, and I can hardly be bothered to explain." As he exhales a plume of smoke, a playful smile graces his face. "In the forthcoming days, we shall indulge in our merriment. Previously, it was a game of cat and mouse. Now, it is time for the mouse to catch the cat. Hee hee." The live broadcast abruptly transitions to the Xingyue Grand Hotel in Jiamen City. Zhao Xingjun, accompanied by Yuzue, Lan Juefeng, and dozens of capable officers, arrives with great haste. Dressed in plain clothes, they blend seamlessly with the ordinary crowd, lying in wait near the hotel. They are poised to spring into action at the moment Su Luosi and Bai Jingxian make their appearance. Zhao Xingjun addresses Yuzue and Lan Juefeng, stating, once they appear, "It matters not whether Su Luosi is apprehended. He is merely a simple-minded, physically adept enthusiast of parkour. Our primary objective must be to capture Bai Jingxian, the mastermind behind the Mouse Group. We cannot allow this cunning fox to slip away." Both Yuzue and Lan Juefeng nod in agreement. "Indeed. First, we shall capture Bai Jingxian, and then Su Luosi." After lying in wait for over an hour, the target finally appears. Su Luosi steps out of a taxi, approaches the entrance of the Xingyue Grand Hotel, and glances around with a grave expression before hastily entering the establishment. However, Bai Jingxian does not make an appearance. Zhao Xingjun and his team continue their patient vigil. Another hour passes, yet Bai Jingxian remains absent. Yuzue can no longer contain his restlessness. Scratching his neck, he inquires, "Where is that old fellow Bai Jingxian? What is taking him so long?" He sarcastically adds, "I wonder if he has accidentally broken a leg on the way here?" Lan Juefeng expresses his confusion. Su Luosi has been inside for over an hour, and Bai Jingxian still hasn't arrived. Could it be that he sensed danger and retreated early? Or perhaps he was already hiding in the hotel before we arrived? Zhao Xingjun furrows his brow, considering both possibilities. However, he leans towards the latter scenario, reasoning that the Mouse Group, having finally found an opportunity to converge, would not easily abandon their plans. Given Bai Jingxuan's advanced age, his mobility would naturally be limited. making it reasonable for him to have taken refuge in the hotel while awaiting Su Luosi. He thus concludes, let us wait a while longer. If Bai Jingxian has not appeared within the next half hour, we shall send someone inside the hotel to ascertain the situation. After another half hour of patient waiting, their hopes are dashed once more. Bai Jingxian still does not show. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Zhengjun finally states, Yu Zue, you go inside and investigate the situation. Yu Zue nods and swiftly makes his way into the Xingyue Grand Hotel. Arriving at the service desk, he presented his police credentials and requested the attendant to disclose the room that Soros had just entered. Upon seeing the officer, the young woman became visibly anxious but nonetheless responded truthfully. He went to room 508. He promptly acquired the room key for 508 and ascended to the 5th floor, swiftly locating the designated room. However, he hesitated to knock, instead pressing his ear against the door to discern any sounds within. As he leaned in, he heard rustling noises emanating from inside, prompting an immediate sense of unease. Without delay, he used the key card to unlock the door. Upon entry, he was startled to see a shadowy figure clad in black, clutching a rope, leaping out of the window. In shock, he hurried to the window, only to observe Soros having already landed on the rooftop of a 4-story building across the street, scurrying away like a rat in the darkness. He quickly dialed Zhao Xingjun's number to relay the situation. Officer Zhao, we're in trouble. Soros has spotted us and is fleeing towards the east. Zhao Xingjun furrowed his brow at this news and inquired, where's Bai Jingxian? He responded candidly, I haven't seen him. Only Soros is in the room. With no other options, Zhao Xingjun instructed, Lan Juefeng, you must take your team and pursue Soros immediately. Yu Zue, check every room in the hotel. See if Bai Jingxian is hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beleaguered Soros, in a frantic dash, pulled out his phone to call Bai Jingxian. The scene shifted to reveal a phone in Zhao Xingjun's pocket suddenly ringing. He glanced at the caller ID, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. Moving to a secluded corner, he answered the call. As soon as the line connected, an irate voice erupted. Damn it. Bai Jingxian, are you deliberately messing with me? We agreed to meet at the Xingyue Hotel at 8. I've been waiting for over an hour and haven't seen a trace of you. Where the hell are you? Chapter 51, a 720-degree Thomas twist. What the? Stunned and petrified, Zhao Xingjun was actually disguised as Bai Jingxian? What is happening? Wasn't he had established that Zhao Xingjun was genuine? How has it now turned into Bai Jingxian? As a mere elementary student, I found myself utterly bewildered. The 14-year-old matron scratched her head, equally confounded. In any case, it was undeniably impressive. Not merely impressive, but astonishingly so. To the individual upstairs, might I inquire if this impressive feat has a flavor akin to white, translucent, salty essence? Soros' call to Bai Jingxian was captured by the production team, showcasing Zhao Zhengjun answering the phone. This instantly ignited a frenzy across various live streaming platforms, with countless netizens exclaiming their astonishment. Initially, many had speculated that Zhao Zhengjun, after being returned by the rat group, might have been switched. Yet, the subsequent unfolding of events led everyone to believe that the individual returned was indeed the true Zhao Zhengjun. Particularly, Qin Feng once questioned the authenticity of Zhao Zhengjun in front of all members of the cat hunting team, in a bid to prove his innocence. Zhao Zhengjun even audaciously suggested that Qin Feng pinch his face, although Qin Feng refrained from directly pinching Zhao Zhengjun's face at that moment. Su Sisi took it upon herself to do so. Moreover, she left his face reddened and swollen. At that time, everyone believed that Zhao Zhengjun could not possibly be a fraud. Even Qin Feng, the prodigious detective, accepted the fact that Zhao Zhengjun was indeed genuine. However, the plot has taken an astonishing and bewildering turn. It is truly astounding and difficult to accept. Yet, upon careful reflection, although unexpected, all of this is quite logical. Let us not forget who was the one to verify the authenticity of Zhao Zhengjun's skin, none other than Su Sisi. At that time, Su Sisi had already been swapped by Fang Bingbing. Bai Jingxian had anticipated this. Upon masquerading as Zhao Zhengjun and returning to the cat hunting team, he knew it would inevitably arouse suspicion among the other members. To dispel this doubt, he had to verify his authenticity in front of everyone. Thus, he had already devised a plan and discussed it with Fang Bingbing beforehand, arranging for her to pinch his face during the identity verification. Therefore, while it appeared that Fang Bingbing exerted significant force in pinching Bai Jingxian's face, it was merely an act. The redness and swelling on by Jingshuan's face were the result of Fang Bingbing discreetly applying some red-tone makeup on her hands when she pinched him. The makeup adhered to Bai Jingshuan's skin, creating the illusion of slight swelling. The meeting took place around 2 in the morning, in the dimly lit temporary conference room of the cat hunting team, further enhanced by the remarkably realistic effect of Fang Bingbing's special makeup. Thus, these 2 members of the mouse group managed to perform this ruse in close proximity to the other 3 members of the cat hunting team without being discovered. Returning to the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse Game, the camera was still focused on Zhao Xingjun. In the face of Su Luoxi's furious outburst, Zhao Xingjun remained unfazed. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cunning and sly smile. He quietly replied, "Xiao Luo, I'm afraid you are going to be used as bait once again." Su Luoxi immediately trembled in shock and anger. Bai Jingxian. What the hell do you mean? Bai Jingxian chuckled softly, refraining from answering the question directly. Instead, he retorted, "You can't blame me. If you were to blame anyone, it should be Lin Xie. This was all his idea. I'm merely the executor." Su Luoxi erupted in curses. "I'll fuck your mother." Yet Bai Jingxian remained unperturbed, calmly responding, "My mother has been dead for over 60 years. It might be difficult for you to do so." This statement left Su Luoxi momentarily speechless. Bai Jingxian added, "You should hurry and escape. Stop your rambling. If you don't flee soon, Lan Juefeng will catch you." It would be quite embarrassing for a master of escape like you to be captured by the cat hunting team twice in the first phase of this game. The prospect of public humiliation loomed large as he uttered those words and abruptly ended the call, leaving Su Luo's in a state of utter bewilderment amidst the night breeze. Before he could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a commotion erupted behind him. "Su Luo's, you cannot escape." Startled, he turned around to find none other than Lan Juefeng in pursuit. Confusion gnawed at him. How did Bai Jingxian know that Lan Juefeng was after him? If he were to discover that it was Bai Jingxian who had sent Lan Juefeng on this chase, his reaction would surely be one of acute distress. Lan Juefeng, accompanied by several police officers, had closed in on him. In that critical moment, Su Luo's had no time to ponder the intricacies of the situation and swiftly took flight. Seeing Su Luo's flee, Lan Juefeng immediately gave chase without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingjun, after terminating the call with Su Luo's, glanced at his wristwatch and murmured, "The time is nearly upon us. According to plan, Lin Xie should be arriving shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Jingxian's phone rang again. It was Lin Xie calling. Indeed, as if summoned by the mention of his name, he was on the line. Upon answering, Bai Jingxian was greeted by Lin Xie's cheerful laughter. "Old Bai, I have splendid news. Everything is proceeding smoothly on my end, and in 20 minutes, we should arrive at the designated location. How are matters progressing with you?" Bai Jingxian smiled at this news and replied, "Things are nearly in order here as well. Since you are nearing your arrival, I shall commence the next phase of our operation." Once he ended the call with Lin Xie, he removed the SIM card from the phone he had just used to speak with Su Luo's and discarded it into the sewer. He then retrieved Zhao Xingjun's phone and dialed Yuzue. Altering his voice to mimic Zhao Xingjun, he said, "Hello, Yuzue. What is the situation at the Xingyue Hotel?" From the other end, Yuzue responded, "Officer Zhao, I have checked several rooms but have not yet identified any suspicious individuals. The hotel is quite large, and it may take 1 or 2 more hours to complete the search." Bai Jingxian replied, "It is possible that Bai Jingxian has deceived Su Luo's. That cunning old fox likely sensed something amiss and made a timely exit." Yuzue nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the mouse group is exceedingly sly. It appears we may end up with nothing to show for our efforts. Officer Zhao, what do you propose we do next?" Bai Jingxian smirked slightly. Akin to a wily old fox, as he replied in a calm and steady tone, the police in Jiangmen provided a lead, indicating that unidentified individuals have been seen entering and exiting room 603 of Building 21 in the old Jianghui residential area. This could potentially involve members of the mouse group. Please investigate the situation there. If you feel it unsafe to go alone, you may take several officers with you. However, this may stretch our resources at the Xingyue Hotel, as we not only need to investigate the entire hotel, but also some of the nearby residences. A thorough search must be conducted. Additionally, we must dispatch some individuals to assist Lan Zhufeng in pursuing Su Luoxi. With Zhao Xingjun stating the matter so plainly, what could Yuzue possibly say? Thus, he readily replied, "I can handle this alone. After all, I am merely gathering information. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can simply flee. If I cannot overcome the challenge, I can certainly escape. Bai Jingshuan's smile morphed into a more cunning grin, and he remarked coolly, "It is good that you possess such determination. My only fear is that you might play the hero, charging into danger without the means to prevail, which would cost our cat hunting team a valuable member." Chapter 52, a one-on-one challenge in the old residential area of Jianghui. The distance from Xingyue Hotel was considerable. Yu Zue arrived here 30 minutes later. Before him stood a dilapidated and chaotic building. The spaces between the structures were narrow, and the surroundings were quite unsightly. The perimeter walls of the community were plastered with advertisements for services such as restrooms, documentation, home visits, and driving license points deductions, resembling a hideous patchwork. After much effort, he finally located Building 21. He pulled open the rusted iron gate and slowly ascended the crumbling staircase. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he found room 603. The door was firmly shut. Yu Zue frowned slightly and stood before the door for a while, noticing a lack of activity within. He gently pushed the door with his hand. Creak! The door surprisingly opened. In that instant, his expression changed dramatically. Under the dim light, a man lay unconscious on the floor, none other than Qin Feng. At that moment, Yu Zue had no time to ponder further. He rushed inside, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, wake up! Qin Feng!" After calling out several times, Qin Feng finally stirred. Slowly opening his eyes, he instinctively reached up to soothe his aching forehead. "Ouch!" Yu Zue hurriedly inquired. "What on earth happened? How did you end up here?" After a moment to gather his thoughts, Qin Feng's expression turned serious and grave. "We have fallen into Lin Xie's trap. This is a significant pitfall." Upon hearing this, Yu Zue immediately became wary. "A trap? What scheme is Lin Xie concocting?" Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. "I am not entirely certain. However, I do know that Lin Xie is not only cunning and treacherous, but also unscrupulous. The most outrageous part is that this fellow is exceptionally handsome, charming, and strikingly tall, with a visage as fine as jade, rivaling the beauty of Pan and the talent of Zi Jian. He is stunningly attractive." "What?" Qin Feng's unexpected flattery of Lin Xie left Yu Zue utterly bewildered. Just as he was processing this shock, Qin Feng suddenly pressed a handkerchief to his mouth. Fortunately, Yu Zue, a professionally trained detective, reacted much faster than the average person. The handkerchief barely covered his mouth for a second before he yanked it away and, like a grasshopper, leaped back 2 meters. "Poo poo poo." He quickly spat and waved his hand in front of his nose. "Ether, that was a close call." Had he hesitated for even a second longer or inhaled another breath, he might have succumbed to the ether's intoxicating effects and lost consciousness. Staring blankly at the figure before him, "Qin Feng," he exclaimed, "You are not Qin Feng. Who on earth are you?" Before Qin Feng could respond, a loud thud echoed as the door behind him slammed shut. He turned to see Zhou Dong locking the door with a heavy padlock, grinning mischievously as he said, "A locked door for the dog. Yu Zue, tonight you have nowhere to escape." Furrowing his brow, Yu Zue tensed, becoming as alert as a wildcat with its fur bristled. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Turning back to face the man who had been Qin Feng, he watched as Qin Feng yanked off his mask, revealing his true identity, Lin Xie. At that moment, realization dawned upon Yu Zue. No wonder this fellow had suddenly started praising Lin Xie. It was nothing more than self-aggrandizement. How shameless. How narcissistic. With the mask discarded, Lin Xie's face broke into a similarly mischievous grin. "Yu Zue, welcome to the cage I have prepared for you. Surprised, are you?" Yu Zue's lips curled in disdain. Momentarily at a loss for words, his mind was awhirl, struggling to comprehend how he had found himself in such a predicament. Yet, as an accomplished detective, he steadied himself amidst the unexpected turn of events. Regaining his composure, he smirked coldly. "Ha, Lin Xie, you resort to such despicable tactics. If you're a man, why not face me in a fair fight?" Lin Xie chuckled at this. "Oh, the provocation tactic? Generally, I wouldn't give it a second thought. But seeing as you have a bit of spirit, I might just humor you this once." Yu Zue's lips twitched in irritation. This guy was insufferably arrogant. Aware that Lin Xie was toying with him, he still chose to fall for it? Was he really that overconfident? "What about the reputation of my cat hunting team?" Lin Xie continued. "So, how do you propose to challenge me? Whether it's a battle of wits or brawn, I'm ready to go all the way." Yu Zue smirked. "Just remember, you might regret this. In this room, we will engage in no-holds-barred combat. Whoever hits the ground first loses. As he spoke, Yuzue began to warm up, cracking his knuckles with a sharp sound. Once an outstanding recruit at the police academy, he was among the elite in combat skills even among detectives. He could hardly believe that Lin Xie, an ordinary civilian, could possibly match him. Lin Xie, unfazed, replied with a grin, "Who's afraid? I'm not going to lose." The two stood poised, ready to engage in battle, as the atmosphere crackled with tension. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, a wave of heated discussion erupted. Lin Xie had actually agreed to Yuzue's challenge? Has your mind been squished by the door? Yuzue, however, is a graduate of the police academy and has even worked undercover, boasting exceptional practical skills. Lin Xie is being overly arrogant. Just wait and see what happens when he loses. This narcissist, if he doesn't lose, I will eat my words live. Lin Xie, though I am your fan, I must say you are being quite irrational this time. Why not team up with Zhou Dong to take down Yuzue together? What is the point of a one-on-one duel? By the way, where has Fong Bingbing gone? Where is the real Qin Feng? Who can enlighten me? Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Zhou Dong, his teammate, feels that Lin Xie's approach is rather unreliable. Lin Xie, are you really going to challenge him one-on-one? I think it would be better to refrain. Let us join forces and take him down together. Yet, Lin Xie remains utterly confident. Just guard the entrance. This weakling is akin to a monkey from a May mountain. Give me 3 minutes, and I will conclude this battle. Upon hearing this, Yuzue was infuriated. He detests being referred to as a monkey. With a furious shout, he declared, "I will finish you off in 3 minutes." He then launched a fierce attack. His massive fists charged towards Lin Xie, seemingly intent on turning his face into a pulp. However, at that critical moment, Lin Xie produced an object that caused Yuzue's pupils to constrict and his body to freeze in terror. His fist halted midair, unable to advance further. Let your imagination run wild. What did Lin Xie pull out? Funny face. Chapter 53. Unusual behavior. It was a handgun, a rather imposing one, pointed directly at Yuzue's face. This left Yuzue utterly stunned, his complexion shifting dramatically. "Why you? How could you have a gun?" Yuzue stammered, terrified. Lin Xie chuckled. "Guess. It wasn't he, just Yuzue, who was taken aback." The viewers in the live streams on Douyin and Cattooth were also in an uproar. It is well known that private gun ownership is forbidden in Huaxia. Possessing a firearm is a grave offense. Where did Lin Xie procure this gun? This is against the rules. I recall that the rules of the cat and mouse game state that the mouse team cannot possess firearms. Indeed, I remember this rule. The production team fears that criminals might inadvertently harm innocent civilians if they wield guns. Lin Xie has violated the rules, and the mouse team has already lost. Yet, why isn't the game ended? If Lin Xie has indeed broken the rules, the production team would have terminated the game immediately. The viewers in the live stream began to chatter excitedly. Just then, Lin Xie suddenly fired. Bang! Yuzue trembled with fear, instinctively covering his head and retreating. The next moment, he realized that it was not a gunshot at all, but rather the sound Lin Xie had made. Aha! Lin Xie erupted in laughter. Surprise! This is a fake gun. Otherwise, the game would have concluded due to rule violations long ago. I can't believe that scared you. Once Yuzue regained his composure, his mouth twitched involuntarily, revealing his embarrassment. Oh dear, I was careless. Just now, I was utterly stunned by Lin Xie. I never considered that the mouse team wielding firearms was against the rules. What an embarrassment. The audience of Cat and Mouse Game must be ridiculing me at this very moment, right? Indeed, as Yuzue anticipated. The live chat erupted with comments. Is Yuzue terrified of death? Can he really be frightened by this? It's utterly ridiculous. He has brought shame upon the cat hunting team. If Lin Xie had a fake gun pointed at my head, I would certainly not flinch. However, some netizens did come to Yuzue's defense. The one who claimed he wouldn't blink. Just step aside. I could easily see you wetting yourself in fear. If you've never faced the terror of a gun aimed at your forehead, spare us the sarcasm. Yuzue's reaction was entirely authentic. Just like when he had his foot pressed against Sister Dongdong, his toes responded just as genuinely. There were also those cursing Lin Xie. Lin Xie is just a big show-off. Look at him grinning like a fool. I'm absolutely furious. Let us team up and confront him in Jiangmen. Who's with me? I. At this moment, back to the live broadcast. Yuzue, having been toyed with by Lin Xie, was already seething with rage. He shouted, "Lin Xie, stop with your tricks." As he spoke, he raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and charged at Lin Xie. intent on delivering a crushing blow. But at that moment, Lin Xie raised his pistol again. "Aren't you afraid I'll shoot you?" Yu Zue, consumed by fury, retorted. "You think a fake gun can intimidate me? Get lost." Before he could finish his sentence, he threw a punch. But just then, Lin Xie actually pulled the trigger. A stream of water shot forth, splattering Yu Zue right in the face. He was momentarily taken aback. A milky liquid. What the hell? Yu Zue hurriedly wiped his face, feeling utterly disgusted. At that moment, Lin Xie struck. With a sudden, powerful kick, he sent Yu Zue flying. He crashed into the wall of the room. When he fell to the ground, he writhed in pain, gasping for breath. Lin Xie slowly approached Yu Zue, a smirk on his lips. "I initially wanted to play with you as an ordinary person, but all I received in return was disdain and contempt. The mask is off. I'm no longer pretending. In truth, I am the formidable, crooked-mouthed warrior. Those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish." Ziz. As he spoke, he shot 2 more bursts of the milky liquid at Yu Zue. Behind, watching the spectacle, Zhou Dong felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He secretly scoffed. "What on earth is this lunatic doing? How did I end up with such a foolish teammate? This is so humiliating." Yu Zue hurriedly wiped away the disgusting liquid from his body. He was on the verge of a breakdown. "Ah, Lin Xie, what the hell did you just spray on me? Ugh, this is revolting." Lin Xie did not respond to his question, but instead delivered a punch to his forehead. With a dull thud, Yu Zue collapsed, unconscious. He remarked, "Of course, it's the kind of liquid you envision." Lin Xie tossed aside his pistol, clapped his hands, and glanced at his wristwatch. 3 minutes had passed, just enough time. With a sense of completion, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Seeing Yu Zue reduced to such a pitiful state, Zhou Dong secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he was teammates with Lin Xie. Otherwise, subjected to Lin Xie's peculiar whims, he would have likely crumbled on the spot. Meanwhile, he was filled with confusion. It was true that Lin Xie had been quite unscrupulous in the past, but he hadn't sunk to this level. What could be the reason behind Lin Xie's sudden, unusual behavior? Thus, he timidly inquired, "Lin Xie, what prompted you to act in such an extraordinary manner?" Lin Xie's lips curled into a slight smile as he candidly replied, "Well, it's obviously for the sake of making money." Making money? Zhou Dong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Lin Xie, uninterested in providing an explanation, simply opened his WeChat and handed his phone to Zhou Dong. On the screen, a message read, "Brother Xie, help me shoot Yu Zue in the face. He once suppressed my goddess, Dong Dong, and I seek revenge. If you shoot him in the face, I'll pay you 100,000. Here SA50,000 advance. WeChat transfer 5,000,000 yuan." Another message followed. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We are the operators of Tomato Novel and would like to invite you to promote our currently trending novel, The Crooked Mouth God of War. All you need to do is say during the cat and mouse game program, 'I am done pretending. I'm actually the Crooked Mouth God of War.' We'll offer you 500,000 for this advertisement." Although Lin Xie was not particularly fond of money, he agreed out of respect for their sincerity. After all, it was not easy to make a living writing novels these days. One had to nurture them, otherwise they could easily fall into obscurity. Who would they turn to for justice? As for the fans' request to shoot Yu Zue in the face, Lin Xie had initially been quite resistant. After all, he was so pure. He was certainly not the sort of person with such twisted interests. However, he was very fond of his fans. He could neither refuse nor dismiss their wishes. Thus, he had no choice but to reluctantly shoot Yu Zue in the face. No, wait, it was reluctantly using a water gun to shoot Yu Zue in the face. Let there be no misunderstanding. Chapter 54. Even the production team was deceived upon grasping the truth behind Lin Xie as a sudden lapse in moral integrity. Zhou Dong found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Nevertheless, he felt a genuine admiration swell within him. Lin Xie, impressive, earning 500,000 from advertisers with such ease. Lin Xie, however, nonchalantly remarked, "It's not me who earned it. It's the advertisers who profited from my endorsement. 500,000 is such a paltry sum. Even a third-tier actress would find it hard to accept as a fee, let alone me, the male lead of Cat and Mouse game. Of course, this is merely a starting point. Otherwise, it would be impossible to secure my endorsement for a mere 500,000. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he addressed the air with earnestness. "Dear viewers, Is there anyone who wishes to have me as their spokesperson? Hasten to add me on WeChat for a private chat. The prices for the positions are favorable. Act swiftly or miss out. Come quickly. Lin Xie uttered this statement into the air, effectively promoting himself. Zhou Dong chuckled inwardly, pondering how adept Lin Xie was at making money. Alas, if only I possessed such financial acumen, I would never have resorted to bank theft, leading to my incarceration. Amidst his reflections, Zhou Dong harbored a lingering question. What was that sinister liquid you just shot at Yuzue? Why does it smell so reminiscent of that substance? Furthermore, where did you acquire such liquids? Lin Xie, cigarette in mouth, casually explained. On our way here, did we not stop by a supermarket? I procured this substance from there. A supermarket would carry such items? Zhou Dong was astounded, unable to believe it. Lin Xie elaborated. If your grasp of chemistry were even somewhat proficient, you wouldn't pose such a rudimentary question. When milk shampoo and heather essential oil body wash are combined, they yield a concoction indistinguishable in both color and scent from that substance. It then dawned on Zhou Dong that Lin Xie indeed purchased shampoo and body wash at the supermarket. Previously, he had been perplexed about Lin Xie's intentions for these items. But now he realized the cunning foresight behind it all. Meanwhile, the live broadcast had ignited a fervor among countless netizens who began to denounce Lin Xie's morbid humor. Particularly Yuzue's fans, who were incensed, who just said they would team up to confront Lin Xie and Jiangmen. Count me in. That dog Lin Xie has insulted us gravely. I shall avenge Yuzue. Numerous bystanders joined the chorus, condemning Lin Xie. Exactly. Engaging in such acts against Yuzue is far more disgraceful than forcing Qin Feng to perform a striptease. What a villain Lin Xie is. Yet, I find it utterly delightful. Ha! A certain 90s and expressed her enjoyment of the spectacle. Some netizens, meanwhile, rejoiced. Everyone, quickly add Lin Xie on WeChat. Did he not just say he wouldn't refuse any fan requests? Let us do it now. All I desire is to admire a nude photo of Fong Bingbing. Is that too much to ask? I wish for Lin Xie to endorse my Xingba brand bird's nest. Will he do it? To the individual above, please refrain from causing a ruckus. According to Huaxiao law, selling counterfeit goods would land you as Lin Xie's cellmate. Observant viewers were left questioning. Where has Qin Feng gone? What of Fong Bingbing? And my goddess, Shi, where is she? Why have they all vanished? The person above must have intentionally misspelled. Meanwhile, in the office of the director's team for Cat and Mouse Game, Feng Dagong was seething with rage, spitting as he unleashed a torrent of invective. That Lin Xie is a disgrace. Previously, having Qin Feng strip and taking Zhou Dong to Tianshang Renjian already muddled the entire program. I never anticipated he would create such a debacle again. If murder were not a crime, I would fly over there and eliminate him immediately. Within the crew, the staff observed director Feng Dagong, who appeared as agitated as a frenzied, spotted dog, and they dared not utter a word for fear of inciting his wrath. However, beside him, Ouyang Shaoqian timidly suggested, Director Feng, our ratings reached an unprecedented high during Lin Xie's segment just now. Upon hearing this, Feng Dagong momentarily froze, his mind buzzing. His expression softened considerably as he retorted, I assume Lin Xie's actions were within the bounds of the game rules, correct? Ouyang Shaoqian chuckled nervously and replied, the safety office oversees the game rules. If there are any violations, they will notify us immediately. Feng Dagong exhaled in relief, lighting a cigarette for himself. That's good to know. I must admit, although Lin Xie can be a bit exasperating, I do admire him. After all, he has become quite the rising star for our program. At this moment, the intern Yang Chung interjected, Director, you cannot allow Lin Xie to continue his reckless behavior for the sake of fleeting popularity. Let us not forget that we have signed advertising agreements with several wealthy sponsors. Our legitimate advertisements have yet to air. That tomato novel has even bypassed us and contacted Lin Xie privately to insert their ads. If other advertisers follow suit, it could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Feng Dagong recognized the gravity of the situation. His expression darkened. Indeed, Yang Chung, you raise a valid point. We cannot afford to offend our sponsors. He promptly instructed the crew to cut away the cameras, directing the audience to watch Lan Zhufeng pursue Su Luosi. He then called Lin Xie. Hello, Lin Xie, this is Director Feng Dagong. I am issuing a stern warning. You must not accept advertisements privately in the future. Otherwise, I will have you sent back to the Yangqing prison immediately. On the other end, Lin Xie remained unfazed, even allowing a slight smirk to creep onto his lips. Director Feng, I assume you've already cut the cameras? Otherwise, Your threat would greatly benefit the program. Feng Dagong scoffed coldly. Humph. You need not remind me. I am a professional. I always ensure the cameras are off before making such calls. Lin Xie replied with a smile. Since you've already cut the cameras, I might as well speak frankly. If I told you that we have not received any advertising fees from Tomato Novel, would you believe me? Feng Dagong was taken aback. Then his anger flared anew. Do you take me for a fool? Every one of your actions has been captured by surveillance cameras, and you still dare to argue? Yet Lin Xie retorted meaningfully. If even you, Director Feng, have been deceived, then I feel at ease. To be candid, this entire scenario has been orchestrated by Zhou Dong and myself. There are no fans encouraging me to act recklessly, nor any advertisers seeking collaboration. We are merely laying a trap. According to the game rules, you must not disrupt our strategy. Feng Dagong, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of surprise wash over him. It was astonishing to discover that Lin Xie's earlier display of shamelessness was nothing more than an elaborate ruse. Hey, Peng Yiyan, it's you. Stop looking around. When you click to urge updates, please take a moment to watch the urging video. What? You're not Peng Yiyan? What a jest. Don't think your low profile can hide your identity as the Peng Yiyan from Tomato Novels. Chapter 55, A Major Oversight? The Scheme Unraveled? Feng Dagong, caught off guard, felt a surge of annoyance. He could hardly believe that, despite being a director equipped with the omniscient gaze of the camera, he had fallen prey to Lin Xie's deception. Fortunately, he had switched the camera away from the program. Otherwise, how could he have shown his face to billions of viewers? Didn't TU claim to have completed all the schemes? He retorted, why are you still pulling tricks? Lin Xie chuckled, turning the tables. Director Feng, therein lies your folly. Why do you believe everything I say? If I told you to eat something unpleasant, would you do it? Feng Dagong found himself momentarily speechless, his face darkening with indignation. He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of insults aimed at Lin Xie when suddenly, Lin Xie's tone shifted, and he burst into laughter. Director Feng, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. To be honest, we have indeed completed the 4 schemes mandated by the game. Yet, the rules do not seem to stipulate that we cannot continue our charade thereafter. Wouldn't you agree? Feng Dagong's expression soured. That does appear to be the case. Lin Xie smiled. Exactly. Since there are no restrictions against further deception, we must see this through to the end. Rarely do we have such an opportunity to engage in lawful trickery. It would be a disservice to your production team and the security office if we didn't concoct a few more schemes, wouldn't you say? Feng Dagong's face twitched in frustration, leaving him at a loss for words once more. He genuinely could not discern which of Lin Xie's statements were true and which were false. This fellow was a natural-born trickster. Finally, exasperated, he declared, I don't care how you go about it, but one thing is certain. You cannot continue to advertise so brazenly. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to punish you. Lin Xie chuckled in agreement. All right. Rest assured, Director Feng, we want to advertise openly. We'll do it subtly. Feng Dagong's lips twitched again. Subtle advertising is also unacceptable. Just then, a voice crackled through the phone. Yu Zue had awakened. I finally understand. So this was all a ruse. Feng Dagong paused in shock. Something had shifted on Lin Xie's end. Yu Zue had regained consciousness. His keen instincts alerted Feng Dagong that the situation was far from simple. The plot was thickening. He could not allow the program to miss this pivotal moment. With urgency, he hung up on Lin Xie's call and shouted to the production team, quick, switch the camera back to Lin Xie. The lens returned to Lin Xie, who, upon hearing Yu Zue's voice, was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his features. Suddenly retracting his phone, he turned towards the sound. There, he beheld Yu Zue slowly rising from the ground, wiping himself down, the white, milky substance on his face, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He licked his lips, remarking, I did not anticipate that with merely a slight ruse, feigning unconsciousness, I could extract such a wealth of information from you all. Lin Xie, it seems you are not as formidable as you appear. Meanwhile, within the live stream room of Cat and Mouse on various platforms, viewers, who were engrossed in watching Lan Juefeng pursuing Su Luosi, were suddenly switched back to Lin Xie's side. The abrupt transition left them bewildered. What information had Yu Zue managed to extract from Lin Xie? Confusion reigned. Who was responsible for this perplexing turn of events? Just moments ago, they were captivated by the thrilling chase between Lan Juefeng and Su Luosi. How had it shifted to Lin Xie and Yu Zue? Was the production team deliberately crafting suspense? Why not broadcast the moment Yuzue uncovered Lin Xie's secrets? It infuriated many. Could any knowledgeable soul elucidate what Yuzue had revealed about Lin Xie? I calculated. And it seemed Yuzue had inadvertently let slip some of Lin Xie's clandestine schemes. To the commenter above, refrain from disparaging. It's disgraceful. In the live broadcast, faced with Yuzue's triumphant demeanor, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback but then burst into laughter. Interesting. It appears you are not entirely foolish. However, no matter how much you know, you cannot escape this room, rendering your knowledge futile. With a dark, cold smile, Yuzue retorted, Lin Xie. This time I shall not allow your underhanded tactics to prevail. I shall conquer you and stride out of this room with my head held high. I will expose your schemes to the public, ensuring that innocent souls are not deceived. I will not permit your group of rats to easily execute the fourth deception. Evil shall never triumph over justice. Your rat faction is destined to lose. Yuzue's words rang out, resolute and powerful, akin to a champion of justice, instilling an undeniable sense of confidence. Lin Xie replied with a smile, Oh, is that so? Then we shall see if you can indeed overcome me. Yuzue shouted, Prepare yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he exerted force beneath him, charging like a fierce tiger, seemingly intent on tearing Lin Xie apart. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly turned and bolted towards the balcony window. With a powerful shoulder shove, he crashed through the rusted security net, creating a gap, and swiftly squeezed through, descending the exterior wall via the drain pipe. He fled faster than a rat. Both Lin Xie and Zhou Dong were left dumbfounded. Wasn't he just proclaiming his intent to defeat Lin Xie? Wasn't he supposed to exit this room with dignity? Such an unexpected turn. The live stream erupted in chaos, with viewers commenting, Yuzue, you two have abandoned honor. Is this your idea of righteousness? We might as well call you Run. Everyone, do not be astonished. This is indeed Yuzue's true nature. Everyone seems to have forgotten the depths of his unscrupulousness during his undercover days. He rightly belongs to the rodent group, not the cat-hunting faction. Upon spotting Yuzue, he fled. Lin Xie and Zhou Dong hastily dashed out onto the balcony. Zhou Dong, fuming, shouted, Yuzue, you are utterly untrustworthy. What about our promised duel? Don't run. As Yuzue slid down the drainage pipe, he retorted to Zhou Dong, You two are nothing but a pair of deceivers. What do I care for your so-called trust? Farewell. In the blink of an eye, he reached the first floor, flashing a shameless grin. He looked up at Lin Xie, boasting, No matter how clever you are, you still couldn't catch me. Come at me, you fool. He then yelled into the air, to all the viewers of Cat and Mouse Game and all the fans. Listen closely. What Lin Xie just said about advertising for you if you pay him is nothing but a lie. Do not believe a word. Lin Xie is a con artist. His fourth scheme targets all of you viewers. That is precisely why he wants you to add him on WeChat. Don't let him blind you. If he asks for money, do not give it. Otherwise, you will surely be swindled. After delivering this proclamation, Yuzue nonchalantly departed, leaving Zhou Dong and Lin Xie in a state of shock. Chapter 56. The Truth Revealed. The fourth scheme Yuzue's shout sent shockwaves through the live broadcast room. What the hell? Is Lin Xie really trying to deceive us? Is this true? I refuse to believe it. Lin Xie is a good person. He even helped us with hundreds of illegal online loan platforms. I added him on WeChat and bought Qin Feng's striptease video, and I wasn't cheated. I purchased the secret password for the private live stream of the ladies at Tianshang Renjian, and I verified it personally. I wasn't deceived. It's genuine. Although I now have to spend 2 extra eggs daily. I pre-ordered Fong Bingbing's limited edition private video, and it hasn't arrived yet. Am I being scammed? Did any of you receive a private message from Lin Xie, claiming that if you invested 5,000 yuan, you could become a shareholder in the rodent group? And if the group ultimately triumphed, you would have a chance to share in the 50 million yuan prize, potentially reaping tenfold or even 100-fold returns. I received it. I received it. I received it. He mentioned only 20 investment spots available, a rare opportunity. I acted impulsively and invested. Did you invest too? I invested. I invested. I invested. Instantly, the screen was flooded with messages of I received it. And I invested. It was at this moment that the audience began to realize that Lin Xie had surreptitiously ensnared them in a financial trap, charging each of them 5,000 yuan for their shares. Lin Xie had long ago acquired dozens of phone numbers, each linked to a WeChat account, with each account capable of reaching 5,000 individuals. Even with a conversion rate of 1, Each account could ensnare 50 unsuspecting victims. 10 WeChat accounts are already sufficient to amass 500 individuals. Not to mention, the conversion rate of Lin Xie's scheme far exceeds 1. Previously, when he orchestrated a population census scam in the countryside, he had already subtly laid the groundwork. After securing loans to execute his deception, he deliberately refrained from retaining a single penny, instead transferring all the illicit gains to Zhao Jingjuan's bank account. He even urged the cat hunting group to rigorously combat illegal online lending platforms, thereby crafting an image of righteousness. He garnered the favor and trust of countless netizens, leading many to perceive him as a model citizen. It is precisely due to this foundation of trust, coupled with the fact that those who proactively added him on WeChat had already been meticulously screened, with most being Lin Xie's devoted fans, that he was able to conduct a financial scheme within WeChat with a conversion rate significantly exceeding 1, reaching over 10. This implies that among every 100 WeChat friends, more than 10 had been deceived by him. With a single WeChat account accommodating 5,000 individuals, he could convert 500 of them. Thus, with 10 WeChat accounts, that amounts to 5,000 individuals. If each of these 5,000 individuals invested 5,000 yuan in the mouse group, the total would be 25 million. This sum has already surpassed the fraudulent limit of 10 million set by the game. Moreover, this is merely a rough estimate. The actual amount Lin Xie swindled is likely far greater than 25 million. It was at this juncture that everyone began to comprehend a harsh reality. Blind idolization only leads to being harvested like chives. It was also at this moment that individuals suddenly realized why Lin Xie had previously nonchalantly stated that he had already completed this grand scheme targeting over 500 people. He had indeed spoken the truth. He had truly accomplished it. Awakening from their stupor, netizens began to vociferously condemn Lin Xie. Lin Xie, I curse your ancestors. Return my money, you great deceiver. That was the 5,000 yuan I had painstakingly saved over 2 months, intended for recharging in the true legend. To the individual above, while I empathize with you, I must remind you, as Uncle De once said, that the true legend has no recharge entry. Speaking of which, are there still individuals playing such a lowly game? My 5,000 yuan lost to Lin Xie is different. That was my money set aside for acquiring a brand new immersive brainwave gaming sleep pod for Transcendent World. Lin Xie, that 5,000 yuan was originally intended for my rent at the Broken Shell apartment. I fear I may end up on the streets next month. I despise you. I trusted you so much, and yet you deceived me, a 20-year-old girl. Is this truly acceptable? Now, I am left with nothing but 8 treasure kanji to drink. In an instant, the livestream's comments were filled with cries of despair. Countless netizens lamented and wept bitterly. However, it was all too late. For Lin Xie's scheme had long been completed. The money had already lined his pockets. No matter how much the truth is revealed, nor how deeply the netizens lament, the reality remains unchanged. Furthermore, the one who foolishly believed he had exposed Lin Xie's deception, Yuzue, would likely never suspect that Lin Xie had intentionally allowed him to escape. If Lin Xie had not intentionally let him go and knocked him unconscious, how could he possibly have failed to bind him securely with ropes? If Lin Xie did not deliberately release him, how could he have so easily crashed through the security net? The security net had been tampered with by Lin Xie in advance. Otherwise, given Yuzue's frail physique, it would have been impossible for him to break through without sustaining injury. All of this was part of Lin Xie's elaborate scheme. If he had not allowed Yuzue to escape, the cat hunting team would have faced imminent annihilation. How could the game continue under such circumstances? Unfortunately, Yuzue, reveling in his triumph, remained blissfully unaware of this reality. At this moment, Lin Xie stood on the balcony, watching Yuzue's receding figure, making no attempt to pursue him. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, some people believe they have escaped the trap, unaware that they have merely stepped into the cage. By his side, Zhou Dong, who had been furious at Yuzue's lack of decorum, suddenly changed his expression, a smile lighting up his face. Brother Lin. Isn't your method of playing with the cat hunting team a bit cruel? Lin Xie countered, cruel is it? Zhou Dong pondered seriously for a moment. It is quite cruel indeed. However, he quickly added, but I like it, If you enjoy it, then let us be even more ruthless. At that moment, Lin Xie took out his phone and called Bai Jingxian. Old Bai, I have already released the bait. The next steps are up to you. Bai Jingxian nodded slowly. All right. I will proceed according to the plan. Meanwhile, he silently lamented. Lin Xie's strategies over the past few days had far exceeded his expectations. Not only could he not predict the next move of the cat hunting team, but even he himself sometimes found it difficult to fathom Lin Xie's next step. Having spent a lifetime deceiving others and orchestrating schemes, he considered himself an expert in understanding human nature. Yet now, in the face of Lin Xie, he found himself somewhat unable to see through this young man. Truly, talents emerge in every generation, and the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. After his moment of reflection, Bai Jingxian inquired, "What will you do next?" Lin Xie replied earnestly, "Naturally, I will release Qin Feng. This is something I promised him long ago. You know my greatest flaw is my adherence to my word." Bai Jingxuan's lips twitched slightly. "You adhere to your word? That's quite the claim. I find that hard to believe." Then his brow furrowed, and his expression grew serious. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Lin Xie declared with unwavering certainty, 1000% sure. "I will release Qin Feng. Not even Jesus could stop me." Bai Jingxian was left speechless. "Haha, you are letting the tiger return to the mountain. Lin Xie, I know you are clever, but I must remind you, while the game is entertaining, one must maintain a sense of measure. If you inadvertently play yourself into a pit of fire, it will be a source of great ridicule." It was evident that Bai Jingxuan's concerns were justified. Qin Feng was exceedingly astute. If given even the slightest opportunity, he could very well turn the tables. To deal with such a high-intelligence adversary, one should eliminate him without mercy, leaving no chance for retaliation. However, in light of Bai Jingxuan's well-meaning warning, Lin Xie remained unfazed. Chuckling, "What is there to fear? The thrill lies in the heartbeat. Otherwise, the remaining 10 days of this fraudulent phase would be exceedingly dull." After ending the call, Lin Xie promptly made his way to the small dark room where Qin Feng was held captive. He was true to his word and set Qin Feng free. However, unbeknownst to him, a pair of enigmatic eyes lurked in the depths of darkness, observing his every move. That pair of eyes belonged to none other than Yu Zhe. It turned out that after escaping from Building 21, Room 603 of the Jianghui Old Residential Area, Yu Zhe noticed that Lin Xie and Director Zhou had not pursued him and stealthily returned to conduct a counter-tracking maneuver. He was secretly monitoring Lin Xie and Director Zhou's actions. One must admit, Yu Zhe was indeed quite cunning, truly worthy of his past as an undercover agent and a former thug. From his concealed vantage point, Yu Zhe watched as Lin Xie and Director Zhou descended the stairs. The two exchanged a few words at the bottom, though the distance rendered Yu Zhe unable to catch their conversation. He only observed that after Lin Xie spoke, Director Zhou nodded and then cheerfully departed. The two men walked in opposite directions. Lin Xie headed south, while Director Zhou went north. Yu Zhe, taken aback, pondered the situation. Had they truly separated? Which one should he follow? After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to track Lin Xie. After all, Lin Xie was the most cunning member of the rat group, and capturing him would have a greater impact on the situation than apprehending Director Zhou. As he trailed Lin Xie, he discreetly called Zhao Xingjun to inform him to dispatch personnel for a capture operation. "Hello, Officer Zhao. There are indeed members of the rat group entering and exiting the Jianghui Old Residential Area. Lin Xie and Director Zhou are right here. I almost fell into their trap, but fortunately, I was clever enough to escape." On the other end of the line, Zhao Xingjun's concerned voice replied, "Yu Zhe, are you all right? You are a key member of our cat hunting team. You must not come to any harm." At that moment, Yu Zhe had no inkling that Zhao Xingjun was actually Bai Jingxian in disguise, which is why he foolishly reported the situation to him. Hearing Zhao Xingjun's caring inquiry, Yu Zhe felt a warm surge of gratitude. He quickly responded, "I'm fine. Officer Zhao, thank you for your concern." Zhao Xingjun smiled amiably. "Why be so polite with me? As members of the cat hunting team, we should look out for one another. Speaking of which, what is the situation on your end?" Yu Zhe replied truthfully. After Lin Xie and Director Zhou emerged from the old residential area, they split up and went in different directions. "I found it difficult to track both, so I chose to follow Lin Xie." Zhao Xingjun affirmed, "Your choice is indeed correct. To catch a thief, one must first seize the leader. If Bai Jingxian is the mastermind behind the rat group, then Lin Xie is its operational leader. Compared to the inconsequential Director Zhou, we must prioritize capturing the cunning Lin Xie." Yu Zhe nodded in agreement, stating, "Currently, Lin Xie is heading south, having crossed Education Road, and is now venturing into the suburbs. I am uncertain of his intentions. Officer Zhao, please hurry and bring your team. This time, he must not escape. Zhao Jingjuan's lips curled into a sly smile, betraying a deeper meaning. However, his tone remained calm as he replied, understood. Keep your eyes on him. Do not lose track. I will head over with my team immediately. After hanging up, Yu Zue continued to covertly trail Lin Xie, contemplating, Lin Xie, this time, I shall ensure you cannot flee. Once I capture you, I will exact revenge for that humiliation. Little did he know that the very Zhao Jingjun he hoped would assist him had just ended the call and was now warning Lin Xie. Lin Xie, Yu Zue is following you. Take care. Upon receiving this call, Lin Xie felt no surprise. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Remain calm. There is no need for alarm. The moment I exited the Jianghui old residential area, I was aware of his pursuit. I am merely leading him on a path to meet Qin Feng. Bai Jingshuan's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Xie's arrogant demeanor irritated him. Having lived for 70 or 80 years, he had always adhered to the principle, caution ensures longevity. Yet now, Lin Xie's brazen display of bravado seemed fraught with peril. Thus, he questioned sternly. You know he is tracking you, yet you still intend to meet Qin Feng? Lin Xie responded nonchalantly. Did I not inform you earlier? I intend to release Qin Feng. Tonight is the most opportune moment for that. He added, you will soon witness a splendid performance. Bai Jingxian was left speechless. He feared that Lin Xie's reckless actions might lead to catastrophe for the entire team. Therefore, he cautioned, Yu Zue is on his way to apprehend you. Your situation is precarious. Lin Xie merely chuckled dismissively. I anticipated he would seek your assistance. Just follow his instructions. Bai Jingshuan's expression darkened. If I bring the police, what will you do? Lin Xie replied earnestly. I have already devised an escape plan. Bai Jingxian pressed further. Why did you send Zhou Dong away at this juncture? What task have you assigned him? Lin Xie laughed. In times like this, having Zhou Dong around would only complicate matters. To be frank, I gave him some money to enjoy himself at the Gudu hot springs with a water gun. Bai Jingxian winced at the thought. This Lin Xie has certainly led Zhou Dong astray. He was genuinely concerned that Lin Xie's antics might lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, he asked, Are you certain you want me to bring the police over? Lin Xie affirmed with unwavering conviction, absolutely, without a doubt. You must bring the police. And remember, once you arrive, do give Qin Feng a thorough thrashing. A thorough thrashing? Bai Jingxian was taken aback, his expression bespeaking confusion. What is happening? Lin Xie smirked with a mischievous glint. Naturally, we shall proceed with utmost vigor. Bai Jingxian hung up on Lin Xie, utterly speechless. To be frank, he was reluctant to indulge Lin Xie in his whimsical schemes. However, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to temporarily acquiesce to Lin Xie's flamboyant antics for the greater good. Without hesitation, he dialed Lan Juefeng. Lan Juefeng, hurry back. We have significant intel. Yu Zue has discovered Lin Xie. Forget about Su Luosi for now. We must apprehend Lin Xie. At that moment, Lan Juefeng was in hot pursuit of Su Luosi. Both evenly matched, maintaining a consistent distance, unable to close the gap. The command from Zhao Jingjun crackled through his earpiece, prompting him to halt his chase. He understood that capturing Lin Xie was far more critical than apprehending Su Luosi. A tracking device had been implanted in Su Luosi, regardless of the circumstances. Escape was impossible for him. However, should Lin Xie elude capture, it would be exceedingly difficult to seize him again. He promptly replied, Understood. I shall return at once. Notice, the update frequency has been adjusted. Previously 2 chapters were released together. Now 1 chapter will be updated in the morning and another in the evening. Additionally, a chapter will be added for every major support or divine certification, along with 1 chapter added for every 100 gifts, and another for every 2,000 requests for updates. Chapter 58. The Unremarkable Little Genius Creek. The dilapidated door swung open. Inside the small, dark room, the absence of light rendered visibility impossible. Only the muffled sounds of a single individual echoed within. Suddenly, the dim white light flickered on, illuminating the cramped space where Qin Feng was bound tightly to a chair. His mouth sealed with tape, rendering him unable to move, only able to emit muffled sounds of distress. Lin Xie, cigarette in mouth, sauntered in with a grin. Casting a glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I previously mentioned I would release you, and now I am here to fulfill that promise. With that, he ripped off the tape from Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng's face transformed in astonishment. Why, you really going to let me go? Lin Xie nodded. Of course. I am not one to deceive. Yet, Qin Feng faltered, hastily retorting, "And no, that is not right. You captured me in Yuebe Gaoging town. Why go to such lengths to transport me to this wretched place only to set me free? There must be some ulterior motive." Lin Xie chuckled. It appears you are quite the astute detective, having deduced that much. Now, why not venture a guess as to how I shall play with your cat-catching team next?" Qin Feng's lips twitched in frustration. "Damn, are you mocking my stutter? Do you not realize how lacking in decorum it is to ridicule others' shortcomings?" He seethed. "Lin Xie, don't get too cocky. You deceitful, cunning, utterly devoid of morals, shameless rogue. You will come to regret this." At that moment, Lin Xie unexpectedly produced a handgun. Qin Feng's pupils dilated, his tension palpable. What are you doing?" He feared that his earlier insults would provoke Lin Xie to use the weapon against him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie remarked, "Remain calm. This is merely a water gun and cannot harm you." With that, he pulled the trigger. Splat! The water splashed all over Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng went into a frenzy, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, what on earth? How disgusting!" Lin Xie chuckled mischievously. "It's nothing but some liquid. Did you not claim to be quite clever? My decision to release you is not taken lightly. I shall leave this water gun here. If you can utilize it to escape this little black room, congratulations, you are free. However, if you cannot, I regret to inform you that you shall remain here until the game concludes." With that, he tossed the water gun onto the floor and pulled out some adhesive tape to seal Qin Feng's mouth once more. After securing Qin Feng's lips, Lin Xie wiped his hands with a tissue and turned to leave. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Xie secured it with a heavy lock. Leaving Qin Feng alone in the small, dark room, his face a mask of astonishment. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one responded to Qin Feng's muffled cries. In the darkness, he fixated on the water gun lying on the floor, his brow furrowing as thoughts raced through his mind. After 3 minutes of contemplation, he devised a swift escape plan. He began to struggle, tumbling to the floor along with the chair, then like a shelled snail. He used his chin to inch his way toward the water gun. The solitary difference from a snail was that while it bore its shell, Qin Feng was burdened by the cumbersome chair. After much effort, he finally reached the water gun. He turned his body and, using his weight, slammed the chair down upon the water gun. Bang! 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 After several strikes, he finally shattered it. The water gun exploded, spilling a thick liquid all over the floor. Qin Feng grimaced at the sight of the viscous substance. Yet, despite his revulsion, he had no choice but to act. He quickly turned his back and, with his hands bound, began to feel for the remnants of the destroyed water gun. After much effort, his hands coated in the sticky liquid, he finally extracted a spring from within. He then maneuvered himself to the door, shaped the spring into an open form, and wedged it in the door seemed to secure it. Turning back, he used his mouth to press against the spring, scraping the adhesive tape that sealed his lips. After completing this task, he exhaled deeply. Although the tape still clung to his mouth, a gap had been torn open. At last, he could speak. He began to shout for help. "Is anyone there? Please come save me. I am being held captive. Hurry, I need help." Unfortunately, after shouting for a considerable time, his throat nearly raw, he received no response. This little black room was entirely enclosed, devoid of any ventilation. The soundproofing was formidable. His cries were likely too muffled to reach the outside world. In such moments, he could not rely on others. He had to save himself. With urgency, he used his mouth to scrape off the adhesive tape that clung to the area around his lips. Once the tape was removed, he swiftly turned around and removed the spring lodged in the door crevice. He then straightened both ends of the spring while keeping its center coiled. Next, he wrapped the tape around the middle of the spring. After completing this step, Qin Feng laboriously maneuvered his body, leaning against the wall to stand up. He then shuffled over to the switch for the incandescent light in the small dark room. Beside the switch, there was an electrical socket, a vital key to his escape. With the spring wrapped in tape in hand, Qin Feng turned around, facing away from the socket, and cautiously felt his way towards it. He then slowly inserted one end of the spring into a small hole in the socket, bending the spring into a U shape. He inserted the other end into another small hole. Due to the insulating nature of the tape, he was not at risk of electrocution. After this step, he simply had to wait. After a short while, he noticed that the tape wrapped around the spring began to soften, emanating a plastic odor. Qin Feng was immediately filled with joy. He had succeeded. The conversion of electricity into heat was so simple. Just a metal spring could accomplish this. Huh. I am truly an unassuming little genius. After approximately a few minutes, the coiled portion of the spring had turned a glowing red. Qin Feng carefully shifted his body, bringing the ropes, binding him closer to the scorching spring. With a sizzling sound, the spring burned the ropes, producing wisps of acrid white smoke. In no time, the ropes were severed. Qin Feng quickly peeled the ropes off himself. His body was finally free. However, he had yet to escape his predicament, for he remained trapped within the confines of this small dark room. This room had no ventilation. He needed to pry open the door to exit. Yet the door was sealed tightly, with not even a pinhole for air. Furthermore, the lock was on the outside. How could he possibly open the door? Qin Feng gazed at the rusty, old iron door, and with a glint of inspiration, devised a plan. He immediately smashed the chair and disassembled a few nails from it. Using a leg of the chair as a makeshift hammer, he began to drive the nails into the iron surface of the door. After just a few strikes, the nails penetrated the metal. Seeing this, Qin Feng was overjoyed. Just as I imagined. The door was old and decayed, its iron surface riddled with rust. Creating a hole in the door was not a daunting task. Before long, he had used the nails to create a circle of small holes above the lock. He then wielded the chair leg and forcefully struck the circle of holes. Bang, bang, bang. After about 10 strikes, he finally broke through, creating an opening large enough for him to reach through and unlock the door. He quickly retrieved the spring he had used to burn the ropes and began to poke at the lock with it. After a considerable effort, with a satisfying click, the lock finally yielded. Qin Feng was ecstatic. It worked. Lin Xie, you better watch out. Once I step outside, I shall personally seize you. Yet, Qin Feng could scarcely fathom that the moment he exited this abode, he would tumble into the trap meticulously laid by Lin Xie. Awaiting him would be a tempest of chaos. Chapter 59. Allow me to explain. I am truly Qin Feng. Meanwhile, outside the dwelling, Zhao Xingjun, accompanied by Lin Xie and a dozen officers, hastily arrived to rendezvous with Yuzue. What is the situation? Zhao Xingjun inquired softly, standing beside Yuzue. I have been trailing Lin Xie to this location, Yuzue responded promptly. I witnessed him enter that dilapidated building ahead, and he has yet to re-emerge. Lin Xuefeng's face lit up with excitement. That is splendid news. If we surround this building, Lin Xie will undoubtedly find himself trapped. Zhao Xingjun nodded in agreement. You are correct, Xuefeng. There is no time to waste. Let us proceed swiftly. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued a command for the officers to surround the entire structure quietly, ensuring no disturbance would alert Lin Xie, nor leave any gaps for escape. Turning to Yuzue and Lin Xuefeng, he declared, let us enter and search thoroughly. We shall dig deep to uncover Lin Xie. At that moment, Yuzue's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Su Cece calling. He quickly answered, Cece, what is the matter? On the other end, Su Cece's voice resonated. Yuzue, I have obtained incriminating evidence regarding Lin Xie's illegal online lending platform in Gaogang Town. What is the situation on your end? Have you captured Bai Jingxian? Yuzue replied candidly. We have not apprehended Bai Jingxian, but we have encountered Lin Xie. We have him surrounded. He cannot escape. Su Cece expressed her delight. That is wonderful. Ensure you capture him. Qin Feng is with me. He has something to convey to you. Yuzue was taken aback. How had Qin Feng ended up with Su Cece? He recalled that Qin Feng had mentioned visiting Lin Xie. Just then, Qin Feng's voice broke through the line. Yuzue. I realize I have fallen into Lin Xie's ploy. He cunningly misled me to believe he would target Cece. If I am not mistaken, their true aim is one of you three. You must exercise utmost caution, especially Officer Zhao, as he is the most vulnerable to their schemes. Upon hearing this, Yuzue promptly replied, you are absolutely right, Qin Feng. Their target is indeed us. You cannot imagine how close I came to being ensnared by Lin Xie's deceit. That scoundrel even impersonated you to lure me into a room. Fortunately, my wits saved me from peril. Qin Feng responded. Lin Xie has already made his move? It seems his actions are swifter than I had anticipated. As long as you haven't fallen into Lin Xie's trap, then all is well. I am currently rushing over to your location with Shishi. You all must be cautious. Under no circumstances should you let your guard down. All right, I understand. Yuzue hung up the phone, exhaling a long breath of frustration. Zhao Xingjun, with a slight turn of his eyes, inquired, what is the situation? Yuzue replied candidly. It was a call from Shishi. Qin Feng is currently with her. He thought Lin Xie was after Shishi and went to her side, only to discover that Lin Xie had not targeted her. It was merely a ruse to draw us away. Thus, he had Shishi call to warn us that Lin Xie's true aim is us, and we must remain vigilant. Zhao Xingjun nodded in agreement. Although Qin Feng and I have our differences, it is evident that his timely warning is indeed correct. We must remain ever watchful. Let us not forget that within the rat group, we have Bai Jingxian, a master of disguise. If he were to disguise himself as a member of our cat hunting group and infiltrate us, it would spell trouble. The mention of disguise reminded Yu Zue of Lin Xie's impersonation of Qin Feng. He remarked, I almost fell into a trap in the old residential area of Jianghui because Lin Xie had disguised himself as Qin Feng. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted from the dilapidated building ahead. A figure dashed out from within. The police, who had already surrounded the entire building, immediately rushed towards the sound. Police. Don't move. Zhao Xingjun, Yu Zue, and Lan Juefeng, who had intended to search the building personally, were taken aback to see someone emerging. They hurried over to assess the situation. Upon reaching the figure, they were astonished to find it was none other than Qin Feng. Instantly, they became alert. The three exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation. Illuminated by the police flashlight, Qin Feng quickly raised his hands and shouted, Wait, I'm one of you. I'm also a police officer. Seeing Zhao Xingjun, Yu Zue, and Lan Juefeng of the cat hunting group, his face lit up with joy. Officer Zhao, Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, you all made it. This is wonderful. I didn't expect to run into you right after escaping. Lin Xie just left not long ago. We must pursue him immediately. We absolutely cannot let him get away. However, the next moment unfolded in a way that left Qin Feng's sharp mind utterly bewildered. Yu Zue approached, and without a second thought, delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Qin Feng fell to the ground, stunned and incredulous. Yu Zue, what are you doing? Yu Zue rolled up his sleeves, exuding a menacing aura. Having finally avenged the humiliation from being shot in the face in the old residential area of Jianghui, he declared, You better tell me who you are. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng responded, looking completely innocent. Are you out of your mind? You don't even know who I am. Yu Zue delivered a powerful kick, exclaiming, I am here to teach you a lesson, you worthless Qin Feng. Qin Feng shouted back, I am truly Qin Feng. Lin Xie has already fled. You've all been deceived. However, Qin Feng's pleas fell on deaf ears for Yu Zue, Zhao Xingjun, and Lan Juefeng, sounding utterly unconvincing. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had been on the phone with Yu Zue, and he was with Su Cici. How could he possibly appear here? Yu Zue's anger intensified. So you think you've outsmarted me, Qin Feng? You dared to spit in my face. With every utterance, he landed a fierce kick on Qin Feng. No, I am genuinely Qin Feng. I have proof. Qin Feng protested, clutching his head in an attempt to explain, only to be met with even more brutal punishment from Yu Zue. Still trying to argue. How come you're suddenly not stuttering? I saw you enter alone, and you never came out. You still smell of that disgusting liquid. Now you're trying to pull off a disguise? Do you think I'm a fool? Qin Feng was sent tumbling, crying out in agony. In that moment, he felt more wrong than doughy. He cried out in despair, Stop hitting me. I truly am Qin Feng. Please hear me out. Yet, Yu Zue wouldn't listen. Retorting, what is there to explain? Take this. Chapter 60, A Twist of Fate. Is Qin Feng about to turn the tide? As Yu Zue continued to mercilessly assault Qin Feng, a wave of disbelief swept through the viewers in various live streaming rooms. Oh my goodness. Is this really happening? Countless netizens expressed their outrage. Foolish Yu Zue. That's the real Qin Feng. Be gentler. It's painful to watch. Yu Zue, stop. I'm reporting this. Someone is attacking a teammate. Don't ruin Qin Feng's face. I'll have words with you later. Wake up, Yu Zue. Zhao Xingjun is the imposter. Meanwhile, many spectators reveled in the chaos. Yu Zue is incredible. The first to brutally beat his teammate. That left hook has the spirit of Tyson. Yu Zue, weren't you seeking revenge? Hurry and confront him. The live chat was filled with shouts and mockery. Yet, Yu Zue remained oblivious, continuing to pummel Qin Feng, completely unaware of the viewers' comments. Lan Juefeng furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Zhao Xingjun, witnessing Qin Feng's plight, felt a pang of sympathy. He stepped forward to intervene, saying, Yu Zue, stop. This must be the real Qin Feng. Bai Jingxuan's attempt to save Qin Feng was not born of altruism, but rather a calculated move to win Qin Feng's favor and deepen the trust of the cat hunting team members. Yu Zue paused, bewildered. What? He is Qin Feng? Then, without hesitation, he kicked Qin Feng in a particularly sensitive area. causing Qin Feng to gasp in pain. Yu Zue declared with unwavering conviction, "If this mud is Qin Feng, I will eat a banana upside down. I followed him all the way here and have not seen anyone leave. Only he has emerged from within. This must unequivocally be Lin Xie in disguise. Previously, he used his skills in disguise to impersonate Qin Feng and humiliated me thoroughly. Now, he is merely repeating his old tricks." The thought of being splattered with that vile liquid by Lin Xie fills Yu Zue with a seething rage. However, at that moment, Zhao Xingjun remarked, "You've turned him into a pig's head. His eye is swollen. This face does not appear to be masked." Upon hearing this, Yu Zue was taken aback. He quickly turned around, bent down, and seized Qin Feng, scrutinizing his face closely. He pulled at Qin Feng's face vigorously, attempting to reveal the truth. Yet the disguise would not yield. It was then that realization struck him like a thunderbolt, and he screamed in disbelief, "Oh my, it truly is Qin Feng." Qin Feng, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, "Wu, I am indeed Qin Feng. Yu Zue, why didn't you check my face before you struck?" Yu Zue then felt a jolt of awakening, as if from a dream. His earlier fury had clouded his judgment, compelling him to seek vengeance against Lin Xie for the affront, leading to this grievous error. He immediately felt a wave of embarrassment and guilt wash over him, apologizing profusely. "Qin Feng, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to," he continued. "But how did you end up here? I clearly saw Lin Xie enter this building. How is it that you emerged instead?" Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers reveled in the spectacle, bombarding the screen with comments, waiting for the show. "Eat bananas upside down. Eat bananas upside down." In response to Yu Zue's apologies, although Qin Feng still felt displeased, he chose not to dwell on it. He merely scolded, "Oh, come on. Please use your brain before you act next time." "Ouch, that hurts." Yu Zue, wearing a bitter smile, continued to apologize. "It was my fault. I'm truly sorry. Why don't you hit me back? I really didn't mean it." Qin Feng retorted, "By the way, before I escaped, I was shouting and banging on the door. Didn't you hear anything?" Yu Zue looked innocent. "I truly didn't hear anything." In reality, while he hadn't heard Qin Feng's cries, he had caught the faint sounds of banging. But being alone, he hesitated to investigate. Qin Feng decided not to press the issue with Yu Zue, for he was not one to hold grudges. He approached Zhao Xingjun and said, "Officer Zhao, thank you for intervening just now. If it weren't for you stepping in to stop Yu Zue, I might have been beaten to a pulp by this fool." Zhao Xingjun smiled gently. "I realized too late. Had I noticed sooner, perhaps you could have avoided this beating altogether. Are you all right?" Qin Feng chuckled dryly. "It's merely flesh wounds, nothing serious." He then inquired, "What exactly happened? How did you all end up here?" Yu Zue candidly recounted, "We hurried from Yangsheng to this location, intending to apprehend Bai Jingxian at the Xingyue Hotel. However, we were unable to capture him. And the local police provided information indicating that they had seen Lin Xie and others entering and exiting the Jianghui Old residential area. Upon receiving this lead, Officer Zhao promptly instructed me to investigate. Upon my arrival at the Jianghui Old residential area, I indeed discovered Lin Xie and Zhou Dong inside. Lin Xie had disguised himself as you, deceiving me and nearly capturing me. Fortunately, I acted swiftly, feigning a fainting spell, and seized the opportunity to escape. Subsequently, I covertly retraced my steps to follow them. While tracking, I urged Officer Zhao to assemble a team for an arrest operation. I followed Lin Xie to this location and had been lying in wait for quite some time, yet he did not emerge. Unexpectedly, just as Officers Zhao and Lan arrived with their team, I witnessed you exiting this building, which led to this misunderstanding." Listening intently, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, nodding slowly as he murmured, "I see." As he spoke, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Zhao Xingjun, but he remained composed. At that moment, Yu Zue inquired, "Qin Feng, what brings you here? Just a moment ago, you and Shishi called, stating that you had obtained evidence of illegal online lending in Gaogang town." Qin Feng immediately responded, "Those calls from Su Shishi and myself were mere fabrications." He began to analyze the situation, his speech becoming more fluid. "I did visit Gaogang town to meet Su Shishi, believing Lin Xie intended to capture her. However, I later realized it was a trap. I fell into that trap and soon understood that Su Shishi had already been replaced by Fang Bingbing, orchestrated by the Mouse Group. Unfortunately, it was too late. I was ultimately captured by Lin Xie and brought here, imprisoned in this dilapidated building." Lin Xie's scheme is truly enigmatic and unpredictable, making it difficult to decipher. Initially, I thought he had released Officer Zhao without any ulterior motives, intending to incite division within our ranks. It was only after I fell into the trap that I comprehended the reality. Lin Xie was not only inciting discord within our cat hunting team, but also diverting our attention. While we focused most of our attention on Officer Zhao, they stealthily replaced Su Xixi with Fang Bingbing. For these past days, Fang Bingbing has been infiltrating our ranks, acting as an informant for the mouse group. This is a significant reason why our cat hunting team has been unable to uncover any leads on the mouse group. Qin Feng's revelation left Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and Zhao Xingjun astounded. The notion that Su Xixi had been swapped out by Fang Bingbing was almost unfathomable to Yu Zue, his expression one of disbelief. Qin Feng, with a grave demeanor, affirmed, indeed, the Su Xixi we have been interacting with these days is actually Fang Bingbing. Lan Juefeng, still in shock, asked, could she really mimic Xixi's voice? Qin Feng replied, Fang Bingbing was once a professional actress and possesses remarkable voice imitation skills. Moreover, Bai Jingxian, a master of disguise, likely possesses similar vocal mimicry abilities. Yu Zue added, and Lin Xie as well. He can even mimic others' voices. Zhao Xingyuan's expression grew exceedingly grave as he pondered with a heavy sigh. It appears that the capabilities of the mouse group are far more formidable than we had anticipated. At that moment, Qin Feng interjected, Yu Zue, did you not mention following Lin Xie here, only to find he has not emerged since? If your observation was accurate, then it is highly likely he remains inside. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, collectively directing their gaze towards the dilapidated building ahead. Zhao Xingjun promptly commanded, search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must uncover Lin Xie. Chapter 61. Farewell for now. The four of them, Zhao Xingjun, Qin Feng, Yu Zue, and Lan Juefeng, along with a dozen police officers, entered the decrepit house to conduct a thorough search. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations. After searching for over half an hour, scouring every nook and cranny of the building, they found not a single trace of Lin Xie. This is impossible. I distinctly saw him enter here, and he did not exit. Yu Zue's brow furrowed, filled with confusion. Zhao Zhengjun then remarked, Yu Zue, although you were monitoring this building, there are certainly visual blind spots. For instance, the rear of this structure, which you could not fully observe. If Lin Xie escaped through your blind spot, it is entirely plausible you would not have seen him. Yu Zue scratched his head. That indeed could be a possibility. Lan Juefeng concurred. I believe Officer Zhao's analysis is quite sound. Lin Xie likely slipped away long ago. He is quite the cunning individual. However, at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly posed a question. By the way, how many police officers did you bring with you? This inquiry startled everyone, leaving them puzzled regarding Qin Feng's sudden curiosity. Could it be that the crafty Lin Xie had infiltrated their ranks? This was certainly a possibility, as these officers were hastily dispatched from the local police station, and the cat hunting team was not well acquainted with them. If Lin Xie had disguised himself and blended in, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to detect him. Lan Juefeng responded, about 10 or so. Specifically, how many? Qin Feng pressed for a precise number. Lan Juefeng hesitated. I believe it was either 16 or 17. I can't recall exactly. These officers were assigned from the local public security bureau, not brought from Yang City, so I did not pay close attention to the exact count. Yu Zue added, the officers were brought by Officer Zhao. I also did not note the precise number. Qin Feng turned to Zhao Xingjun. Officer Zhao, do you remember? Zhao Xingjun reflected for a moment and replied, I think it was around 16, but I can't be entirely sure. Qin Feng immediately instructed, clear the area. Gather all officers in the first floor lobby. Line them up. I suspect Lin Xie may have disguised himself and mingled among the police. This could explain why we have searched the entire building without finding him. Soon, all the police officers were summoned and arranged in a neat row within the hall. Qin Feng personally counted the heads, and to his astonishment, there were indeed 17 individuals present. In that moment, Yu Zue, Lan Juefeng, and Zhao Xingjun exchanged incredulous glances, their admiration for Qin Feng's keen intuition overwhelming. Standing before the 17 officers, Qin Feng declared with authority, Lin Xie, I know you are among these 17. Your schemes have been unraveled. If you are wise, step forward willingly. As he spoke, his piercing gaze swept across each officer like a hawk searching for prey. Clad in identical uniforms and hats, the officers appeared indistinguishable at first glance. Yet, The slightest nuance in their expressions and subtle movements could not escape Qin Feng's discerning eyes. Any hint of anxiety, guilt, or fear would instantly reveal their false facades. At that moment, one officer in the second row to the left slightly furrowed his brow, and his hand began to tremble. You. Qin Feng pointed decisively. The officer's body tensed. Me? Officer Qin, what is the matter? Qin Feng swiftly approached him, scrutinizing him closely. You are Lin Xie. The officer, however, wore an expression of utter disbelief. This is an injustice. I am not Lin Xie. Qin Feng pressed further. Then why is your hand shaking? The officer managed a bitter smile. Officer Qin, I urgently need to use the restroom. When I'm desperate, my hands shake. Qin Feng remained skeptical and pinched his cheek, only to discover it was indeed flesh. Stunned, he retorted, if you need to go, then go to the bathroom. Why the trembling? The officer chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I was just about to head to the restroom when you summoned us. I thought it might be something urgent, so I held it in. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, momentarily rendered speechless. Regaining his composure, he resumed his scrutiny, yet found that the 17 individuals bore no flaws. Secretly gritting his teeth, he cursed, damn it. This Lin Xie is quite the master of disguise. His expression darkened as he coldly declared, Lin Xie, since you refuse to reveal yourself voluntarily, I shall resort to other means. He then proceeded to inspect each officer individually, checking faces, examining mouths, and verifying identification documents in thorough detail, determined to unearth Lin Xie. However, to Qin Feng's astonishment, the outcome of his inspection revealed that all 17 individuals were indeed genuine police officers. There was no Lin Xie among them. How could this be? This is impossible. Qin Feng's face was a mask of confusion. Zhao Xingjun chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps Lan Juefeng and I misremembered. We may have brought 17 officers after all. At this remark, Qin Feng's mouth twitched in exasperation. How could they not even accurately count the number of people? This surely felt like a jest at his expense. Did you intentionally make me work in vain? Just as I was about to scold Zhao Xingjun and Lan Juefeng, a sudden roar of an engine echoed from outside the dilapidated building. Qin Feng immediately froze, then hastily turned and ran out to investigate. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a police officer in uniform, complete with a cap, seated inside a police car. The officer swiftly tore off his mask, revealing his true identity, none other than Lin Xie. With one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other waving at Qin Feng, he flashed a mischievous grin. Goodbye, Qin Feng. I thoroughly enjoyed our little game this time. Let us continue next time. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away in a blur. Seeing this, Qin Feng acted decisively. He hurriedly jumped into a police car, started the engine, and shouted, Yuzue, you, come with me to chase him. Lan Juefeng, you stay back and protect Officer Zhao. Escort him back to the station first. I suspect Lin Xie's actions are aimed at Officer Zhao. Jiang, brothers from the Jiangmen police station, split into 3 teams. One to take a shortcut ahead to intercept. Another to coordinate with the local traffic bureau to activate the highway surveillance cameras to track Lin Xie's police car. And the last to remain and escort Officer Zhao back to the station. At Qin Feng's command, everyone sprang into action. Yet Yuzue hesitated. Puzzled, why am I the one sent to chase, instead of the tracking expert, Lan Juefeng? However, faced with the urgency of the situation, he had no time to ponder. Qin Feng hastily urged, Yuzue, why are you dawdling? Get in the car now. Yuzue had no choice but to jump into the driver's seat. Without delay, Qin Feng slammed the accelerator down, and with a whoosh, they were off. Several other officers climbed into police cars and swiftly followed suit. Zhao Xingjun watched the police cars fade into the distance, his brow furrowing. Years of experience in the field told him that Qin Feng's actions likely held deeper significance. Chapter 62. Breaking the Deadlock. Qin Feng plans to turn the tables. The police car sped like an arrow, its sirens wailing piercingly in the stillness of the night. Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, pushing the accelerator to its limits in an attempt to catch up with the police car driven by Lin Xie. Yuzue, seated in the passenger seat, fixed his gaze intently on the vehicle ahead, his palms clammy with sweat, his demeanor tense. Qin Feng, accelerate. We cannot let that scoundrel Lin Xie escape. Qin Feng remained focused on the pursuit, yet suddenly posed a question. Yuzue, do you know why I chose you instead of Lan Juefeng to chase after Lin Xie? With a serious expression and unhesitating words, Yuzue was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, He inquired. Why? Qin Feng replied. Because Lin Xie is not as adept at acting as you are. If he were to take part in the next act, he would easily blow his cover. Unlike you, I am aware that you have previously spent a considerable duration as an undercover operative, and your acting skills are undoubtedly the finest among our cat hunting team. Yu Zue, now increasingly bewildered, pondered the relevance of acting in the pursuit of Lin Xie. Qin Feng, with a knowing smile, remarked that while capturing Lin Xie does not necessitate acting, deceiving the members of the mouse team who are secretly embedded within our ranks certainly does. Let me put it this way. I can assert with complete certainty that Zhao Xingjun, who is currently by our side, is a disguise of Bai Jingxian. Upon hearing this, Yu Zue's mouth fell slightly agape, utterly astonished. How could this be? Officer Zhao had been diligently working to apprehend the mouse team for days. Most crucially, I had mistakenly believed you to be Lin Xie in disguise when I struck you, and it was Zhao who immediately came to your defense. If he were indeed Bai Jingxian, he would have likely stood by, watching me harm you without intervening. Yet, Qin Feng countered, this is precisely where Bai Jingxuan's cunning lies. He possesses an exceptional understanding of human nature. His actions serve a singular purpose, to win our favor and trust. Yu Zue furrowed his brow, still reluctant to accept this reality. Qin Feng, I recognize your intelligence, but if you claim that Officer Zhao is merely a facade of Bai Jingxian, then you must present evidence to substantiate your assertion. Qin Feng, multitasking as he focused intently on pursuing Lin Xie's vehicle ahead, patiently elaborated. I have 4 reasons that can confirm Zhao Xingjun's falsehood. First, Su Cixi, who previously interacted with us, was always impersonated by Fang Bingbing. Since Su Cixi was a fabrication, any results derived from her verification of Zhao Xingjun's identity cannot be deemed valid. Second, the Zhao Xingjun before us has consistently asserted that Bai Jingxian is the mastermind behind the mouse team. In my investigation, I discovered that Zhao Xingjun is an exceptionally meticulous and rational officer, one who would not resort to subjective speculation regarding the true leader of the mouse team. The false Zhao Xingjun aims to sow discord within our cat hunting team, thereby undermining our operational efficiency. Third, when I was examining the local police, Zhao Xingjun, fully aware that he had brought 17 individuals, deliberately stated there were only 16. As a seasoned officer with over 20 years of experience, he could not possibly forget the number of subordinates he commands. So why would he intentionally declare a lesser figure? The answer is simple. He intended to divert our attention, providing Lin Xie, who was already disguised as a police officer and hidden somewhere in the building, the opportunity to escape. This incident solidified my conviction that Zhao Xingjun is a sham. Fourth, and most importantly, Yu Zue, do not forget who instructed you to investigate the Jianghui old residential area. You mentioned encountering Lin Xie masquerading as me there, nearly leading to your capture. This clearly indicates a trap meticulously laid by Lin Xie, waiting for you to unwittingly step into it. Thus, the individual who sent you to investigate the Jianghui old residential area, is it not an intentional push into a pit? The true Zhao Xingjun would never betray his comrades in such a manner. A sudden jolt coursed through Yu Zue's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was glaringly evident that every word spoken by Qin Feng was both reasonable and substantiated, rendering counterarguments futile. If this is the case, does it mean that Officer Zhao is indeed a guise adopted by Bai Jingxian? A thin sheen of cold sweat began to form on Yu Zue's forehead, his mind reeling, still struggling to accept this revelation. Over the past several days, the imposter Zhao Xingjun had been with their cat hunting team, leading them in various operations against the mouse team, all while they remained utterly oblivious. This realization was chilling in its implications. We must swiftly apprehend that counterfeit Officer Zhao, Yu Zue exclaimed. However, Qin Feng countered. We cannot act just yet. There are only 11 days remaining until the conclusion of the first phase of the cat and mouse game. If we aim to capture the entire mouse team in this initial phase, we must avoid alarming them at this juncture. Yu Zue, feeling frustrated, replied, but it doesn't have to be decisive in the first phase. Capturing even one would be better than none. Furthermore, there are 2 more phases to follow, are there not? Yet Qin Feng remained resolute. I have already booked my flight to Donghai Island, and my itinerary cannot be altered. Otherwise, it will result in significant losses. Therefore, I must apprehend the entire mouse team within this first phase. Yu Zue's expression was one of distress, but the mouse team is so cunning. Capturing even one will surely alert the others. It is exceedingly difficult to capture them all at once. Qin Feng responded. That is why I require your cooperation in this performance. Since the mouse team enjoys playing games, let us engage them thoroughly. Yuzue paused, filled with confusion. How do we play? A slight smirk appeared on Qin Feng's lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. Philosopher Hegel elucidated 3 fundamental laws of the development of things in his logic. The first law is the unity of opposites, akin to what is stated in the Tao Te Ching, that which gives rise to encounters one another, complementing each other. Yuzue was utterly bewildered and couldn't help but retort. Please, speak in plain language. Qin Feng chuckled. What I mean is, while Bai Jingxian is indeed a pawn inserted by the mouse team into our cat hunting team, he can also be transformed into a pawn for us to infiltrate the mouse team. Just then, Lin Xie, driving a police car in a frantic escape, suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the concrete, leaving long black marks. Observing this, Qin Feng quickly brought his vehicle to a halt. Yuzue was taken aback. Why did Lin Xie stop abruptly? As he pondered this, they saw Lin Xie emerge from the car, a cigarette dangling from his lips, strutting towards them with an air of bravado. At that moment, both Qin Feng and Yuzue were astonished. This fellow, astonishingly, was not fleeing. What on earth was he planning? Chapter 63. Truth or Deceit. Gift update. Lin Xie suddenly halted the vehicle, opting not to flee. He boldly exited the car, striding towards Qin Feng and Yuzue. This audacious act left not only Qin Feng and Yuzue astounded, but also rendered all viewers in the cat and mouse game live stream utterly bewildered. What was Lin Xie intending? Was he surrendering? Hurry and escape, Lin Xie. You haven't sent me Fong Bingbing's nude photos yet. You cannot be apprehended. If he gets caught, it serves him right. That rascal swindled me out of 5,000. The game must conclude swiftly, and I demand my 5,000 back. Otherwise, I want to be able to purchase the sleep pod from Transcendent World. I believe Lin Xie, seeing no avenue for escape, has now chosen to capitulate. After all, Big Silly Brother once proclaimed, surrendering means losing half. There were also die-hard fans of Qin Feng, chanting his praises. Qin Feng is magnificent. Not only did he see through Bai Jingxuan's facade, but he was also on the verge of capturing Lin Xie. If Lin Xie were to be apprehended by Jingxian, that old scoundrel would not evade capture either, and Su Luo, implanted with a tracker, would be cornered as well. Only Fong Bingbing and Zhou Dong, these mere supporting characters, would remain. The cat hunting team stood on the brink of victory. Cheers erupted. The game was about to conclude. Qin Feng and Yuzue, charge forth, engage in a duo assault, and eliminate Lin Xie. However, there were also rational thinkers among the crowd, quietly analyzing, upon careful consideration, the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. Observe the stretch of road where Lin Xie, Qin Feng, and Yuzue currently reside, flanked by rice paddies. There are no villages ahead or shops behind. Most importantly, this rural road is devoid of surveillance cameras. Let us not forget how Qin Feng was ensnared by Lin Xie in Gaogang town. If Yuzue, standing beside Qin Feng, is also compromised, then Qin Feng's predicament could become quite perilous. Upon further reflection, the analysis upstairs holds merit. Just moments ago, in that dilapidated building, Yuzue displayed a remarkably aggressive demeanor towards Qin Feng, which was clearly intentional. Would Qin Feng fall into the same trap twice? Following the astute deductions of the rational thinkers, viewers erupted in exclamations. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! If that is indeed the case, will Qin Feng not be subjected to a grievous defeat once more? Some viewers, feeling quite clever, chimed in. What is so difficult about this? I already suspected Yuzue was up to no good. His actions earlier in the decrepit building were undeniably lacking in intelligence. Alas, it's once again a 2-on-1 scenario. Qin Feng, flee. Oh, my heart aches for Qin Feng. To be beaten twice in a single day? Please, no more slaps to the face. Returning to the live stream, one could see Lin Xie, with a beaming smile, approaching the vehicle of Qin Feng and Yuzue. The two hastily disembarked, tension palpable and vigilance heightened. Lin Xie, what are you scheming now? Qin Feng stuttered. Lin Xie did not directly respond to this inquiry, but instead mused aloud. Let me take a guess. First, you likely have not brought firearms. Otherwise, you would have shot out my tires while pursuing me. Second, Qin Feng, you must have instructed the local police to take a shortcut to intercept me ahead, which is why there are no police vehicles trailing behind you now. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, remaining silent. It was evident that Lin Xie had guessed correctly. Yuzue coldly remarked. What good does it do to make such guesses? Since you dare to stop, we shall apprehend you now. Lin Xie, I have yet to settle the score with you regarding that incident in the old Jianghui residential area. Lin Xie, however, merely smiled and said with profound meaning, what do you mean it's of no use? You have no firearms, and none of your allies are around. This desolate place, devoid of any signs of life, is the perfect spot for me to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Yuzue was taken aback. He looked around and realized that the area was indeed barren, completely devoid of light. Not a single vehicle passed by, just as Yuzue was lost in thought. Lin Xie chuckled and said to him, Brother Zhou, there's no need for the charade. There's no one else here. Reveal your true self. It's 2 against 1. And Qin Feng is already finished. Don't you enjoy the more intense experiences? I'll hold him down, and you can have your way. At this statement, Qin Feng immediately jolted, instinctively retreating 2 steps to distance himself from Yuzue. Yuzue was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of confusion. What are you talking about? I am Yuzue, not Zhou Dong. Lin Xie replied with a bright smile. I know you are Yuzue, not Zhou Dong. But I shall still call you Zhou Dong to provoke suspicion in this little genius, Qin Feng. With that, Lin Xie's gaze turned meaningful as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, why don't you take a guess? Which of the statements I just made is true and which is false? Qin Feng's expression grew grave, his brow knitting tightly. His mind raced, recalling every detail related to Yuzue during their journey. I just emerged from that dilapidated building, and without hesitation, Yuzue came up to strike me. His reason for the attack was that in the old Jianghui residential area, he had been severely deceived by Lin Xie, mistaking me for him. No. If Yuzue had truly fallen into Lin Xie's trap, with Lin Xie's exceptional skills, how could Yuzue possibly escape so easily? It is important to note that even I, having fallen into Lin Xie's trap previously, could not find a way out. Realizing this, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze towards Yuzue turned extremely vigilant. But then, a sudden realization hit him. No, this is clearly Lin Xie's scheme. The goal is to sow discord between me and Yuzue, to incite a conflict between us, so that he can profit from the ensuing chaos. With this thought, he swiftly turned to Lin Xie, his resolve hardening. However, upon seeing Lin Xie's calm and cheerful demeanor, his heart sank once more. This still doesn't add up. If Yuzue were indeed the genuine Yuzue, would Lin Xie so carelessly walk into a trap? Lin Xie is far too astute to make such a blunder. Every action he takes must be meticulously calculated. Without absolute certainty, he would never take such risks. Could it be that Yuzue truly harbors some hidden issue? In an instant, Qin Feng felt his thoughts spiral into confusion. He suddenly realized that he, the prodigy of logical reasoning, was unable to discern the motives and purposes behind Lin Xie's series of actions. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he thought, damn it, this Lin Xie. He appears to be reckless and flamboyant, yet every action he undertakes is meticulously calculated. Moreover, he does not adhere to conventional tactics, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Is Yuzue truly genuine? Due to his inability to fathom the truth before him, Qin Feng hesitated. At that moment, Yuzue shouted, Qin Feng, wake up. Stop overthinking. I am the true Yuzue. We must join forces to apprehend Lin Xie. However, Qin Feng responded, we will certainly capture Lin Xie. But before we act, how can you prove your authenticity? If you cannot provide proof, then please maintain your distance. Upon hearing this, Yuzue trembled with a mix of anger and amusement. Unable to comprehend why Qin Feng would doubt him, while so easily being deceived by Lin Xie's mere words. Had he not been so astute in the past? Where had his intellect gone? Nonetheless, prioritizing the greater good, he refrained from reproaching Qin Feng and simply stated, proving my identity is quite simple. Just come over and pinch my face. Yet, Qin Feng hesitated to approach Yuzue, fearing that if he drew near, Yuzue might unexpectedly turn against him. Thus, he remained rooted in silence. Witnessing this, Yuzue felt a surge of urgency. Why won't you come and pinch my face? What are you thinking? I swear to the heavens, I am truly Yuzue. At that moment, Lin Xie interjected, Qin Feng, don't overthink it. I've told you that Yuzue is genuine. Why do you still entertain doubts? Yuzue, quickly persuade your teammate to join you. Tonight, I intend to take on both of you. Afterward, I have to unwind in a bath, so time is of the essence. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. If you don't act, I shall leave. 10, 9, 8 Yuzue urged Qin Feng. Let us go together. Don't let Lin Xie's trickery succeed. However, Qin Feng remained exceedingly cautious, saying, "You go first. I'll follow shortly." Yu Zue was exasperated, having mentally cursed Qin Feng's entire family numerous times. Yet, with Lin Xie retreating to the car door and counting down from 4, 3, 2, he had no choice but to charge ahead, leading the charge. "Lin Xie, take this punch." As he surged forward, his momentum was akin to a tiger descending a mountain, a thunderous force intent on striking Lin Xie down. Yet just then, Lin Xie brandished a wrench and swung it back with a swift motion. Thud! Yu Zue immediately clutched his head, blood pouring forth as he let out a pained scream. Lin Xie sauntered leisurely to his front, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, curling into a cryptic smile. "What if I told you that Qin Feng is actually a fabrication? Would you believe me?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Yu Zue's eyes widened in alarm. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the Qin Feng behind him. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Xie struck with a swift motion. Bang! Yu Zue was rendered unconscious on the spot. Lin Xie shook his head with a sigh. "Oh dear, why do you believe everything I say? You are well aware that I am a deceiver, and a deceiver, of course, speaks not but lies." With that, he lifted his gaze to the distant figure of Qin Feng, a smirk playing at his lips. Hee. At that moment, Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Only then did the realization dawn upon him. Yu Zue was indeed genuine. Lin Xie's little ruse was merely an attempt to dismantle them one by one. Damn, he had been duped. However, it was too late. Yu Zue was already unconscious. Alone and unarmed, defeating Lin Xie would prove to be a formidable challenge. For Lin Xie was not only cunning, but also wielded a lethal wrench. Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xie's tool, filled with trepidation. Lin Xie shrugged nonchalantly. "Do not be astonished. It is quite normal for an automobile mechanic to carry a wrench." Qin Feng's lips twitched with irritation. Just then, a clatter echoed as something fell from Lin Xie's person. It was an axe. Lin Xie bent down to retrieve it, explaining, "As I mentioned, being an automobile mechanic, carrying an axe is also quite customary." Qin Feng gaped in disbelief, inwardly screaming, "This man is indeed a deranged criminal. In this desolate place, could it be that he would truly?" Upon this thought, Qin Feng instinctively took a couple of steps back, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. "Lin Xie, please, do not act recklessly." Yet Lin Xie merely chuckled sinisterly, slowly advancing. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly lifted his gaze, his expression shifting from shock to elation. "Why, Yu Zue, you are awake. Let us confront him together." However, Lin Xie remained unfazed, turning away with a chuckle. "Qin Feng, I never expected you to resort to such childish tactics. You might just earn my disdain." Qin Feng's mouth twitched awkwardly as he forced a laugh. "Hee. You saw through me." But just then, Qin Feng's countenance shifted, revealing a chilling smile. Noticing this, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, the sound of an engine roaring to life echoed from behind. Vroom. Lin Xie turned around, his expression changing dramatically. To his astonishment, Yu Zue had stealthily commandeered the police car he had arrived in, one hand clutching his bleeding head, the other gripping the steering wheel. Damn, was this guy a cockroach reincarnated? Truly tenacious. 2 wrenches swung down, yet astonishingly, he did not lose consciousness. This was, however, due to Lin Xie holding back. After all, a remote control device had been implanted in his heart, preventing him from inflicting lethal harm. Otherwise, with a mere press of a button from the safety office, his life would be extinguished. Yu Zue's face was aflame with fury, his eyes glinting with malice. He slammed the steering wheel, swiftly turning the vehicle towards Lin Xie, and bellowed, "Lin Xie, you bastard! I will run you over." As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed the accelerator, disengaged the clutch, and the police car surged forward like a rocket aimed directly at Lin Xie. In that instant, Lin Xie's pupils constricted, his mind momentarily blank. What the hell? Is this for real? But in that fleeting moment, a flicker of dark light flashed from his left eye, and he suddenly leaped into the air, spinning a full 1,080 degrees before landing gracefully. Remarkably, Lin Xie evaded the collision. Both Qin Feng and Yu Zue looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Xie's expression darkened, and his demeanor shifted. Isn't this just a game show? Yu Zue, do you really intend to kill me? A peculiar sound, akin to electricity or a serpent's hiss, suddenly emanated from an unknown source. Meanwhile, in the director's office of the show Cat and Mouse, All staff were transfixed by the live broadcast. They were taken aback to witness Lin Xie narrowly escaping the full-speed collision orchestrated by Yuzue. Viewers in various live streaming rooms, including Douyin, Cat Tooth, and Winter Melon, were equally astonished. 666. 666. 666. Lin Xie's reaction speed is simply extraordinary. Could he be the legendary martial arts master? Incredible. Everyone was filled with anticipation for the fierce battles that lay ahead. Yet just then, the live broadcast screen flickered ominously before plunging into darkness. Signal failure. Attempting to reconnect. What happened? What is going on? Countless viewers were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, feeling utterly deflated. Just as the excitement reached its peak, they were met with this interruption. To the production team, I wish you all a peaceful and happy burial. On the other side, the director's office of Cat and Mouse was in utter chaos. What is happening? What on earth is going on? The chief director, Feng Dagong, roared in frustration. How could the signal be interrupted? Wasn't it said that the Tianyin cameras were infallible? Why did they fail at such a critical moment? Ouyang Xiaoqian quickly interjected. Director Feng, please don't be angry. We have already contacted the safety office. The Tianyin cameras were designed by them, and they should be able to resolve the issue swiftly. Yet Feng Dagong remained furious. Am I worried about the broadcast? I am damn worried that Lin Xie might take this chance to escape. He is the #1 criminal from Yangqing prison. If he gets away, who will take responsibility? Ouyang Xiaoqian's mouth opened slightly, cold sweat forming on her forehead. It is evident that Feng Dagong's assertion holds true. Such matters can have both significant and trivial consequences. Should Lin Xie truly escape, it would spell considerable trouble. Fortunately, at that moment, a faint crackling of electricity heralded the restoration of the live broadcast. However, the narrative of the broadcast had been fragmented, with a portion missing, rendering it incoherent. One could see Lin Xie seated in the driver's seat of a police car, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other held a cigarette. Leisurely driving forward, he sang aloud to the night sky, "Forgive me for this life of wild abandon and love for freedom. Yet I too fear the day I may fall. Oh no." The scene shifted to Qin Feng and Yuzue, both sprawled in a rice field beside the highway, unconscious. It remains unclear what transpired during the signal disruption. This marks a pivotal moment. Forthcoming events will surely astonish and delight the audience. Chapter 65. Interrupted broadcast at midnight. Within the safety office, the control room for Cat and Mouse operates the Tianyin surveillance cameras. Countless supercomputers are arrayed within, and hundreds of scientists are diligently managing various complex computer programs. These scientists represent the pinnacle of confidential technological talent in Huaxia, serving as the backbone for the development of Tianyin communication technology. Many are aware that Cat and Mouse employs the ethereal and enigmatic Tianyin filming technology. Yet few understand that this reality show, overseen by the safety office, also serves as a testing ground for the Tianyin cameras. Over 10 years and 7 seasons, Cat and Mouse has witnessed the genesis and evolution of the Tianyin cameras. From the initial season's drone-based wide-angle, ultra-high pixel filming, to the third season's 360-degree information visualization, and culminating in the 5th season's Tianyin fledgling experiments. Now, in the 7th season of Cat and Mouse, the application of the intangible Tianyin cameras has reached a stage of maturity and stability. Scientists firmly believe that following this season, Tianyin technology could be applied to various sectors, including civil affairs, transportation, aviation, public safety, and even national defense and warfare. Once the Tianyin is activated, any target locked onto, whether by day or night, above or below ground, or even in outer space, is utterly exposed. However, this evening, the Tianyin cameras have inexplicably malfunctioned. What has transpired? Why the sudden signal interruption? Zhou Zhilong, the team leader of the safety office, rushed into the office, his expression tense and grave. Having received an urgent call in the middle of the night, he had not even changed out of his pink Hello Kitty pajamas, hastily making his way to inquire about the situation. After all, a malfunctioning Tianyin camera could lead to significant implications. A scientist approached to report, team leader Zhou, while the Tianyin camera was tracking Lin Xie, Qin Feng, and Yuzue along the Jiangxin provincial highway, it was suddenly subjected to a mysterious, strong magnetic interference, resulting in a signal interruption lasting 2 minutes and 42 seconds. The signal has now stabilized. As for the mysterious and powerful magnetic field, how it was formed, and why it suddenly manifested remains subjects for further investigation. Zhou Zhilong furrowed his brow, examining the images captured prior to the signal interruption, and inquired. That area is utterly desolate, devoid even of utility poles. Why would there be such significant magnetic interference? The scientist chuckled dryly. That precisely is the enigma we face. Zhou Zhilong's thoughts deepened. His intuition suggested that this signal disruption, seemingly mundane, likely concealed profound complexities. He promptly issued a command. Seal off the Jiangxin Provincial Highway. Dispatch technical experts to accompany me to the incident site for evidence collection. Additionally, suspend the live broadcast of cat and mouse game. The surveillance must remain vigilant on every member of the rodent team. Bring back Qinfeng, Yuzue, Lin Xie, and those 2 police cars that appeared at the scene. In the office of the cat and mouse game production team, a stunned Feng Dagong received the notification from the security office demanding an immediate halt to the live broadcast. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Why? What is the reason behind this? Surely, an explanation is warranted. However, the cold voice on the other end replied, the security office's actions need no justification. Do not ask so many questions. Simply comply. Should anything go awry, the responsibility will rest upon your shoulders. Feng Dagong managed a bitter smile, ultimately conceding. For the security office was not an entity he could afford to antagonize. Very well, I will issue the announcement to suspend the broadcast. After hanging up, Feng Dagong rubbed his forehead, his face clouded with worry. He had fought hard to secure the directorial opportunity for cat and mouse game, tirelessly guiding the production to achieve record viewership. Now, with the show only halfway through and yet to reach its climax, the abrupt order from the security office shattered his aspirations. He felt a surge of frustration, but it transformed into a long sigh. Alas, such is fate. At that moment, intern Yang Cheng entered the office. Director Feng, the live signal has been restored. Why do you still appear so despondent? Feng Dagong managed a dry smile, one more painful than tears. Immediately notify all staff. In 3 minutes. Cut the live broadcast of cat and mouse game across all major domestic and international platforms. What? Yang Cheng was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Director Feng, are you serious? Feng Dagong, exasperated, snapped. Do I look like I am joking? Hurry and do as I instructed. The moment Feng Dagong's command was issued, a wave of confusion swept through the production team. Many were perplexed and astonished. It was merely a minor signal glitch. The connection has been re-established. Why must we still terminate the broadcast? What economic losses will this incur? We just signed a contract with the advertisers and haven't even aired their ads yet. How are we to explain this to them? The staff buzzed with discontent and frustration. After all, the reality show Cat and Mouse Game is the culmination of the hard work of every staff member involved. Witnessing the soaring ratings, they toiled day and night without a hint of complaint. Yet, the abrupt decision to halt the broadcast without any clear reason is simply unacceptable to them. Consequently, a multitude of staff members gathered at Director Feng Dagong's office, blocking the entrance. Director Feng, what on earth is happening? At the very least, we deserve an explanation. They clamored. Indeed, how can you just stop the broadcast without warning? We cannot accept this, and neither can the audience. We will be mercilessly criticized. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Feng Dagong emerged with a grim expression, coldly stating, "Do you think I wish to cease broadcasting? It is the decision of the safety office." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Feng Dagong continued, "Stop standing there like wooden statues and get back to work. The PR team, you won't be sleeping tonight. Prepare 20 different versions of press releases immediately. The news of Cat and Mouse Game's suspension will undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entertainment industry. While we cannot change the unfortunate reality, we must ensure our public relations efforts are exemplary. If our PR fails to mitigate the negative impact on Cat and Mouse Game, you can forget about your year-end bonuses." Chapter 66. Rumors abound. The internet erupts at midnight. A jarring alert sounded across major streaming platforms featuring Cat and Mouse Game. The screen abruptly switched to the host, Hua Gu, wearing a forced smile. Adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, he cleared his throat and began, "I bring you unfortunate news. Please do not react too emotionally or despairingly upon hearing this. We have just received notification from the relevant technical department that, due to technical issues, Cat and Mouse Game will be suspended for a period of time. As for when the broadcast will resume, please follow our official Weibo account, public account, Douyin account, or Tushio account for updates." We will inform you at the earliest opportunity through these platforms. We sincerely apologize for the negative viewing experience this unexpected incident has caused. We are truly sorry for disappointing you. We assure you that if the program resumes, we will strive to make it even better and more exciting. Upon Hua Ji's announcement, chaos erupted in the various streaming rooms. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Why the sudden suspension? Could it be that Qin Feng and Yu Zue were taken down by Lin Xie? Has there been an accident? Some scoffed. I've always said that this crime-themed reality show is fraught with risks. It was only a matter of time before it encountered a major issue. And now the trouble has come. Who will take responsibility for this? Has Lin Xie fled after committing murder? That cunning individual is as elusive as a ghost. No one can decipher his true intentions. Who would believe he is just an ordinary citizen? It is evident that the production team deliberately concealed the true identity of the psychopathic murderer to generate sensationalism and intrigue. Is there not a remote cardiac control device? A mere press of a button could have ended Lin Xie's life, allowing for a swift replacement. Those on the upper floors should refrain from making flippant remarks. A life has been lost, and this is a grave matter. Alas, with such an incident occurring, it is likely we shall never witness another reality show of this nature. Countless netizens, in their shock and disbelief, began to speculate whether something catastrophic had transpired. The majority came to the logical conclusion that Lin Xie must have committed murder, leading to the program's abrupt cessation. Some even came forth to testify. I can confirm that Lin Xie indeed killed. Yu Zue and Qin Feng are both deceased. I am currently at Jiangmen People's Hospital, and when Yu Zue and Qin Feng were brought here, they had already lost their breath. The families of both parties arrived promptly, their emotions running high, proclaiming intentions to harm the director's family, questioning the need for such a criminal reality show, asserting that had it not been for this program, such a tragedy would not have occurred. I too can attest. I am an elderly farmer from the rice fields along Jiangxin Highway. This evening, while I was out with Zuhua to irrigate the fields, I happened upon an ambulance arriving to transport the injured. At that moment, Yu Zue was already beyond saving, while Qin Feng had but a final breath left. With that last ounce of strength, he uttered his final words. To the person upstairs, you gluttonous fool, stop spreading baseless rumors. Instantly, rumors began to proliferate, and various speculations emerged. Countless users flocked to the official Weibo headline accounts and Douyin of the cat and mouse game program, leaving inquiries about the situation. In just half an hour, the comments surpassed hundreds of thousands. In response, the production team was compelled to issue a clarifying statement late into the night. It was merely a technical malfunction. No one has died. Please refrain from wild speculation. However, in this era, official denials carry the weight of suspicion, as numerous precedents have led netizens to develop a misconception. Official denials equate to undeniable truths. For instance, when an internet finance company issued a denial of financial issues, it was not long before it collapsed. Similarly, when a certain actress denied infidelity, claiming the right to pursue legal action against online statements, she was subsequently exposed with numerous incriminating images the very next day. Or when an unsuccessful author, Lin Xie, personally denied accusations of writer's block, pleading for another chance, only to be relentlessly criticized by readers. Consequently, a cacophony of rumors erupted across the internet. Whispers of Yu Zue's death, Qin Feng's demise, Lin Xie's escape, and the revelation that this ordinary citizen was, in fact, a psychopathic killer on a random rampage, having taken the lives of 5 men, 3 women, and even 2 cattle, grew increasingly absurd. Even trending topics began to reflect this chaos. Out of the top 10 trending topics, 9 were related to the cat and mouse game broadcast mishap. No1 cat and mouse game broadcast incident. No2 did Lin Xie commit murder? No3 Yu Zue and Qin Feng met with misfortune. No4 heavenly eye malfunction. At this moment, it was 1:30 in the morning. Zhou Jihong, the leader of the safety team, hurriedly arrived at the rural road in Jiangxin province with 20 staff members, where they found Yu Zue and Qin Feng unconscious. Team leader Zhou, they reported, Yu Zue and Qin Feng are merely in a state of unconsciousness. Their lives are not in danger. Zhou Jihong nodded slowly, letting out a sigh of relief, and then commanded, take them to the military hospital for treatment. Clear the scene immediately and remove those 2 police cars. Search meticulously within a radius of 500 meters for any concealed magnetic devices. Understood. The team promptly began their operation. At that moment, a staff member called Zhou Jihong with urgent news. Team leader, The risk control team has just informed us that numerous rumors are circulating online. The trending topics are in chaos, and if we do not control this swiftly, it may spiral out of control and potentially cause significant negative repercussions for society. Zhou Jihong furrowed his brow. Immediately contact the person in charge of the trending topics and have all discussions related to cat and mouse game removed. He cursed, damn it. Weibo has become a breeding ground for slander, always harboring all sorts of nefarious characters. It seems we must take action. The staff member responded promptly, okay. I will contact the relevant parties right away to have the trending topics removed. Just as Zhou Jihong ended the call with this staff member, he received another call from the Sky Eye monitoring team. Team leader, we have a serious problem. The Sky Eye signal has suddenly malfunctioned again. We can no longer track Lin Xie and Su Luo's. Zhou Jihong's eyes widened in shock and disbelief upon hearing this news. What? The situation escalated as Lin Xie and Su Luo's went off the grid. This unforeseen development caught Zhou Jihong off guard. He had sensed an ominous premonition, recognizing that a major incident might be imminent. This compelled him to decisively cut the live broadcast. Before arriving here, he had urged the production team of Cat and Mouse Game to summon back all 5 members of the Mouse team as swiftly as possible. However, to his dismay, not long after, an incident occurred. Losing track of Lin Xie was somewhat anticipated, as the previous signal failure was likely orchestrated by him. Yet now, the second signal malfunction had also resulted in the loss of Su Luo's footage, an outcome that greatly exceeded Zhou Jihong's expectations. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Lin Xie and Su Luo's are colluding? Have they been plotting this all along? Are they attempting to flee together? Upon contemplating this, Zhou Jilong's expression darkened significantly as he spoke in a grave tone. Activate the emergency plan immediately. Instruct the production team to exhaust all means to contact Lin Xie and Su Luo's. Additionally, deploy drones for a regional search. If by dawn we still cannot establish contact, we shall press the button to halt the remote heart control device. Zhou Jilong's decisive action was both swift and ruthless. The moment that button is pressed, Lin Xie and Su Luo's would meet their immediate demise. However, he could not be blamed for this. After all, prior to participating in this program, he had repeatedly emphasized to every member of the Mouse team, adhere strictly to the rules of the game. Now, these 2 criminals have somehow evaded the surveillance of the Heavenly Eye, evidently intending to escape. Since you choose to disregard the rules and audaciously attempt to flee, do not blame me, Zhou Jilong, for lacking compassion. As the leader of the safety office, I am responsible not only for the safety of the Cat and Mouse Game reality show, but also for the lives of the general populace. Should these 2 criminals manage to evade detection and pose a threat to the public, my position would be in grave jeopardy. At the Cat and Mouse Game production team, chaos reigned supreme. Faced with this unexpected situation, they were tasked with explaining the circumstances to the live streaming platform, advertisers, and numerous partners, while also contending with the flood of rumors spreading online. The public relations team was overwhelmed, each member feeling as though they had 8 hands yet still unable to cope. The atmosphere was a tangled mess. Feng Dagong was particularly frazzled, desperately trying to reach every member of the Mouse team. Feng Bingbing, Bai Jingxian, and Zhou Dong were still visible on the Heavenly Eye surveillance, making them somewhat easier to contact. However, reaching Lin Xie and Su Luo's, the 2 who had escaped the watchful eye, proved to be a daunting task. Meanwhile, Feng Bingbing found herself in a small room, observing the bound Zhao Xingjun and Su Sisi. When she received Feng Dagong's call, her face registered astonishment. The game is over? The live broadcast is cancelled? What on earth is going on? Director Feng, could you clarify the reason? From the other end of the line, Feng Dagong chuckled awkwardly. This is a direct order from the safety office. As for the specific reasons, I am not entirely sure. In any case, it seems something has gone awry. Hurry back to the production office with Zhao Xingjun and Su Sisi. With a resigned sigh, Feng Bingbing acquiesced. All right. In truth, her motivation for participating in the Cat and Mouse Game reality show was not solely to seek a chance for sentence reduction. She also hoped to leverage this platform to rehabilitate her public image, laying a long-term foundation for her return to the entertainment industry post-incarceration. This step was meticulously orchestrated by Feng Bingbing, involving considerable human, material, and financial resources. However, she has yet to make a remarkable contribution in Cat and Mouse, nor has she left a profound impression on the audience, abruptly halting her journey. How can this not evoke her surprise and disappointment? Nevertheless, faced with the reality, she must accept it. She promptly went to untie Su Cixi and Zhao Jingjun, declaring, "The game is over. We shall return to Yanqing." Both Su Cixi and Zhao Jingjun were taken aback, exclaiming, "It's over so soon?" Fang Bingbing sneered. "I suspect the safety office is concerned that your cat hunting team might suffer too great a defeat, tarnishing the police's image, hence the abrupt conclusion of the game." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingjun and Su Cixi's expressions faltered. Su Cixi retorted defiantly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't be blindly arrogant. Our cat hunting team will surely turn the tide." Meanwhile, when Zhou Dong received a call from director Feng Dagong, he was indulging in a milk bath, attended by two stunning ladies in bikinis who were helping him relax. "What? Are you kidding me? The game ends before we even get to the point? Director Feng, you must be jesting." Feng Dagong chuckled derisively, cursing, "Who do you think is joking with you?" Zhou Dong's lips twitched slightly. "Ahem, I'd like to request a favor. Director Feng, I'm currently in a remote area and can't return right away. Could I come back tomorrow instead?" As he spoke, Zhou Dong's lustful gaze drifted towards the two lovely ladies beside him. They had only just begun to warm up. He had even reserved a room. How could it be said to be over before it even began? Even if he were willing, these two ladies would certainly not be. However, Zhou Dong's plea was met with a tirade from Feng Dagong. "You wretch. Don't think I don't know you're soaking in a hot spring with two girls for the night. The surveillance cameras are watching you. Hurry back." Zhou Dong, drenched in humiliation, quickly replied, all right, I'll return immediately." At the Jiangmen police station, Bai Jingxian, disguised as Zhao Jingjun, had just returned with Lan Juefeng. Unaware that the program had been interrupted, they awaited Qin Feng's update on Lin Xie's whereabouts. Lan Juefeng inquired, "Officer Zhao, do you think Qin Feng can stop Lin Xie?" Zhao Jingjun, with a serious demeanor, analyzed, "It will be difficult. After all, Lin Xie is quite cunning. And he has Bai Jingxian, a master of schemes, guiding him from the shadows." Lan Juefeng furrowed his brow, unable to resist, asking, "Officer Zhao, I'm curious. Why do you keep insisting Bai Jingxian is formidable? It seems you are quite familiar with him." Just then, Lan Juefeng's phone rang. It was a call from Feng Dagong. Upon answering, Feng Dagong's cold voice came through. "Allow me to address your question. He is not Zhao Jingjun. He is Bai Jingxian." Bai Jingxian, that conceited old fool. Upon hearing this, Lan Juefeng was left dumbfounded. Feng Dagong continued, "The game is over. Lan Juefeng, you must take Bai Jingxian back to the program's office immediately. This is not my decision. It is the directive from the safety office." With these words, Feng Dagong abruptly ended the call, leaving Lan Juefeng bewildered, his eyes wide as saucers, staring blankly at Zhao Jingjun. "You are actually Bai Jingxian?" Bai Jingxian, feigning innocence, retorted, "Officer Lan, how could I possibly be Bai Jingxian?" After contacting the trio of Mouse Group members, Fang Bingbing, Zhou Dong, and Bai Jingxian, Feng Dagong proceeded to reach out to Su Luosi and Lin Xie. However, he soon discovered that both Lin Xie and Su Luosi's phones were either turned off or went unanswered. It was evident that they had discarded their previous SIM cards. How infuriating! With the footage from Tianyin compromised and the phones unreachable, how could he establish contact? "Oh, esteemed leaders, please, expedite your communication with us. Otherwise, once the remote heartbeat control device is activated, it will be disastrous for you. I cannot bear the thought of losing you due to this unforeseen incident. The viewership of my show would plummet without you." At that moment, Qin Feng, who had been transported to a military hospital for treatment, regained consciousness. Upon learning of the situation, he promptly called Feng Dagong. "Director Feng, I have a way to contact Lin Xie and Su Luosi." Chapter 68. Pursued. Upon receiving this call, Feng Dagong's surprise swiftly turned to elation, and he hastily inquired, "Qin Feng, what is your method? Please, share it at once." Sitting on the hospital bed, Qin Feng had only just awakened. Beside him lay Yu Zue, still unconscious with a bandaged head, steadying his still dizzy mind. Qin Feng explained, "I have gathered some information regarding the current circumstances. Various signs indicate that Lin Xie and Su Luosi are likely accomplices. They must have meticulously planned their escape, having schemed in advance to evade Tianyin and flee together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to simultaneously disappear at this juncture. If they truly are partners in crime, locating Su Luosi would also lead us to Lin Xie. We installed a tracker on Su Luosi when we released him." Feng Dagong smacked his thigh, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, Qin Feng had previously instructed the doctor to implant a tracker in Su Luosi. How could he have overlooked this? He promptly declared, Then we must act swiftly and track Su Luoxi's precise location. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Feng quickly borrowed a laptop from the military hospital. He rapidly installed encrypted tracking software and, upon entering the tracker's model code, the software promptly revealed its location. Jiaomen Central Commercial Street? Qin Feng furrowed his brow at this revelation, sensing something amiss. The Central Commercial Street is situated in the heart of the city. If Su Luoxi truly intended to flee, he would not linger in such a bustling area. Could it be that he has removed the tracker from his back? As he pondered this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a sly smile, accompanied by a cold chuckle. Fortunately, I had prepared a contingency plan. Not only did I implant a tracker in Su Luoxi's back, but I also embedded 5 additional miniature trackers in various locations on his body, including his chest, scalp, soles of his feet, waist, and armpits. Moreover, the procedure employed was the most advanced, minimally invasive technique, resulting in mere millimeter-sized incisions. By the time Su Luoxi awoke from general anesthesia, the wounds had almost entirely healed, leaving him blissfully unaware of the surgical alterations made to his body. No matter how astute Su Luoxi may be, he could only hope to discover 1 or 2 of the trackers. It was highly improbable that he would locate all 6. Qin Feng mused that with so many trackers implanted, surely at least one would remain within Su Luoxi's body. He quickly inputted the model codes of the other 5 miniature trackers. The computer screen promptly displayed their precise locations, 1 in Taichung, 1 in Inqing, and the remaining 3 in Yangxian. These 3 sites formed a line that pointed decisively southwest. Observing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. What did this indicate? It revealed that Su Luoxi had become aware of the existence of additional hidden trackers within him. In his desperate flight, he must have removed those trackers one by one. If Qin Feng's deductions were correct, Su Luoxi first fled to Taichung, extracted 1 tracker, then escaped to Inqing, where he removed another. Currently, Su Luoxi had retreated to the farthest point in Yangxian. The 3 trackers on him had presumably not been removed yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all 3 trackers to appear in a single location simultaneously. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Feng immediately dialed the local police station in Yangxian, preparing to dispatch local law enforcement to apprehend Su Luoxi at the quickest possible pace. First, capture Su Luoxi, and then follow the trail to Lin Xie. Hello. This is Qin Feng from the reality show Cat and Mouse Game. I urgently need you to deploy officers from your Yangxian police station to pursue Su Luoxi, and I kindly request your cooperation. However, the response from the other end of the line was utterly unexpected. You get lost. You damn liar. Qin Feng's stuttering was not broken like that. It should be like mine. Qin Feng, taken aback by the insult, quickly replied, I am truly Qin Feng. Yet the other person coldly retorted, if you were Qin Feng, then I must be Qin Shi Huang. The entire internet already knows. Cat and Mouse Game has been cancelled, and Qin Feng has been killed by Lin Xie. Do you think you can fool me, a night operator? Is it amusing to waste police resources? Does your mother know that what you're doing is illegal? Get lost, you idiot. With that, the line went dead. Qin Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. Caught off guard and utterly flustered. In desperation, he hastily called the safety office's team leader, Zhou Zhilong, urging him to coordinate local forces to capture both Su Luoxi and Lin Xie. Hello, team leader Zhou. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you're awake? Are you all right? Zhou Zhilong responded with surprise upon receiving the call. Qin Feng remarked, I am awake now, and I feel much better. The purpose of this call is to inform you that I have tracked down the exact location of Su Luo's. He is likely in Yang County. I will share Su Luo's real-time position with you shortly. Please coordinate with the local police in Yang County to apprehend Su Luo's immediately. Upon receiving this call, Zhou Zhilong's face lit up with joy. Great. I will mobilize the police in Yang County at once. After hanging up, Zhou Zhilong swiftly contacted the Yang County Police Department and, in his capacity as the leader of the security task force, commanded them to dispatch all available personnel to capture Su Luo's. The local police, upon receiving this directive, acted with remarkable speed. They assembled over 100 capable officers and promptly proceeded to the location of Su Luo's suspected hideout, the Bai Swan Hotel in Yang County. However, the outcome was beyond what Zhou Zhilong and Qin Feng had anticipated. Su Luo's was not found inside the hotel. The police conducted 3 thorough searches but uncovered no trace of him. Instead, they discovered 3 miniature tracking devices tucked away in the pocket of a female guest's clothing. When questioned about the devices, The woman appeared genuinely innocent. "Officer, I assure you, I am completely innocent. I truly have no idea how this happened. I just traveled over 100 kilometers from Jiangmen tonight to offer some comfort and warmth to a man who has lost his love. As a spiritual mentor, I spent 2.5 hours conversing with him, helping him navigate his sorrow. Is it not reasonable for me to accept a mere 1,000 yuan as a token of gratitude? You can see from the surveillance footage that once I finished, he left contentedly to return home to his wife and children. I am merely trying to help others. What wrong have I committed? I swear, I have never purchased such devices. I am utterly unaware of any screws you mentioned. I am truly an innocent spiritual guide. Please, grant me another opportunity." The officer in charge of the interrogation smirked. "You truly are a remarkable individual. This is the first time I've heard someone describe a long journey to deliver an artillery shell in such an eloquent manner." After thorough questioning, the police ultimately concluded that while this eloquent female guest was indeed involved in illicit activities, she genuinely did not know Su Luos. Consequently, the Yang County Police could only report the situation honestly to Zhou Zhilong. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Zhilong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He then relayed the information to Qin Feng, curious if he might have any countermeasures. Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. "Damn. I was misled by Su Luos. I underestimated his intelligence. Previously, he was toyed with by Lin Xie from the outset, leading our cat hunting team to easily capture him, which allowed me to mistakenly assume that his intellect was rather mediocre. However, it is now evident that Su Luos is far more astute and cunning than initially imagined. He must have discreetly removed the 3 miniature trackers long ago. Did that female tenant not mention that she had just arrived in Yang County from Jiangmen? Su Luos must have stealthily slipped the trackers into her pocket somewhere in Jiangmen. As for why he used 3 trackers instead of 1 or 2, it is likely because Su Luos anticipated that the simultaneous presence of 3 trackers at a single location would most effectively mislead our judgment." Zhou Zhilong, upon hearing this, exhaled heavily, realizing that they had misdirected their efforts and wasted considerable time. "Qin Feng, what do you propose we do now?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his mind racing, and then analyzed. Su Luos and that female tenant must have been at the same location in Jiangmen at some point. Otherwise, he could not have placed the tracker in her pocket. He then immediately devised a countermeasure. "Team Leader Zhou, please instruct the Yang County Police to interrogate the female tenant regarding every location she visited in Jiangmen during the past 24 hours, as thoroughly as possible. Then coordinate with the Jiangmen Police to review surveillance footage from those locations to see if we can trace Su Luos' whereabouts." "Understood. I will coordinate the personnel at once." Zhou Zhilong's expression was grave, hoping that this time they could uncover some leads. "To be honest, I am truly reluctant to resort to the remote heart control device unless absolutely necessary. After all, a criminal's life is still a life." With Zhou Zhilong's orders, the police from both Yang County and Jiangmen immediately began their night operations. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, an important clue emerged. Everything transpired precisely as Qin Feng had surmised. The female tenant at the Baiswan Hotel had passed through the Jiangmen passenger station at 7 o'clock the previous evening, brushing past Su Luos. It was at that moment that Su Luos stealthily placed the 3 miniature trackers into her pocket. Though his technique was quite discreet, it was captured by the surveillance cameras. Upon learning of this development, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. In his mind, a series of events began to coalesce. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Luosi stealthily placed 3 miniature trackers into the pocket of a female tenant at the Jiangmen bus station. By 8 o'clock, he made his way to the Xingyue Hotel in Jiangmen to rendezvous with Bai Jingxian, who unfortunately did not appear at that time. At 9 o'clock, the cat hunting team commenced their operation under the command of the impersonator Zhao Jingjun, aiming to capture Su Luosi. By 9:30, Lan Juefeng pursued Su Luosi to a village in Jiangmen known as Xianan. But, due to a phone call from the foe Zhao Jingjun, he abandoned the chase. At 10:30, Lin Xie escaped from a dilapidated building in the suburbs and, together with Yu Zue, set off in pursuit. By 11 o'clock, they found themselves on a rural path, where Lin Xie knocked Yu Zue unconscious. Simultaneously, the Sky Eye signal experienced its first malfunction, losing all visual feeds from the 5 members of the cat hunting team. A few minutes later, the signal was restored. At 11:23, the Sky Eye signal faltered again, this time losing only the visuals of Lin Xie and Su Luosi. While both men simultaneously lost all means of communication. The last recorded sighting of Su Luosi on the Sky Eye surveillance was in the southwestern outskirts of Zhongmen City, near Taichung, which was one of the pivotal reasons Qin Feng previously deduced that Su Luosi had fled southwest towards Yangxian. Lin Xie's final appearance on the Sky Eye footage was on a rural road in a small mountain village in Xinhui, where he had abandoned a police vehicle and stolen a van to head north. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Countless clues began to intertwine within his mind, reshaping into new leads. After approximately 5 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that all my previous judgments were erroneous? Lin Xie and Su Luosi are not accomplices after all." Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was the same number that Su Luosi had used to contact Bai Jingxian. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, a mixture of shock and joy. He quickly sent a message to Zhou Zhilong, instructing him to have the technical team immediately locate Su Luosi's phone number. Only then did he answer the call. Upon answering, an eerie, sinister laughter emanated from the other end. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, Su Luosi, is that you?" "Indeed, it is I," came the unabashed reply from Su Luosi, his tone oozing with arrogance. It was evident that he possessed an overwhelming confidence in his escape, for he would not have dared to contact Qin Feng otherwise. Qin Feng directly questioned, "Was it you who tampered with the Sky Eye system?" However, Su Luosi did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he cheerfully stated, "The primary reason I am calling you is that I have been unable to reach Lin Xie. I am immensely grateful for Lin Xie's talents. Before departing from Huaxia, I felt compelled to express my gratitude to him. If you happen to see him, could you kindly convey my sentiments?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow tightly, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" He sensed that Soros's call bore deeper significance. Soros, however, chose to ignore his inquiry and instead expressed his sentiments. "I must extend my gratitude to Lin Xie. Thank him for setting me up from the very beginning, crafting the persona of a brawny yet simple-minded individual, which led everyone to lower their guard against me, thus affording me more opportunities for action. I am grateful for his audacious and flamboyant nature, which drew all attention to himself, allowing me to clandestinely prepare for my escape. I appreciate his mastery of the situation, manipulating your cat hunting team to the point of distraction, leaving me free to evade the watchful eye of heaven and the police's scrutiny. Without Lin Xie's exceptional talents, my escape would not have been nearly as effortless. Please convey to Lin Xie that should fate bring us together overseas, I shall treat him to the finest whiskey. Furthermore, Qin Feng, I have a parting message for you. How dare you implant 6 miniature trackers within my body? Should our paths cross again, I will carve 600 floral patterns into your flesh. Lastly, a message for the esteemed officers of the Huaxia police. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. Farewell. Ahaha. Chapter 70. The Eye of Heaven malfunctioned. And this was the reason after delivering this torrent of words, Soros promptly ended the call, leaving Qin Feng in a state of bewilderment, his thoughts adrift in the wind. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, clenching his teeth in anger. Damn it. Soros, do not be so smug. I will capture you with my own hands. At that moment, news arrived from Zhou Zhilong. We have pinpointed the exact location of the phone number Soros just dialed. It is situated at the Haiqing port, not far from Zhongmen. Zhou Zhilong continued. Soros intends to use the Haiqing port to clandestinely flee Huaxia and head to Southeast Asia. I am heading there now to seal off the entire port. Even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will unearth Soros. However, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. He remarked, Leader Zhou, have you considered why Soros would call me? Could it be merely to flaunt himself? As one of the most renowned fugitives globally, could Soros truly be so foolish? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhilong paused, his mind buzzing with realization. Qin Feng elaborated, it is evident that Soros's call was designed to mislead us. Just as Lin Xie set up a virtual signal locator at the Nansha ferry port to deceive our cat hunting team, Soros clearly borrowed this tactic from Lin Xie. Zhou Zhilong's brow knitted further. But if Soros is not at the Haiqing port, then where could he possibly be? Qin Feng remarked. As long as we continue to follow this line of thought, we shall surely uncover the answer. Why does Su Luo's wish to mislead us? It is evident that he has yet to escape from Huaxia. He yearns for an opportunity to flee, yet he does not desire to passively await its arrival. Thus, he actively seeks to create such an opportunity. This is precisely why he has placed a call to me. Zhou Zhiliang, upon hearing these words, found them quite reasonable. Yet they remained somewhat obscure to him. Qin Feng, you are indeed correct. However, the question still lingers. If he is not in Haiqing, then where might he be? To unearth a clue, it seems we must make a trip to Haiqing. Yet Qin Feng countered, no need. Su Luo's ploy is clearly a diversion. He swiftly opened the map on his computer, scanned it with precision, and then stated, the two nearest seaports to Jiangmen are the Haiqing seaport to the west and the Taichai seaport near Zhuqing to the east. Geographically, one lies to the west and the other to the east. Su Luo's call is intentionally leading us to the Haiqing port, which suggests he is likely headed to the Taichai port. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiliang found it exceedingly plausible. Then I shall immediately gather a team to search for Su Luo's at the Taichai port. However, little did Qin Feng realize that at that very moment, Su Luo's was aboard a small vessel at the Haiqing seaport. He had just finished his conversation with Qin Feng and was reclining within the cabin, savoring his leisure. Once the smuggling ship arrived to assist him, he would be able to make his escape. Just then, a figure slowly approached from the shore. Stepping onto the deck with a distinct thud, Su Luo's, not yet having seen the person, immediately felt a jolt at the sight of a size 43 shoe. Su Luo's, were you not going to express your gratitude? I have now arrived. The indifferent voice, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves, reached Su Luo's ears, causing him to erupt in alarm. Lin Xie, with a hand brushing against his left eye, leisurely stepped into the cabin from the deck, his expression as placid as the water. Your earlier call would only have been effective had it been directed to Qin Feng. Had you called anyone else, even a fool, it would have borne no fruit. For only Qin Feng, that foolish fellow, would arrogantly engage in various rationalizations and analyses. Little does he know that the world often dwells in a state of irrationality. Su Luo's grew wary, a wave of doubt washing over him. He had meticulously prepared for this escape, confident that no one would easily track him down. Yet now, how could Lin Xie possibly be here? Before he could utter a word, Lin Xie plopped down into the seat opposite him, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he casually addressed the doubts swirling in Su Luo's mind. There's no need to ponder. Let me put it this way. From the very beginning of this cat-and-mouse game, when you deliberately portrayed yourself as a naive fool, I knew you were intent on fleeing. Thus, when the first signal malfunction of the heavenly eye occurred, I hastened to this place to seek you out. Furthermore, I am eager to inquire about the origin of the intriguing devices you have placed in each police vehicle. These are truly cutting-edge technological marvels. Given your recent release from prison, it seems improbable that you could have acquired them. Where are your associates? At that moment, Lin Xie retrieved two small items from his pocket. They resembled peanuts in size and were soft and sticky like chewing gum, made of metallic clay. This metallic clay was unique, somewhat akin to mercury, yet distinctly different. In reality, it was a conglomeration of nanobots with high biocompatibility, capable of emitting signals, remote controlling devices, creating interference, releasing immense energy, and even functioning as explosives for self-detonation. Many believe that the initial malfunction of the heavenly eye was orchestrated by Lin Xie. However, this was not the case. It was, in fact, Soros who remotely activated the nanobot metallic clay between two police cars, causing an instantaneous release of tremendous energy and interaction, resulting in a powerful magnetic field interference that led to the brief failure of the heavenly eye's signal. The second malfunction, resulting in a complete loss of connection with Soros, was also due to the influence of the nanobot metallic clay. At this point, Soros gazed at the nanobot metallic clay in Lin Xie's hands, momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into laughter, Lin Xie, I am increasingly impressed by you. I integrated these nanobots into the fuel tanks of the police vehicles, merging them with gasoline, making their existence virtually undetectable to the average person. I never anticipated that you would not only discover them, but also extract them from the fuel tank. You are truly a rare talent. How about joining me abroad? Together, we could amass great wealth, traverse the globe, and indulge in the finest whiskey. Soros spoke sincerely. Intelligent individuals often recognize and appreciate one another. He genuinely wished to forge a friendship with Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie merely smiled. Abroad is too far. Why not return with me to the Yanqing prison? I have a treasured 1982 whiskey in my cell. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Soros was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening and tension enveloping him. The atmosphere shifted to one of subtle intensity as their gazes locked, akin to a standoff. Just then, Soros burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, Lin Xie, that jest of yours is hardly amusing. Are you suggesting that a life-sentenced inmate would prefer to languish in prison until death, rather than escape to a life of luxury abroad, indulging in fine women and exquisite wines? Wouldn't that be far more delightful?" Lin Xie responded with a smile. "Your words do pique my interest. However," he continued, shifting his tone, "I am afraid that I am not like you." Soros chuckled, a disdainful and playful laugh. "What distinguishes you from me? We are both criminals, both thoroughly wicked. Do not presume that just because the program has bestowed upon you the title of an ordinary citizen, I am unaware that you are, in fact, the mastermind behind that sensational case that shocked the entirety of Huaxia a decade ago. You have committed such grave offenses. Should you choose not to escape this time, you may find yourself imprisoned for the rest of your life. Thus, it would be prudent for you to carefully weigh the pros and cons. I have faith in your intellect. You would not make a misguided decision." Lin Xie inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His gaze grew distant and profound. Undeniably, Soros's words held considerable merit. Should he choose to remain, he might indeed spend an eternity behind bars. However, Lin Xie extinguished the cigarette and asserted, "I have stated before, I am not like you. If I were to claim that I was wronged a decade ago, would you believe me?" He paused momentarily, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he added, "Moreover, the most crucial point is, if I were to apprehend you and take you back, wouldn't that afford me the opportunity to earn merits and reduce my sentence for an early release? Such a fortuitous chance is not one I can afford to overlook." Upon hearing this, Soros's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, he lashed out, his right hand darting to the side to seize a hollow steel pipe, aiming a strike at Lin Xie's forehead. "Damn you!" The impact resonated within the cabin. Soros glanced briefly, only to witness an astonishing sight. Lin Xie had raised his left hand, effortlessly blocking the steel pipe. His arm remained unscathed, while the pipe had bent into an arc. At this moment, Lin Xie's lips curled into a knowing, mischievous smile. "To be candid, I have been baiting you. I have awaited your escape for quite some time. If you do not flee, I would have no opportunity to earn merits and reduce my sentence." Soros, taken aback and enraged, gritted his teeth and launched a fierce left hook aimed at Lin Xie's face. Lin Xie quickly extended his right hand, capturing Soros's fist, preventing him from advancing any further. Soros raised the bent steel pipe, aiming to strike Lin Xie's forehead with a brutal thrust. In response, Lin Xie delivered a swift kick, with a resounding crash. Before the pipe could graze Lin Xie's hair, Soros was sent flying, crashing heavily against the iron railing within the cabin. The entire vessel trembled from the impact. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, struggling to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he roared in fury, "Lin Xie, you are courting death." In the midst of his outburst, Soros suddenly produced a remote control, pressing it rapidly. Lin Xie's expression changed drastically. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the situation and swiftly retrieved 2 blocks of nanobot metal clay from his pocket, hurling them towards Soros. Soros's pupils constricted. "No!" Boom. The nanobot metal clay detonated violently just as it neared Soros, unleashing a powerful explosion. Though the self-destruct mechanism was not overwhelmingly potent, its impact was far from negligible. With a tremendous explosion, Soros was hurled away, while Lin Xie was also propelled backward by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the railing, pain coursing through his body. As the dust settled, thick clouds of smoke swirled around. Soros lay face down on the ground, motionless. Lin Xie clutched his chest and staggered over, kicking him over. The sight that met Lin Xie was disheartening. Soros's face was mangled beyond recognition, blood and flesh a gruesome mess, leaving his status uncertain. Lin Xie couldn't help but sigh. What was the point? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Lin Xie quickly glanced out, spotting several airships racing towards them. They were undoubtedly Soros's accomplices come to rescue him. The airships swiftly surrounded the small boat where Lin Xie stood. Armed men aboard aimed submachine guns at him. Recognizing his precarious situation, Lin Xie promptly raised his hands. In such circumstances, unless one possessed the invulnerability of Iron Man, compliance was the only option. Any act of defiance would likely transform him into a mere sieve within seconds. From one of the airships, a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, flanked by several henchmen, leaped onto the boat. He approached Lin Xie, glancing at the crumpled form of Soros before turning his gaze to Lin Xie. A sly grin crept across his face as he spoke. I know you, Lin Xie. Your performance in Cat and Mouse left a lasting impression on me. Would you care to join me in navigating this world? Lin Xie chuckled dryly. Do I have a choice? The man laughed, his mustache quivering slightly with the mirth. Soros is someone I've long coveted. After more than a year of meticulous planning, we devised this rescue operation. Now that he has just emerged, you've reduced him to this state. Do you think you still have a choice? Apparently not, Lin Xie replied candidly. Good to know, the man said with a smile. However, Lin Xie countered, I may have no choice, but you, esteemed sir, have options. The man paused, intrigued. Oh, pray tell. Lin Xie continued, first, you can choose to take me with you, but in doing so, you would only acquire my presence, not my loyalty. Second, you could relinquish Soros to me. Once I return to the Yang City prison and manage to secure my release, I would gladly align myself with you. After all, Soros is now in such a pitiful state that even if you were to revive him, he would be of no use. Why not trade a worthless man for a sincere, charming, and clever ally like me? The man couldn't help but chuckle at this. Lin Xie, you truly are a remarkable individual. You've rendered my man useless, yet you present it so eloquently, as if I would gain a tremendous advantage by releasing you. Lin Xie shrugged. Is it not true? You stand to gain significantly. At that moment, the man produced a pill, tossing it to Lin Xie. If you dare to swallow it, I shall allow you to leave. Without hesitation, Lin Xie popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole, decisive and unyielding. With a bold gesture, he opened his mouth wide, extending his tongue for the inspection of Lord Ba, as a demonstration of sincerity. Lord Ba, taken aback by the display, expressed mild surprise. Are you not afraid that I might offer you poison? Lin Xie replied with a smile. If you desire my company, then you would not easily wish for my demise. True friendship requires heartfelt sincerity. Lord Ba, I have presented my goodwill to you. I hope you might reciprocate with a measure of sincerity as well. Having reached this point, Lord Ba could only chuckle. It seems you are indeed a person of character. In that case, I shall trust you this once. He then waved his hand, leading his subordinates back to the airship, leaving behind a remark before swiftly departing. What he had offered was not poison, but rather a newly developed biological tracking element from abroad. Once ingested, even if one were to turn to ashes, escape from my grasp would be impossible. Lin Xie waved goodbye to the departing airship. Thank you, Lord Ba, for your trust. Thank you for not poisoning me. Thank you to your ancestors for generations. He then produced the pill he had just swallowed, a smirk playing on his lips. Fortunately, I had the chance to learn a trick or two from the talented Zhou Dong. Otherwise, that bald-headed scoundrel would have had the upper hand. Chapter 72. Remote heartbeat control device malfunction. At 5 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. At the Taiwan Strait port, Zhou Jihong, accompanied by dozens of police officers, rushed to the scene. He promptly issued a command. Divide into 5 teams. Team 1 will search the Eastern District. Team 2 will search the Western District. Team 3 will search the Southern District. Team 4 will search the Northern District. Team 5 will review all surveillance footage from the Taiwan Strait port. Examine the recordings from 11 last night to the present meticulously, looking for any suspicious individuals. Understood. The officers responded, swiftly getting to work. They had sealed off the entire port, prohibiting any vessels from entering or exiting. Ground traffic was also restricted, with no vehicles allowed to pass. It was a meticulous operation. If Su Luos and Lin Xie were indeed hiding within the port, they would have no means of escape. The search proceeded with urgency and intensity, as officers meticulously examined each vessel, every container, and even the most obscure corners. However, the results left Zhou Jihong astounded. After 45 minutes, each team leader reported their findings. Report. The Western District has been searched. No suspicious individuals found. Report. The Eastern District has been searched. No suspicious individuals found. Report. The Northern District has been searched. No suspicious individuals found. Report. The Southern District has been searched. No suspicious individuals found. Zhou Jihong furrowed his brow tightly, bewildered. How could this be? At that moment, the leader of the team reviewing the surveillance footage approached to report. Officer Zhou, our team has thoroughly examined all the surveillance footage of the port, and we found no suspicious individuals entering or exiting. Zhou Jihong's brow furrowed even deeper. He pondered anxiously. Could it be that Qin Feng's deductions were flawed? Did Su Luos not engage in a feint? There is simply no evidence that they ever arrived at the Taiwan Strait port. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly ludicrous. Qin Feng has truly fallen victim to his own cleverness. Even more absurd is the fact that Zhou Zhilong, as the leader of the security team, has chosen to heed Qin Feng's nonsensical claims. This folly has now wasted nearly an hour of precious time. By now, Soros and Lin Xie have most likely escaped. Are we truly considering the use of a remote heart control device? With this thought, Zhou Zhilong retrieved a remote control from his pocket. This remote featured 5 buttons, each corresponding to a heart control device implanted in a member of the rat group. With a mere press of a button, he could effortlessly eliminate any one of them from a great distance. Zhou Zhilong's expression grew grave and serious as he contemplated the remote in his hand. In truth, he harbored no desire to wield such power over life itself. Soros and Lin Xie should be judged by the law. Just as he was musing on this, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Feng. As soon as the call connected, Qin Feng's anxious voice came through. Zhou, Officer Zhou, have you found Soros? Zhou Zhilong let out a dry laugh, his tone tinged with irritation. Not a single trace has been found. In his heart, he felt a twinge of resentment towards Qin Feng. Had they initially chosen to rely on mobile signal tracking rather than Qin Feng's deductions, heading to Haiqing's port instead of aimlessly running to the Taiwan Strait port, they might have already captured Soros and Lin Xie. Instead, they had traveled all this way to the Taiwan Strait port, only to come up empty-handed. Qin Feng's face fell in disbelief. No, you haven't found anything at all? Not a single clue? None. Not a single clue. Zhou Zhilong chuckled dryly again. Brother Qin Feng, could it be that your reasoning has gone awry? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. That shouldn't be. My reasoning cannot be flawed. Could it be that Soros did not choose to escape by sea, but rather by land? How is that possible? The nearest inland border is still several hundred kilometers away, and escaping by land would require passing through countless checkpoints. It is impossible for them to navigate all those obstacles smoothly. Soros and Lin Xie would not make such a foolish choice. Escaping by sea is the optimal route. He deliberately called me to flaunt his authority, clearly intending to mislead us. There are only 2 ports in this vicinity. Since he is misleading us towards Haiqing's port, they must have gone to the Taiwan Strait port. But how? All right, let's not dwell on this any further. Before Qin Feng could clarify his thoughts, Zhou Zhilong impatiently interrupted his analysis, saying, the situation is now set in stone, and I won't blame you. After all, everyone makes mistakes, and it is perfectly normal for one to miscalculate once or twice. While he voiced his lack of blame, Zhou Zhilong had already cursed Qin Feng's family numerous times in his mind. After all, the escape of notorious criminals Soros and Lin Xie is no trivial matter. As the leader of the security team, he bears full responsibility for the consequences of his meticulously planned reality show, Cat and Mouse. However, as a leader, he must suppress his emotions and demonstrate benevolence and compassion towards his subordinates. Moreover, Qin Feng merely offered him a suggestive reference, which he could have chosen to disregard. Having heeded the advice, he must now shoulder the majority of the responsibility. Rather than blame Qin Feng, which would be futile, it is far better to display magnanimity and cultivate the image of a commendable leader. Upon witnessing Zhou Zhiliang's generous forgiveness, Qin Feng felt a pang of guilt and proactively apologized, saying, Team Leader Zhou, I am at fault. I have delayed matters. The primary responsibility lies with me. Zhou Zhiliang chuckled and replied, It's nothing. This is unrelated to you. It's my failure to execute my duties that has led to this outcome. Yet, he thought to himself, if he could shift the blame onto you, would you have needed to take the initiative to accept responsibility? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Instead, he stated, Fortunately, before the start of Cat and Mouse, our security team implanted remote heartbeat control devices in each member of the Mouse group. This serves as a significant contingency plan. Since we cannot capture them alive, we shall ensure they are deceased. As he spoke, Zhou Zhiliang produced the remote control. He glanced towards the seaside, where the sun had just begun to rise, illuminating the dawn. The time had come. The game was drawing to a close. Lin Xie Soros, do not blame me. This is a consequence of your own making. Beep, beep. Zhou Zhiliang pressed the control buttons for Soros and Lin Xie with great force. Yet, at that moment, a chilling announcement echoed from the remote. Remote control failure. Remote control failure. Zhou Zhiliang's pupils constricted instantly, and he screamed, What is happening? On the other end of the line, Qin Feng, startled by Zhou Zhiliang's sudden outcry, hurriedly inquired, Team Leader Zhou, what is going on? Zhou Zhiliang frantically pressed the control buttons multiple times, But the remote continued to deliver the cold, disheartening response. Remote control failure. Remote control failure. Remote control failure. Zhou Zhiliang, stunned and pale, shouted into the phone. The remote heartbeat control device has malfunctioned. Qin Feng was immediately taken aback, his mouth agape, his mind buzzing with confusion. The heartbeat control device, implanted deep within the heart, could not easily be rendered ineffective without surgical intervention. Heart surgery is a significant procedure, not to be taken lightly. To perform such an operation requires ample time and appropriate conditions. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to dire consequences during the procedure. Qin Feng struggled to comprehend how. In such a brief and hasty period, Soros and Lin Xie had managed to create the opportunity and conditions necessary for heart surgery to remove the heartbeat control device. Just as both Zhou Zhiliang and Qin Feng were still reeling from shock, a figure suddenly entered the room outside Qin Feng's hospital ward. A voice, indifferent and unyielding, echoed into Qin Feng's ears. Do not ponder any further. If the heartbeat control device had not been rendered ineffective, how would Su Luos dare to flee so easily? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "How could it be you?" He was struck with disbelief, for the figure before him was none other than Lin Xie, who had supposedly evaded the surveillance of the Heavenly Eye. Everyone had assumed Lin Xie had escaped, yet at this moment, he had returned with an air of audacity, standing directly before Qin Feng. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he heard the anxious voice of Zhou Zhiliang emanating from his phone. "Hey, Qin Feng, what on earth is happening? Who did you see? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Qin Feng hesitated to respond, fearing that uttering even a single word might seal his fate at Lin Xie's hands. In that instant, genuine fear coursed through Qin Feng. His mind involuntarily conjured the memory of the rural road in Jiangxin, where Lin Xie had employed that bizarre method, rendering both him and Yu Zue unconscious in an instant. This man couldn't he possibly have returned to eliminate witnesses, could he? No, if he intended to silence them. He could have done so back on the Jiangxin road, under the cover of night when the surroundings were desolate, an optimal time and place for such a deed. Why return now to embark on such a course of action? With this thought, Qin Feng managed to exhale a slight breath of relief. However, he quickly recalled that Lin Xie was notorious for his unpredictable nature. Until the very last moment, one could never anticipate his next move. Perhaps, in his quest for thrill, he truly had come to eliminate witnesses. Contemplating this, Qin Feng tensed once more, instinctively glancing at the adjacent hospital bed where Yu Zue lay unconscious. He yearned to flee but found himself paralyzed by the reality that escaping would likely leave Yu Zue vulnerable to Lin Xie's wrath. In this precarious situation, the only option left was to remain and negotiate with Lin Xie, hoping to secure a bloodless resolution. Unexpectedly, before he could utter a word, Lin Xie suddenly burst into laughter. "Stop overthinking. I have no intention of killing you." With that, he casually pulled over a chair, seated himself, and propped his legs up. He produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and exhaled a long plume of smoke towards the no smoking sign affixed to the wall of the ward. The swirling haze enveloped the room, both acrid and suffocating, as Qin Feng gazed through the smoke, as though it obscured the very essence of reality before him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin Xie, what brings you here?" Lin Xie did not respond to his question, but instead instructed, "Hand me your phone. I have something to say to Zhou Zhiliang." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng ultimately surrendered his phone. Lin Xie took his phone, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and addressed team leader Zhou Zhihong. "I must say, the remote heartbeat control device you manufactured is rather subpar." On the other end of the line, Zhou Zhihong's expression twitched violently upon hearing Lin Xie's unconventional greeting. "What trickery are you up to, Lin Xie? I warn you, do not lay a finger on Qin Feng or Yu Zue, or I will not let this matter rest." Lin Xie chuckled lightly. "Team leader Zhou, you seem to have misjudged me. Do you truly perceive me as such a nefarious character? I am, in fact, quite benevolent, certainly not someone who would target Qin Feng or Yu Zue. My sole intention in returning was to personally hand over the fleeing Su Luosi to you for safe custody." "What? You have already captured Su Luosi?" Zhou Zhihong was once again taken aback. Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have brought him back. He is currently receiving treatment at the military hospital, his face resembling a crushed tomato, and whether he survives depends on the fortitude of his fate." Zhou Zhihong was even more astonished. his mind buzzing as he struggled to comprehend Lin Xie's motives. What exactly are you playing at, Lin Xie? This is an excellent opportunity. Yet you choose not to escape? Lin Xie was utterly speechless for the past decade. I have reiterated countless times that the case from 10 years ago has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I have nothing to fear. So why would I run? If I were to flee, wouldn't that only solidify the accusations against me, branding me a fugitive? Zhou Jihong pondered this, finding some merit in Lin Xie's reasoning. If Lin Xie were indeed innocent, there would be no need for him to escape. What he truly required was an opportunity for vindication. However, Lin Xie often spoke in riddles, and who could ascertain the truth in his words? Thus, Zhou Jihong coldly probed. And how do you explain the sudden malfunction of the surveillance system that day? Don't dare tell me that was not your doing. Lin Xie countered. Believe it or not, it truly was not my handiwork. Zhou Jihong scoffed. Huh? Who would take your word for it? The strong magnetic interference originated from the very location where you incapacitated Qin Feng and Yu Zue. I personally inspected that area, and there were no special devices nor anyone else present. Who else, besides you, could have tampered with the surveillance system? Perhaps it was Qin Feng and Yu Zue? In response to Zhou Jihong's barrage of inquiries, Lin Xie refrained from excessive explanation, simply stating, the matter of the surveillance failure is quite intricate. When you arrive at the military hospital, I assure you, I will provide you with a reasonable explanation. What I am more eager to know is how you plan to express your gratitude for my assistance in capturing Su Luosi, which has indirectly safeguarded your position. With a sly grin, Lin Xie appeared rather mischievous. Zhou Jihong's lips twitched slightly. What kind of gratitude do you seek? Lin Xie replied candidly, naturally, a reduction in my sentence. A decade ago, you condemned me to life imprisonment. Although I am an innocent victim of injustice, I still hope that, in light of my significant contribution in capturing Soros, you might consider reducing my sentence to a fixed term, regardless of its length. A definite sentence is preferable to life imprisonment. Should my case lack sufficient evidence for a reversal, at least I would have the prospect of eventual release. Unlike the despair that life imprisonment brings. Zhou Zhiliang believed Lin Xie's request was not overly unreasonable. He then assured, rest assured, if you truly manage to bring Soros back, I will certainly advocate for you to seek a sentence reduction based on your good behavior. Lin Xie's lips curled into a smirk. From the very onset of the cat and mouse game, he had deliberately facilitated conditions for Soros's escape. This strategic move had finally achieved his desired outcome. Then it is settled. Hurry over to the military hospital. Soros will be entrusted to you. Lin Xie ended the call and tossed the phone back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng exhaled a heavy sigh, tucking the phone away, his face a mask of confusion. I truly do not comprehend why you wouldn't escape given such a golden opportunity. I have reviewed the case file from 10 years ago, and all evidence points to you. To overturn the verdict would be an insurmountable challenge. Lin Xie merely shrugged, unfazed. Difficult? Not for me, really. It's merely a matter of lacking a catalyst. At this point, his gaze deepened. Now, that catalyst is about to emerge. Chapter 74. The mischievous handcuffs at 8 in the morning. Zhou Zhiliang returned to the military hospital. He first went to the intensive care unit to find Soros, whose visage had been grotesquely altered by the explosion. After conducting fingerprint and DNA comparisons to confirm his identity, he let out a slight sigh of relief. At last, this heinous criminal had not eluded capture. However, his brow soon furrowed again. Given Soros's current state, he surmised that the situation was far from simple. Consequently, he ordered that Lin Xie be handcuffed and taken to a separate room for interrogation, where he would conduct the questioning himself. Lin Xie, you may now explain the malfunction of the heavenly eye. Lin Xie gestured at the handcuffs on his wrists. Director Zhou, your sincerity leaves much to be desired. I kindly assisted you in apprehending Soros, thus safeguarding your esteemed position, only to be greeted with these cold, unyielding handcuffs. As he spoke, the handcuffs suddenly clicked open. Lin Xie offered a nonchalant smile. My apologies. It appears these handcuffs are rather mischievous. They opened themselves. Allow me to secure them once more. He then proceeded to lock the cuffs back onto his own wrists. Zhou Zhiliang's expression darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. He bellowed, Lin Xie, spare me your theatrics. It would be best if you answered my questions obediently. Otherwise, do not expect any chance for a sentence reduction. Lin Xie, however, calmly replied, first, you must answer one question of mine, and then I shall respond to all of yours. Zhou Zhilong was filled with fury, yet he ultimately inquired, what is your question? Lin Xie asked, Do you trust me more, or do you have greater faith in Su Luosi? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zichlong's heart sank. The sight of Su Luosi's disfigured face, unconscious and teetering on the brink of death, had already sown seeds of doubt within him regarding Lin Xie. He suspected that Lin Xie may have intentionally brought about Su Luosi's current half-dead state, aiming to eliminate any witnesses to conceal his own illicit activities. Thus, he had brought Lin Xie here for interrogation. However, to his surprise, Lin Xie had turned the tables and posed such a question. It was evident that Lin Xie had discerned the suspicions lingering in Zhou Zichlong's mind. Zhou Zichlong smirked coldly. With your intellect, does this question even require my answer? Lin Xie sighed deeply. I understand. You trust neither me nor Su Luosi. Zhou Zichlong's expression grew grave. Therefore, you must provide evidence to prove your innocence regarding the malfunction of the Sky Eye. Otherwise, not only will you not receive leniency, but an increase in your sentence is also a possibility. Lin Xie could not help but chuckle. So, you not only suspect that I am behind the Sky Eye's malfunction, but also believe I deliberately harmed Su Luosi to obscure certain unsavory truths. Zhou Zichlong remained impassive. It's good that you understand. At that moment, Lin Xie requested, could you spare me a cigarette? Zhou Zichlong produced a pack of Huangbalu, offering one to Lin Xie and igniting it for him. After taking a puff, Lin Xie remarked, the malfunction of the Sky Eye was caused by metallic sludge from nanobots, a high-tech foreign product capable of instantaneously emitting a powerful magnetic field interference. Su Luosi had placed the nanobot sludge in the police vehicle's fuel tank. At that time, Qin Feng and I were engaged in a struggle with Yu Zue, and Su Luosi activated the nanobot sludge remotely, resulting in the signal disruption. Zhou Zichlong wore an expression of disbelief, even scolding. Nonsense. I arrived at the scene immediately after the Sky Eye malfunctioned. A police vehicle was still there, and my team conducted a thorough investigation, finding no trace of the nanobot sludge you mentioned. Lin Xie explained, that was because I retrieved it from the fuel tank. It is normal that you did not find it. Can you hand over the nanobot sludge you extracted? Lin Xie shrugged, I cannot. My intention was to hand it over to you, but unfortunately, an incident occurred during Su Luosi's apprehension. That substance possesses explosive capabilities. When I pursued Su Luosi, he, unable to overpower me, detonated it. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly and threw it towards Su Luosi, which spared me from death. This was also the reason for Su Luosi's disfigured face. Zhou Zichlong chuckled coldly. So, this effectively means there are no witnesses left? With the nanobot sludge gone and Su Luosi in a coma, you can fabricate any story you wish, as no one can present evidence to contradict your every word. However, Lin Xie, do not forget that without substantial evidence, we, the police, are entirely justified in doubting your claims. Lin Xie took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and sighed. I have long anticipated that you would not readily believe me, and I never harbored any hopes for your trust. You desire proof, do you not? It is quite simple. Search every police vehicle at the Jiaomen police station. You will undoubtedly uncover additional metallic sludge from nanorobots. Before Su Luosi took action, he was unaware of which police car he could utilize for his nefarious deeds. So he would have tampered with multiple vehicles simultaneously to ensure his escape plan was foolproof. Zhou Zichlong furrowed his brow, skeptical. How could Su Luosi possibly have tampered with the police cars in secret? He was under our surveillance the entire time. He had no opportunity to act. Furthermore, where did he acquire this advanced nanorobot metallic sludge? It simply does not add up. Lin Xie replied. Su Luosi has accomplices. While Su Luosi could not act under the watchful eye of our surveillance, his accomplices certainly could. The nanorobot metallic sludge was procured by his associates, who also tampered with the police vehicles. Coordinating these actions with his accomplices would not be challenging for him. Zhou Zichlong remained unconvinced. Who are these accomplices? How did he communicate with them? The surveillance shows no unusual behavior from Su Luosi throughout the entire game, nor did he make contact with any suspicious individuals. How could he coordinate with his accomplices? Faced with Zhou Zichlong's barrage of inquiries, Lin Xie let out a long sigh, inwardly lamenting. Communicating with someone of limited intellect is indeed quite challenging. Many matters are clear to me, yet they remain utterly perplexing to him. I must painstakingly elucidate everything, and even then, he may not comprehend. Nonetheless, in this situation, Lin Xie chose to exercise patience and explain further to Zhou Zichlong. I am uncertain of the exact identities of Su Luosi's accomplices. I only know one of them is nicknamed Master. As for their means of communication, it is rather straightforward. Su Luosi engages in a subtle yet highly covert action during the game. He frequently taps his left thigh with his left hand. This is, in fact, him tapping out Morse code, relaying information to 8 Master through the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse. If you find someone proficient in Morse code to scrutinize Su Luosi's surveillance footage, you will see that I am not fabricating lies. Seeing Lin Xie speak so confidently, Zhou Zhulong was somewhat convinced. Very well. I shall find a code expert immediately to verify the truth of your statements. Furthermore, I will dispatch personnel to inspect every police vehicle at the Jiangmen police station. If no nanorobot metallic sludge is found, then, Lin Xie, I regret to inform you that you will still be unable to absolve yourself of the suspicion of sabotaging our surveillance. Lin Xie chuckled softly, exuding an air of calmness. Go ahead and search. You will surely find something. Just then, a police officer rushed in, visibly flustered, exclaiming, Director Zhou, something terrible has happened. We've just received news from the Jiangmen police station that several police vehicles have inexplicably exploded. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zichlong's heart sank. What? Chapter 75. The situation is complicated at the Jiangmen police station. Within the parking lot, over a dozen police cars were engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. Firefighters were diligently and swiftly attempting to extinguish the blaze. Standing nearby, Police Chief Zhang Ida cursed vehemently. This is clearly a terrorist attack. The severity of this incident is appalling. To bring chaos to the police station is utterly audacious. We must investigate thoroughly and uncover the mastermind behind this. Several officers standing by exchanged anxious glances. Fortunately, the explosions occurred early in the morning before the police force had officially begun their day. Coincidentally, there had been no emergent cases from the previous night into the morning, and all police vehicles were parked inside the station, preventing any injuries or public panic. However, Chief Zhang's newly acquired BMW A7, parked near the police vehicle area, was reduced to scrap metal, which likely contributed to his current fury. At that moment, Zhou Zichlong, the head of the safety office, hurriedly arrived. Chief Zhang, what is the situation? Zhang Ida quickly suppressed his anger and respectfully approached Zhou Zichlong, greeting him, Director Zhou. What brings you here? There's no need for the safety office to intervene. We at the Jiangmen police station will handle this matter appropriately. Huh? What are you joking about? Allowing your office to intervene would only make me appear incompetent as the director. Yet, Zhou Zichlong replied solemnly. This incident may be related to the case involving Su Luos, and it could potentially implicate significant international criminals. Therefore, even if we wish to refrain from involvement, it seems we have no choice. Chief Zhang, I apologize, but we will need your cooperation in this investigation. Zhang Yida's lips twitched slightly, an array of expletives surfacing in his mind, yet he responded amiably. All right, since Director Zhou insists, I shall fully cooperate. Zhou Zichlong nodded in satisfaction and immediately issued a command. Call in the expert team to investigate and gather evidence regarding the cause of the explosion. Additionally, retrieve the driving records of the police vehicles from the past month from the Cyber Police cloud storage system to check for any suspicious individuals approaching the cars. Understood. The investigation commenced with great urgency. By the afternoon, some results began to emerge. After thorough investigation and evidence collection, the expert group concluded that no remnants of an explosion were found at the scene. This implies two possibilities. Either the police vehicle experienced a spontaneous detonation due to an unknown cause, or the explosive was a volatile high-intensity bomb, which was incinerated and vaporized in the explosion. Upon hearing this result, Zhou Zichlong's expression grew solemn as he pondered for a moment. He finally inquired of several members of the expert group. Gentlemen, have any of you heard of the metallic mud of nanorobots? His question took the experts by surprise. One of them replied candidly, I have indeed heard of it. It is a cutting-edge technological product from abroad, reputed to possess certain attributes akin to the liquid robots in the Terminator. It is remarkably wondrous, shrouded in mystery, and exceedingly powerful. However, it is classified as a top-secret SSSS-level product in the United States, and we have yet to obtain any samples domestically, leaving us with scant knowledge. SSSS-level secrecy? Zhou Zichlong was momentarily taken aback. Was this not comparable to the ultra-high-level confidentiality of our own Tianyan system developed in Huaxia? The expert nodded affirmatively. Zhou Zichlong furrowed his brow deeply. If Lin Xie had not lied to him, and if it was indeed the metallic mud of nanorobots that caused the destruction of these police vehicles, it posed an even greater conundrum. Why would such an advanced product be utilized to rescue Soros? It is imperative to note that Soros is merely a criminal in the face of national secrets. He is utterly insignificant. Or is it possible that the pretense of saving a life was merely a facade, and the true intent was to test our Tianyan system using the nanorobot metallic mud? If the Tianyan signal were to malfunction due to this substance, it would indeed render it a nemesis to the Tianyan system. Zhou Zhilong was lost in thought. Sensing the complexity of the situation and realizing he would need to report truthfully to his superiors. Just then, Director Zhang Ida entered and stated, "Team Leader Zhou, I have meticulously reviewed the driving records of the 28 police vehicles over the past month and found no suspicious individuals tampering with our vehicles. Additionally, I have also retrieved and examined the surveillance footage around the police parking areas and certain locations frequently visited by the police vehicles, and there were no signs of suspicious activity." Receiving this answer, Zhou Zhilong felt even more perplexed. No suspicious individuals approached. Could it be that Lin Xie had lied? Were there no accomplices of Soros attempting to sabotage the police vehicles? Yet, how could these vehicles have exploded simultaneously? Zhou Zhilong was utterly bewildered, his mind racing with unanswered questions. At that moment, his phone rang. It was the officer in charge of overseeing Lin Xie. "Team Leader Zhou, Lin Xie wishes to speak with you." "Hand the phone to him," Zhou Zhilong replied coldly. Shortly after, Lin Xie's gleeful laughter echoed through the phone. "Team Leader Zhou, have you uncovered any leads?" Zhou Zhihong, with a somber expression, candidly stated, "The police car explosion left no traces of explosives. Furthermore, I have scrutinized the surveillance footage from the vehicle's dashcams over the past month and found no suspicious individuals tampering with the police cars." "Lin Xie, are you attempting to deceive me? I have recently learned about nanorobots in metallic sludge, a top-secret technological marvel of the United States. And to use such an invention to rescue Soros seems like an egregious waste of resources." Lin Xie feigned innocence, saying, "Not at all. I'm being wronged. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Director Zhou." He then continued, "It is evident that the assailants were well prepared. Once the nanorobotic metallic sludge detonates, it vaporizes, which explains the absence of explosive residues. I offer you two pieces of advice, Director Zhou. First, I recommend investigating the gas stations the police vehicles visited, as the metallic sludge was likely introduced into the fuel tanks during refueling. Second, a portion of the nanorobotic metallic sludge remains intact and has not been completely destroyed." Zhou Zhihong was taken aback, perplexed. "There are remnants? Where are they?" Chapter 76. The Truth Revealed in the Heart of the Person You Cannot Forget. Lin Xie casually replied to Zhou Zhihong. Zhou Zhihong nearly spewed his soda, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Lin Xie, this is no time for jokes." Yet Lin Xie maintained an expression of innocence. "I'm not joking. Soros is indeed the individual you are currently fixated on, isn't? At this remark, Zhou Zhihong paused once more. Lin Xie pressed on. "Director Zhou, aren't you curious why the remote heartbeat control device implanted in Soros's heart suddenly failed?" Zhou Zhihong replied solemnly, "I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly." Lin Xie countered, "There is no need for an investigation. The answer is quite simple. After acquiring the nanorobotic metallic sludge, and once the surveillance was compromised, Soros promptly injected a portion of it into his own heart. This substance can be manipulated remotely to perform intricate operations. By using the nanorobotic metallic sludge to damage certain critical components of his heartbeat control device, he could effectively render it inoperative. Moreover, its biocompatibility is exceptional, causing no adverse reactions or side effects. Thus, if you wish to obtain a sample of the nanorobotic metallic sludge, you need only to dissect Soros's heart." Zhou Zhihong remained skeptical, questioning, "Lin Xie, what about the malfunctioning heartbeat control device implanted in your own heart? Did you perhaps inject it with nanorobotic metallic sludge as well?" Lin Xie responded, "Director Zhou, you misunderstand. I cannot control the nanorobotic metallic sludge. Even if injected, it would be of no use. So, what did you do to manipulate the remote heartbeat control device?" Lin Xie exclaimed, "This is unjust. I swear on my character that I have not tampered with the heart rate monitor. It malfunctioned on its own." Zhou Zhilong's lips twitched in disdain. "With your worthless character, your words hold little value. Who would believe such nonsense?" Lin Xie shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. "If you choose not to believe me, there is nothing I can do. Perhaps you should have the doctor perform surgery to retrieve the device and examine it." Zhou Zhilong understood that if Lin Xie was unwilling to divulge information, no amount of questioning would yield results. Once the matter concerning Su Luo's was settled, he would certainly assign a doctor to arrange surgery for Lin Xie, ensuring that the truth would be uncovered. However, for the moment, the priority was to thoroughly investigate the issue of the nanorobotic metallic sludge. Thus, he ceased his banter with Lin Xie and simply stated, "Lin Xie, do not get too cocky. One day, I will uncover the truth." With that, he hung up the phone and promptly contacted the military hospital's doctor to examine Su Luo's heart to ascertain whether the nanorobotic metallic sludge was indeed present. After completing this call, he immediately instructed Zhang Yida to investigate nearby gas stations to determine if the explosion involving the police car was related to the gas station. As Lin Xie suggested, within half an hour, the hospital provided a response. After conducting a CT scan, the doctor discovered that, in addition to the heart rate monitor, there were indeed other unidentified metallic substances within Su Luo's heart. These metallic substances had infiltrated the heart rate monitor, which accounted for its malfunction. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Ziyechlong was filled with unexpected delight. He realized that Lin Xie had not deceived him. He promptly issued an order to the hospital, arranged for immediate surgery for Su Luo's to remove the heart rate monitor and the unidentified metallic substances. By 8 o'clock that evening, the hospital reported that the surgery had proceeded smoothly, successfully removing the heart rate monitor along with a small mass of unidentified metallic materials. These substances were promptly handed over to Zhou Ziyechlong. After examining them, he quickly forwarded them to specialists for identification. The results arrived swiftly, confirming that they were indeed the latest high-tech product from the United States, nanorobotic metallic sludge. This revelation sent Zhou Ziyechlong into a state of ecstatic jubilation. Although the samples were limited, roughly the size of a peanut, they would significantly aid in overcoming the technological barriers associated with nanorobotic metallic sludge. Most importantly, by studying these materials, they could enhance and perfect the Tianyan system, fortifying it against disruptions from powerful magnetic fields emitted by these small devices. Meanwhile, Zhang Yida also relayed encouraging news. He had investigated several nearby gas stations and uncovered leads at the gas station on Haichao Road. Surveillance footage revealed that, over the past month, whenever police cars refueled at the Haichao Road gas station, a young employee named Zhang Zhichuang was responsible for the operations. Zhang Zhichuang, while fueling the police vehicle, would always take care to obscure the fuel tank opening with his body. However, he was not meticulous enough, and on several occasions, surveillance cameras captured him inserting a small, peanut-sized object into the fuel tank. Upon receiving this lead, the police promptly moved to apprehend Zhang Zhichuang. He confessed without hesitation, revealing that he had accrued over 500,000 yuan in high-interest debt due to online gambling and felt compelled to resort to desperate measures after a mysterious individual had provided him with 500,000 yuan a month prior, instructing him to undertake this task. In his pursuit to repay his gambling debts, he took this perilous risk. Zhang disclosed the contact information of the mysterious figure, but regrettably, when the police attempted to call the number, they discovered it had been deactivated. Further investigation into the bank account that transferred the 500,000 yuan to Zhang revealed that it was an overseas account, making any pursuit of leads exceedingly difficult. Upon receiving this information, Zhou Zilong could not help but sigh. It seemed that the perpetrators had indeed come prepared. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced of the veracity of Lin Xie's claims. The truth had finally come to light. Lin Xie was not only blameless, but had also rendered significant service. After all, he had not only apprehended Su Luosi, but had also assisted the police in obtaining samples of the metallic sludge from the nanorobots. Su Luosi, a criminal, held little value. Yet the nanobot metallic sludge was an invaluable treasure. Possessing samples of this metallic sludge would greatly aid in overcoming the technological monopoly of the United States. Given Lin Xie's impressive contributions, Zhou Zilong believed it was entirely justifiable to recommend a reduction in his sentence. Thus, the following day, he submitted a request to the Procuratorate in Yangqing prison, suggesting that due to prisoner Lin Xie, ID 9527, exemplary conduct, his life sentence be commuted to a fixed term of 20 years. There were no objections, and the approval was swift. When Lin Xie received this news, his reaction was rather subdued, as it was merely a foreseen outcome. The matter concerning Su Luosi's escape had reached a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, the production team of Cat and Mouse Game, observing the situation becoming clearer, decided to take advantage of the momentum before it waned and hastily prepared for a relaunch. Prior to the airing of the 7th episode, it was already indicated that the show would proceed through 3 phases: fraud, bloodshed, and redemption. Thus far, only the fraud phase had been completed, and it was only halfway through, leaving the outcome undetermined. How could the viewers, who had yet to satiate their appetite for the show, agree to such an abrupt halt? Consequently, Feng Dagong took it upon himself to personally submit a request for the resumption of the show. The second phase of Cat and Mouse Game is about to commence. Chapter 77. The Resumption. Why not resume? It must be resumed. Zhou Zhilong, upon receiving Feng Dagong's request for a relaunch, shared his eagerness to restart the show, as he had been the guiding force behind its production. Over the course of 10 years, from the 1st to the 7th episode, he had invested tremendous effort in creating Cat and Mouse Game, a grand IP variety show with immense benefits for the country, the populace, and the law. Should it meet an untimely demise, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. However, the repercussions of the Soros incident are severe. Whether Cat and Mouse Game can resume airing is not solely at the discretion of Zhou Zhilong. He must submit an application for approval to higher authorities. In truth, Zhou Zhilong harbors little hope for the show's revival. Given the magnitude of the current predicament, he considers it fortunate to retain his position. How could he dare to wish for a resumption? To his astonishment, the response from above surpassed his expectations. A revival, Cat and Mouse Game, such an exemplary program, not only provides a blueprint for law enforcement to study criminal psychology and commonalities among crimes, but also disseminates legal knowledge among the populace, promoting the positive energy of socialism. Why not revive it? Although the incident with Soros was unfortunate, it serendipitously unveiled vulnerabilities within the Sky Eye system. Zhou Zhilong stood in stunned silence, momentarily questioning if he had misheard. The leadership continued, stating that without Soros's flight, they would not have detected the flaws in the system. Remarkably, his escape allowed them to unexpectedly acquire metallic mud from nanorobots. This SSSS-grade high-tech product significantly contributes to the research and development of our nation's scientific endeavors. The highest echelons are now eagerly anticipating that following the resumption of Cat and Mouse Game, America may continue to send operatives to create disturbances, thereby yielding even more advanced technological secrets. Zhou Zhilong's mind buzzed with this unexpected turn of events. He could hardly fathom that rather than being reprimanded for the blunder, the leadership was enthusiastically endorsing the show's return. Upon reflection, this response made perfect sense. The Soros incident indeed exposed flaws in the Sky Eye system. Such a nationally classified high-tech product fears not the emergence of vulnerabilities, but rather the collective inability to identify pre-existing flaws. When vulnerabilities are discovered, timely upgrades can facilitate the product's evolution. Conversely, if flaws remain undetected until a critical moment, they could lead to catastrophic failures when confronted by adversaries. Additionally, the metallic mud from nanorobots is undeniably enticing. Acquiring even a minuscule sample would enable our scientists to swiftly analyze its properties, characteristics, structure, and weaknesses, potentially leading to the development of high-quality replicas. However, the leadership also offered a word of advice to Zhou Zhilong. Upon the show's resumption, it is essential to enhance the positive portrayal of law enforcement. Specifically, incidents involving individuals like Yuzue, who resort to reckless driving in a fit of rage, must never represent the police or the righteous cat hunting team. Zhou Zhilong nodded vigorously, affirming, "Understood. I will immediately have Yuzue draft a letter of reflection to sincerely contemplate his misdeeds." After concluding the call with the leadership, Zhou Zhilong promptly shared the good news with Feng Dagong. Upon receiving the news, Feng Dagong's face beamed with joy, grinning widely like a freshly blanched dog, exposing his uneven teeth. "This is splendid. Thank you, Team Leader Zhou, for your relentless efforts in the revival of Cat and Mouse Game. You are truly my benefactor. The fact that this venerable reality show has not perished under my watch is entirely due to your contributions." Zhou Zhilong chuckled. "Enough with the flattery. Let us not waste time with pleasantries. We must promptly prepare for the revival. The higher-ups have 2 directives. First, enhance the positive image of the cat hunting team. Second, strengthen security measures. We cannot afford a repeat of the incident where Su Luosi almost escaped." It is worth noting that the second directive was Zhou Zhilong's own addition. The leadership was somewhat pleased with the Su Luosi incident, having garnered nanorobotic metallic mud from it. However, Zhou Zhilong was keen to avoid a recurrence of such an event. He was acutely aware that they had been fortunate this time, thanks to Lin Xie's assistance in recapturing Su Luosi, allowing him to narrowly evade disaster. Had Su Luosi escaped, the higher-ups would have certainly reacted differently, and he would have been left to bear the blame. Therefore, it was imperative that security preparations for the revival were thorough. Listening to this, Feng Dagong couldn't help but inwardly question. Hasn't the security issue of cat and mouse game always been managed by your safety office? Why are they now placing demands upon me? However, with Zhou Zhilong's assertions, he dared not retort. The mere fact that the show was set to return was already a stroke of good fortune, and he could not afford to be overly ambitious. Thus, he nodded repeatedly, thumping his chest in assurance. Team leader Zhou, rest assured, I will fulfill your 2 requests to the best of my ability. Meanwhile, the abrupt cessation of cat and mouse game had sparked fervent discussions online for several days. The authorities had long provided a rationale of signal failure for the interruption. Yet most netizens were skeptical, believing there were deeper secrets at play. Rumors proliferated, with the most sensational being the one regarding Qin Feng and Yu Zue's demise. Various versions of this rumor had circulated, with some absurdly claiming that Qin Feng and Yu Zue could not match a single T, and others alleging that Dao Tian had perished in a night of chaos. Additionally, speculation arose about Su Cece having met with an accident, as she had not appeared on camera since being replaced by Fang Bingbing from the mouse team. Some suggested that Su Cece had been compromised by the men of the mouse team, particularly Zhou Dong, who was capable of extraordinary feats, making it entirely plausible that Su Cece had fallen victim to such an ordeal. In light of the rampant rumors circulating on the internet, the production team of Cat and Mouse Game resolved to hold a press conference prior to the revival to clarify and dispel the misinformation. Furthermore, Feng Dagong decided to bring along the 5 members of the cat hunting team, as well as the 4 members of the mouse team, excluding Su Luosi, to attend the conference. Their mere presence would naturally dismantle the unfounded rumors. Regarding Su Luosi's injury, Feng Dagong and the safety office had no intention of concealing the truth. They would simply state that he had attempted to escape but was ultimately recaptured. Moreover, at this juncture, there lies an opportunity to craft a favorable image of the police. However, it is imperative to communicate with Lin Xie and the other 3 members of the mouse team beforehand, ensuring that the accolades for capturing Suros are attributed solely to the police and the cat hunting team. As for Lin Xie, he is, in fact, the principal architect of Suros' capture. It is not a matter of diminishing his contributions. The production team merely hopes he can exhibit a modicum of humility when addressing the press. But the question remains, will Lin Xie be humble? Today marks the press conference for Cat and Mouse Game. The atmosphere is electric, filled with the cacophony of voices. Numerous entertainment journalists, both domestic and international, have flocked to the event. Esteemed mainstream media such as New Shock, 39 Krona, Xinhua News, and Renming Daily have dispatched reporters for coverage. Prominent foreign outlets, including Lutu News, Flower Street Daily, Good Food Entertainment, and Yinhuang News, are also present for the occasion. At the conference, Feng Dagong appeared alongside Ouyang Xiaoqian. Yet the absence of the favored young man, Yang Cheng, was conspicuous. Members of the cat hunting team, Qin Feng, Yu Zue, Zhao Jingjun, Lan Juefeng, and Su Cece, arrived in formal attire. In stark contrast, the mouse team, comprising Lin Xie, Zhou Dong, Bai Jingxian, and Fang Bingbing, were dressed in prison garb and shackles. Fang Bingbing expressed her discontent, fuming over the disparity. Why should the cat hunting team members don such formal wear while they were relegated to wearing shackles and prison uniforms? Where is the respect for human rights? Where is the morality in this? She had initially planned to wear a custom-made, diamond-studded, semi-transparent gown from LV to showcase her former glory as a red carpet queen, outshining all others. However, not only did the police insist she wear handcuffs, but they also forced her into a prison outfit that was more reminiscent of a rural matron's apron than anything befitting her stature. How could she endure such indignity? Thus, upon her arrival, before even facing the press, her expression darkened, and she had no desire to utter a word. In contrast, Lin Xie, Zhou Dong, and Bai Jingxian maintained a more relaxed demeanor. Despite being shackled and surrounded by countless cameras, they engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding an air of nonchalance. The press conference commenced. Feng Dagong approached the microphone adorned with an advertisement for a lubricant, testing the sound with a few puffs. He then turned to Ouyang Xiaoqian, whispering, "Where on earth is Yang Cheng? I was all set to promote him and give him a chance to shine, yet he is late. How many would covet such an opportunity, and yet he remains oblivious to its worth. Damn it, this fellow simply doesn't appreciate the moment. Ouyang Xiaoqian managed a wry smile. I just called him, but there was no answer. Perhaps he overslept. Feng Dagong replied irritably, forget him then. He then turned to face the throng of reporters, flashing a toothy grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. Good day to all the journalists. We have convened here today primarily to address several key issues regarding cat and mouse game and our 3 billion global fans. First and foremost, we implore you to refrain from spreading baseless rumors online. We have already clarified that the program's interruption was due to a signal malfunction and did not result in any casualties. Now, Qin Feng stands before everyone, accused. The reporters from Mango TV and CGTV are here to capture close-up shots of Qin Feng, allowing the audience to see clearly. They are perfectly fine and have not met a tragic end. Feng Dagong's somewhat crude humor immediately provokes a hearty laugh from all the journalists present. As laughter fills the room, Feng Dagong gestures for silence, then continues. Secondly, our team from Cat and Mouse Game has an exciting announcement for the 3 billion fans worldwide. Cat and Mouse Game will be back on air. The exact date of the relaunch is yet to be confirmed, but I assure you, it will not be long. With this statement, Feng Dagong beams with pride, casting a glance over the audience. Behind him, Ouyang Xiaoqian leads the applause. The reporters below, recognizing the cue, join in with a somewhat perfunctory round of scattered clapping. As the applause subsides, Ouyang Xiaoqian takes the microphone and announces, it is now time for questions from the press. If anyone has queries or concerns, feel free to direct them to Director Feng or the members of the Cat and Mouse teams. A reporter stands up, Director Feng. I would like to ask, will the storyline continue with the scam theme from the first phase after the relaunch of Cat and Mouse Game? Feng Dagong responds, the first phase has concluded, and the relaunch will introduce a new theme. Then who won the first phase? Feng Dagong replies politely yet awkwardly, it can be considered a draw. However, online viewers believe that the Mouse team had a decisive advantage. Before the signal failure, 2 members of the Cat team had already fallen into the hands of the Mouse team, and Qin Feng was left dazed in the rice paddy. With only Lan Zhuifeng remaining as a mere pawn, can they truly turn the tide? This question leaves all members of the Cat team visibly uncomfortable. Feng Dagong's expression darkens. That is a dreadful question. Next, another reporter stands up to inquire. Director Feng, I have a more personal question. You frequently bring Ouyang Xiaoqian to various press conferences. What is your relationship with her? Are you trying to promote her, or is there something more intimate? Or perhaps you have already crossed that line, making it necessary to support her, or do you wish to elevate her before seeking a more personal interaction? Feng Dagong's lips twitch in irritation. You are a terrible journalist. Have you been playing too much mahjong? Next, yet another reporter stands to ask, Director Feng. You often claim that Cat and Mouse Game has 3 billion fans globally, but with a world population of 7 billion. Are you really suggesting that 3 out of every 7 people watch Cat and Mouse Game? Or does this raise suspicions of exaggeration? Feng Dagong, both grim-faced and irritable, responds, another dreadful journalist posing a dreadful question. In any case, the popularity of Cat and Mouse Game across the globe is an undeniable fact. Next, finally, a more amicable reporter stands to ask, Director Feng, may I inquire whether there will be any adjustments to the members of the Mouse and Cat teams following the relaunch? Feng Dagong candidly stated that there would be minor adjustments, yet the overall framework would remain unchanged. Additionally, today, you brought nearly all members of the Cat hunting team and the Mouse team, but conspicuously absent was Su Luosi. What is the reason for his absence? Feng Dagong responded calmly, stating that Su Luosi had sustained injuries and was currently receiving treatment in the hospital. How did Su Luosi incur these injuries? During the malfunction of the Heavenly Eye signal, he attempted to escape but was ultimately apprehended by all members of the Cat hunting team and over 20 of our officers. Following clues provided by Lin Xie, during the capture, a minor incident occurred. Su Luosi accidentally fell, landing face-first on the ground, resulting in significant facial injuries, which is why he is now in the hospital for treatment. A reporter stood up and inquired, Director Feng, can you confirm that members of the Cat hunting team participated in the apprehension of Su Luosi? Prior to the signal malfunction, the Cat hunting team had already suffered near annihilation. How could they have participated? Feng Dagong's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware that these questions from the reporters were exceedingly sharp. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, having conferred with Lin Xie before the press conference. Thus, he merely needed to let Lin Xie address the matter. He immediately cast a glance at Lin Xie, signaling him to clarify the situation. All cameras turned to Lin Xie. Mr. Lin, is it truly as Director Feng described, that Su Luosi was apprehended by the cat hunting team and the police, or was it actually you who captured him? Lin Xie picked up the microphone adorned with the internationally renowned sports protective brand advertisement and spoke earnestly. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. Su Luosi was indeed captured by the police and the cat hunting team, just as Director Feng mentioned. I was merely a facilitator providing clues. I did not participate in the capture of Su Luosi in any capacity. I did not foresee Su Luosi's escape plan, nor did I traverse hundreds of miles overnight. Nor did I rush to the coastal port of Haicheng, nor did I venture alone into the lion's den to confront Su Luosi. Much less did I defeat him and bring him back. Please believe me, I am a person of utmost sincerity. Even Asian cannot match my honesty. I would never deceive you. Let us applaud the courageous actions of the police and the cat hunting team. Chapter 79. You are a terrible spokesperson. Gift for an update. Let us applaud the courageous actions of the police and the cat hunting team. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Xie wore an innocent smile, clapping vigorously. His applause resonated throughout the press conference, leaving hundreds of reporters astounded. The atmosphere turned awkwardly silent. The reporters, not foolish, easily discerned the underlying meaning of Lin Xie's words. His applause did not seem to honor the police and the cat hunting team. Instead, it felt like a resounding slap to Feng Dagong's face. At that moment, Feng Dagong's expression darkened, and he inwardly screamed, Lin Xie, how dare you? We had an agreement to cooperate. We agreed to credit the police. We agreed to portray the police as just and dignified. How could you pull this stunt now? You treacherous, unprincipled scoundrel. Are you intent on ruining me? If not for the presence of hundreds of esteemed journalists from both domestic and international circles, Feng Dagong might have already transformed into a ravenous figure, ready to overturn the table in exasperation. However, he now finds himself compelled to endure in silence, for numerous cameras are trained upon him, eagerly anticipating a captivating reaction. A compelling response would render the ensuing newsworthy. For instance, shock. At the press conference for Cat and Mouse, Feng Dagong furiously kicked Lin Xie, exclaiming, "Who else?" Perfectly recreating a classic scene from yesteryears. Fortunately, Feng Dagong is seasoned enough to recognize the importance of maintaining composure. Thus, he stifles his frustration, managing a polite yet awkward smile. Good, good. Lin Xie is absolutely right. Let us applaud the brave actions of the police and the cat hunting team. As he speaks, he joins in the applause, clapping resoundingly. The sight leaves the assemblage of journalists in an unbearable state of discomfort. This spectacle truly reveals who possesses the thickest skin. Shamelessness reigns supreme. As long as one fears not embarrassment, it is others who shall feel it. One journalist, unable to bear the tension, stands up and inquires, Director Feng, might I ask if what Lin Xie just stated is true? Did Su Luosi indeed fall into his hands? Did the police and cat hunting team contribute nothing? Are the police this inept? Is the cat hunting team this incompetent? Before Feng Dagong can respond, Lin Xie, filled with fervor, interjects, Comrade journalist. What do you mean by that? Are your ears deceiving you? I have already stated. I did not foresee Su Luosi's escape plan. I did not traverse hundreds of miles overnight. I did not rush to Haicheng's port. I did not single-handedly infiltrate the lion's den to confront Su Luosi. I did not bring Su Luosi back. I did not. Please do not misconstrue my denial as affirmation. Right, Director Feng? Feng Dagong chuckles awkwardly, nodding in agreement. Yes, yes. He then retorts to the journalist. Not only are you a dreadful reporter, but you are also somewhat hard of hearing. Now let us move on to the next question. Feng Dagong seeks to gloss over this matter, understanding that some topics are better left unspoken. A brief, vague dismissal would prevent it from becoming a focal point. Yet, another journalist rises, posing the query. I would like to ask Qin Feng, is what Director Feng just said the truth? We hope our little detective genius can speak candidly. Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback, struggles to formulate a response. Feng Dagong casts him a desperate glance. Qin boss. Qin brother. You are so clever. Please do not muddle the matter. To his surprise, Qin Feng responds honestly. I was still unconscious at that time. Thus, I am not entirely clear on the trajectory of events. However, I do know that it was Lin Xie who brought Su Luosi to the hospital. With this revelation, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the room. Countless journalists redirect their lenses towards Feng Dagong. Director Feng, may I inquire why you chose to lie earlier? Were you following orders? Were you concerned about the police losing face? Were you afraid that revealing the truth would lead the public to perceive the police as inept? In an instant, the barrage of inquiries inundates Feng Dagong, leaving his head spinning with confusion. Unsure of how to respond, the members of the mouse team, including Bai Jingxian, Zhou Dong, and Feng Bingbing, observed the situation with smiles on their faces, reveling in the misfortune of others, as if they were mere spectators at a distant fire. In stark contrast, the members of the cat hunting team bowed their heads, their expressions devoid of light. Zhao Jingjun quietly reproached Qin Feng. Qin Feng, with just a single sentence, you could salvage our police image. Why did you utter such words? Alas, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave. Officer Zhao, I sincerely apologize. The reason I became a detective is to unveil the truths lurking in the shadows. I cannot conceal the truth at your behest. Yu Zue rolled his eyes in exasperation. You truly are thick-headed, incapable of adapting. Speaking a few white lies is hardly a grave matter. Who truly cares about what is real or fake? What matters is the outcome. Qin Feng remained silent. Zhao Jingjun sighed, his frustration boiling over. He turned sharply to Yu Zue and admonished, Yu Zue, how can you even speak? Have you completed the reflection paper that team leader Zhou requested? You nearly committed murder when you crashed into Lin Xie during the live broadcast. Yu Zue recoiled slightly, grinning sheepishly. Wasn't it he who made the first move? If he hadn't tried to bash my head with a wrench, would I have crashed into him? Besides, I didn't kill him, did I? This remark perfectly encapsulated Yu Zue's roguish nature. Meanwhile, the reporters paid no heed to the cat hunting team's bickering, relentlessly bombarding Feng Dagong with questions, nearly shoving a microphone plastered with lubricant advertisements into his mouth. Ultimately, it was Lin Xie who intervened. Suddenly, Lin Xie shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, do you not care where all the money I defrauded has gone? At this proclamation, the reporters paused in astonishment, an abrupt silence enveloping the scene. The matter of money was indeed of utmost importance. After all, where had all that swindled wealth disappeared? There had been no follow-up. Curiosity swiftly shifted to the issue of the money. Lin Xie, where did all that money go? Did it line your own pockets? Or did you conspire with the production team to share the spoils? Before Lin Xie could respond, Feng Dagong hastily interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is, he genuinely feared that Lin Xie might ramble indiscriminately, severely tarnishing their production team's reputation. However, before he could finish, the reporters rebuffed him. You are a dreadful spokesperson. We do not require your input on this matter. Lin Xie, please, you must reveal the truth. We seek to convey the most authentic information to the world. Feng Dagong's lips twitched violently, internally cursing the reporter who had just challenged him. Attempting to interject once more, he was abruptly silenced as a foreign reporter thrust a microphone into his mouth and shoved him aside. Feng Dagong struggled to remove the microphone. Clearing his throat, Lin Xie prepared to speak. All the reporters turned their attention toward him, their gazes fixed intently upon him. With a microphone lodged in his mouth, Feng Dagong cast a look towards him, his face etched with despair and his eyes pleading. From a distance, he silently bowed to Lin Xie, as if to implore, Lin Father, Lin Grandfather, Lin Ancestor, I beseech you, cease your reckless words. At that moment, Lin Xie assumed a grave expression and grasped the microphone. As for the matter of money, naturally, what could that mean? All the reporters craned their necks, their faces alight with curiosity, eagerly anticipating Lin Xie's revelation of some sensational news, hoping to concoct a viral hit with billions of clicks. Suddenly, Lin Xie's demeanor shifted, imbued with profound meaning, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Heh. The reporters, suspended in suspense, were restless, their eyes wide with anticipation. What do you mean by heh? Speak quickly, Lin Xie. Lin Xie replied. Heh, steamed buns, 4 for $1. Chapter 80. You may not believe me, but you must believe in light. Lin Xie's unexpected remark caught several female reporters in the front row off guard, resulting in a comical spray of water. Fortunately, Lin Xie reacted swiftly, raising his hand to shield himself from the unexpected deluge. With a slight smile, he apologized. My apologies for the splash. The female reporters, now slightly miffed, shot him a glare. Are you deliberately toying with us, Lin Xie? He chuckled. Ladies, do not be upset. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Yet, the reporters remained unimpressed. Observing their discontent, Lin Xie quickly shifted gears, adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem. Let me address each of your questions with the utmost sincerity. What were you asking earlier? About the money I deceived? Yes, yes. Where has the money gone? Did I return it to the victims? Did the production team pocket it? The reporters pressed on, nearly transforming questions into statements. With a solemn expression, Lin Xie responded, "The money I acquired, naturally, went into my own pocket. I earned it through my own cunning. Why should I return it? Not only did I refrain from returning the funds to the deceived, but I also used that money to bribe the production team. I have made all the staff my minions. Moreover, I shall share a little secret with you, but you must promise to keep it under wraps. Do not spread it around. In the second or third phase, I plan to escape. I intend to flee from Huaxia and live freely, indulging in foreign wines and beautiful women. Oh yeah, freedom is within my grasp." The reporters stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Was this true? Surely, he could not be jesting. The entire press conference was enveloped in an eerie hush, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Even the members of the cat hunting team, the remaining members of the mouse team, and director Feng Dugong were left in a state of utter bewilderment, their minds racing. They could not fathom that Lin Xie would utter such outrageous words. Regaining his composure, Feng Dugong desperately attempted to wrench the microphone from his mouth to confront Lin Xie. "Lin Xie, how dare you? Do you not fear the consequences of such brazen lies?" However, it is regrettable that the microphone lodged in his mouth was both large and rigid, rendering him unable to extricate it. All he could do was protest with muffled sounds. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely, perhaps mere seconds or even tens of seconds. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the press conference, inciting a wave of astonishment among the gathered journalists. Awakening from their stupor, they were filled with both surprise and excitement, whispering among themselves and speculating fervently. At last, there was juicy material to uncover. Promotions and raises, reaching the pinnacle of journalism, were surely within reach. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xie raised his hand, signaling for silence. Then, with a casual tone, he uttered, "All right, that is the sensational content you journalists have been yearning for. Be sure to note it down." Upon hearing this, the journalists were momentarily taken aback. Looking back at Lin Xie, they saw a knowing expression on his face. "Honestly, you creative prodigies could have written this yourselves, couldn't you? Regardless of how we explain it, you purveyors of scandal. Oh, pardon me, I meant to say, you creators of news will interpret it in a manner that aligns with what you wish to present to your audience." At this revelation, the journalists suddenly grasped the underlying mockery in Lin Xie's words. He was ridiculing them for their relentless pursuit of sensationalism, devoid of ethics and decorum, haphazardly fabricating news. They had lost sight of the fundamental principles of journalism. Consequently, many journalists felt their faces flush with shame, even feeling utterly humiliated. They had to concede that indeed, there existed numerous journalists in the world who flouted professional ethics, often distorting facts, deliberately creating antagonisms, and inciting public outrage to attain so-called sensational news. A silence enveloped the room. After a moment, a young female journalist stepped forward, her face earnest. "Mr. Lin Xie, I am Tao Baobao from the Needle Ceremony News. I genuinely aspire to be a disseminator of truth. I swear I will not fabricate stories, nor will I infuse any personal emotions into my reporting. Please, I implore you to share the truth with us." Countless journalists, upon hearing Tao Baobao's declaration, echoed her sentiments. "I too will not fabricate stories. I merely wish to report the facts. I truly uphold professional integrity and ethical standards. Lin Xie, please be forthright." Witnessing this, Lin Xie finally spoke. "Since everyone sincerely seeks the truth, rather than sensational headlines, I shall now reveal the reality. First, the capture of Su Luosi is indeed the accomplishment of the police. Just as Director Feng mentioned earlier, I was merely a conduit providing clues. Of course, Qin Feng did not lie. I did bring Su Luosi to the hospital after the police subdued him and instructed me to carry him inside." At this revelation, Director Feng was left stunned and surprised. He had only partially removed the microphone, now forgetting to extract it entirely. The anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart could finally be alleviated. "Lin Xie, you have finally spoken words worthy of consideration." Taking a deep breath, he had just pulled the microphone out halfway when it was drawn back again. Director Feng was in a state of despair, nearly on the verge of tears. Countless reporters exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Xie's words. Was it true that the capture of Su Luosi was truly the police's achievement? However, this seemed quite normal. didn't it? A criminal like Su Luosi attempting to flee would naturally prompt the police to act immediately and apprehend him without delay. After Lin Xie's earlier display of prowess, the reporters chose to believe his current statements. Yet, they remained oblivious to the subtle smirk that appeared at the corner of Lin Xie's mouth. He was not foolish. Su Luosi had been severely injured and was yet to regain consciousness. If he were to claim credit now, it would indirectly imply his guilt as a murderer once Su Luosi met his demise. By attributing the credit to the police, even if Su Luosi were to pass away, the police would likely refrain from pursuing accountability, lest they embarrass themselves by revealing that it was not they who had captured Su Luosi in the first place. Most importantly, after all the jokes and antics, Lin Xie had effectively conveyed his intended message. Certain unscrupulous reporters would unwittingly serve as conduits for his narrative, disseminating the very content he wished to project. In this manner, he could avoid offending both the production team and the police, shed the responsibility for Su Luosi's predicament, and subtly achieve his own objectives. Truly a clever maneuver. Lin Xie continued with a serious demeanor. Secondly, all funds obtained through fraud have been returned to the police for processing. They are currently issuing refunds to each victim. Moreover, the numerous illegal P2P lending platforms have also been eradicated by the police. Without the police maintaining public order and safeguarding the safety of citizens' property, would you reporters have the opportunity to create sensational headlines? The police have always been dedicated to serving the people, silently contributing, and protecting us. They embody justice. They are a beacon of light. Let us applaud our beloved police officers. At the press conference, an overwhelming number of reporters applauded Lin Xie's remarks. Even Feng Dagong joined in the clapping, and in his excitement, he accidentally let go of the microphone, exclaiming, "Lin Xie, you spoke splendidly. While people may doubt me, they must undoubtedly trust in the light." Chapter 81. A major case. The press conference for Cat and Mouse concluded successfully. Despite the disruptions caused by Lin Xie, the overall outcome left both the production team and the security office quite satisfied. Feng Dagong finally exhaled deeply, relieved that the event had ended without incident. Just then, a staff member approached him with a grave expression, hurriedly whispering a few words in his ear. His demeanor shifted abruptly, his face paling in shock. What? He quickly sprinted away. Uncertain of the events that transpired, the news of the revival of Cat and Mouse spread like wildfire the following day, igniting fervent discussions. Major news outlets vied to report on it, with 8 out of the top 10 trending topics revolving around Cat and Mouse. NO1 Cat and Mouse returns. NO2 Will Lin Xie participate? NO3 How will the second phase of the bloodshed unfold? NO4 Who emerges victorious in the Cat and Mouse fraud segment? NO6 Security Bureau emphasizes safety concerns regarding the revival. NO7 What truths and falsehoods did Lin Xie convey at the press conference? NO8 Questions from female reporters. NO10 Feng Dagong's performance at the press conference, eating the microphone. Across various online platforms, countless netizens engaged in spirited debates. Anticipation mounted for the return of Cat and Mouse. Adoration for Lin Xie. Adoration for Qin Feng. Lin Xie, you have yet to send me the cherished edition photograph of Fang Bingbing. My goodness, I never anticipated that there would still be individuals who support Lin Xie. He is but a swindler who deceived me out of my money, though thankfully the police have reimbursed me. I, however, differ. I cherish Fang Bingbing. I adore Su Cece. How will the second phase of bloodshed unfold? What are the actual rules of this bloodshed? Could it be that the Mouse team is truly tasked with murder? Absurd. This is a society governed by law. I believe the performance aspect in the second phase will be more pronounced, likely rendering it less captivating than the first phase. Do you think it is possible to transition into a virtual realm for this? Meanwhile, Lin Xie found himself back in prison, clad in prison garb and flip-flops. Crouched on the toilet, perusing various newspapers delivered by Warden Zhang Tong. After flipping through several papers, he realized that the headlines of each were centered on the revival of Cat and Mouse. A certain popular newspaper proclaimed, the nation's most popular legal reality show Cat and Mouse is set to return. A new sensational report declared, the revival of Cat and Mouse has netizens eagerly anticipating. The fact daily analyzed, an examination of the significance and impact of Cat and Mouse revival on public legal awareness. Essentially, most reputable media outlets provided positive coverage of Cat and Mouse. After all, the show had the backing of the Security Bureau, which deterred any potential disruptions. However, at that moment, an article's headline caught Lin Xie's eye. The 3 sins of the cat and mouse press conference. Official deception. No refunds. Collusion in cat and mouse. Lin Xie was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the lead article from the Needle Daily, authored by none other than Tao Baobao. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle, murmuring to himself, "This woman has a promising future." Just yesterday, she stood before me with an earnest expression, vowing not to fabricate stories. Yet here she is with such a peace. Truly a promising journalist. Lin Xie wished that more journalists like Tao Baobao had been present at the press conference. Had that been the case, his intended messages would have been effectively disseminated. Just as Lin Xie was basking in amusement, the iron door of the cell creaked open. The warden, Zhang Tong, entered with a grave expression. Upon seeing the dismal look on his face, Lin Xie immediately discerned that he sought a favor. However, he chose to feign ignorance. He merely remarked, "Ah, Xiaozhong, you've arrived. Please, make yourself at home. Do not stand on ceremony." Zhang Tong's lips twitched in annoyance. "Do you truly treat this prison as your own home?" Lin Xie cast a glance around the opulent surroundings: a plush bed, genuine leather sofa, bookshelves, a liquor cabinet, a snooker table, and a grand bathtub, prompting a soul-searching inquiry. "Is your residence as lavish and comfortable as this?" Zhang Tong's mouth twitched again, nearly causing him to choke on his own indignation. Lin Xie's words, while not overtly harmful, were imbued with profound insult. He deeply regretted having repeatedly sought Lin Xie's assistance in solving cases, which had led Lin Xie to make a series of seemingly trivial demands. "I can help you solve this case, but I require a large soft mattress in my cell. Assisting you with this case is feasible, provided I receive a leather sofa. I can certainly help with this case. But my cell is also in need of a grand bathtub." Thus, over the course of a decade, Lin Xie's cell transformed from barren to the epitome of luxury. What filled Zhang Tong with the utmost humiliation was the fact that he now found himself compelled to seek Lin Xie's help once more. For this case was of significant gravity and complexity. Moreover, the higher-ups had mandated that it must be resolved within 3 days. Without further ado, he declared, "There is a crucial case at hand, connected to the reality show you recently participated in, Cat and Mouse Game." With that, Zhang Tong produced a photograph and handed it to Lin Xie. The image revealed a lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. Upon a fleeting glance, Lin Xie was taken aback to discover that the deceased was none other than Yang Cheng, the capable assistant to Feng Dagong of the Cat and Mouse Game production team. Chapter 82. Consuming Blood Buns rebroadcast 10 hours prior. Within the Cat and Mouse Game production team, Feng Dagong summoned all staff to a meeting in his office. His countenance was grave as he surveyed the room, solemnly stating, "Yang Cheng has died, and it was a homicide. I trust you have all heard the news." The expressions of the staff grew somber. The sudden loss of such a vibrant individual struck a chord within them all. Regardless of who it might have been, the shock was palpable. Yang Cheng, though often striving to curry favor with Feng Dagong, was generally regarded as a commendable employee. He was diligent, courteous, amicable, and consistently exuded enthusiasm, always wearing a smile and brimming with vigor. How could such a promising young man simply perish? It was utterly unforeseen. Within the production team, many grappled with the harsh reality of this loss, their spirits weighed down by grief. Feng Dagong surveyed the assembly once more before continuing. "Yang Cheng's death represents a profound blow to us. We have lost a young and vibrant colleague. Yet, we must not succumb to despair. We must continue with our responsibilities, especially at this critical juncture. The rebroadcast of Cat and Mouse Game is imminent. The entire production team has exerted tremendous effort in preparation for this revival, pouring their hearts and souls into the endeavor. The detailed plan for the rebroadcast, the rules for the second phase of the game, the broadcasting platform, the advertising partners, and various other aspects have all been meticulously negotiated." A press conference was held yesterday, marking a significant milestone. Surely, no one wishes for Cat and Mouse Game to face yet another setback before it even returns to the screen. Hence, I have gathered everyone here today to brainstorm and devise a strategy to ensure the timely rebroadcast of Cat and Mouse Game. Please feel free to share your thoughts. The audience exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. At that moment, a staff member spoke up. "Director Feng, there has been a fatal incident within our team. Reviving the show may prove to be quite challenging. If the truth remains unclear, the safety office is unlikely to grant us permission to proceed." Many colleagues nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. After all, human life is paramount. However, Feng Dagon's expression darkened. I don't need you to remind me of that. If it were easy to rebroadcast, would I have called you all here to brainstorm? Spare me the irrelevant chatter. I need solutions to this problem. Whoever can resolve this issue will receive an immediate monthly salary increase of 10,000 yuan. Feng Dagong was clearly under immense pressure. A salary increase of 10,000 yuan was no trivial matter. It represented a substantial reward. Upon learning of Yang Cheng's death, he felt not only shocked, but also an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yang Cheng, how could you? Why did you have to die now, just as we were about to rebroadcast the show? Were you intent on making this difficult for me? As soon as the audience heard Feng's promise of a salary increase, they quickly emerged from their sorrowful state, their minds buzzing with ideas. Director Feng, perhaps we could suppress the news of Yang Cheng's death? Director Feng, what if we offered Yang Cheng's family a sum of money to downplay the situation? Director Feng, should we consider giving a red envelope to team leader Zhou from the safety office? The staff began to chatter excitedly, each voicing their suggestions. However, Feng Dagong was less than pleased with these proposals. What nonsense is this? If it were truly possible to suppress the news or to pay off the situation, would I need your input? And who suggested giving a red envelope to Zhou Zhiliang? Are you trying to jeopardize your career? Zhou is notoriously incorruptible, especially with the government's crackdown on bribery. Do you want me to end up in prison so you can take my position? At that moment, Ouyang Xiaoqian, her brows slightly furrowed, offered a suggestion. Director Feng, since the theme of the second phase of Cat and Mouse game revolves around a homicide, and we happen to have an actual case within our team, why not incorporate this case into the show? We could have the cat hunters and the mice compete to see who can solve the case more quickly. This would not only add authenticity and excitement to the program, but it would also aid in advancing the investigation. I trust that both the security office and the police will likely concur. Feng Dagong was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, recognizing its potential viability. However, he harbored reservations. Wouldn't this disrupt the meticulously established rules for the blood-themed game, along with its progression and advertising schedule? Ouyang Xiaoqian, however, countered, what does that matter? We can broadcast the current case involving Yang Cheng first, and subsequently continue with the pre-established game progression. After contemplating it seriously, Feng Dagong finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you propose. I shall promptly submit an application to the security office to see if they approve of airing this case live. Ouyang Xiaoqian's face lit up with joy. Director Feng, should the security office endorse this plan, I kindly ask you to honor your promise and grant me a salary increase of 10,000 yuan. She relished the prospect of the human blood-steamed bun. Feng Dagong's lips twitched slightly, internally cursing. I have elevated you for so long, without even touching a hair on your head, and now you dare to ask for a raise? Yet, in front of the program crew, he refrained from expressing his thoughts explicitly, merely chuckling. Certainly. No problem. Feng Dagong immediately called Zhou Zhilong. Zhou Zhilong frowned slightly, feeling that live broadcasting such a real event would be disrespectful to the deceased. This seemed inappropriate. However, he was also reluctant to delay the resumption of Cat and Mouse game, as such a postponement would not only incur significant losses for the production team, but also for the security office, which had meticulously overseen and planned the show. Considering human rights, Zhou Zhilong stated, Feng Dagong, if you can secure the consent of the deceased family, I will approve your proposal. Additionally, I am only granting you 3 days for the live broadcast, if the perpetrator is not identified within that time. I regret to inform you that the program must cease airing and be fully handed over to the police. Feng Dagong beamed with delight. Excellent. I shall promptly persuade the family of the deceased. He swiftly contacted Yang Cheng's family, appealing to their emotions and financial incentives, explaining that broadcasting the case live would allow the public to oversee the investigation, compelling the police to act diligently, thereby facilitating the swift identification of the murderer. Furthermore, he offered the family a compensation of 1 million yuan. Consequently, the family was soon placated. After securing their approval, the production team hurriedly contacted members of both the Mouse Group and the Cat Hunters. This led to the scene where Warden Zhang Tong sought Lin Xie in his cell, and a new broadcasting plan was rapidly devised. Thus, the second phase of the blood case and Cat and Mouse game launched in such haste. Chapter 83. The broadcast begins. New members join. The Demon Girl. A battle of wits in pursuit and evasion. An intense collision of reasoning and logic. The interplay of strategies and counter-strategies. What kind of thrilling showdown will unfold? Welcome to the most popular reality show in the world. The live broadcast of the second phase of the 7th episode of Cat and Mouse Game is underway. I am your host, Hua Gu, speaking rapidly into the camera. Hua Gu exudes his characteristic fervor. We extend our gratitude to the Huaxia Security Office for their unwavering support of Cat and Mouse Game, upholding the law and respecting it, while being a law-abiding citizen, is the fundamental principle for each and every one of us. We also express our appreciation to our exclusive sponsor for the second phase of the bloodshed, Huawei Technology Company. Huawei, bringing technology to the world, showcasing the might of Huaxia. The groundbreaking game, Transcendent World, crafted by Huawei Technology, is a global bestseller. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to order the limited edition Transcendent World Sleep Pod, originally priced at 1,999 yuan, now available for just 199 yuan. Simultaneously, we thank Li Xie for providing high-level technical guidance for this program. After the live broadcast of Cat and Mouse Game, be sure to check out Li Xie's previous work, Going Astray, a completed piece of 3.5 million words, offering ample enjoyment. In the second phase of the 7th episode, the basic formations of the cat hunters and the mice will remain unchanged. However, due to Su Luoxi's facial injury, the mice will be adding a new member, who is. Suddenly, the scene shifts unexpectedly, revealing an advertisement. In the chilling frost of that cold night, only the friction of movement can melt the icy barriers between us. In those passionate years, though tireless, one cannot escape the inevitable weariness and cracks that may appear. Gang Good Lubricant, an internationally renowned sports protection brand, the lubricant you deserve. Meanwhile, the live room is already bustling with energy. The barrage of comments floods the screen, completely overshadowing the lubricant advertisement. Finally, the moment has arrived. I am relieved I did not give up. The bloodshed is about to commence, and I am eager to see the mice in action. Is that person upstairs serious? Perhaps a visit to a psychologist is in order. Live killings are impossible. I merely hope Pai Xie can showcase his mischievousness yet again, bursting the cat hunter's collective bubble. Oh yeah, Gang Good, it's such a disgusting advertisement. This program is the first in the nation to sell such absurd ads, truly sacrificing ethics for profit, and they dare call themselves an internationally renowned sports protection brand. How outrageous. To that person upstairs, when you speak of the director, I suggest you try Gang Good Lubricant. Who will the new member of the mice be? Allow me to deduce. The second phase of the bloodshed should be related to solving or creating cases. Talent. Do we really need to deduce this? Anyone could figure it out. Once the advertisement concludes, the scene shifts. Hua Gu quickly announces, the new member joining the mice is a female. A beautiful girl. One with a youthful visage and an angelic face, capable of being sweet or salty, fierce or pure. However, do not be deceived by her beauty, for it may lead to dire consequences. She is none other than the demon girl, with an IQ of 148, a natural psychological deviant, who has orchestrated several sensational dismemberment murder cases that shook Huaxia. Xiao. As the live broadcast transitions, Xiao's photograph appears on the screen. She is an innocent, adorable girl with a pouting visage, resembling a charming little dumpling that elicits sympathy. From her appearance, one would never suspect her to be a murderous fiend. Instead, she resembles a petite killer targeting reclusive men. However, as Brother Hua aptly stated, she is indeed a demon. A decade ago, she committed murder. And merely 3 years after her release, she was implicated in another homicide. The inadequacies of the legal system in Huaxia are what have allowed her to remain alive. Otherwise, she would have met her demise several times over. Upon the release of Xiao's photograph, an uproar erupted among netizens. Is this truly the demon girl? Such a demonic figure. I could engage with 8 of her in a single night. So pure, precisely my type. Can I take her home? Once it was confirmed that she is indeed the demon girl, the individual upstairs who considers bringing her home must not fear being dismembered in the dead of night. It is said that a decade ago, she dismembered her victim, boiled the flesh in a pressure cooker, separated the bones from the meat, blended the flesh into a paste using a soy milk maker, dissolved the bones in strong acid, and then disposed of the remains in the sewer. Had she not deliberately left a bone for her golden retriever to gnaw on, her crime might never have come to light. Goodness, is this for real? How terrifying. Leaving a bone for her golden retriever to chew on is truly perverse. One might wonder about the psychological impact on the poor dog. The golden retriever, How delightful. Slurp. Countless netizens engaged in spirited discussions. At that moment, the camera shifted back to Brother Hua, who began to introduce the rules of the second phase of the game. Themed around the bloody incident, the second phase would be divided into 3 segments. In the first part, the focus would be on solving the mystery. Once the cat hunters and the mice arrived at the crime scene, the police would provide both teams with the most basic information regarding the case. Within 3 days, both teams must identify the perpetrator based on this information. The first team to uncover the murderer would be declared the victor. Should neither team manage to find the culprit within the 3-day time frame, the production team would determine the outcome based on the performance of each side. As for the content of the second and third parts of the bloody incident, we shall leave those details shrouded in mystery for now. This is, in fact, due to the production team hastily incorporating the live case-solving element, disrupting the flow of the broadcast, and leaving them uncertain about how to adjust the subsequent phases. They conveniently dubbed it as being confidential. The live broadcast transitioned directly to the crime scene. It was a rental apartment. A corpse lay within the premises. To avoid glorifying bloodshed and violence, the production team had preemptively prepared. As soon as the scene switched, they obscured the body with a mosaic, leaving the audience bewildered and speechless. The dreaded mosaic. The dreadful mosaic. The wicked mosaic. What is the production team trying to convey? Everything is fabricated. The case is fake. The body is fake, and the resolution is fake, yet they still choose to censor it? Are they deliberately antagonizing the audience? It is precisely because it is fake that they obscure it. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be if the ruse were discovered. And at that moment, the scene shifted once more. The 5 members of the cat hunting team, Qin Feng, Yu Zue, Zhao Xinjun, Lan Juefeng, and Su Cixi, arrived at the crime scene. Their expressions grave and their demeanor serious. They were confronted with a veritable corpse, undeniably lifeless. The scene shifted to the rat team, comprising Lin Xie, Zhou Dong, by Jingxian, Fang Bingbing, and the newly introduced devilish girl, Xiao Xiao Xiao. They too appeared at the crime scene. Lin Xie, Zhou Dong, by Jingxian, and Fang Bingbing were shackled with handcuffs and leg irons to prevent any escape. In stark contrast, Xiao 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 was not only restrained, but also wore a muzzle over her mouth and an electric collar around her neck. Should she exhibit any erratic behavior, the production team could swiftly incapacitate her with the press of a remote control. Zhou Dong and Fang Bingbing exchanged puzzled glances at Xiao Xiao Xiao. Is it truly necessary for such an adorable girl to wear a muzzle and an electric collar? Fang Bingbing remarked. I believe Lin Xie is far more deserving of a muzzle, given his sharp tongue. With an innocent and cheerful smile, Xiao 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 greeted the rat team, saying, Hello, brothers and sisters. I am Xiao Xiao Xiao, and I kindly ask for your guidance. Even Zhao Xingjun from the cat hunting team couldn't help but voice his thoughts upon witnessing the scene. This little girl is so charming and polite. Could she truly be a murderer? Is there a possibility of a misunderstanding? Zhao Xingjun primarily focused on combating fraud and had little experience with serious criminal investigations, making his unfamiliarity with Xiao 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 understandable. Su Cixi promptly cautioned him, Officer Zhao, please do not judge by appearances. Xiao 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 is indeed a murderous demon. She is linked to several homicides, and her methods are exceedingly brutal. Dismemberment is merely her basic operation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingjun felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Xiao Xiao, who wore a look of feigned innocence on her cherubic, round face, her nose scrunching slightly as she protested. I am still a child. I am not a murderer. I did not kill them. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. I merely used a soy milk maker to disrupt their molecular structure and then transported them to a pain-free and worry-free paradise via toilet. I was helping them, not killing them. He.